Chapter 1. The Doomsday Fortress System. Su Chen, have you looked in the mirror? What makes you think you deserve me? Don't think that just because you've helped me a little, you can get carried away. Give up on that notion. I will never like you. At Yunqing University, in the School of Arts, the campus belle, Xiao Yao, looked at Su Chen, who held a bouquet of flowers, with disdain. In an instant, a cacophony of mocking laughter erupted from the surrounding students. And at that moment, Su Chen felt like a clown. Meanwhile, the handsome Su Chen was left bewildered. Just yesterday, Xiao Yao had approached him, stating that if he dared to confess publicly, she would agree to be his girlfriend, which is why he had brought flowers today. However, not only did Xiao Yao refuse him, but she also publicly humiliated him. How could I be so gullible, and you treat me like a fool? Xiao Yao was renowned throughout the school as the campus beauty, and previously, Su Chen had no connection with her. A month ago, he had coincidentally encountered her outside the school. At that time, she had been suffering from severe stomach pains due to bad food on the roadside, and it was Su Chen who took her to the hospital, even covering over 1,000 yuan in medical expenses. Initially, Xiao Yao appeared quite normal. Though she had yet to repay him, she often initiated conversations, and they quickly became friends. A toad wishes to eat swan meat. You average men should know your place and not harass Sister Yao Yao anymore. Su Chen is a cautionary tale for you. A female voice yelled from the side, and Su Chen recognized her as Xiao Yao's close friend, Xiao Qian. He realized that Xiao Yao was using him as a negative example to warn others. Though angered, he could do nothing against her. Fine, let it be, just consider it a misstep. Xiao Da Xiaohua, remember your actions today. I wish you a day of retribution. With that, Su Chen left, tossing the flowers into the trash can. As he walked back to the dormitory, he suddenly remembered something and pulled out his phone to send a voice message to Xiao Yao. Wretched woman, return my money. In his fury, he had forgotten the most important matter. However, the message failed to send, marked by a red exclamation point. Darn it. She had preemptively blocked him. Just as Su Chen was feeling dejected, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Ding! Detection of an impending apocalypse. This system has awakened. What is this? Apocalypse? System? Am I hearing things? Su Chen stood frozen in place, yet the mechanical voice continued. This system is named the Doomsday Fortress System, designed to assist the host in creating a perfect shelter. Please complete rescue missions to earn merit points and unlock system functions. Rescue mission: assist any female with a beauty score of 8 or above. Note: the higher the beauty score of the rescue target, the greater the difficulty and the rewards. Additionally, each rescue target will allow you to randomly awaken at least one skill. This is not an illusion. This is real. Su Chen was astonished. He had acquired a golden finger and was forewarned of the impending apocalypse. System: how long until the apocalypse arrives, and what kind will it be? He hurriedly inquired. Ding! The type of apocalypse is extreme cold disaster. Blue Star will be globally frozen, and the snow will carry a mysterious virus. The day the snow melts will be the day the virus erupts, leading to mutations in Blue Star's life forms. The dead will revive, and the zombies once imagined by humanity will become a reality. According to system detection, there are only 3 minutes left until the apocalypse event begins. Su Chen's expression changed. What could be accomplished in just 3 minutes? This system certainly had peculiar preferences, demanding the rescue of women with a beauty score of 8 or above. Was it not a LSP system? Furthermore, he had already assisted the campus beauty, and how had she treated him? The system still expected him to rescue women? No way. Ding! To aid you in completing your tasks, a beginner's reward has been triggered. A body enhancement pack has been issued. As the system's voice faded, Su Chen felt a transformation coursing through his body, an influx of power flooding within him. Strength: double enhancement complete. Agility: double enhancement complete. Constitution: double enhancement complete. Energy: double enhancement complete. Renal function: double enhancement complete. His body visibly grew robust, as if he had undergone rigorous training for an extended period. In an instant, he felt revitalized, as though he had been reborn, no longer the frail university student he once was. Su Chen reached down to touch his abdomen, momentarily stunned. I have abs now. Moreover, after taking a selfie, It appeared he had become somewhat more handsome. In truth, Su Chen had long harbored a dream of transforming into a figure as dashing as the esteemed readers, and now there were hints of that reality. Even more comforting was the fact that while his physique had been enhanced, it had not become exaggeratedly muscular. Instead, it was just right, toned when undressed and slender when clothed. The system had even taken the liberty of strengthening his kidneys, and one must admit, the system truly understood him well. With a mere thought, a virtual personal panel unfolded before him. Host, Su Chen Strength, 18 Agility, 16 Constitution, 16 Energy, 14 Merit Points, 0. Note, the average baseline data for adults is 10. I am terrifyingly strong now. Su Chen was ecstatic within. This system was indeed remarkable. Saving a damsel in distress? Absolutely, that's precisely what he aimed to do. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed, and the sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds gathering, a fierce wind rising, and a torrential downpour ensued. It was early summer, a time of unpredictable weather, which was ordinarily unremarkable. Yet Su Chen sensed that this marked the beginning of the apocalypse and hastened towards his dormitory. Around him, students hurried to evade the rain, and ahead of Su Chen, a girl in a long skirt was running, when suddenly she slipped and fell to the ground. Ding! Target female, matching rescue criteria detected, task data generated. The system's voice rang out, and beside the girl, a panel appeared. Name, Lin Wanxi. Age, 19. Rating, 8.9 level. Excellent. A blank slate, task details, slipped on a rainy day. Task difficulty, ordinary. Task reward, completing the rescue grants 10,000 merit points and activates the Apocalypse Fortress. Note, initial merit points are 1,000. For every 0.1 increase in goddess score, merit points double. Su Chen exclaimed, "Isn't this the campus belle Lin Wanxi from the normal university?" He had encountered her a few times before, but had never interacted, merely stealing glances from afar. If he could simply help Lin Wanxi to her feet, the task would be complete, he thought, quickening his pace towards her. Truly worthy of being compared to Xia Mengyao, the renowned campus beauty, Lin Wanxi stood at 1.7 meters tall, her figure extraordinarily appealing, especially her prominent curves, a face sculpted like jade that needed no makeup to outshine many. However, at that moment, the campus beauty was in a bit of a predicament, unable to rise. "Are you all right?" Su Chen inquired. Lin Wanxi looked up at him. "Do you even need to ask? My skirt is all dirty. Can you help me out quickly?" Su Chen frowned. She was indeed quite beautiful, but had a rather prickly demeanor. Nevertheless, considering the reward, he set aside his reservations and extended his hand to assist her. "Ding! You have successfully rescued the target goddess. You have gained 10,000 merit points. Congratulations! You have now met the activation conditions for the Apocalypse Fortress." The system responded immediately. Su Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. He had completed the task so effortlessly. "Aren't you going to let go?" Lin Wanxi suddenly exclaimed. Coming back to his senses, Su Chen realized she had already shaken off his hand, and she was now looking down at her skirt with a sorrowful expression. "Oh no, my newly bought skirt. It might never be clean again." Sensing something, Lin Wanxi shot him a glare. "Do you have more to say? Why aren't you leaving?" Su Chen smiled. "I helped you. Shouldn't you say thank you?" Lin Wanxi rolled her eyes. "What's wrong with you? Can't you see I'm in a bad mood? Besides, allowing you to help me is already a favor." Su Chen chuckled in exasperation. She truly was a self-important little fairy, even in the face of an apocalypse, still holding onto her airs. There would undoubtedly come a time when she would need his assistance. "Oh, is that so? Then just lie back down. I won't help you anymore." Su Chen retorted with a cold laugh, giving her a gentle push. "Ah!" Lin Wanxi screamed as Su Chen's strength proved formidable, sending her tumbling once more into the mud, even more disheveled than before. By the time she regained her composure, Su Chen had already dashed away. "Stop right there. Did you hear me? Don't let me find out who you are, you scoundrel. If I see you again, I won't let you off easily." Ignoring her high-pitched cries, Su Chen sprinted back to the boys' dormitory. "Ding! Conditions met. Would you like to activate the Apocalypse Fortress now?" The system inquired. Without hesitation, Su Chen declared, "Activate." Ding! Activating the Apocalypse Fortress. Apocalypse Fortress activation successful. You may now view it. In an instant, Su Chen's consciousness was thrust into a vast, dark expanse, as boundless as the cosmos itself. A fortress suddenly materializes within this expanse. Chapter 2. The Fusion Fortress. At first glance, the Doomsday Fortress appears rather rudimentary, merely a small room enclosed by 4 walls and a ceiling. As Su Chen's consciousness entered the interior of the fortress, he found it equally barren, encompassing an area of merely 10 square meters, akin to the size of a dormitory. Before him materialized a virtual screen. Doomsday Fortress. Status: activated. Level: LV1. Initial. Attributes: indestructible. Items: Note: upgrading and remodeling of the Doomsday Fortress are unregulated and limitless. The host may design it according to their desires. In the next moment, Su Chen's consciousness returned to reality, feeling somewhat bewildered. System: how do I utilize this Doomsday Fortress? The method of utilizing the fortress must be determined by the host, integrating it with an existing structure in reality. Note: the fusion is a one-time process. Once merged, it cannot be altered or relocated in the early stages. Please choose wisely. Su Chen nodded in comprehension. This indicated that he needed to find a house to merge with the Doomsday Fortress. Where should he choose? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. For others, the choice might be straightforward, merging with their own home to safeguard themselves and their loved ones. However, as an orphan without family, he had always resided in the school dormitory. Should he merge with the dormitory? He shook his head. He shared the space with 5 other roommates. After the apocalypse, he had no desire to remain with them. Readers familiar with the theme know that the end of the world signifies the collapse of order, leading humanity to turn against one another. Thus, barring necessity, Su Chen preferred solitude within the fortress. The cardinal sin of the apocalypse was possessiveness. He was left with but one option. Soon, Su Chen returned to his dormitory, room 503, where he found it empty. He had deliberately skipped class to confess his feelings, while his roommates remained in the classroom. After changing into clean clothes, he swiftly packed his belongings and made his way to dormitory 513. This was an unoccupied room, previously sealed due to safety concerns, with a notice still affixed to the door. Su Chen tore down the notice and kicked the door open, stepping inside. The ceiling had collapsed in a significant area, and the school had yet to repair it, which conveniently suited Su Chen's purpose. Thus, the Doomsday Fortress would be established here, within the least secure dormitory, transforming it into the safest place in the entire building, perhaps even the school. This is the spot, system. Help me merge the Doomsday Fortress. Su Chen declared resolutely. Ding. Fusion of the Doomsday Fortress in progress. Fusion complete. In an instant, the dormitory underwent a transformation. Walls, floors, ceilings, doors, and windows were replaced at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye, the entire dormitory morphed into a brand new space. Remarkably, Su Chen discovered he could control the doors and windows with his thoughts. If he wished for them to remain closed, no one could open them. Ding! The fortress has been activated, but it is still unfit for habitation. Would you like to proceed with upgrades immediately? The system inquired. Yes, upgrade. Su Chen deplayed. Consuming 5,000 merit points, fortress remodeling in progress. Before him, changes unfolded once more. The space expanded rapidly to 100 square meters. Walls emerged seemingly out of nowhere, partitioning the space into a living room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, and shower area. Subsequently, appliances such as a washing machine, refrigerator, air conditioning unit, tables, chairs, sofa, and bedding materialized one after another. Within moments, the fortress had been transformed into a fully equipped home, resembling a beautifully decorated high-end apartment. At that moment, a physics student stood agape, exclaiming, "Is this even scientific?" The entire experience felt surreal to Su Chen, as though he were trapped in a dream. The system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Fortress remodeling complete. Fortress level upgraded to LV2. Ding! The Doomsday Mall is now online. Your first use grants you a fully stocked refrigerator. You may choose to activate the auto refill function for daily replenishment, with merit points deducted in real time. Limited time offer, 90 discount. Only 3,000 merit points for unlimited fresh air, and 2,000 merit points for unlimited electricity. The system's voice chimed in timely. Without hesitation, Su Chen declared, purchase. Ding. Consumed 3,000 merit points. You have acquired unlimited air. Ding. Consumed 2,000 merit points. You have acquired unlimited electricity. A refreshing sensation enveloped him. Su Chen breathed in. The air was more invigorating than that found in the mountains at dawn. The best part was that it was limitless. Simultaneously, the lights in the room illuminated, signaling the arrival of power. With this, the Doomsday Fortress met the most fundamental survival requirements. However, this was merely the beginning. To survive long-term, he needed more resources. System, may I view the Doomsday Mall? Su Chen inquired. In an instant, the interface of the Doomsday Mall unfolded before him, resembling a shopping app filled with endless supplies. Each item possessed a common attribute: infinity. For instance, infinite bottled water, infinite bread, infinite ammunition, and so forth. Su Chen's heart soared with joy. With this infinite mall, he could survive in the fortress for eternity. Yet, All these supplies required merit points for purchase, and he had just exhausted his stock. Approaching the refrigerator, a double-door model with a capacity of 600 liters, he opened the door to find it brimming with food, including instant noodles, bread, bottled water, milk, vegetables, and fresh meat. After estimating, he realized that, with careful rationing, these provisions could sustain him for a month. But what then? He would need to undertake new quests. Su Chen. The system's demands were indeed lofty. Even in college, attractive girls were a limited resource, and they needed rescuing. Fortunately, in the apocalypse, the likelihood of goddesses needing assistance was considerably high. Now, all he could do was await the arrival of the frigid climate. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a notification from the class group. Due to abnormal weather, Yuncheng had issued a red rainstorm alert, and the school required all students and faculty to cease classes immediately and return to their dormitories. Before long, the dormitory building buzzed with activity as students hurried back. The class group became lively. Wang Yang, wow, I'm back at last. I almost got swept away by the rain. Li Chun, what is happening? This rain is terrifying. It won't turn into a flood, will it? Class teacher Li Xin, dormitory leaders, report the situation. Is there anyone who hasn't returned to their dormitory? Xiahua. Teacher, Su Chen hasn't returned to our dormitory. Class teacher Li Xin, what is going on? Xiahua. I don't know. His belongings are missing. It seems he has moved out. Class teacher Li Xin, Su Chen, where are you? Where have you gone? Class teacher Li Xin, you skipped my class today. What is the reason? As Su Chen read the messages, he was about to reply when a call came in from class teacher Li Xin, known for her temper, often referred to by students as Mother Nightshade behind her back. He answered the call. Su Chen, where are you? You are the only one not in the dormitory, and your belongings are gone. What's going on? Li Xin demandait Li. With a smile, Su Chen replied, I moved out to live elsewhere. Li Xin retorted, who permitted you to do that? You're violating school regulations. Come back immediately. The school will likely be locked down due to this weather. Hurry. Oh, understood, Su Chen said before hanging up, dismissing her concerns. In the face of an apocalypse, who still adhered to school rules. As the apocalypse commenced, it was already afternoon, and an unprecedented deluge continued unabated into the evening. During this time, students received the notification that, due to the current circumstances, the dining hall would cease to provide dinner, leaving the students to fend for themselves. It was not until 9 o'clock that the torrential rain finally began to subside. Su Chen stepped onto the balcony and beheld the scene below, which had transformed into a vast expanse of water, with the accumulated flood reaching over a meter in depth. At that moment, other students also rushed outside to assess the situation, their astonished gasps echoing throughout the area. Su Chen's gaze fell upon the girls' dormitory across the way, approximately 30 meters distant. Thanks to the illumination, he could discern the faces on the opposite side. His attention was immediately captured by a strikingly beautiful girl, her looks easily surpassing an 8 out of 10, undoubtedly the campus belle. Su Chen felt a sense of familiarity about her, but struggled to recall from where. Earlier, the students had conducted a campus belle election, and he must have seen her photograph during that time. Just then, the beautiful girl seemed to notice Su Chen's gaze and turned to look back at him. Their eyes met. What are you staring at, you pathetic loser? She scoffed, her disdain evident as she turned and retreated into the dormitory. Su Chen coldly chuckled to himself. Another haughty goddess, is it? Now I truly wish to discover your identity. Chapter 3. The Arrival of Extreme Cold Xing Fei. Su Chen lowered his head to browse his phone, opening a page dedicated to the previous campus belle election. It featured a staggering 20 candidates, including Xia Mingyao and Lin Wanxi, yet only about 10 of these girls could boast a rating of over 8. His gaze settled upon the photograph of the striking girl from across the building, the second-year student from the foreign-language department, Xing Fei. You dare call me a pathetic loser? Huh. I await your arrival to plead for my assistance, Su Chen murmured, noting that Xing Fei was the closest to him. Even in the face of the apocalypse, these formerly exalted goddesses would not remain untouchable for long. However, it seemed that Xing Fei did not currently require help. Otherwise, the system would have triggered a rescue mission. It appeared that patience was necessary. As time passed, especially with the impending extreme cold, hunger and cold would soon follow, and no one would escape their grasp. In fact, due to missing dinner, most students were already feeling hungry, and the class group chat was filled with lamentations. Some students ventured downstairs, risking the floodwaters to purchase food from the supermarket. But soon the grim news arrived that the supermarket had also closed its doors, leaving these students to return empty-handed. Others contemplated ordering takeout, only to discover that all delivery platforms had ceased operations as the entire Yuncheng was submerged, rendering it impossible for delivery personnel to navigate unless by boat. Then came another piece of bad news. The school administration issued a notice stating that they were currently unable to provide assistance to the students and were urgently formulating a solution, which would not be ready until at least the following morning. With that, the last flicker of hope was extinguished. Aside from those who had stockpiled food, most students would inevitably go hungry that night. The group chat echoed with cries for food, and some initiated a temporary mutual aid group. Su Chen did not hesitate to join the mutual aid group, recognizing that these groups would prove invaluable to him in the future. By 10 o'clock in the evening, hunger struck Su Chen, prompting him to retrieve bread and milk from the refrigerator. The bread was a soft, creamy delight, and the milk was of exceptional quality. Even before the apocalypse, he had been reluctant to indulge in such luxuries. As he savored his meal, he opened the largest mutual aid group chat, observing the students' desperate pleas. "Help! We don't even have a pack of instant noodles in our dormitory. We're about to starve. I have a case of Kong Shui Fu for 30 yuan a pack. Private message me if interested. Is there a handsome senior who can bring me some food to Building 3? I can offer something in return. But ugly boys need not apply." Most messages in the group were requests for assistance, while some seized the opportunity to engage in commerce, showcasing their resourcefulness. Su Chen activated his camera, capturing a photo of his bread and milk, then posted it in the group. He casually crafted a message. "Physics Department Su Chen. Free for beautiful girls only. Private message me with a barefaced photo for verification. Ugly girls need not bother." Upon sending this message, it caused quite a stir. "Seriously? Dude, your intentions are clear as day. Who is this pathetic guy? He must be out of his mind. Only for beautiful girls? What, do you think those who aren't attractive don't deserve to eat? Disgusting. Su Chen, the one who confessed to Xia Mengyao today? How amusing. So it's this delusional guy. No wonder. Who would dare eat anything from him? I wouldn't take it even if it was offered. Su Chen, while it's commendable that you wish to share food, your demands are excessive. Consider this a warning. Another infraction will result in your removal from the group." Su Chen remained unfazed, silently copying his message and switching to another group to paste and send it. As expected, every group erupted in outrage against him, inundated with scorn, particularly from the girls, each seemingly eager to condemn Su Chen. Several group leaders even outright kicked him from their chats. Su Chen paid them no mind. His message had been sent, and that was sufficient. Despite the barrage of insults, he understood that it was merely a matter of time. After exiting the last group, Su Chen intended to take a brief rest. Suddenly, a friend request notification popped up. Foreign Language Department, Chen Mengmeng requests to add you as a friend. Business was calling. Su Chen gleefully accepted. "Chen Mengmeng, classmate, send me a photo first. I only accept food from handsome guys. If you pass, deliver the food to Building 3. Su Chen chuckled softly and replied with 2 words. "Fool." He promptly blocked and deleted her. In Building 3, within one of the dormitories, a chubby girl with a face full of acne glared at the screen displaying the word "fool," infuriated to the point of jumping up. She furiously typed out a lengthy string of insults, but found her message failed to send, nearly driving her mad with rage. Within the stronghold of the apocalypse, Su Chen continued to receive private messages, both from those hurling insults and others offering to purchase his food, but none were willing to send their photos. He ignored the male messages and insisted that the females provide verification. In the end, only one girl sent a photo, but even enhanced with filters. She barely rated a 5. Su Chen was in no rush. Girls rated above an 8 were already a rarity, and this was merely the beginning. He turned off his phone and glanced at the time, nearly approaching dawn. The extreme cold would soon arrive. Tonight was destined to be a long one. As the thought lingered, Su Chen retreated to his room, retrieving blankets and winter clothing to have on hand, then climbed into bed. Before long, fatigue overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. He was uncertain how much time had passed when he suddenly shivered awake, jolted by the biting cold. Instinctively, he donned his winter coat, pulled the blankets around him, and turned on the air conditioning. Looking out the window, he saw countless snowflakes drifting down. In the window sill had formed ice icicles. The extreme cold had finally arrived. Beep, detecting a rapid decline in temperature within the apocalypse stronghold. The air conditioning is nearing failure. Your stronghold urgently requires upgrades. Please proceed with renovations to enhance its cold resistance. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Su Chen furrowed his brow. With 0 merit points, he was unable to modify the stronghold. He needed to find a way to earn merit points quickly. Checking his phone, he noted the time was already 3 in the morning. All group chats were buzzing with messages, and discussions had shifted from hunger to the encroaching cold. Am I hallucinating due to hunger? Is it snowing outside? I wondered how it suddenly turned cold. After all, this is the southern region, and it is already May. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Does anyone know what is happening? People have yet to realize that the apocalypse is upon us, but it will be soon. Su Chen shook his head, too apathetic to ponder further, wrapping himself in a quilt and drifting back into slumber. The following morning, Su Chen was once again awakened by the chill. The temperature had evidently dropped further, and the air conditioning had ceased to function, rendered useless. Wrapped in his quilt, Su Chen rose and approached the window. Upon glancing outside, he was taken aback. Overnight, the world had transformed into a pristine realm of ice and snow. Snowflakes continued to drift from the sky, and the rainwater from the previous night had not receded. Instead, it had frozen into a thick layer of ice. Encasing everything in its grip, Su Chen picked up his phone to check the weather. Temperature, -30 C. Chapter 4, The Onset of Chaos, Announcement to all citizens. Last night, an extreme cold front unexpectedly descended, affecting the entire globe. This has been preliminarily classified as a worldwide natural disaster, with the causes still unclear and no estimated end in sight. Please take necessary precautions against the cold and avoid going outdoors unless absolutely necessary. Official rescue efforts will commence as soon as possible. That morning, an announcement was disseminated through official media, leaving the nation in shock. Similar proclamations were issued simultaneously by all countries on Blue Star. Humanity trembled in fear. Some had already reacted. Could this be the apocalypse? The notion of the end times spread like wildfire, and panic began to take hold. At Cheng University, the administration issued a new announcement. Given the current circumstances, the school could no longer provide assistance and could only strive to contact authorities. Students were advised to remain indoors and await official rescue. Upon hearing this announcement, the students were on the brink of despair. They had gone hungry all night, and with rescue nowhere in sight, were they destined to starve? Within the end times fortress, the living room table was laden with fresh slices of meat, fish, meatballs, and vegetables. A cast-iron pot simmered with steaming broth, filling the air with an enticing aroma. In such frigid weather, what could be more comforting than a hot pot? As Su Chen dipped the ingredients into the broth, he felt a warmth spreading through him, even breaking a slight sweat. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, set down his chopsticks, and walked to the window. Outside, the noise was deafening. Students seemed to have lost their minds, rushing out of their dormitories, the hallways crowded with frantic individuals racing down the stairs in chaos. Hurry! Someone has broken into the supermarket. If we're late, there will be nothing left. Let us head to the cafeteria. They must have supplies. Who pushed me? Are you trying to get killed? Su Chen gasped. Was this frenzy a result of the school-less announcement? People were beginning to scramble for resources, with no rescue forthcoming. Self-preservation was the only option. Although the temperature had plummeted to -30°C, donning extra layers allowed for a semblance of protection. Venturing out seemed preferable to remaining in the dormitory, awaiting doom. Most of those rushing outside were male students, revealing that under such dire circumstances, women were at a disadvantage. The majority of female students hesitated to venture out, and those who did often found themselves outpaced by the boys. Before even reaching the supermarket, some had fallen due to the pushing and shoving, while others were trampled, cries of distress echoing amidst the chaos. Although the supermarket was out of sight, one could easily imagine the pandemonium unfolding within. Su Chen shook his head in disbelief. Were it not for his enhanced abilities, he would likely be swept up in a madness. In reality, the scene before him was merely a microcosm of the broader chaos. The entire world had descended into disorder. Such frenzied scuffles and stampedes were occurring in Yuncheng and across the globe. In this tumultuous environment, orderly cues were non-existent. To be precise, what transpired was akin to looting. People surged toward nearby supermarkets and malls, igniting rampant chaos, trampling, and fighting. Su Chen soon came across videos online, capturing the wild, disordered scenes that left viewers aghast. With a sigh, Su Chen pondered how the once frail version of himself would survive in this apocalyptic reality. He would likely be among the first to perish. While lost in thought, his gaze shifted to the opposite dormitory, where he spotted Xing Fei observing the situation from her balcony. Clad in thick winter attire, her brows furrowed in concern, she appeared equally shaken by the unfolding events, too frightened to descend. Then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Target goddess, meeting rescue criteria detected, generating data. Name, Xing Fei, age, rating, 85 points, level. Excellent, currently has a boyfriend, but they have only held hands. Mission details, food shortage, boyfriend ineffectual, isolated and helpless, mission difficulty, nightmare, mission reward. Completing the rescue will yield 30,000 merit points and awaken a skill. Su Chen speeded its lethid. A mission had been triggered, and the merit points were a staggering 30,000. Was this due to the extreme cold elevating the mission's difficulty to nightmare level? Calculating, he realized that nightmare level missions offered 5 times the merit points of ordinary ones. Furthermore, he could awaken a skill. Rubbing his hands together, he could hardly contain his eagerness to embark on the mission. However, he quickly regained his composure. It was not overly difficult to deliver food to Xing Fei. By bundling up warmly, he could manage the cold. Yet, the frigid weather was not the primary concern. The chaos outside was not the main issue either. Su Chen's body had been enhanced, ensuring he would remain unharmed. The primary concern was that the system had indicated the snow was toxic. System, you mentioned the snow carries a mysterious virus. What precaution should I take if I'm exposed to it? Su Chen inquired cautiously. Ding. After assessment. As long as proper protective measures are taken and skin does not come into direct contact with the snowflakes, it is safe to venture outside. Even if exposed to the snowflakes, as long as the skin is washed within 1 hour, there will be no adverse effects. A chill ran down Su Chen's spine. What happens if I exceed 1 hour without washing? In such a case, infection will occur, leading to potentially fatal skin ailments. Fatal? Will I turn into a zombie? Su Chen asked hurriedly. Due to the virus being in a frozen state and not yet evolved, zombification will not occur temporarily. Understanding, Su Chen nodded. While he would not turn into a zombie, the threat remained deadly. Without foolproof protective measures, it would be prudent not to venture outside. You see, Su Chen murmured, frowning. But if I do not deliver food, how will I complete the mission? It must be noted that this is a school dormitory, not a residential complex. There is no underground parking connecting the buildings. To reach the adjacent building, he would need to expose himself to the elements. Given the current situation, Su Chen would not entertain the idea of going out. Thus, only one option remained. Xing Fei must come to him. I want to go to rescue you. I want you to come to me. Begging for help, Su Chen mused with a slight smile. At that moment, Xing Fei also noticed Su Chen and turned her gaze toward him. Their eyes met once more. However, unlike the previous night, she bore no contempt this time. Perhaps the dire situation left her little room for disdain. She intended to look away, to ignore Su Chen when he waved at her. We want. Xing Fei replied coldly, having no desire to engage with him. How dare he wave at her? In her eyes, Su Chen was merely a peeper. With the male and female dormitories facing each other, such encounters were unavoidable. She had seen many peepers before, and her dormitory usually kept the curtains drawn. Xing Fei wondered why the opposite dormitory had been vacant for a while. When had this person moved in? Moreover, while other boys rushed out to secure supplies, this one remained behind, too timid to venture out. How cowardly! She couldn't help but feel disdain towards Su Chen once again. Su Chen made a gesture to wait, then turned and entered the room. Shortly after, he emerged again, raising his hand to reveal a bag of instant noodles. Xing Fei was taken aback. It turned out this fellow wasn't out foraging for supplies because he had stockpiled some. I have food, would you like some? Su Chen smiled. Xing Fei couldn't help but scoff inwardly. So he was just another desperate sycophant, trying to curry favor with her. How utterly predictable. However, despite her disdain for Su Chen, her stomach was growling, and she truly desired the food. After a brief internal struggle, she ultimately succumbed to the temptation and said, bring it down to my floor, and I'll come get it. Su Chen chuckled and shook his head. Beautiful lady, it seems you've misunderstood. If you want it, you'll have to come to me. Chapter 5. The Frustrated Campus Bell Bang. Xing Fei slammed the glass door of the balcony and hastily drew the curtains. This was infuriating. That peeping Tom across the way had the audacity to demand she come to him for instant noodles. How absurd. Not only was it frigid outside, but she also had no intention of making such a humiliating trip. This scoundrel was clearly taking advantage of the situation. Did he think a single bag of instant noodles would win her over? What a deluded loser. In that moment, Xing Fei's contempt for Su Chen reached its zenith. Watching her retreating figure, Su Chen chuckled quietly, unfazed. It wasn't that the allure of his instant noodles was lacking. It was simply that she wasn't hungry enough yet. In apocalyptic films, people driven by extreme hunger would resort to eating cockroaches, even worms becoming staples. Thus, unless Xing Fei found food through other means, it was only a matter of time before she changed her mind. Back inside, Su Chen casually tossed the instant noodles aside and continued to enjoy his hot pot. He picked up a slice of beef, placed it in the bubbling broth, and waited 8 seconds before retrieving it, dipping it into a pre-mixed sauté sauce. The aroma was utterly intoxicating. Su Chen felt slightly guilty, knowing others were outside fighting for supplies while he indulged in his feast. Eating hot pot alone was somewhat monotonous. So Su Chen turned to his phone. The natural disaster had become the primary topic of discussion online. Every app he opened was buzzing with chatter. Initially, some celebrated the unexpected break from work and school, but those voices quickly faded as the disaster's devastating consequences became apparent. Beyond hunger and cold, numerous issues emerged, such as transportation paralysis, countless plants and animals freezing overnight, and reports of people succumbing to the cold. Many were posting pleas for help, searching for missing loved ones. Su Chen stumbled upon a video where a netizen had captured the state of Yuncheng from atop a skyscraper. The entire city was shrouded in ice and snow, a vast expanse of white, with abandoned vehicles strewn about like frozen blocks. Other cities were similarly afflicted, with remote areas completely cut off from power and communication. And this was just the beginning. Su Chen could finally grasp the gravity of the situation. The world was truly on the brink of collapse. The supermarket in the dormitory area was small, and it wasn't long before students began sharing photos in their group chat, revealing that the store had been ransacked, leaving only chaos in its wake. An hour later, students gradually returned to their dorms as the outside commotion calmed. However, the mutual aid groups were experiencing unprecedented activity, with discussions erupting, especially among the girls. Accounting Major Wu Meifeng, group leader, the boys have taken most of the supplies. We girls hardly got anything. I proposed the boys hand over some of their provisions to us. Management Majorly 1-1. I second that, and suggest we pool resources for equitable distribution. I volunteer to take charge of the inventory. Foreign Languages Major Pandan. 1. During these extraordinary times, I hope our male classmates will step up. This is your chance to shine. The girls collectively pressed 1, essentially demanding the boys relinquish their supplies. It felt as if the group was under the girls' control, united as one. In contrast, the boys were divided. Civil engineering, Major Su Chen. Come on, I fought for these supplies. Why should I share them with you girls? Chemistry, Major Li Jianxin. I sympathize with the girls. They are the vulnerable group, and we boys should be more magnanimous. Law, Major Wang Ji. Li Jianxin. Have you ever met a girl? You're being such a sycophant. I only managed to grab 2 pieces of bread, and I need them for myself. Physics Major Chun Yongsheng. Actually, I didn't manage to secure much either, but I support fair distribution. Economic Major Lin Yu. I have some Kong Shui Fu for sale, 300 yuan per bag. No gender restrictions. Message me if interested. The chat descended into chaos. Messages refreshing every minute. Su Chen observed silently, realizing that if this continued, things would spiral out of control. The girls seemed more unified, but trouble would likely arise first among the boys. It was simple. The boys were divided, and the supplies were predominantly in their hands, making conflict inevitable. Unbeknownst to them, evening fell. Many had gone a full day and night without food, and, from the chatter in the group, some were on the brink of collapse from hunger. Then, a significant problem arose. The dormitory had lost water supply. Due to the extreme cold, the pipes had completely frozen, cutting off water access. Everyone was officially facing a dire situation of both water and food shortages. In Building 7, Room 513, Xing Fei huddled under her blanket, nearly distraught. She was among those who had not eaten for a day and a night. Being one who prioritized skincare and rarely indulged in snacks, she had no reserves. The only bottle of water she had was nearly empty, and now that the water was shut off, she hesitated to drink even a little more. Her dorm mates still had food, but when she awkwardly asked them for some, she was met with ruthless rejections and mocking remarks. Sorry, I can barely feed myself. You don't eat snacks, right? What if you break out from eating mine? I can't bear the consequences. Huh? Aren't you going to ask your handsome boyfriend to bring you some? It dawned on her that her beauty and her charming boyfriend, renowned as the campus heartthrob, had made her dorm mates envious and spiteful. With her attempts to secure food from her roommates thwarted, she turned to her boyfriend, Li Haoming, a music major known as the Yun University heartthrob. Since the rainstorm had begun the previous night, she had sought his help, but while he initially responded, he soon vanished. Oh right, he lived in room 620 across the way. They used to show off their affection on the balcony, drawing envy from others. Over the past day and night, she had repeatedly gone to the balcony, hoping to catch a glimpse of Li Haoming, only to be disappointed, though she did spot that peeping Tom twice. Fei, babe, why aren't you replying? I'm really worried about you. Xing Fei opened her chat and sent a message to Li Haoming. She expected no response. But then a notification chimed. He had replied. Tomorrow will be better. I'm here, baby. How are you doing? Xing Fei felt a rush of excitement. Fei, not well. I'm starving. Did you manage to get anything from the supermarket today? Please bring me something. There was a brief silence before he responded. Tomorrow will be better. Do you think I would go? That doesn't fit my image. Actually, I was hoping you would share some food with me. Xing Fei was momentarily stunned, her hope dashed. Not only could he not help her, but he also wanted to ask her for food. Fei, what are we supposed to do now? Can you borrow some from someone else? But Li Haoming did not respond again, seemingly disappearing once more. Xing Fei felt a wave of despair wash over her. Was she truly destined to starve? She suddenly recalled the voyeur across the street, who had instant noodles and was willing to share them, albeit with the condition that she fetch them herself. Xing Fei vigorously shook her head, resolutely refusing to comply with that pervert's demands. There remained one last hope. Surely the school and authorities would soon come to their aid. And she could hold on a little longer, she reassured herself. Just at that moment, a notification chimed in the class group chat. Announcement. After considerable efforts, the school has secured a chance for rescue. In 3 days, an official rescue team will arrive at the dormitory area to distribute supplies. Please be patient, remain calm, and follow the rules. Until then, students, please prepare for self-rescue. Upon reading this announcement, Xing Fei felt utterly despondent. She could hardly endure. In 3 days, she would most likely starve to death. Desperation set in. Self-rescue was her only option. Did she truly have to seek assistance from that creep across the way? Torn by indecision, she opened a mutual aid group. She had only joined after the supermarket incident that day, hoping to secure food through collective assistance. However, the group had devolved into a heated argument between the genders, creating a tense atmosphere with no resolution in sight. Following the school's announcement, the mutual aid group buzzed with activity once more. A girl suggested equitable distribution of food, given that rescue was imminent in 3 days. Those with surplus food need not hoard it. Sharing would ensure everyone's survival. This suggestion began to seem increasingly reasonable, swaying even those who had previously staunchly refused to share. For they were all students, relatively kind-hearted and inexperienced in the harsh realities of life. Subsequently, the Yundaksu Student Union intervened to take charge of the mutual aid group, decisively issuing a resolution. Student Union President Yao Tongwei, all students by the decision of the Student Union. Please embody the spirit of mutual assistance and friendliness by surrendering your food supplies to be managed and distributed uniformly by the student union. In 1 hour, students should gather their food at the second-floor staircase, and mutual supervision is encouraged. Those who possess food but fail to surrender it will face disciplinary action according to school regulations, which may include severe penalties or expulsion. Upon reading this message, Xing Fei nearly leaped for joy. What splendid news! Finally, there was hope for salvation. Even better, she wouldn't have to confront that voyeur for food anymore. Now, she could merely await the student union's distribution of supplies, reveling in the thought of how irate that creep would be. However, her elation was short-lived. Suddenly, a new nationwide announcement from the official media emerged. Emergency prohibition. All citizens are advised to ensure windows and doors are tightly closed and refrain from leaving their homes. Further details will be disclosed later. The fewer the words, the greater the gravity. As the prohibition was announced, online discourse erupted in a frenzy of speculation and discussion. Soon after, the Yundaxu administration released a new notice. Announcement. Students, please be advised that the previously scheduled rescue in 3 days has been temporarily canceled. Further updates on rescue efforts will be communicated. Additionally, in compliance with the national prohibition, students are strictly forbidden from going outside. Violations will result in severe disciplinary action according to school rules. Upon seeing this announcement, the mutual aid group was thrown into chaos. Management Student Li 11. What on earth is happening? Should we still surrender the boys' food? Civil Engineering Student Xie. Surrender what? Didn't you see the prohibition against going outside? Who knows if further rescue will happen? Art Student Zhou Shui. What do we do now? I'm really on the brink of starvation. Student Union President Yao Tongwei. Say something. Student Union President Yao Tongwei. The school's decision is my decision. I hereby cancel the earlier resolution. Remember, do not go outside. At this, a wave of despair swept through the group, especially among the girls, many of whom burst into tears. Xing Fei was left utterly stunned. Her emotions had plummeted like a roller coaster, from hope to despair. Just as the atmosphere among the girls in the group turned dismal and hopeless, a striking message suddenly appeared. Physics student Su Chen. Free food and water available, ample quantities for beautiful girls only. Please send a barefaced selfie for verification. Unattractive girls need not disturb. This message is encouraged to be shared. Someone immediately recalled the mail from yesterday, the one they had to write it. Student Union President Yao Tongwei. This student you. Management Student Li 11. Physics student Su Chen. Are you serious? This isn't a joke, is it? Law student He Yin. It's you again, you repulsive male. I curse you every time I see you. Art student Zhao Li. Whereas the group owner. Why hasn't He banned him? Art student Zhou Shui. Physics student Su Chen. I've sent you a friend request. Please accept. Inside the Doomsday fortress, Su Chen lounged comfortably with his legs crossed, savoring a sweet pastry while scrolling through his phone. The atmosphere today had clearly improved, he mused. Although there were still some people cursing him in the group, their intensity was far less than the previous night. It seemed everyone was nearing starvation. That was a positive development. When the student union's resolution was issued, demanding everyone surrender their supplies, Su Chen had been somewhat bewildered. If that were the case, he wondered when his mission would ever be completed. Fortunately, as events took a turn, he seized the opportunity to slightly modify and resend his previous message. He could surmise the reason behind the new official announcement. It was likely that the authorities had discovered the snow was contaminated. The results of his advertisement today were indeed better than the previous day. Despite the ongoing criticism in the group, friend requests began to pour in. Now, he could be selective. Su Chen opened the verification page and began perusing the requests. Suddenly, his expression brightened as he noticed a request. Foreign language student Xing Fei requests to add as a friend. Aha, I've caught you. Su Chen chuckled, approving the request. You and foreign language student Xing Fei are now friends. You may begin chatting. He refrained from initiating the conversation, waiting instead for her to reach out. Moments later, Xing Fei could no longer contain herself. Foreign language student Xing Fei. Hello, is it true that you are offering free food? Su Chen quickly played. Physics student Su Chen. Yes, please send a selfie, both a barefaced and full-body shot. No filters. Although he was already aware of Xing Fei's appearance, the procedure must be followed. Foreign language student Xing Fei. How can I trust that you truly have food? Physics student Su Chen. You may choose to believe me or not. It's entirely up to you. On the other end, Xing Fei fell silent, seemingly caught in a quandary. Su Chen remained unperturbed, shifting back to the verification page to continue selecting. Regrettably, among the campus beauties, only Xing Fei had taken the bait. The others remained unresponsive, including Lin Wanxi. Summer Ming Yao was an exception. He had her WeChat, but she had blocked him, and he had no idea what her situation was now. After a while, a notification chimed. Xing Fei had responded. Su Chen opened the message to find she had sent 2 selfies, one a close-up of her bare face, and the other a full body shot taken in front of a mirror. True to her status as a campus beauty, her natural look and figure were striking, even more radiant in person than in the photos. Su Chen's goal was to entice Xing Fei to come to him, so he needed to dismantle her psychological defenses. He deliberately delayed his response, taking his time. Physics student Su Chen, you may come over, but please adhere strictly to the following instructions. Cover your hands and face thoroughly before stepping outside. Avoid any skin contact with the snowflakes and do not inquire why. Just follow the instructions. Foreign language student Xing Fei. Which building are you in? Physics student Su Chen. Building 9. Send me a message once you enter. She couldn't help but think of the voyeur across the street. Could it be a coincidence? Could he really be Su Chen? Surely not. Xing Fei reassured herself. Moreover, she had made up her mind. Once she arrived, she would simply take the food and return, resolutely refusing to enter, regardless of whether Su Chen harbored any ulterior motives. After some contemplation, Xing Fei decided to call her boyfriend, Li Haoming, hoping he would accompany her. However, Li Haoming did not answer. Reluctantly, she sent him a message. Fei, dear, I'm heading over to your building now. Can you come downstairs to meet me? Please reply. After sending the message, Xing Fei began her journey. She was utterly famished. Despite her vigilance, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope for food, she was determined not to miss it, especially since it was her only hope at the moment. She was unaware of Su Chen's reasons for advising her against contacting Chihuahua, yet she complied, donning her cotton coat, wearing cotton gloves, a fur hat to protect her ears, and wrapping her face in a scarf, leaving only her eyes exposed. Her actions soon attracted the attention of her roommates. Isn't it forbidden to go out? Are you really leaving? One roommate inquired. Xing Fei remained silent, finishing her preparations before exiting the dormitory. Her roommates began to speculate among themselves. She must be starving. She's going to find her boyfriend for food. Who cares? I won't give her anything. I've disliked her for a while now. Let's report her. Outside, the cold was far more biting than indoors. It was already midnight. The sky shrouded in darkness, and the wind and snow lashed against her. Xing Fei shivered involuntarily, drawing her neck in and quickening her pace. Fortunately, Su Chen was in the building directly across from her, merely a few dozen meters away. In less than 10 minutes, she descended the stairs, braving the swirling snow, and arrived at Building 9. Upon entering, Xing Fei quickly removed her gloves and checked her phone. Li Haoming still had not replied, which meant she could not rely on him. Gritting her teeth, she sent a message to Su Chen. Xing Fei, I'm here. Su Chen replied almost immediately. Su Chen from the physics department. Come up, 513. A wave of realization washed over Xing Fei. 513. Wasn't that the dormitory of the voyeur? My goodness. Su Chen truly was that voyeur. She found herself in a profound dilemma. On one hand, her impression of Su Chen was exceedingly poor, as he could very well have ill intentions, and on the other, she had previously insulted him, yet now she was seeking food from him. How humiliating. However, one fact was certain. Su Chen had food. The thought of soon obtaining food made her hesitate. She couldn't just turn back now. Without food, she would truly perish. Having come this far, she ultimately resolved to ascend, calling Li Haoming once more, but he still did not answer. Soon, she reached the 5th floor and steeled herself as she approached 513, continuously reminding herself that regardless of what Su Chen said, she must not enter. At the door, Xing Fei took a deep breath, feeling a surge of nervousness before knocking. Inside the fortress, Su Chen heard the knocking, set down his phone, and approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he confirmed that it was just her, then opened the door. We meet again. Come in, he said with a slight smile. Xing Fei's face flushed, and instinctively, she took a couple of steps back. I want to go in. Just give me the food, and I'll leave. Su Chen feigned surprise. I'm trying to help you, yet you treat me as a villain. Since you have no trust, then you may return. With that, he slammed the door shut. Did she really think she could so easily acquire food? How naive. While the food was indeed free, it did not imply that she would not have to give anything in return. It was simple. What Su Chen sought was her loyalty. Currently, only she knew of his location in 513, and he needed to ensure she wouldn't divulge it. Of course, even if she did, it wouldn't matter much. The fortress was invulnerable, and Su Chen was not afraid. He merely wished to test Xing Fei. Now, she faced two choices, turn back or heed his words. He felt confident that she would choose the latter. When he informed her of his location, she had undoubtedly realized who he was. Yet she still came up. This indicated that she had no other options. Indeed, moments later, the knocking resumed. Su Chen opened the door to find Xing Fei awkwardly standing outside. Please, he gestured for her to enter. With a heavy heart, Xing Fei stepped inside. Just as Su Chen had anticipated, she had no other choice. She had initially vowed never to enter Su Chen's dormitory, yet he had easily dismantled her resolve, making her acutely aware of how thoroughly he had her under his control. As she entered, Xing Fei felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, but in the next instant, she was left utterly speechless by her surroundings. This was a dormitory? Wasn't it supposed to be a mere 10 square meters cramped with 6 beds? How was it so spacious and bright, resembling a luxurious apartment worth millions? My goodness! Had she starved herself into hallucination? She slapped her head. No, this was no illusion. It was undeniably real. Although from the outside, Su Chen's dormitory appeared no different from others. The interior was a veritable wonderland. What was the explanation behind this? Bang! Behind her, Su Chen casually closed the door, then moved past her to sit on the soft, comfortable sofa in the living room. Now you can reveal your face, Su Chen said, smiling at the dazed Xing Fei. Regaining her composure, she couldn't help but ask, "How could your dormitory look like this?" Su Chen replied, "Quite simply, I renovated it." Renovated? Xing Fei murmured, realizing that someone had indeed lived there before. But it had been vacant for a time before Su Chen moved in. The ability to renovate a school dormitory was undoubtedly beyond the reach of an ordinary student. Who exactly was Su Chen? In her eyes, he suddenly became somewhat enigmatic. Overcome with astonishment, she had almost forgotten her initial fear. "Do you have any other questions?" Su Chen Wayeth. Xing Fei shook her head. No. In truth, she had many questions. She wanted to know who Su Chen really was and why he had renovated the dormitory. But she feared he might not divulge such information and didn't want to provoke his displeasure, so she suppressed her curiosity. Su Chen said, "Then let us get to the point. First, please remove your scarf." "Okay." Xing Fei obediently pulled down her scarf, revealing a face reddened by the cold. To her surprise, her natural beauty shone through a remarkable visage that could easily captivate. "Do you see the refrigerator over there? It's filled with food and drink. If you don't believe me, feel free to open it and see," Su Chen said, rather than disbelief. Xing Fei was driven by curiosity and instinctively walked over to open the refrigerator door. She was stunned, her eyes lighting up. "Oh my gosh, food. It's all food. Brimming with food." For someone who had gone an entire day without sustenance, the sight of the full refrigerator was priceless. In an instant, her stomach grumbled in response, and she found herself salivating uncontrollably. Su Chen observed her with amusement, much like a pet dog, and said with a smile, "If you want to eat, go ahead. Help yourself." Chapter 8. The Eye of Insight, with her right hand gripping a piece of bread and her left hand guzzling milk from a carton. Xing Fei was a whirlwind of activity, utterly engrossed in devouring her meal. She stood before the refrigerator, ravenously consuming her food, completely oblivious to her image as a refined lady. The only sounds filling the room were those of her eating. Typically, her appetite was modest, but during this meal, she devoured 4 pieces of bread, a liter of milk, a box of strawberries, and 2 carrots, easily 3 times her usual portion. Only when she could eat no more did she reluctantly stop, plopping down onto the floor to catch her breath. At that moment, she felt as though she had truly come back to life. Meanwhile, seated upon the sofa, Su Chen was suddenly greeted by a chime. "Ding, you provided food, successfully rescuing Xing Fei. You have earned 30,000 merit points. Congratulations, you have awakened a skill, Eye of Insight." A wondrous sensation coursed through his eyes, and in an instant, everything around him became remarkably clear. Within a 50-meter radius, not even a needle could escape his gaze. As Su Chen glanced at Xing Fei, he noticed a virtual panel appearing above her head. Name: Xing Fei. Strength: 7 agility, 6 constitution, 6 energy, 9 comprehensive combat power. 1 star. A sense of delight surged within Su Chen. This was indeed the Eye of Insight, capable of revealing the attributes of others. This skill was exceptional, allowing for an intuitive comparison of strength with others in the future. Subsequently, he inquired within his mind, "System, can I use my merit points to upgrade the fortress?" Ding. You currently possess 30,000 merit points. The following upgrade options are available. Unlimited daily water supply. 10,000 merit points. Unlimited temperature regulation. 15,000 merit points. Nodding, Su Chen declared, "Very well. Proceed with the upgrades." Ding. Consume 10,000 merit points. You have obtained unlimited daily water supply. Ding. Consumed 15,000 merit points. You have obtained unlimited temperature regulation. The Doomsday Fortress upgrade is complete. Current level upgraded to LV3. A wave of joy washed over Su Chen. At last, he could rid himself of the bothersome cold. "Have you eaten enough? Close the refrigerator door, and come, let us converse," he smiled at Xing Fei. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xing Fei stood up. Realizing her eating manner must have been quite unrefined, Su Chen was likely laughing at her in his heart. Su Chen offered her a tissue. Taking it, Xing Fei wiped her mouth and asked, "What do you wish to discuss with me?" Su Chen replied, "Your future. You may not yet realize that this is not merely a temporary catastrophe, but the end of the world. Even if it were the former, its duration would be sufficient to ensure your demise. Yet I can survive. Follow me, and you may live as long as you desire. You will not endure hunger or cold, and it shall be safe." Xing Fei's expression shifted. She knew Su Chen would not assist her without reason. Instinctively, she said, "I already have a boyfriend." Su Chen countered, "If you have a boyfriend, why are you asking me for food, rather than him? Do you not wish to?" Feeling awkward, Xing Fei admitted, "Because he has none either." Su Chen pressed, "So you would rather starve alongside him than follow me to survive? You may ponder your answer." Xing Fei fell silent. If given a choice, she would undoubtedly choose Li Haoming. He was so handsome, in stark contrast to Su Chen, who was merely average-looking, barely qualifying as easy on the eyes. Before the apocalypse, she wouldn't have spared Su Chen a second glance. However, the stark reality before her was that good looks would not suffice for sustenance. Choosing Li Haoming could indeed lead to starvation. What disappointed her further was Li Haoming's refusal to even check on her, despite their dire circumstances. Was such a boyfriend worth sacrificing a chance at survival? The answer was painfully clear. Yet, she still harbored doubts regarding Su Chen's words. You claim that following you means no hunger or cold. I do not doubt that you have ample food, but it seems quite cold here. Su Chen chuckled. Apologies, I was merely experiencing the apocalypse. I had not activated the temperature regulation. As he spoke, Su Chen silently commanded, temperature regulation, activate. Upon the command, the chilling atmosphere within the fortress swiftly dissipated, transforming the interior into a warm haven, reminiscent of a delightful spring. The infinite temperature regulation was now in effect, allowing him to adjust the warmth at will. How splendid! Su Chen could not help but commend internally. It's so warm. Xing Fei gasped in astonishment. She was still clad in her winter coat. Yet she suddenly felt an overwhelming warmth. Su Chen's abode indeed had temperature regulation, considering it was minus 30 degrees outside. The energy consumption must be staggering, something the school's power supply could hardly support, as even using an induction cooker was a challenge. My electricity supply is independent and will never cease, so you can indeed remain here without suffering from the cold, Su Chen explained. Xing Fei closed her eyes in comfort. She had been on the brink of freezing for days, and as a southerner, cold was her greatest fear. The sensation of warmth was heavenly. This alone was enough to make her reluctant to leave. If you wish to know more, I can tell you that I also have independent water supply. Truly a home with 24-hour hot water, Su Chen added. Huh? Xing Fei was taken aback. Hadn't the dormitory area completely cut off the water supply due to frozen pipes? How could that be possible? Unable to resist, she hurried to the kitchen and turned on the faucet. A stream of crystal-clear water gushed forth, and it flowed robustly. No water supply issues here. Seeing the water, she felt a sudden urge to bathe. Her astonishment deepened. This was indeed the truth. With water, electricity, and food, this place was a veritable doomsday sanctuary. Su Chen had not deceived her. Remaining here would not only allow her to survive, but thrive. After turning off the faucet, Xing Fei returned to the living room, suppressing her excitement. So, as long as I become your girlfriend, I can stay, correct? Su Chen smiled gently. It seems you have misunderstood. Xing Fei blinked in confusion. Misunderstood? Did you not say? Su Chen interjected. I said to follow me, but not as my girlfriend, rather to serve me. Being my woman is merely one of the basic obligations. The correct understanding is that you are to become my loyal servant, or as you might call it, a maid. Xing Fei's expression shifted dramatically. The terms servant and maid were too harsh, akin to slavery. What era was this? It was utterly demeaning. Her pride was severely wounded, and she felt a surge of anger. This is too much. Remaining calm, Su Chen replied. So, you refuse? Fuming, Xing Fei retorted, what do you think? Do you truly believe you can act as you please? They were right. You are indeed beneath contempt. In her shock, she had nearly forgotten that Su Chen was a voyeuristic, lecherous man. His outrageous demands should have come as no surprise. Su Chen was unfazed. If you do not agree, you may leave. However, I must remind you, currently, only you are aware of my location here. Should anyone come to disturb me later, it can only be because you expose my whereabouts, and I will personally ensure your demise. Xing Fei huffed, unwilling to utter another word to Su Chen, and turned to leave. Su Chen cautioned, before you go, cover your face. Do not come into contact with the snow. Frowning, Xing Fei asked, I wanted to ask you earlier, why? With a smile, Su Chen replied, you will soon discover the reason without my explanation. Biting her lip, Xing Fei refrained from pressing further, but she complied, wrapping her scarf around her face. Approaching the door, she pulled the handle, only to find it seemingly rusted shut. Open the door, she called back. Think it over carefully. If you change your mind, you may inform me at any time. Su Chen smiled, and with a thought, the dormitory door swung open. Xing Fei stepped through the door without looking back, slamming it shut with a resounding thud. Chapter 9. Clarity. The biting cold hit her like a wave, a stark contrast to the paradise within. The inside was heaven, while the outside was hell. Xing Fei shivered, already feeling a twinge of regret. Yet her pride compelled her to reject Su Chen's unreasonable demands, and she ultimately did not turn back. In truth, she had already made a choice. She could abandon Li Haoming and become Su Chen's girlfriend. What is a girlfriend? To put it simply, it means that Su Chen should treat her like a princess, indulging her and obeying her every whim, essentially resembling a devoted admirer. Indeed, before the apocalypse, Su Chen was merely suited to be her devoted admirer, and a rejected one at that. However, to her astonishment, Su Chen defied expectations, insisting that she serve as his maid, compelling her to fawn over him instead. How could she possibly accept such a proposition? After all, she is the campus belle. It was utterly infuriating. Thus, in a fit of rage, Xing Fei returned to her dormitory. Upon her arrival, Her roommates exchanged glances but refrained from speaking. Xing Fei, uninterested in their silent communication, shed her winter coat and climbed into bed, pulling the quilt over herself. Ding dong. Suddenly, she received a message. Assuming it was from Su Chen, she initially hesitated to check it. However, curiosity got the better of her, and she opened it, only to find it was a message from Li Haoming. Tomorrow will be better. I just fell asleep. Did you come to find me? Where are you now? Xing Fei felt a twinge of appreciation. It turned out Li Haoming had merely been asleep and not indifferent to her after all, prompting a smile to grace her lips. Fei, you didn't reply to my message. I'm back now. Tomorrow will be better. Darling, did you find something to eat? Can you bring me some? Come over again. Xing Fei was taken aback. Fei, I'm not bringing you food. Ding, ding, ding. Li Haoming promptly initiated a voice call. Xing Fei answered. On the other end, Li Haoming unleashed a torrent of criticism. Are you out of your mind? The school has prohibited going out. If you didn't bring food, why did you come to find me and leave me in vain hope? Xing Fei's smile faltered. Li Haoming continued his tirade. You can't possibly be coming to me for food. I've already told you I have none. Did you think I was lying? Tears welled in Xing Fei's eyes. She had intended to share her troubles about Su Chen, but suddenly, she found herself disinclined to speak of it. Li Haoming hung up, leaving her staring blankly at her phone, utterly disappointed. It became clear that his message was only about food, not genuine concern for her. In comparison, Su Chen, despite his unreasonable demands, at least offered her a choice without coercion. Nonetheless, she still could not accept Su Chen's excessive requests. For the moment, her hunger subsided. After days of restless sleep, her body craved nourishment, and fatigue soon overtook her. She set her phone aside and drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed, and suddenly, she was jolted awake by a cacophony of noise. Upon opening her eyes, she saw several roommates perched on their beds, purposefully knocking on the bed frame, clearly intending to rouse her. What's going on? Xing Fei asked, agitated. Since the onset of the apocalypse, her roommate's behavior had stripped away any pretense of politeness. Xing Fei, you can no longer stay here. You must move out immediately. This is a unanimous decision among us, declared a tall, plump girl coldly. Xing Fei retorted angrily. On what grounds do you demand I leave? The overweight girl sneered. On what grounds? It seems you're still unaware. Check online for yourself. Another girl, her face dotted with acne, added, you're a walking plague. Hurry and leave, or we want to be polite. Xing Fei furrowed her brow. Their behavior did not seem entirely unreasonable. She quickly grabbed her phone, only to see a glaring announcement pop up. Notice to all citizens. Warning. After extensive verification by the expert group, it has been confirmed that snowflakes contain an unidentified virus. Please take precautions, adhere to the ban, and refrain from going outside. If your skin has accidentally come into contact with snowflakes, please wash your skin within an hour. If more than an hour has passed without washing, please self-isolate for at least 7 days without adverse reactions before resuming normal activities. All individuals must strictly comply and supervise each other. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Xing Fei's expression shifted dramatically. My goodness, the snowflakes are toxic? Now do you understand? If you went outside, you may have already contracted the virus. The plump girl scoffed. I didn't. Xing Fei shot back defiantly. While she had indeed gone outside, Su Chen's warning had prevented her skin from touching the snowflakes. So she was fine. Wait, Su Chen seemed to have known about the toxicity of the snowflakes even before the official announcement. How did he come by this knowledge? A wave of astonishment washed over Xing Fei. Su Chen was becoming increasingly mysterious. The plump girl shouted, you say you didn't but you went outside. And you went straight to bed without washing your skin. You're almost certainly infected. No, you absolutely are. You must leave. Fuming, Xing Fei trembled with anger. Even if that were true, what right do you have to kick me out? The announcement stated that I should isolate at most. The plump girl laughed coldly. Do you think you have a choice? We could easily carry you out if we wanted. Do you want to test that? With that, the plump girl jumped down, glaring at Xing Fei, ready to act. Xing Fei's heart raced. She knew that even one of them could easily overpower her. Wait, I'll leave on my own. I just need a little time. Xing Fei quickly replied. Her mind raced. If she were expelled from the dormitory, where would she go? She hastily opened Li Haoming's profile and initiated a voice call. This time, Li Haoming answered immediately. Darling, they want to kick me out of the dormitory. Can I stay with you? Xing Fei implored. Li Haoming's voice was icy. Do you think I haven't seen the announcement? If you come here, you'll put me in danger. Xing Fei cried. What am I supposed to do? Li Haoming replied, I don't care what you do. Don't contact me again. We are breaking up. With that, he hung up. Furious and distressed, Xing Fei cursed in her phone. Li Haoming, you scoundrel. I can't believe I was so blind. Her roommates exchanged gleeful glances, reveling in her misfortune. The once exalted campus belle had fallen to such depths. It was utterly satisfying for them. The plump girl smirked. Now do you understand? No man is worth trusting. What campus heartthrob? They're nothing. I've never envied you. Indeed, we are all independent women. You are not one of us. Another girl chimed in. Let me share another piece of news. We reported your unauthorized outing to the school. You're finished. Laughter erupted from the group, harsh and mocking. Xing Fei, trembling with rage, said nothing more. Silently, she rose to her feet and began to dress. They believed that by expelling her, she would be doomed. Yet, she would not fulfill their wishes. She would survive and thrive, surpassing all of them. In that moment, she realized that Su Chen's demands were not so unreasonable after all. As long as she could survive, what was wrong with being a servant? Compared to the faces of her roommates and her ex-boyfriend, Su Chen appeared almost angelic. Dressing as per Su Chen's earlier requests, Xing Fei sent him a message. Foreign language Xing Fei. Su Chen, I have come to a decision. After a tense minute of waiting, Su Chen replied, come over. A surge of joy filled Xing Fei's heart. She quickly packed her belongings and, under the mocking gazes of her roommates, left the dormitory. More than 10 minutes later, Xing Fei stood once again outside Su Chen's dormitory, knocking on the door. It swung open, and Su Chen stepped aside, smiling welcome. My beautiful maid. Chapter 10. The first maid Xing Fei had not expected to sleep until noon the following day. It was now the third day of the apocalypse. Had she not eaten at Su Chen's place last night, she was uncertain if she would have survived the hunger pangs, coupled with being expelled by her roommates. Calling Su Chen her savior was not an exaggeration. On the third day of the apocalypse, the weather seemed to have turned colder again. As she walked, her teeth chattered uncontrollably. Yet, upon entering Su Chen's sanctuary, warmth enveloped her, quickly soothing her frayed nerves. It must be admitted that this feeling is truly delightful. May I inquire what prompted your swift change of heart? Su Chen returned to the sofa, crossed his legs, and asked nonchalantly. Xing Fei bit her lip and chose to speak the truth. They said I was infected with a virus and wanted to expel me from the dormitory. Su Chen responded with an "oh," smiling. If you did as I advised, I'm certain you are not infected. Xing Fei replied, I said the same, but they do not believe me, and I cannot contend with them. Su Chen inquired, what about your boyfriend? Xing Fei lamented, do not mention him. He is no longer my boyfriend. Did you end it? Su Chen gazed into Xing Fei's eyes, his penetrating gaze seemingly able to discern the truth, and indeed, his insight could reveal if someone was lying. A sense of unease flickered within Xing Fei as she confessed. It was he who proposed the breakup, detailing the reasons for her separation from Li Haoming. Nevertheless, the outcome is the same. I am no longer associated with that person. Xing Fei concluded. Su Chen nodded. It is good that you have this awareness. Since you have become my servant, you shall never have another boyfriend in this lifetime. No other man may touch you. This is the first iron rule. Otherwise, I shall personally bring your life to an end. Do you understand? Xing Fei cast a resentful glance at Su Chen. Is there not a possibility that you could be my boyfriend? Su Chen chuckled. You would do well to rid yourself of that notion swiftly. I can only be your master, and you are both my servant and my woman. Xing Fei, undeterred, thought to herself not to jump to conclusions so soon. Who knows what the future holds? With her beauty, it would not be difficult to make Su Chen kneel at her feet, would it? There's also a second iron rule. Su Chen continued. As a servant, you must be 100% loyal to me. Whatever I command, you must obey without question. Should you betray me, I will likewise end your life. Xing Fei acknowledged. Understood. Is there anything else? Su Chen replied. I will slowly impart more later. For now, I need to test your loyalty. Come here and kneel. Xing Fei thought she must have misheard. Kneel? Is Su Chen serious? It was clear that he was. His gaze now turned somewhat icy. Embarrassment and humiliation surged within Xing Fei. Su Chen was indeed excessive, yet if she did not comply, she might be dismissed or even killed. After all, she knew Su Chen's secret, and if she could not even demonstrate loyalty, what reason would he have to keep her? Suppressing her inner turmoil, Xing Fei ultimately approached him and knelt down. Call me master. Su Chen commanded. Xing Fei bit her lip and softly uttered, Master. Su Chen smiled slightly. This is not difficult. Women are indeed quite pragmatic. They will always make choices that benefit their survival, even if it means crossing their own boundaries. Thus, Su Chen never worried that Xing Fei would not ultimately choose to submit to him. In reality, she returned far sooner than he anticipated. He thought she would need to endure hunger for several days before coming back, yet she returned before hunger set in. The resultant effect was the failure to trigger the rescue task. Given Xing Fei's current predicament, he found no desire to send her away. Otherwise, she would truly be left with no options and might perish. Master, do you have any tasks for me? Xing Fei inquired. She has already learned to take initiative. This girl is quite perceptive, Su Chen remarked. How are your culinary skills? Xing Fei responded, I've been helping my family with housework since I was young and can prepare many dishes. Su Chen nodded. Excellent. Then you shall be the cook from now on, responsible for my meals. Xing Fei complied. Yes, master. Su Chen smiled. I can hardly wait to taste your culinary skills. However, before that, I wish to indulge in something else first. Xing Fei comprehended immediately. Despite having mentally prepared herself before coming, her face flushed crimson down to her collar. After all, she had only held hands with Li Haoming for a few months, Yet Su Chen was now demanding much more. A wave of humiliation washed over her as she could only reassure herself that this was merely a means of survival. She must find a way to escape Su Chen's grasp in the future. What are you still hesitating for? Su Chen spoke calmly. Come here. An hour later, Su Chen, thoroughly satisfied, dismissed Xing Fei and entered the bathroom. She slumped onto the sofa, her flushed face marked by exhaustion. It was her first time. Xing Fei was naive and passive, while Su Chen was seasoned, having honed his skills over many years. I have finally become a man. Su Chen reflective. The pleasure derived from real experience far surpasses the shallow fantasies conjured in one's mind. Moreover, the subject was the blossoming 19-year-old campus beauty. With a perfectly proportioned figure and skin as tender and fair as snow, a true masterpiece of artistry. Most importantly, it was indeed crucial. Had she not appeared to be on the verge of collapse, Su Chen would not have concluded so swiftly. Even after his physical enhancement, he remained in peak condition. Just as he was savoring the memory, Su Chen suddenly heard the system's voice beside him. Ding! Detected successful conquest of the goddess, triggering hidden rewards. You have earned double merit points, 60,000 points. You have acquired a hidden skill reward, beginner wind speed. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, followed by overwhelming excitement. Hidden rewards? This implied that the system harbored a concealed conquest task, and upon success, one could trigger hidden rewards. Double merit points and a hidden skill. This was indeed a substantial reward. The beginner wind speed was evidently a speed-related skill, enabling his movements to become as swift as the wind, a vital skill for both daily life and escape in emergencies. Ding! Suddenly, the system chimed again. More surprises? Su Chen's heart raced. Detected that you have accepted your first maid for the fortress. Maid functionality activated. Maid functionality. Your maid will contribute labor to the fortress's construction and can earn merit for you. Please allocate tasks for your maid reasonably, serving as your assistant. Su Chen was left in astonishment. He had initially taken in Xing Fei as a maid to assert his dominance. Yet he did not expect the system to inherently possess maid functionality. Why had the system not informed him sooner? Now he understood why the system had urged him to rescue the goddess. Its true aim was to facilitate the development of a maid. Shortly thereafter, Su Chen emerged from the bathroom and sat beside Xing Fei, stating, "It is your turn. Before you enter, clean the floor." Xing Fei, not daring to defy him, mustered the strength to rise, retrieved a few paper towels from the table, and knelt to wipe the floor. Observing her posture, Su Chen felt a stirring desire once more. Never mind, let her regain her composure first. At that moment, Xing Fei felt utterly wronged, yearning to cry. Her most precious possession had been taken from her. And Su Chen displayed not an ounce of compassion. He was truly a demon. Xing Fei remained in the bathroom for a full half-hour before emerging. Upon her exit, her eyes were red-rimmed. Su Chen, engrossed in his phone, did not lift his head as he said, "You may now go prepare dinner. I look forward to tasting your cooking." "Yes, master," Xing Fei replied, approaching the refrigerator and opening its door. Observing the abundance of food within, she felt a flicker of comfort. With sustenance available, her efforts had been worthwhile. Suddenly, a thought struck Xing Fei. She remembered the refrigerator was not so full last night, yet now it was completely stocked. Clearly, Su Chen had restocked it. How could he replenish supplies? Did this place possess a hidden storage? She was intensely curious, but whatever the reason, it was beneficial, indicating that there was no shortage of food. Clinging to Su Chen's leg would ensure her survival. And in comparison to survival, nothing else seemed as important. Xing Fei silently sighed, realizing that she had truly come to terms with her situation. Before long, the sound of chopping echoed from the kitchen, signaling the arrival of the little chef. In the living room, Su Chen comfortably nestled on the sofa, engrossed in his mobile device while awaiting his meal. One cannot help but remark how delightful such a life was. Suddenly, a series of ringing interrupted the tranquility. Su Chen glanced over to see Xing Fei's phone, which had received a voice call. The ID read, "Ming Tian Hui Gung Hao." Su Chen furrowed his brow, pondering the identity of his caller. Chapter 11. A humiliation of epic proportions. Ding. Your maid has diligently prepared a sumptuous feast. You have earned 1,000 merit points. Listening to the system's voice, Su Chen's gaze shifted to the table before him. Mapo tofu, boiled beef, stewed ribs with potatoes, and seaweed meatball soup, all dishes crafted by Xing Fei, each presented with an appealing aesthetic. "Master, please taste and see if it suits your palate," she offered, serving him a bowl of white rice and presenting chopsticks with both hands. Su Chen savored each dish in turn, nodding in approval. "Remarkable. You truly possess culinary skills that cater to my humble tastes." Xing Fei acknowledged Su Chen's words. After all, he had grown up without a home, devoid of the means to cook for himself. Throughout his schooling, he had subsisted mainly on cafeteria fare, making such home-cooked meals a luxury he had never known. To his astonishment, after the apocalypse, he found himself indulging in a lifestyle where everything was provided for him. Meanwhile, many others were left with naught but a single packet of instant noodles. Watching Su Chen relish his meal, Xingfei secretly exhaled in relief. In her efforts to please him, she had exerted all her abilities, fearing his dissatisfaction. Simultaneously, her own stomach betrayed her, growling in hunger after 3 days without food. The remnants of last night's supper had long been digested. Who could fathom the true value of a bowl of white rice in the apocalypse? Perhaps everyone in the dormitory understood, for while some residents outside might still have food stocks for the students, it had become a mere aspiration. Moreover, there's not just rice, but also meat and soup to enjoy. If other students were to witness this, they would surely be consumed by envy. Noticing Xingfei's reaction, Su Chen remained indifferent. After all, she was his servant, and it was imperative to maintain the decorum befitting such a relationship. He would not allow her to join him at the table, lest she become presumptuous. Once he had eaten his fill, Su Chen set down his chopsticks and remarked, "The leftovers are for you." Xingfei glanced at the remaining food, relieved to see that each dish still contained enough for her to enjoy a satisfying meal. "Thank you, master," she expressed gratefully. "From now on, when you cook, please save a portion for yourself, so I need not partake of your leftovers," Su Chen suggested. Rising and making his way back to the sofa, Xingfei was momentarily taken aback, touched that Su Chen would consider her needs. She quickly responded, "Understood. Thank you for your kindness." She eagerly took her seat, and upon tasting the rice, she could not help but close her eyes in sheer contentment. "By the way," Su Chen suddenly interjected, "someone just attempted to contact you via voice call. Perhaps you should return the call." Xingfei nodded, approaching the phone to check the caller's identity. Her expression shifting dramatically. "It's Li Haoming. Didn't he break up with me? Why is he contacting me now?" she thought, anxious about Su Chen discovering her lingering connection with her ex-boyfriend. "What is the matter?" Su Chen inquired nonchalantly. Xingfei quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare hide anything from you. Master, it's Li Haoming, my ex-boyfriend. I forgot to delete his number. I'll do that now." Su Chen mused, "No need for haste. Didn't you mention he was the one who ended things? Why not return his call and see what he desires?" Xingfei hesitated. "Master, what should I say?" "Just speak the truth," Su Chen advised. With a resigned nod, Xingfei dialed the voice call and activated the speakerphone. "What do you want?" she asked coolly. Li Haoming seemed oblivious to her tone, responding cheerfully, "Baby, I may have acted rashly when I suggested we break up. I acknowledge my faults, and I no longer hold a grudge." "What nonsense!" Xingfei nearly laughed in disbelief, her voice icy. "And then what?" Li Haoming continued, "I found some food. Remember Chen Lele? She promised me 3 packets of instant noodles." A flicker of disgust crossed Xingfei's eyes. "Of course, I remember her. She is your admirer." Li Haoming explained, "I initially asked Lele to deliver them, but she is too scared to venture outside. Since you've already gone out, could you fetch them for me?" Xingfei felt her anger rising and bit her lip. "Li Haoming, listen to yourself. You reach out to reconcile, only to use me as a courier for your food?" Li Haoming pressed, "Are you upset? Why would you be mad?" "Heri, em starvin." Xingfei's tone turned frigid. "I'm sorry, but I want to be going. I never agreed to get back together with you. I am officially severing ties now." Li Haoming's temper flared. "What the hell? What kind of attitude is this? I've forgiven you. What more do you want?" Xingfei retorted, "What have I done to warrant your forgiveness? You were the selfish one. You ended things because I couldn't provide you with food, and now that I have value to you again, you feign interest." Li Haoming's voice grew stern. "Have you finished your tantrum? If you're done, go get the food. I never said I wouldn't share." Xingfei scoffed. "I have no need for your pathetic noodles. I have food, and it is quite satisfactory." Li Haoming's surprise was palpable. "What? Are you serious? How would you have food?" Xingfei glanced at Su Chen, contemplating how to respond to Li Haoming. "Do you truly wish to know the reason? I suspect you might not want to hear it." Su Chen interjected coolly. Li Haoming paused, then asked eagerly, "Who is that? Who is speaking?" Su Chen instructed, "Tell him who I am to you." Xingfei respectfully stated, "Yes, master." "Li Haoming, do you hear? He is my master, and I only follow his commands." Li Haoming's fury escalated. "What nonsense is this? Are you trying to provoke me? Who is this person? Have you betrayed me? Speak up." Xingfei coolly replied, "What betrayal? We broke up at your behest. Have you forgotten?" Su Chen smiled. "Let me clarify, Li Shuzhong. I provide her with food and shelter. She serves as my maid and has also become my woman. You are no longer in the picture. Do not entertain thoughts of her. The consequences will be dire." As he spoke, Su Chen nodded at Xingfei. She quickly ended the call and proceeded to block and delete all of Li Haoming's contact information. "Master, I apologize. I assure you this will not happen again." Xingfei expressed her regret. Su Chen replied coolly, "I believe you are a wise individual, but your ex-boyfriend is not necessarily so." Meanwhile, in the dormitory room 620 above, Li Haoming seethed with rage as he stared at the disconnected call. Attempting to reach Xingfei again, he discovered he had been blocked, his fury mounting. "That wretched girl. You've already moved on to another man? What nonsense about a master and servant? You've undoubtedly given yourself to him." Grinding his teeth, Li Haoming recalled how, during their months together, Xingfei had only permitted him to hold her hand, adamant about maintaining her principles until marriage. Yet now, merely 3 days into the apocalypse, She had given herself to another. It was an unbearable humiliation. Who was this man? He better not cross my path, or I shall ensure his demise. Li Haoming clenched his fists in wrath. Chapter 12. The athlete, after finishing her meal, Xing Fei washed the dishes. Upon exiting the kitchen, she found Su Chen had retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. He had informed her that the room was off limits to her, without his express permission, leaving her to sleep on the sofa in the living room. Surely, there must be some secrets within that room, Xing Fei mused to herself. She remained perplexed as to how Su Chen had constructed this place, as if he had foreseen the impending apocalypse and prepared for it in advance. It was indeed a mystery. What she did not realize was that Su Chen's refusal to let her enter the room stemmed from his cautiousness. He feared that she might take advantage of his slumber and deliver a fatal blow, thereby sealing his fate. The first principle of survival in the apocalypse is to never let down one's guard. When sleeping, one must never have outsiders nearby. While it was undoubtedly comfortable to cuddle with a woman, she must be someone he absolutely trusted. At present, Xing Fei was not that person. Upon awakening, Su Chen glanced outside. The sky had darkened, and the wind and snow raged on, seemingly intensifying. Checking his phone, he confirmed that the outdoor temperature had plummeted to minus 35 degrees, and the calamity showed no signs of abating. If this continued, it could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, Su Chen was grateful for the system. As long as he stayed within the fortress, he had little to fear from the cold. As he opened the interface, numerous verification requests appeared. Despite having ceased advertising since the previous day, it was evident that as hunger deepened, more individuals were drawn to him. The requests were not limited to women. The male-to-female ratio was surprisingly equal. One male boldly stated, "Hey, I'm a round-faced guy with a bushy beard, and I love wearing red. Consider me?" This left Su Chen speechless. Naturally, most of the men were of sound mind, with some proposing to exchange supplies, others offering to purchase, and some even sending threats demanding unconditional gifts of resources. Su Chen continued his previous approach, ignoring the men and focusing solely on the women. Currently, he possessed over 60,000 merit points, sufficient to sustain him for an extended period without the need to rush into the next task. However, from a long-term perspective, he would not refuse a subsequent task. It was inevitable that as time passed, large-scale mortality among humanity would ensue, including the loss of countless beauties. If all the goddesses perished, how could he earn merit points? Once his merit points were exhausted, he too would ultimately face death. With humanity still intact, he needed to accumulate more merit points, ideally enough to last a lifetime, or at least set a modest goal, like earning 100 million. Su Chen contemplated this. He envisioned a dream where he lay in the fortress surrounded by stunning beauties, even as the world outside succumbed to chaos. Continuing to browse through the female verification requests, he scanned through numerous profiles but found no suitable candidates among the 8-point goddesses. Disheartened, he set his phone down and exited the room, only to find Xing Fei seated on the sofa, hugging her knees and weeping softly. "What troubles you?" Su Chen inquired. Xing Fei quickly wiped her tears and stood up. "Master, it's nothing. I just received a disciplinary notice from school for violating the ban and going out without permission. I was reported by my roommates." Su Chen chuckled. "Is that all? In this apocalypse, what does school even matter? What are rules worth? Just wait and see. Soon no one will adhere to them." Xing Fei, curious, asked, "Really? Does Master know what will happen next?" Su Chen replied, "Not knowing, but it is a reasonable deduction. If hunger continues, everyone will lose their sanity." Xing Fei nodded, recognizing the truth in his words. She had observed the growing hostility in the mutual aid group. If everyone went mad, the consequences would be terrifying. Xing Fei secretly felt fortunate. Here, she had food, drink, warmth, the ability to bathe, and safety, a veritable paradise. Choosing to serve Su Chen was indeed a wise decision. With that thought, she smiled through her tears. "Yes, I will listen to Master. Whatever the punishment, let it be. It doesn't matter." Observing her tear-streaked face, Su Chen felt a surge of compassion and smiled. "That's the spirit. Come, let me comfort you." Blushing, Xing Fei obediently approached him. Within the fortress, there was little to do. Over the next 2 days, aside from eating and sleeping, Su Chen and Xing Fei engaged in joyful activities, sharing meals and moments together. Xing Fei gradually acclimated, as Su Chen's strength allowed her to experience genuine happiness, her resistance fading. In this dreadful apocalypse, they lived a carefree and joyous existence. However, outside the fortress, the human realm was swiftly descending into hell. In Building 9, Dormitory 208, home to the athletic students, 6 robust individuals had previously raided a supermarket, securing a substantial amount of food. Their physical prowess, however, meant they consumed more than others, and after a few days, their supplies were dwindling, creating a sense of urgency. One day, the dorm leader Zhao Feng declared, "This cannot continue. We cannot sit idly by. We must go out and find food." The others were hesitant, recalling how the school had prohibited going outside, and someone had been disciplined for it. Zhao Feng scoffed, "To hell with the school. What matters more? A punishment or starving to death?" Another roommate suggested, "Boss, why not wait a bit longer? Perhaps help will arrive." Zhao Feng shook his head. "That's futile. Rumors abound that there is no rescue plan, and even if there were, who knows how long it would take. By then, we may all starve. But the authorities claim the snowflakes are toxic. How can we go out?" This was indeed the crux of the matter. Zhao Feng asserted, "As long as the snow doesn't touch our skin, we will be fine. Furthermore, our initial target is this building. We won't need to go outside." Minimizing exposure to the snow. His intention was to find food from the residents of their building. But would they be willing to share? Zhao Feng sneered. "They won't have a choice. If they refuse, we will take it." After a moment of silence, the others nodded in agreement. "Boss, you're in charge. What should we do?" Zhao Feng replied, "First, let's dismantle the beds to fashion weapons from the bed frames and metal supports. Then we'll start raiding from the third floor. Once we've cleared this building, we'll move on to the adjacent female dormitory." Without delay, under Zhao Feng's leadership, the 6 of them bundled up tightly and armed with their makeshift weapons, ascended to the third floor. Their first target was Dormitory 301, where they forcibly kicked open the door and ransacked the room, leaving any resisting students injured. Having garnered insufficient spoils, they proceeded to plunder the 3 adjacent dormitories before finally retreating. This incident quickly sparked outrage in the mutual aid group, with many condemning such heinous behavior. The student council president, Yao Tongwei, expressed his fury, stating, "This is an act of robbery, extremely reprehensible in nature. On behalf of the student council, I strongly condemn this. Should they be caught, expulsion will follow. I hope these students reconsider their actions before it's too late and do not tread further down this irreversible path." However, his words had little deterrent effect, as the next day, another robbery occurred. The student council, rendered powerless, could do nothing but seethe in frustration. Even more alarming, imitators soon emerged, just as Su Chen had anticipated. Chaos erupted first among the male dormitories, with nearly all male dorm buildings beset by robbery gangs. And some groups even clashed with one another. Fear gripped everyone. Though the female dormitories remained relatively calm for the time being, the women were also engulfed in panic, knowing that once the male dormitories were depleted, they would be next. Beyond the threat of food theft, the women harbored a greater fear for their safety, as they were at risk of potential assault. Observing the unfolding situation, Su Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Given the current turmoil in the male dormitories, the women would likely hesitate to seek his assistance. Yet on that day, Su Chen unexpectedly received a message that took him by surprise. Chapter 13. The message from Xiao Mengyao. "Is there anyone left to manage the male dormitories? It seems they have descended into chaos. It seems that all men are indeed potential criminals. Yao Tongwei, the president of the student council, can you not devise a solution? We, the girls, are all quite frightened." In the mutual aid group, the girls are currently engaging in team-building activities in response to the chaotic situation in the boys' dormitory, whereas the boys remain almost collectively silent. It appears that both the school administration and the student council have become paralyzed, taking no action whatsoever. At this moment, Su Chen, after a few days of silence, resurfaced. "Physics Department Su Chen. Ladies, please note, I continue to offer assistance, providing food and water for free. Feel free to privately message me with a natural photo for verification. Ugly girls, please refrain." Su Chen's attention-seeking behavior instantly captured the girl's attention, making him the center of discussion. "Law department, he in. Oh, here comes the lowly man again. Still alive? Vomit, JPG. Foreign languages, Yang Lu. The boys' dormitory is in utter disarray. Are you deceiving us? Art Zhaoli. No need to doubt. He is a fraud, specifically scamming our photos. I'm a victim. Ladies, do not fall for it. Foreign languages, Yang Lu. Oh my. What is he trying to do? Art Zhaoli. A pervert, obviously. He must be using our photos for his own satisfaction. Utterly disgusting. Chinese language, Zhang Xiuxiu. I can testify. After sending him a photo, he ignored me. Observing these responses, Su Chen frowned. This was slander. If the goddesses believed it, they wouldn't seek him out. He had to clarify. "Physics Department Su Chen, is it possible that I'm ignoring you because you are too unattractive? I stated that I only assist beautiful women." "Art Zhaoli, who the hell do you think is ugly? You lowly man pervert? Can you just go die already?" Su Chen, weary of further debate, located Zhao Li's photo and shared in the group. The girl in the photo stood at a height of 1.4 meters, weighed 90 kilograms, had slanted eyes and an upturned nose, yet wore an extraordinarily confident expression. "Physics Department Su Chen, you all can judge for yourselves." A brief silence enveloped the group. Then Zhao Li went berserk, sending a flurry of messages cursing Su Chen. Ultimately, even the group leader could no longer tolerate it and muted Zhao Li, restoring some semblance of order. Suddenly, a new message popped up in the group. "Foreign languages, Xing Fei. Hello everyone. I am here to clarify that Su Chen's assistance is genuine. I have received his food and can now eat well every day." This message immediately caused a stir, even prompting some boys to react. "Foreign languages, Yang Lu. Xing Fei. Our department's beauty senior. Accounting Wu Meifeng. Certified beauty, so it must be true. Chemistry Li Jinxin. Wow, I am so envious. I bow to you. Inside the Doomsday Fortress, Xing Fei set her phone down and looked at Su Chen beside her. Master, is it all right for me to say this? Su Chen smiled slightly. Excellent. Now no one should doubt me. With that, Su Chen exited the group chat. His objective had been achieved, and now he would await the goddesses to come to him. Xing Fei silently frowned. Su Chen already had her yet continued to collect beautiful women. Sigh, do men ever feel satisfied? Although she had some objections, she did not dare voice them, merely hoping in her heart for Su Chen's downfall. Having her alone was sufficient. She did not wish to share food with other women. The advertisement's effect turned out to be quite good. Before long, new verification messages began to pour in, just as Su Chen intended to click on one of them. An unexpected message appeared. Yao Yao. Su Chen, I heard you have a lot of food. Could you spare me some? Yao Yao. As long as you give me food, I will consider forgiving you for bothering me the other day. It was unexpectedly Xia Mengyao. He had no idea when she had removed him from her blacklist, possibly just moments ago. Su Chen was amused, thinking, how did I bother you? Clearly, you were the one toying with me. What a silly girl, lost in her own act. Su Chen, get lost. While Xia Mengyao was undoubtedly the campus beauty, Su Chen had no intention of assisting her. The reason he did not immediately block her was that he wanted to see when she would give up. Upon entering Xia Mengyao's moments, he saw that she had been begging for food for the past few days. May 14th. What to do? We have no food prepared. Give the boys a chance to shine and send us some food. Boys with food, please private message me. Those without, do not disturb. I will block you. May 15th. On the second day of asking for food, are the boys around? Why is no one responding? May 16th. A bunch of heartless, useless boys. When they were madly pursuing me, they said they would give their lives for me. Yet now, after so many days, not a single one has sent food. Xia Mengyao's moments amused Su Chen. It was quite funny that this girl was falling apart over her inability to procure food. At that moment, Xia Mengyao sent another message. Yao Yao. Wait, Su Chen, what do you mean by cursing me? Weren't you the one begging in the group for food for beautiful women? I offered you a chance, and yet you refuse. How pathetic. Su Chen, uninterested in entangling himself with her, promptly muted her messages. After all, she was the one lacking food. Let her fret away. Just as he dismissed Xia Mengyao, another amusing situation arose. Su Chen suddenly received a message notification. It was from the homeroom teacher, Li Xin, tagging everyone in the class group. Homeroom teacher Li Xin, everyone. I have come to understand the situation in the boys' dormitory. To ensure that your supplies are not stolen, please pack your belongings, and I will assist with storage and distribution. Everyone, act quickly and send photos of your packed items in the group. Upon hearing this, the class group erupted in cheers. They were indeed all very frightened, worried about a robbery gang showing up. The homeroom teacher was practically their savior. However, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing a whiff of conspiracy. The apocalypse had been upon them for several days, and the homeroom teacher had been playing dead, now suddenly appearing to offer help. Was that reliable? Before long, photos of packed supplies began to flood the class group. Only Su Chen remained unresponsive. Li Xin was clearly watching the screen, and a message promptly appeared. Homeroom teacher Li Xin, Su Chen, what about you? Su Chen, sorry, I am not in the dormitory. Homeroom teacher Li Xin, you haven't returned to the dormitory? Is that true, Xiahua? Xiahua. Yes, Su Chen has not returned. Homeroom teacher Li Xin. Then where are you now? Su Chen, you must have supplies. Otherwise, you wouldn't have survived. How much do you have? Su Chen, I do have supplies and quite a lot, but I do not intend to share with you. Xiahua. Homeroom teacher Li Xin. Su Chen has been in a mutual aid group these past few days, claiming to give food to beautiful women for free. Homeroom teacher Li Xin. Is that so? Su Chen, if you have food, shouldn't you help your classmates and teachers first? Su Chen, why should I? Chapter 14 Xin Yu Wei. Homeroom teacher Li Xin. Why do you speak like that? Don't you have any sense of community? Quickly tell me where you are. As long as it's not too far, I can come find you. Su Chen, sorry I want tea. I suggest everyone keep their supplies. It is safest in your own hands. Homeroom teacher Li Xin. What do you mean by that? Teachers are only looking out for you. You are undermining our unity. Where's your conscience? Angry JPG. Su Chen immediately received a notification. You have been muted by the group leader. Homeroom teacher Li Xin. Everyone, do not listen to him. He is causing trouble. I never realized how malicious he was before. All right, everyone, I am now sending someone over to collect supplies. Xiahua. Okay, teacher. He Liang. I have nothing. I will wait for the teacher to distribute. Li Chun. Speaking of which, I have never liked Su Chen. Finally, everyone sees through this disliked person. Chun Yongyin. He is just a clown in the mutual aid group. He also scams girls for photos. Ignore him. A chorus of criticism against Su Chen erupted in the group. Su Chen shook his head in silence, unable to refute due to his imposed silence. He simply exited the group chat, too indifferent to continue observing. Let these fools await their misfortunes. They were not deserving of sympathy. Fortunately, he had refrained from playing the role of a savior from the beginning, dismissing their plight as mere nonsense. Just as Su Chen intended to resume reviewing verification information, a call came in from Li Xian. He was genuinely curious about what she had to say and answered the call. Su Chen, I'm giving you one more chance. Tell me where you are and hand over the supplies to me. This is your last opportunity. Otherwise, after the disaster, I will report this to the school, and you're likely to be expelled, facing public disgrace. Surely, you do not wish for that, do you? Li Xian blurted out. Su Chen chuckled softly, amused by her threats. As a teacher, is it not a breach of conscience to deceive students for their supplies? I advise you to cease this farce. Li Xian erupted in anger. How am I deceiving you? I'm doing this for your own good. You are truly obstinate. So, will you or will you not hand over the supplies? Su Chen replied with a smile. Of course, I will hand them over, provided you can find me. Li Xian cursed under her breath. Su Chen ended the call, allowing the furious teacher to stew in her own ire. By noon that day, while Su Chen was engaged in leisure, the class group chat suddenly became bustling with activity. Heliong, wasn't it said that supplies would be distributed? Where's the teacher? Zhou Zigui, Teacher Li Xian, have you arrived? Everyone is quite hungry. Xiahua, is Teacher Li Xian here yet? Amidst the flurry of mentions, Li Xian remained silent. Suddenly, a striking notification popped up in the chat. The group owner had muted all members. Su Chen sighed. It seemed even the ferocious teacher had given up on the act. Perhaps this would finally awaken those foolish students, though it was a pity they could no longer witness the spectacle. However, amusement was still to be had. Shortly after, Su Chen found himself added to a new group, the temporary group for the first-year physics class 3. This group was established by Xiahua, and Li Xian was conspicuously absent. Xiahua, everyone, we can discuss things here. I believe we have been deceived by the teacher. Heliong, what are we to do now? I was counting on assistance. Zhou Zigui, that wicked teacher is taking advantage of our plight. Does she have no conscience? Li Chun, boo. I had 3 days' worth of supplies left. Su Chen was right. We should not have handed over our supplies. Chen Yongyin, we're doomed. We are all in this together. The chat was filled with lamentations as they realized they had been duped by Li Xian, filled with regret. Su Chen found their predicament utterly hilarious. He felt no sympathy for them whatsoever. Suddenly, someone tagged Su Chen. Li Chun, Su Chen, where are you right now? You must still have supplies. Please help everyone. Upon hearing this, a chorus of agreement followed. Indeed, Su Chen, you are our only hope. Brother Chun, we were wrong. Could you send a bottle of water my way? I do not ask for much, just a box of instant noodles if you can. I apologize for my previous insults. Su Chen did not respond and quietly exited the group, seeking peace from their incessant pleas. To him, these classmates had become akin to the dead, and there was no need to remain in the group. At that moment, he received a message from a girl, a recent addition to his contacts. Known by the ID Yuan Yixin Yue. Without any preamble, she sent over 2 photos. Wow. Su Chen's eyes widened. She was stunning. He was certain that Shen Yue had not participated in the previous campus beauty contest. This was the first time he had seen her. Yet her beauty rivaled that of the participants, perhaps even surpassing them. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, her figure exuded a youthful innocence, while her grace was strikingly mature. Featuring an oval face, flowing shoulder-length hair, bright eyes, and a charming smile. The photos were taken in front of a flower bed, rendering the adjacent vibrant blooms pale in comparison. She was indeed the embodiment of beauty. Su Chen felt elated. She was undoubtedly a goddess. Moreover, Shen Yue's appearance made him realize that there were many beautiful girls at school he had yet to discover, confirming the effectiveness of his advertising strategy in the group. Physics Department Su Chen, classmate, which dormitory are you in? Unexpectedly, Shen Yue replied with an unexpected response. Yuan Yixin Yue, I am not in the dormitory. I am trapped in the library. It turned out that on the day of the apocalypse, Shen Yue had been studying in a library when a torrential downpour struck. Although the school urged everyone to return to their dormitories, she had decided to wait until the rain subsided since she did not have an umbrella. Ultimately, the rain intensified, and she was unable to return to the dormitory. Subsequently, a severe cold front hit, leaving her stranded in the library. Shen Yue informed Su Chen that over 20 students and teachers were similarly trapped in the library. Su Chen couldn't help but wonder how they were surviving in such frigid conditions while dressed so lightly. Shen Yue sent several photos, revealing the answer to his curiosity. The images depicted a pile of burning books. They had been relying on burning books for warmth to survive, and the books were filled with countless words, making for excellent fuel. Physics Department Su Chen. So, are you hoping that I will deliver food to you? The library was several kilometers away from the dormitory, making this no simple task. Yuan Yixin Yue. Yes, I have seen the situation in the dormitory. I dare not return. If you could bring some food, that would be wonderful, but if it is too difficult, I understand. After a moment of silence, Su Chen replied, Physics Department Su Chen. Let us have a video call. I need to verify something first. Yuan Yixin Yue. Okay, send me the request. Su Chen initiated a video call, and Shen Yue quickly accepted. She looked almost identical to her photos, even more captivating in motion. See, I am indeed in the library, she said softly, stepping aside to reveal the bookshelves behind her. Confirming she was indeed in the library, Su Chen remained silent, as he suddenly heard a notification from the system. Ding! Chapter 15, First Outing. Detected as suitable rescue target. Generating data. Name, Xin Yue. Age, 18. Rating, 88. Level, excellent. A blank sheet of paper. Task details. Trapped in the library, facing a survival crisis. Task level, nightmare. Task reward, 45,000 merit points. A task had been triggered. Su Chen was surprised. It seemed he could activate tasks through video calls rather than in person. Xin Yue's situation was entirely different from Xing Fei's. She lacked any materials for warmth and was incapable of leaving the library. Moreover, considering the distance to the library, it was unlikely for her to traverse it alone. To rescue Xin Yue, there was only one option. Su Chen would have to go to her. It appeared necessary for him to venture out. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved, System, open the shop. I need to purchase protective gear. The system shop interface unfolded before him. Su Chen glanced at the protective suit. A single suit required 200 merit points, offering excellent protection against toxins and cold. While being lightweight, he was certain that such high-quality protective gear was not a product of Blue Star. It was likely non-existent in their world. Purchase, Su Chen declared. Ding. You have consumed 200 merit points and acquired one set of protective gear. A suit of protective gear appeared before him, seemingly out of thin air. I need to go out for a while, Su Chen informed Xing Fei. Xing Fei, who was preparing lunch in the kitchen, poked her head out and was taken aback to see Su Chen donning a protective suit complete with a gas mask and oxygen supply system, which gave him the appearance of a character from a survival horror game. Master, what are you doing? She asked, bewildered. Su Chen surprisingly possessed such advanced equipment, showcasing his exceptional expertise. It was evident that he had prepared for the apocalypse well in advance. She felt a growing sense of reverence towards him. After swiftly donning his gear, Su Chen proceeded towards the dormitory door. Master, Xing Fei hastily called out to him. What if someone comes knocking while you're out? Her concern was not unfounded. The group of student bandits was currently pillaging the entire building, and this place was no exception. Inevitably, it would be targeted. Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Do not worry, while I am away, no one can open this door. As he spoke, he pulled the door open and stepped outside. Xing Fei was curious about his words. Did this mean only he could unlock the dormitory door? Doubting his claim, she waited a moment. And once she confirmed he had walked far enough away, she approached the door and grasped the handle in an attempt to open it. To her astonishment, the dormitory door seemed welded shut. No matter what she did, it would not budge. It was indeed true. Xing Fei was taken aback. After the apocalypse, Su Chen had finally ventured outside the stronghold for the first time, becoming the first student to exit the dormitory area. Outside the dormitory, the ground lay blanketed in a thick layer of snow, the eaves and treetops adorned with icicles, while the biting wind blew, making it feel as though one were in the coldest reaches of Siberia on Blue Star. Meanwhile, the sky was shrouded in a grim haze, resembling a dark prison that enveloped the earth, truly a scene befitting the end times. The roads were also covered in snow, rendering vehicular passage impossible. Thus, Su Chen could only proceed on foot. After discerning the direction, he trudged through the snow, alternating between deep and shallow steps, making his way towards the library. At that moment, he felt relatively safe. His protective suit shielded him from the toxic snow, and not a single soul was in sight, not even a ghostly shadow. At Yun Cheng University, within the library, a group of over 20 individuals huddled around a fire to keep warm. Some were wrapped in curtains, while others stuffed newspapers into their clothing. Their expressions were gaunt, and some had already collapsed from hunger, barely clinging to life. Among them, Xin Yue sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, lost in thought. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had never ceased their pleas for assistance from the outside world, but as time passed, hope dwindled to a mere flicker. Most among them had gone over 5 days without food, surviving solely on the bottled water stored in the break room, and Xin Yue was one of them. Now, the bottled water was running low, and the snow outside was toxic, rendering it impossible to collect water from melted snow. Yesterday, while chatting with her roommate and close friend Su Lingling, Xin Yue had heard Su Lingling mention Su Chen. Su Chen, a male student from the physics department, had frequently advertised in the mutual aid group, offering free food and water, but only to beautiful women, denying assistance to those deemed unattractive. Su Lingling had encouraged her to seek out Su Chen, suggesting he might be able to help, and had even added her to the mutual aid group. Rationality warned her that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Su Chen might have ulterior motives, yet she felt utterly helpless. After much internal conflict, Xin Yue finally resolved to reach out to Su Chen. The process went smoothly. Her looks passed his scrutiny, and he agreed to assist her. However, her emotions were complex. She was torn between fearing that Su Chen might deceive her and concerned that he would make unreasonable demands. What if he indeed made excessive requests? Xin Yue felt anxious. Despair loomed large. There seemed to be no hope left. If this continued, we would all perish. Suddenly, a voice nearby interrupted Xin Yue's thoughts. Turning to look, she recognized the speaker as a man in his 30s, a young professor named Xue Fei, who taught one of her elective courses. After the disaster struck, Shuefei had taken the initiative to calm everyone's spirits and organize self-rescue efforts, earning their respect and leadership. Yet now, he appeared to be the first to crack. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Shen Yue asked with concern, as others turned to look at him as well. Shuefei lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot and filled with despair, stating, "I say, we are all going to die here." His demeanor was somewhat frightening, and Shen Yue quickly attempted to reassure him. "That is not true, teacher. How long has it been since you last slept? Perhaps you should rest for a while." Shuefei smiled bitterly, responding, "What do you mean not true? Is it not clear enough? This is the apocalypse. There will be no rescue. Today marks the 6th day, and within a week, some will inevitably perish. The remaining survivors will be forced to resort to cannibalism, consuming the deceased until none are left." At his words, the crowd was visibly shaken. If that were the case, it would indeed be horrific, an inferno of human suffering, and the likelihood of such a fate was high. Suddenly, Shuefei leapt to his feet, exclaiming passionately, "Since we are doomed, we might as well choose a more dignified way to die." He grabbed a burning book and dashed towards the bookshelf. The crowd gasped in alarm, shouting, "Teacher, what are you doing?" Shuefei hurled the flaming book onto the shelf, igniting the entire collection in an instant, and thick smoke billowed into the air. He intended to set the library ablaze, taking everyone down with him. "You've lost your mind. Stop him. Put out the fire." The crowd erupted into chaos, some instinctively retreating, others attempting to restrain Shuefei, while some rushed to extinguish the flames. The scene became a frenzy, as Shuefei pushed past those who approached him. He laughed maniacally. "It's useless. We'll all die together." Faced with a rapidly spreading inferno, Shen Yue was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Only when the intense heat washed over her did she regain her senses and hurriedly follow the others in retreat. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as a male student attempting to extinguish the flames caught fire, rolling on the ground in a desperate struggle, ultimately succumbing to the flames. The crowd was gripped by terror, abandoning thoughts of extinguishing the fire and fleeing in panic. As Shen Yue ran, she was accidentally bumped by someone, losing her balance and falling to the ground. Ignoring the pain, she prepared to rise, only to feel a presence looming over her. Looking up, she was met with the unsettling gaze of Shuefei. "Teacher!" Shen Yue cried out in alarm, an ominous premonition creeping into her mind. Chapter 16. A frightening rescue. Shuefei grinned sinisterly, saying, "Xiaowei, do you know? You are my favorite student. I have been watching you for a long time." Shen Yue stammered, "Teacher, what do you want to say?" Shuefei replied, "Since we are about to die, why not fulfill a wish for me? Let us marry right here and become a pair of doomed lovers." Shen Yue was taken aback, instinctively seeking to escape. Shuefei lunged forward, seizing her foot and pulling her back down to the ground. "Help! Someone save me!" Shen Yue cried in terror. Yet, the others were too preoccupied with their own survival. Some hurriedly fled, while others, though aware of her plight, turned a blind eye out of fear of Shuefei. Despair filled Shen Yue's heart as she struggled and pleaded, "Teacher, please, let me go." Shuefei sneered. "What kind of reaction is that? Surely you wouldn't want to die alone, would you? Wouldn't it be better to have a teacher accompany you to hell?" As he spoke, he tugged forcefully, attempting to overpower Shen Yue. Just as he was about to pounce on her, a figure charged towards him. Realizing the impending threat, Shuefei looked up. But before he could make sense of the newcomer, he was struck by a powerful kick, sending him flying to the ground. It was then that he saw the person before him, clad in a protective suit complete with a gas mask and oxygen tank, resembling a professional rescuer, unmistakably male. Momentarily stunned, Shuefei forgot his pain and exclaimed with joy, "Is help finally here? We are saved." The newcomer was none other than Su Chen. Su Chen disregarded Shuefei. Once indoors, he removed his gas mask, revealing his face, and turned to Shen Yue, asking, "Are you alright?" Having previously video-called Su Chen, Shen Yue recognized him instantly, her heart swelling with surprise and delight. He truly had come. Su Chen extended his hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "You seem quite astonished. I said I would come, and indeed I have." Shen Yue grasped Su Chen's hand, rising to her feet, still feeling as though she were in a dream. Was this not merely a figment of her imagination before death? Had Su Chen really arrived? "Hey, who are you? Aren't you a rescue worker?" Shuefei called out again at that moment. Su Chen activated the communication system and purchased another set of protective gear, handing it to Shen Yue. "Quickly put this on. We must leave this place." "All right," Shen Yue replied, hastily accepting the gear. Only then did Su Chen turn to Shuefei, his tone icy. "I'm also a student of this school." Shuefei was taken aback, unable to comprehend how a mere student could possess such professional protective equipment. However, he dismissed the thought. "Classmate, I am Professor Shuefei from the School of Economics. Please provide me with a set of protective gear as well." Su Chen replied, "I'm sorry, there are none left. Even if there were, do you think you are worthy?" Shuefei's expression darkened. "How can you speak like that? Do you not understand the importance of respecting your teachers?" Su Chen chuckled, shaking his head. "You, a beastly teacher, wish to impose moral constraints on me? Fei realized that Su Chen would not grant him protective gear, especially after witnessing his earlier attempt to assault Shen Yue. Since he refused to respect your teacher, do not blame me for being impolite. Fei scoffed and lunged at Su Chen, attempting to forcibly seize his protective suit. Su Chen, however, did not indulge him. Swiftly delivering a powerful slap that sent Fei crashing to the floor, half of his face swollen, several teeth knocked out, blood spilling from his mouth. Even in his hunger-induced stupor, he was no match for the enhanced Su Chen. Su Chen stepped forward, delivering a few more kicks to Fei, the final one landing on his calf with a sickening crack as the bone shattered. Fei screamed, his agony palpable as beads of sweat dotted his brow. Su Chen seized him by the collar and dragged him toward the inferno. Fei, terrified, cried out, "Spare me. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please, let me go. Ask the King of Hell if he will spare you." Su Chen replied coldly, flinging Fei into the flames. Fei shrieked in terror, quickly engulfed by the fire. Returning to Shen Yue's side, Su Chen found her already donned in the protective suit, gazing at him with astonishment. Clearly, his ruthless handling of Fei had frightened her. "Are you ready?" Su Chen Wei. Shen Yue nodded eagerly yes. With protective gear, whoever seized the moment could escape. Just then, they heard someone shouting from behind. A middle-aged woman had blocked the doorway with her body. Su Chen recognized her as a staff member from the library, usually gentle and smiling, but now transformed into a fierce figure. Upon hearing her words, others reacted instinctively. Survival instincts took precedence over morality as they surged towards Su Chen and Shen Yue. Su Chen scoffed, donned his gas mask, and grasped Shen Yue's hand, swiftly making their way to the door. "They're escaping. Hurry!" The middle-aged woman screeched, reaching for Shen Yue. "Get away!" Su Chen struck her squarely in the face. Blood streamed from her nose as she staggered, but did not fall. Instead, her expression grew even more ferocious. Su Chen furrowed his brow. He had not meant to seriously harm her, only to intimidate, yet he had underestimated the darkness that fear and desperation could evoke in a person. She merely wished to survive. What fault was that? Yet if her desire to live led her to harm him, then perhaps death would be preferable. Grasping the woman by her hair, he flung her aside and pushed open the library door, racing out with Shen Yue before the others could catch up. A male student, the quickest and most fervent, accidentally followed them outside, only to be instantly incapacitated by the biting cold, collapsing to the ground, seemingly on the brink of death. The others, witnessing this, retreated in fear, helplessly watching as Su Chen and Shen Yue made their escape. Upon reaching a distance of 100 meters, Su Chen and Shen Yue glanced back at the library, where the flames had intensified, towering into the sky amid billowing smoke. Soon, the entire library would likely succumb to the blaze. Shen Yue's eyes were filled with dread. Had Su Chen not come to save her, she too would have perished in the inferno. "Let's go," Su Chen stated. Shen Yue nodded in agreement, following his lead. "Thank you for saving me, Su Chen." Shen Yue expressed gratefully. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "You should realize that regardless of the previous circumstances, my intent to rescue you means you can no longer remain in the library." Indeed, Shen Yue acknowledged. It was true. With Su Chen bringing her food, others would either demand she share or resort to theft, making it impossible for her to stay. "Have you considered where to go next? I offer you two choices. Return to your dormitory or come mine." Shen Yue's heart raced. Her fears were realized. Su Chen indeed harbored ulterior motives. "If I refuse to go to your dorm, will you abandon me and withhold food?" She trembled. Chapter 17. Shen Yue's choice. Su Chen was ruthless. This was the impression he had left on Shen Yue, filling her with trepidation and unease. Now they were outside. If Su Chen were to threaten her into removing her protective gear, her fate would be sealed. Even if he showed mercy and allowed her to keep it on, the perilous journey back to the dormitory would be fraught with danger, and without food, she would surely succumb. In essence, she was entirely at his mercy, utterly ensnared by Su Chen, leaving her with little option but to comply with his demand to visit his dormitory. "Hell, what do you take me for?" "Listen to my proposal first before making a choice," Su Chen stated calmly. Shen Yue paused, then replied, "All right, go ahead." Su Chen continued, "I possess a secure shelter that can shield you from the cold, replete with food and water. Within, you need not fear for your life." Shen Yue's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard the most fantastical tale. Was Su Chen merely deceiving her, claiming the existence of such a sanctuary? Su Chen pressed on. "However, entry comes with a condition. You must become my servant, loyal to me forever, and obey all my requests, including those you are aware of." Shen Yue comprehended. Although she had never been in a romantic relationship, she was no child. She finally grasped why Su Chen only sought to rescue beautiful women. Nevertheless, if such a haven truly existed, Su Chen's condition seemed understandable. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch, a lesson she had learned well. The question remained, did Su Chen truly possess such a refuge? "What is the second choice?" Shen Yue inquired. Su Chen replied, "I will fulfill my earlier promise. escorting you back to your dormitory and providing you with food. I choose the second option, Shen Yue declared without hesitation. Su Chen nodded, unperturbed. After all, she had never seen the fortress and was justified in her skepticism. In truth, he could easily force Shen Yue's submission, but he offered her two options for a different reason. As long as she did not enter the fortress, she would remain in a precarious situation and would inevitably require his assistance again. In essence, Shen Yue would become his tool for extracting resources from the system. Su Chen felt justified. He had presented her with a choice, and it was she who had selected. Very well, let us depart, he said with a slight smile, leading the way. Walking in the snow was indeed a daunting task for Shen Yue, particularly as she was nearly faint from hunger. Several times, she found herself ensnared in the snow, unable to move. Fortunately, Su Chen was by her side, and with a gentle hand, he rescued her from her predicament. Eventually, finding her pace too slow, Su Chen simply hoisted her onto his back, leaving Shen Yue blushing with embarrassment. In that moment, her emotions were a complex mix of shyness and gratitude. Upon returning to the dormitory area, Su Chen finally set her down and inquired, "Which building are you in?" "Building 3, Shen Yue replied. "Lead the way," he said, and together they made their way to Building 3. The dormitory area for undergraduate students at Yin University was quite expansive, with Building 3 situated at the far end, nearly a mile away from Su Chen's Building 9. As they approached Building 3, a group of 7 emerged from one of the dormitory buildings, trudging towards them with uneven steps. The group consisted of 2 males and 5 females, the men leading the way while the women followed closely behind, all bundled in heavy clothing and tightly wrapped headgear. Interestingly, they all wore makeshift gas masks, a clear indication of their origin from engineering students. Although rudimentary in design, they served their purpose well in the short term. Upon suddenly spotting Su Chen and Shen Yue, the group of 7 looked taken aback, especially upon noticing that both were clad in professional protective gear. "Are you rescue personnel?" one of the boys asked, his tone tinged with skepticism. Su Chen did not directly answer, but instead queried, "Where are you headed?" The 2 boys exchanged glances, and the one who had spoken first coolly replied, "None of your business. If you're not rescue personnel, you can be on your way." Su Chen merely acknowledged with a nonchalant "oh," losing interest in the exchange as he began to leave with Shen Yue. "Wait," the boy suddenly called out to them. "What is it?" Su Chen asked. The boy continued, "I want to know where you got your protective suits." Su Chen responded coldly, "None of your business." A flicker of anger crossed the boy's eyes, and though he seemed ready to retaliate, he hesitated and ultimately chose silence, turning away. Su Chen and Shen Yue proceeded to Building 3, and as they entered, Shen Yue released a quiet sigh of relief. She had felt uneasy throughout their journey, fearing that Su Chen might change his mind. Thankfully, he had safely escorted her back. Her gratitude towards him deepened. He truly seemed to be a good person. Upon reaching the floor, they found all the dormitory doors tightly shut, enveloped in an eerie silence, leaving them uncertain about the fates of the inhabitants. Shen Yue approached the door to room 408, which was also locked, and knocked. After a considerable wait, the door finally creaked open, revealing a girl wrapped in a quilt. Trembling and pale, her appearance quite frail. "Lingling, it's me," Shen Yue exclaimed, embracing the girl. The girl before her was her roommate and close friend, Su Lingling. Su Lingling's face lit up with disbelief. "Xiao Wei, you're back. Is it really you?" The 2 friends were overwhelmed with emotion and burst into tears, embracing tightly. Su Chen stepped inside the dormitory and casually closed the door behind him. Su Lingling turned to Su Chen with curiosity. "What happened? Who are you?" Su Chen removed his gas mask and smiled. "I am Su Chen, a first-year student from the physics department." Su Lingling's eyes widened in realization, and her excitement surged. "So you are the Su Chen. Your advertisement was true. You really brought Xiao Wei back." Shen Yue then asked, "Lingling, where are the others?" It turned out that only Su Lingling remained in the dormitory. The other 4 roommates were absent. Su Lingling explained, after the disaster, Li Jiao and Shen Anqi were picked up by their families. Xiao Xue, like you, hasn't returned, and her whereabouts are unknown. As for Fong Xiu, she just left with someone. Shen Yue furrowed her brow. Li Jiao and Shen Anqi were both from wealthy families, capable of utilizing their resources to be evacuated, which was understandable. However, Fong Xiu came from a more ordinary background. "What do you mean she left with someone?" Shen Yue asked. Su Lingling replied, "Haven't you heard? There's a group over at the boys' dormitory claiming to control a large stockpile of supplies. They formed a group specifically to recruit girls. As long as a girl they fancy agrees to join them, they can receive food." Shen Yue and Su Chen exchanged glances, recalling the 2 boys and 5 girls they had encountered earlier. It seemed Fong Xiu was among them. The 2 boys were indeed members of that group, and it was easy to surmise their intentions regarding the girls they had taken. "I wish I could join them. As long as I can survive, nothing else matters. But alas, I'm not pretty enough. They wouldn't want me, so I'm left here to await my fate," Su Lingling said with a self-deprecating smile. Shen Yue frowned. How could they treat people like this? Su Chen found it somewhat amusing. It was as if these individuals were following his teachings. This was, after all, A normal reaction in a world turned upside down. The apocalypse presented both crisis and opportunity. In such times, survival was paramount, requiring resources which in turn conferred power. And with power, the inevitable demand for women would follow. Well, you are safe now, and I must take my leave. Here has some food for you, Su Chen said, retrieving supplies from his system space. Chapter 18. The Golden Pyramid Gang. He offered a pack of instant noodles, a bag of bread, and a bottle of water, sufficient provisions for Shen Yue for just a day. Su Chen had devised a plan to leverage the system's resources. Theoretically, as long as Shen Yue remained in need of food daily, he could trigger a rescue task each day. Shen Yue and Su Lingling were momentarily stunned, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the food, with Su Lingling nearly drooling. "You've been carrying these the whole time?" Shen Yue asked in disbelief, having not noticed that Su Chen had food hidden on him. "I can only carry so much. I'll bring you more tomorrow," Su Chen replied. "Beep. You have successfully rescued Shen Yue, temporarily resolving her survival issue. You have gained 45,000 merit points. Hey, task accomplished, merit secured. Thank you, Su Chen. I truly..." Shen Yue's voice caught in her throat, feeling a pang of guilt. Su Chen had not only returned her safely, but had also provided her with food, proving himself to be a genuinely good person. Su Chen smiled. "No need for thanks. Just remember my words today. If you ever change your mind, let me know." "Okay." Shen Yue's face flushed. Su Lingling, curious, asked, "What were you two talking about?" Shen Yue shyly replied, "It's nothing." Su Chen added, "I asked her to pledge herself to me, but she didn't agree." Su Lingling blinked. "Brother, what about me? I'm willing to pledge myself." Su Chen shook his head. "You cannot." Su Lingling pressed for a chance. "Just think about it. Good brother. I can look decent with some makeup. Goodbye." Su Chen said as he took his leave. "Xiao Wei, this Su Chen fellow must have known you before. He is clearly pursuing you. Isn't? Otherwise, why would he help you so much?" Once Su Chen had departed, Su Lingling began munching on the bread and asked. Shen Yue blushed and shook her head. "No, we only met today." Su Lingling remarked, "True friendship is revealed in times of adversity. You have so many admirers. Can you still see them now?" Su Chen risked everything to bring you back. He truly deserves admiration. As Su Chen exited the girls' dormitory area, snowflakes began to fall once more, the weather growing increasingly severe. Having completed his task, he was eager to return to the Doomsday Fortress. As he walked, Su Chen furrowed his brow. Being outside the fortress, he was cautious. Keeping his insight, eye activated. "Come out." Lurking in the shadows. "What you up to?" Su Chen spoke coldly. A figure emerged from behind a snowbank. It was the boy who had spoken to him earlier, who had evidently lingered, waiting for Su Chen. "Where's the other one?" the boy asked with a smirk. Su Chen replied, "What business is it of yours?" A young man inquired, "I still wish to know where your protective suits originated. You are not rescue personnel. Who exactly are you?" Su Chen responded, "Why should I tell you? What could you possibly do?" A flicker of malice crossed the young man's eyes as he chuckled sinisterly. "You see, it's not up to you to decide. Either you speak now, or I will drag you back." As he spoke, he revealed a wooden stick hidden behind him, its surface coated with frost, clearly a makeshift weapon. Su Chen found amusement in the situation. A mere college student was attempting to threaten him. 3 seconds later, the young man lay on the ground, clutching his chest in agony, the stick now in Su Chen's possession. Despite his heavy winter coat, Su Chen's kick nearly knocked the breath out of him. "You bastard," the young man cursed through gritted teeth. "Don't get too cocky. You were just escorting that girl back to her dormitory, right? I saw her. She's in building 3, room 408. The moment you turn around, I'll grab her, and if you want to speak, I'll make her talk, and I will have my way with her." Su Chen's gaze turned icy. He did not believe this was mere bravado. He was aware that some individuals had unleashed their darker impulses since the onset of the apocalypse, capable of committing unspeakable acts. Fortunately, only this brute knew he had left the female dormitory. His accomplices remained unaware. Thus, it was imperative to keep it that way. "What else do you intend to do?" "Repeat that?" Su Chen's tone was colder than the surrounding snow. The young man sneered. "What? Are you her boyfriend? Perfect. I'll just make myself her groom, and let others join in too, piling on the green hats." The sound of the stick striking interrupted his words as Su Chen swung it decisively at the young man's head. Blood splattered, staining the surrounding snowflakes crimson. The young man stared blankly, motionless, reduced to a lifeless heap. Su Chen casually discarded the stick, not sparing a glance at the fallen, as he turned to leave. The snowfall intensified, swiftly covering the blood with a blanket of white, while the young man's rigid corpse added a touch of horror to the desolate landscape. Time passed, and soon several figures appeared, braving the wind and snow to reach the young man's body, gasping in shock. In dormitory 303 of Building 6, an abundance of bottled water and various dried foods was hoarded, an undeniable wealth. A scholarly-looking young man with black-rimmed glasses sat atop a pile of bottled water, his expression grim. "So, Li Wenwei was bludgeoned to death?" The bespectacled young man remarked coldly. Beside him sat a burly fellow, his dark complexion marred by fury. "Who did this?" Opposite them stood 4 young men, their bodies still speckled with unmelted snow. We don't know. By the time we found Li Wenhui, the assailant had already fled. One of the young men stated. The strong young man turned to the bespectacled one. Water brother, what is our plan? The bespectacled young man, Chen Jinshui, a third-year law student at Yunnan University, was usually perceived as timid and cautious. However, following the catastrophe, he had seemingly transformed overnight. On the second day post-disaster, he was among the first to target supermarket supplies. Aware that he could not succeed alone, he swiftly assembled a team, starting with his high school buddy, Wang Chong, a boxer with capabilities surpassing the average university student. His group eventually swelled to 16 members, comprising his dorm mates, neighbors, and students from various disciplines. They became the foremost winners in raiding supermarkets. Chen Jinshui even named his group the Jinzi Gang, proclaiming, from now on, we are all brothers. I won't shortchange anyone. We'll share the supplies and the women. He envisioned the once aloof beauties, including the campus flowers who had never glanced their way, begging to serve them. Create another group. Invite all the beauties you know, Lin Wanxi, Xiaoming Yao, everyone. They will come begging to serve us. Chen Jinshui proclaimed from his makeshift throne, exuding confidence. Laughter erupted among the members of the Jinzi Gang. However, things did not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. The girls added to the group initially erupted in curses, some berating them as scoundrels, others leaving in anger, and some outright refusing to join. Yet, as time passed and hunger and cold set in, the specter of death loomed larger, and eventually, some girls capitulated, agreeing to join them. Li Wenhui, he Xiaofeng. You two go to the female dormitory and bring back these 5 women. Tonight, we feast as grooms. I promise, with me, no one will go hungry, Chen Jinshui declared. The crowd cheered as they sent Li Wenhui and he Xiaofeng on their way. They returned with 5 girls, but only he Xiaofeng came back. Li Wenhui did not return. Water brother, we encountered 2 individuals in protective suits at the female dormitory. Wenhui said he would stay behind to investigate, he Xiaofeng reported. The presence of individuals in professional protective gear unnerved Chen Jinshui, introducing an unforeseen variable. Li Wenhui's continued absence prompted Chen Jinshui to dispatch 4 individuals in search of him. They returned with grim news. Li Wenhui was dead, his skull brutally crushed. His death a gruesome sight. Chapter 19. If you can't break it, don't smash it. Damn it. Were those 2 in protective suits responsible? Wang Chong seethed. Water brother, let us storm the female dormitory, find them, and exact vengeance for Wenhui. Chen Jinshui's face darkened as he replied. The female dormitory is vast. How do we search? Wang Chong insisted. We'll search room by room, digging them out if necessary. Chen Jinshui shook his head. That would attract too much attention. In the current situation, we cannot expose ourselves. It would be counterproductive. Besides, we have yet to ascertain those 2's identities. Acting rashly is unwise. Wang Chong urged, so what are we to do? Just let it go? Chen Jinshui smirked, of course not. Whoever killed our comrade will pay the price, no matter who it is. Wang Chong replied. Then you decide what we should do. We'll follow your lead. Chen Jinshui adjusted his glasses. Those 2 are also students from our university and are active here. Someone must have seen them. We will join every group on campus. We are bound to find some clues. We have plenty of time. We will eventually track them down. He paused, casting a glance at everyone, a faint smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, we will avenge our fallen comrade. Now go, gather your spirits. We must also indulge ourselves. Wang Chong declared, Water brother, the 5 girls include one named Fang Xiu, who is the most beautiful. I will bring her to you. Chen Jinshui shook his head. Leave her for you all. I'm not interested in such trivialities. By the way, I heard Lin Wanxi and Xia Mingyao have been reluctant to join the group. Wang Chong chuckled. Indeed, after all, their campus flowers quite standoffish. I say we should just kidnap them. Water brother, give the word, and I'll lead the charge. Chen Jinshui smiled slightly. No need for that. I relish a challenge. I want to see how long they can hold out. After sending everyone off to the neighboring dormitory, only Chen Jinshui remained. His expression darkened once more as he furrowed his brow, muttering, in protective suits, striking so ruthlessly. Who could you possibly be? Meanwhile, across from Building 6, beneath the side wall of Building 4, Su Chen stood quietly, his gaze fixed on the 3rd floor of Building 6. After eliminating Li Wenhui, he had not truly left, but had instead remained in hiding, patiently awaiting the arrival of those searching for Li Wenhui. Following them here, he murmured, You lot had best not provoke me. Otherwise, I shall eradicate every last one of you. With a cold glint in his eyes, Su Chen withdrew his gaze and silently turned away. The swirling snow soon concealed his footprints, plunging the surroundings back into desolate silence. Moments later, the scene unfolded anew. Su Chen returned to Building 9, proceeding directly upstairs, intent on returning to the fortress. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he was greeted by the sound of a ruckus ahead. 3 tall young men brandishing clubs were seen violently assaulting the door of Dormitory 513. Su Chen squinted. Was this the notorious group of athletic students notorious for their robberies? It seemed they had finally come for him. The dormitories before 513 lay in disarray, clearly having suffered previous plunders. Standing at the entrance of dormitory 503, his former residence, Su Chen noted that its door had been battered to pieces, and his classmates had been harmed, with some collapsed on the ground, bleeding profusely. The robbers had, however, left empty-handed, as their homeroom teacher, Li Exen, had already acted before them, cunningly securing all the supplies. As Su Chen was spotted, the students inside the dormitory looked on with expressions of astonishment. They did not recognize him immediately. Rather, it was his protective gear that caught their attention. He paid them little mind and continued forward. Soon, he drew the attention of the three athletes, who ceased their actions and turned to regard him with curiosity. "Who are you?" one of them inquired. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "You need not concern yourselves with my identity, but you may wish to know that you are vandalizing my dormitory." The trio paused briefly. "You live here? Is this door made of iron? Why can't we break it down?" One asked, intrigued. Su Chen suggested, "If you cannot break it, perhaps you should try another room." The three athletes bristled with anger. "You seem rather arrogant, kid. If you don't want a beating, come over and open the door." One threatened, brandishing his club. Su Chen replied, "Here's the deal. If you leave my dormitory alone, you may rob whomever you please. I will not interfere." "What do you think of that?" The trio exchanged glances. Puzzled, this kid, dressed in protective gear, seemed to possess some significance. It was curious. Perhaps he had valuable supplies in his dormitory. Their curiosity piqued. They reached a consensus. "Well, if you want to cry until you see the coffin, let me teach you a lesson first." One sneered as he advanced towards Su Chen, club raised. Unfazed, Su Chen calmly awaited his approach. The assailant drew near, swinging the club down towards Su Chen's head. Yet in the blink of an eye, Su Chen seized the club from him. It was a trivial task, as his attributes had doubled, and he hardly needed to employ his skill, basic wind speed. His agility far surpassed that of an ordinary person. With the club in hand, Su Chen wasted no time. With a sharp snap, he broke it, driving the jagged end into the assailant's throat. Blood spurted forth as the man's eyes widened in terror, gasping for breath while blood flowed from his scarf. With a swift motion, Su Chen lifted the man and hurled him over the balcony. In mere moments, the man landed in the snow below, eyes wide open, lifeless even before his body touched the ground. The remaining two athletes stood frozen in shock. Many students from the surrounding dormitories, drawn by the commotion, gaped in disbelief. "My goodness, he killed him," they gasped. Su Chen was overwhelmingly powerful. The athlete, towering over him, had been effortlessly thrown from the building, casually tossing aside the broken club. Su Chen regarded the two remaining athletes with a calm demeanor. "So, are you now considering my proposal?" The two trembled uncontrollably, one even wetting his pants, and they nodded in unison. Terrified, they dared not utter a word. While they had previously harmed their classmates, murder was beyond their courage. Su Chen, however, was 100 times more ruthless, exuding an aura of strength that felt otherworldly. "Then be gone. Do not let me see you again on the 5th floor." Su Chen staticuli, stepping aside. The two athletes scurried away like frightened rabbits, quickly vanishing from the 5th floor. Su Chen cast a glance back at the onlookers. Like startled rabbits, hurriedly withdrew their heads. In dormitory 513 within the Apocalypse Fortress, Xing Fei resembled a frightened rabbit. The sounds of banging from outside nearly terrified her. Although Su Chen assured her that no one could breach the door, her anxiety lingered. She had finally arrived at a safe haven and did not wish to lose it. After a while, the banging inexplicably ceased, and she thought she heard voices outside, though she dared not look. Moments later, she heard the door creak open, and a familiar figure appeared. Su Chen had returned. Entering the room, Su Chen closed the door behind him. Noticing Xing Fei's panicked expression, he offered a reassuring smile. "It's all right. They will not return." Xing Fei blinked, then asked, "Were those the athletes from this building? How did you convince them to leave?" "I killed one of them." "How persuasive do you think that was?" Su Chen replied. "Why you killed someone?" Xing Fei stared at Su Chen, attempting to discern if he was jesting. However, upon noticing the bloodstains on his protective gear, she gasped in shock. It seemed to be true. Su Chen had indeed killed an athlete. How had he managed that? Not only did he possess a fortress, but his strength was astonishing as well. "Why are you standing there? Fetch some water to clean my protective gear," Su Chen instructed. Snapping back to reality, Xing Fei eagerly responded, "Of course, master. I'll get it right away." She hurried off to the bathroom, her heart racing with excitement. Her master was truly remarkable. Choosing to follow him felt like winning the lottery. Determined, she resolved to cling tightly to this opportunity. Su Chen was her greatest assurance for survival in this apocalyptic world. Possibly her only safeguard. As Su Chen removed his protective gear and handed it to Xing Fei for cleaning, he took a seat on the sofa. Reflecting on the day's events, an idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to communicate with the system. "System, I wish to enhance the fortress's external security. Do you have any recommendations?" He inquired mentally. Given the current circumstances, it was unavoidable that the fortress would attract external attention. He did not wish to have to resolve every conflict personally. Ding. It is suggested that the host install a fortress defense system. This equipment can monitor the surroundings of the fortress and initiate defensive measures in the event of an invasion. Su Chen thought, pleased. How many merit points does the defense system require? Ding. The defense system is divided into 9 levels. The lowest tier requires only 300,000 merit points. Su Chen glanced at his current merit points, which totaled less than 120,000, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed he would not be installing it for the time being. Ding. The system has detected that the host's merit points are insufficient and recommends temporarily installing monitoring equipment, which requires only 30,000 merit points. This will allow for constant surveillance of the fortress's surroundings within a radius of 100 meters. The system chimed in again. Su Chen considered this, intrigued. That sounds feasible. Install it. Ding. Consumed 30,000 merit points. Monitoring equipment has been installed in the fortress. With a thought, a virtual panel unfolded before him, resembling a surveillance screen divided into several windows, displaying the scenes outside the fortress. With this monitoring equipment, Su Chen would receive alerts for any unusual activity within a 100-meter radius of the fortress, effectively covering the entirety of Building 9. In essence, he could now be acutely aware of all movements within the entire building. Su Chen felt quite satisfied, although lacking defensive measures. At least he could foresee dangers and respond accordingly. He then attempted to monitor the activities in other dormitories. In Dormitory 503, his classmates were engaged in a discussion. Isn't Dormitory 513 vacant? Who could possibly be living there? And it seems the door has been reinforced. Even the athletes couldn't break it down. Did you notice that guy in the protective suit? He seems somewhat familiar, but I can't quite recall where I've seen him. Nonsense. That person is incredibly strong. How could you have encountered him? In Dormitory 208, Zhao Feng wore a grim expression as he listened to 2 returning roommates. The 2 appeared utterly terrified, trembling and crying, incoherently recounting their encounter at the entrance of Dormitory 513. Their tale left the 2 athletes incredulous. Stop joking. Aoyang is 6 feet tall and weighs 180 pounds. Who could possibly lift him with one hand and toss him off the balcony? Exactly, this isn't funny at all. Where has Aoyang gone? Please tell us. We're telling the truth. Aoyang's body is still downstairs. You'll see for yourselves. Zhao Feng finally spoke up. All right, let's go take a look. They quickly made their way to the balcony, and upon seeing their roommate's corpse in the snow, a wooden stick protruding from his neck, their expressions changed drastically. Boss, that person said he never wants to see us on the 5th floor again. Damn it, let us go avenge Aoyang. P.S. alone, we are 5. Surely we can take him down. As the 2 furious roommates were about to act impulsively, Zhao Feng halted them. Stop. Feng Ge, he killed Aoyang. Are we just going to let it go? Zhao Feng gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. After a moment, he gradually relaxed his grip and coldly stated, from now on, no one is allowed to set foot on the 5th floor. Do you understand? Within the Doomsday Fortress, Su Chen observed Zhao Feng on the monitoring screen and smiled slightly. This person has some sense. He has saved me some trouble. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. His identity was that of a student, not a demon. The reason he had employed such severe methods against the athlete was merely to instill fear in his comrades. As for these individuals robbing other students, he had no concern for that. Of course, if they insisted on provoking him in the future, he would not hesitate to act as a demon and eliminate them all. Master, the protective suit has been cleaned. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat today? I will prepare it right away. Xiang Fei approached with a sweet smile. This girl had become more approachable, completely shedding her previous aloof demeanor, and had even learned to win him over. Who could resist an enthusiastic and proactive campus belle? Su Chen replied with a smile. I am indeed hungry, but not for food. Come here and lie down. Instantly, the fortress was filled with a joyful atmosphere, as Su Chen had anticipated from that day forth. The Doomsday Fortress inevitably drew the attention of the outside world. The outside world knew nothing of the situation within the fortress. They only whispered of a mysterious figure in a protective suit residing in Dormitory 513 of Building 9. Chapter 21. The Delayed Rescue Ding. Rescue mission detected. Mission details. Shen Yue has run out of food and is facing a survival crisis. Mission level. Nightmare. Mission reward. 45,000 merit points. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, in the morning, Su Chen awoke to the system's notification, triggering a rescue mission from a distance. This function should be limited to previously rescued targets. For those not assisted, face-to-face or video calls were necessary to initiate the mission. Understanding this, Su Chen felt a surge of joy. He had intended to video call Shen Yue, but could now avoid that hassle. Dressed in his protective suit, Su Chen stepped outside. Compared to the previous day, conditions had worsened further. Temperatures had plummeted to nearly minus 40 degrees, and all exposed objects were encased in ice as hard as iron. The surroundings were devoid of any green leaves. All flora had withered, rendering the world increasingly desolate. As Su Chen walked, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He saw dozens of corpses sprawled on the ground beneath a nearby building. Young, vibrant lives now frozen in the ice and snow. With a loud thud, he turned to see another corpse being thrown from above, landing on the snow like discarded trash. More shockingly, this was not an isolated incident. The same gruesome occurrence was transpiring throughout the entire dormitory area. In a single night, bodies were being cast from above. 7 days, Su Chen murmured. It was said that humans could only endure 7 days without food or water, and now that they had reached this critical juncture, mass deaths had commenced. In fact, 2 days prior, reports of fatalities had already emerged in the mutual aid group, with students who had lost roommates panicking and unsure of how to handle the bodies, forced to coexist with the deceased. Now, everyone had found the most convenient method, simply tossing the bodies downstairs. At this moment, one could even be thankful for the bitter cold. With so many corpses, if they were not frozen, a plague would surely ensue, leading to even quicker human extinction. This harrowing scene would move even the hardest of hearts. And for Su Chen, it evoked even deeper thoughts. Alongside the humans, plants were wilting, and countless animals were freezing or starving. All of this was encased in ice and snow, awaiting revival. The day the snow melts will be the day the zombies rise. That will be the true hell on earth, and the thought left Su Chen feeling numb. Before long, Su Chen arrived at Shun Yue's dormitory. Thanks to the supplies he had provided, both Shun Yue and Su Lingling were still alive, though they had not bathed in over a week. Even someone as beautiful as Shun Yue would struggle to attract attention in such a state. Fortunately, their lack of cleanliness did not affect their scoring, and thus did not result in a decrease in merit points. A simple bath could remedy the situation. Upon seeing Su Chen, the two girls looked at him as if he were their savior, especially given his clean and fresh appearance. Brother, I wanted to ask you yesterday, how is it that you seem completely unaffected by the apocalypse? Su Lingling could not help but inquire. Su Chen smiled, because I bathe every day. Daily bathing, a commonplace activity, sounded like a fantastical notion to the two girls in their current situation. Heavens, you can still bathe every day? Su Lingling exclaimed, her eyes wide. Su Chen clarified, to be precise, I take hot baths. The two girls were stunned. Could he truly be joking? Su Chen did not pursue the topic further, instead pulling out a bottle of water, a piece of bread, and a packet of instant noodles. This is today's supply. I will come by every day from now on, he said, looking at Shun Yue. Thank you. Shun Yue replied gratefully. That will be all for now. I will head back. See you tomorrow. At that moment, the system's voice chimed, and he successfully received 45,000 merit points. See you tomorrow. The two girls saw Su Chen off and closed the door. Xiao Wei, I really want to take a bath. Su Chen says he bathes daily. I wonder if it's true? Su Lingling said. I don't know. Shun Yue replied, shaking her head, though her heart stirred. Su Chen had mentioned he had a shelter, lacking neither food nor water. Initially skeptical, she now found herself wavering. Could it be true? One thing was certain. Su Chen was indeed very clean. If he did not have a shelter, how had he managed to stay that way? Su Lingling's curiosity only grew. Su Chen is so mysterious. Where do you think his food comes from? Shun Yue replied earnestly, I don't know. Perhaps that is not something we should inquire about. Let us not ask again in the future. Su Lingling let out a soft exclamation, all right. As Su Chen walked along the path back to the fortress, his mood began to brighten. The plan was successful. From now on, he could earn a minimum of merit points daily from Shun Yue. Although he found her physique somewhat tempting, his desire to accumulate merit points outweighed that inclination. Moreover, he held a favorable impression of Shun Yue and did not wish to rush things. However, upon returning to the fortress, he was approached eagerly by Xing Fei. Master, did you see? She asked urgently. Su Chen, puzzled, inquired, see what? Xing Fei replied, the school's new announcement states that rescue will arrive at noon today. Su Chen was taken aback. No way, he thought, hastily pulling out his phone. Indeed, various groups within the school had disseminated the announcement, and the atmosphere was one of ecstatic relief. Although it had come a bit late, the authorities had launched a special rescue operation for the students, emphasizing that the youth represented the future of the nation, and they would make every effort to ensure that future. At noon, helicopters would deliver survival supplies to the dormitory area. After reading the announcement, Su Chen felt a mix of emotions. The good news meant everyone could prolong their lives, but the bad news was that the beautiful women would no longer need his assistance. After some contemplation, he smiled. It was for the best. With large-scale death imminent, if everyone perished, he would earn no merit points either. Only if people survived could there be hope. What are your thoughts? Su Chen asked, putting aside his musings and smiling at Xing Fei. She quickly responded, Master, rest assured, even with the rescue, it doesn't concern me. I will never leave here unless you abandon me. Master, would you ever abandon me? Her sincerity was palpable. She was not foolish. The official rescue could not compare to the resources available here. The authorities would only provide minimal food and drink, while here, sustenance was merely the least of their offerings. If she truly contemplated leaving, that would be a grave mistake. It is good that you have this awareness, Su Chen replied with a slight smile. I haven't had breakfast yet. Please go, as I desire meat porridge today. Xing Fei agreed enthusiastically. Yes, I will go right away. As she entered the kitchen, Su Chen lowered his head to reread the announcement, murmuring, though I will not claim the supplies, it won't hurt to observe the excitement. It will serve as a diversion. Concurrently, with the arrival of the rescue news, the previously desolate dormitory area sprang back to life, with everyone eagerly anticipating and preparing for action. In Building 9, Room 620. Prior to the school announcement, Zhao Feng and his companions had continued their daily scavenging activities. After suffering a setback at the hands of Su Chen the previous day, they had taken a day off. However, early this morning, they regrouped and decided to bypass the 5th floor and target the 6th. By this time, their supplies were nearly depleted, and their haul was diminishing, resulting in an increasingly rapid pace of scavenging as they reached Room 620. In past raids, they had encountered some resistance, with fights being commonplace, but this time, they met no opposition. In fact, the occupants willingly packaged their remaining food. Upon entering the dormitory, they found 5 young men kneeling in unison. This was the dormitory for third-year students in the music department, where one had already perished, leaving 5 handsome individuals behind. Brothers, I am Li Haoming, the dorm leader. This is all our food. It is yours now, the most handsome among them said with a broad smile. Zhao Feng and his companions chuckled, impressed by their willingness to comply. Very good. Zhao Feng replied with a smile, signaling his friends to collect the food. Brothers, we wish to join you. Please accept us. Li Haoming suddenly bowed his head. Zhao Feng was taken aback, looking at Li Haoming with your frail bodies. A gust of wind could blow you away. What use would you be to me? The athletes erupted in laughter. Li Haoming, however, remained unperturbed and stated, though we may be weak, we can still assist you. The school just issued a new announcement that rescue supplies will arrive at noon. Strength in numbers means we can seize more supplies together. What? There's a rescue? Zhao Feng was momentarily stunned. Li Haoming quickly handed him his phone. You might not know, please take a look. Zhao Feng accepted the phone and began to read, his surprise and joy mounting as he confirmed the rescue announcement. Ha ha ha. What did you just say? Strength in numbers? Good. This noon, we'll make a big score. Zhao Feng laughed heartily. Li Haoming joined in his laughter, feeling ecstatic. He had hitched his wagon to a fortunate star. Su Chen, just you wait. I will find you and make you pay. Li Haoming Silan Libua. Through the mutual aid group, he had learned that Xing Fei had allied herself with Su Chen. On that day, Su Chen had advertised in the group about offering free food to beautiful women, and Xing Fei had even come forward to vouch for him. When he saw this, he nearly exploded with rage, swearing to ensure Su Chen's demise. He was currently unaware of Su Chen's dormitory location and was devising ways to find him, confident that he would locate him sooner or later. Now, with the assistance of a group of athletes, Su Chen was as good as doomed. His immediate goal was to ingratiate himself with these athletes to gain their acceptance, after which he would exploit them against Su Chen. Chapter 22. A false alarm with the news of official rescue arriving. The Student Council of Yin University also came back to life. Student Council President Yao Tongwei. At noon, please ensure proper protective measures before leaving your rooms. Only depart upon my notification. Representatives from the Student Council will be present at each building. Please follow their instructions. Adhere to the rules and queue orderly to collect supplies. Violators will face severe penalties. This message was pinned at the top of all groups and remained there throughout the morning. At noon, amidst widespread anticipation, the unmistakable roar of helicopters filled the air above the dormitory area, and the rescue arrived as promised. Looking up, one could see over a dozen helicopters darkening the sky, each dangling a large supply package from a thick rope. As the helicopters descended slowly, the wind from the spinning rotors scattered the accumulated snow on the rooftops. Each building received a helicopter, which released its supply package upon nearing the rooftop before lifting off again and accelerating away. The moment the helicopters appeared, the entire dormitory area erupted in excitement, with figures rushing out of their dorms and racing toward the rooftops. Despite many being too weak from hunger to move, they were determined to seize this opportunity. In the group chat, the student council president shouted in exasperation, "What are you all doing? I haven't told you to go out yet." But no one heeded him. On the rooftops of each building, after the supply packages were dropped, the crowd surged forward like a horde of zombies drawn to prey, initiating a frenzy of grabbing and snatching. On the rooftop of Building 9, a student council representative shouted at the approaching crowd, "What are you doing? Stop right there, can you hear me?" The famished students paid no attention to him, completely ignoring his presence as they charged toward the supply packages. The representative attempted to intervene. "Have you all gone mad? Do you want to be marked for disciplinary action? Stop. Don't grab. Can you hear me? Form a line." Suddenly, a wooden stick swung towards him, striking him on the head and causing blood to gush forth as he collapsed to the ground with a cry. "The hell with your rules." The assailant, Zhao Feng, charged forward, followed by a group of athletes and Li Haoming, all with gleaming eyes and eager expressions. "Grab everything," Zhao Feng commanded. A similar scene unfolded on the rooftops of every building, including the female dormitories, creating chaos throughout the dormitory area, with noise echoing in the air. Inside the Doomsday Fortress, Su Chen sat comfortably on the sofa, legs crossed, as he monitored the rooftop surveillance footage. The cacophony from outside filtered through the windows. The frenzy of the crowd was beyond Su Chen's expectations. It seemed they were truly driven to desperation by hunger. Xing Fei stood on the balcony, gazing incredulously at the rooftop of the building opposite. Master, they're fighting over resources. The opposite building was still a female dormitory, and, at that moment, the girls were behaving like wild creatures, hair disheveled, grappling, biting, and screaming. A chill of cold sweat trickled down Xing Fei's back as she watched. If she were still over there, would she also act like them? If she had survived to this moment, it was quite likely, but the greater possibility was that she would have already become one of the bodies lying below. She suddenly lost the desire to watch any longer and retreated to the living room, obediently curling up by Su Chen's feet like a cat. Su Chen absent-mindedly stroked her hair, akin to petting a cat, yet his thoughts drifted to Shen Yue. That girl was rather timid. He wondered if she was also participating in the scramble for resources. Ding dong. Suddenly, a message notification chimed from his phone. It was from Shen Yue. Yuan E. Shen Yue. Su Chen, have you gone out to grab resources? Su Chen replied with 4 simple words. I do not need it. Yuan E. Shen Yue. It's terrifying. Everyone seems to have gone mad. I'm scared and don't dare to go out. A smile involuntarily appeared on Su Chen's face. Fear was the correct response. However, Shen Yue quickly sent another message. But Xiao Ling has gone out. She said she wants to take a chance. Su Chen's smile froze. Oh no, he almost forgot about Su Lingling. Did that girl have a chance of obtaining resources? This frenzied resource grab lasted over an hour before gradually subsiding. All the supplies had been stripped bare, leaving behind a scene of devastation, with bloodstains scattered about. The most tragic aspect was that nearly every building had casualties from the skirmishes, leaving corpses on the rooftops. After the looting concluded, the mutual aid group fell eerily silent, as if everyone had lost the will to speak, except for the student council president, who incessantly expressed dissatisfaction. With no excitement left to witness, Su Chen's thoughts shifted, and he turned off the monitoring panel. Ring, ring, ring. A voice call suddenly came in. It was Shen Yue. As soon as he answered, he heard her voice quivering with tears. It's bad. Xiao Ling is injured, and all the supplies were taken by others, despite knowing he shouldn't. Su Chen nearly laughed out loud. How could this happen? He stifled a chuckle and asked, how did that occur? Shen Yue explained. Someone knocked her down and stepped on her multiple times. She returned completely bruised and fainted. Su Chen feigned sympathy. Poor Xiao Ling. Unfortunately, it's not convenient for me to go out right now. I'll bring some medicinal wine tomorrow on my way. After hanging up, Su Chen finally allowed himself to smile, relieved that it was merely a false alarm. It seemed he could continue to accrue merits tomorrow. Meanwhile, in dormitory 620, as it was close to the rooftop, it had become a new stronghold for Zhao Feng and others. Indeed, team collaboration made a significant difference. The dorm was now brimming with various supplies, making them the MVPs of this looting. The group cheered and celebrated their victory. Li Haoming approached Zhao Feng, seizing the opportunity to flatter him. Brother Feng, without a doubt, you are the most formidable person in Building 9. I would call you the king of the building, destined to dominate the entire dormitory area. King of the building. King of the building. King of the building. Several music students chimed in, adding to the raucousness. Zhao Feng, initially smiling, suddenly lost his grin. Have you all noticed? The person from 513 seems to have not shown up today. Zhao Feng scanned a few athletes with a serious gaze. The athletes nodded in solemn agreement. If Su Chen had participated in the resource grabbing, he would undoubtedly have donned protective gear, making him conspicuously visible. There was no reason they wouldn't have noticed him. His absence might imply he simply did not lack resources. But how could that be? Zhao Feng frowned. He couldn't comprehend how, as a student, Su Chen could possibly lack supplies. Is it possible that he intends to wait until we finish before coming to seize our spoils? One athlete suggested ominously. Zhao Feng's expression shifted. If that were the case, they would indeed be the biggest fools. Li Haoming, bewildered, asked, Brother Feng, who are you talking about? Zhao Feng sneered. I'm referring to the true king of Building 9. Chapter 23. Lin Wansi seeks help. It was already the 8th day of the apocalypse. In dormitory 408 of Building 3, a conversation unfolded. Ouch, that hurts. You're too rough, be gentler. Come on, bear with it. It'll be over soon. This exchange was between Shen Yue and Su Lingling, who lay on the bed, her body covered in bruises. Shen Yue was applying medicinal alcohol to her injuries. The medicinal alcohol had been brought by Su Chen, purchased from a system shop for 100 merit points. And this act of assistance towards Su Lingling would not yield any merit in return, making it a loss. However, considering Su Lingling's failed attempt at obtaining supplies the previous day, Su Chen did not mind. Since Su Lingling had been unsuccessful in securing resources, she triggered a rescue task for Shen Yue this morning, prompting his visit. Currently, he sat nearby, idly scrolling through his phone. With the official rescue operation from yesterday extending their lives, today he noticed a lack of new corpses below, and the atmosphere had grown remarkably quiet, with hardly any new verification messages. Suddenly, a new notification popped up on the verification page. Su Chen clicked in and felt a stirring in his heart upon seeing a familiar name. Normal University Lin Wansi requests to add as a friend. The system's message soon chimed in his ears. Ding. New rescue task discovered. Task details. Lin Wansi has been robbed, lost all food, and is injured. Facing a survival crisis. Task reward. 50,000 merit points. A task had indeed been triggered. It was true. Lin Wansi was a goddess he had previously assisted, allowing him to activate the task from a distance without a face-to-face meeting. Su Chen had been curious why no tasks related to Lin Wansi had emerged before. It seemed she had not lacked food until now. Robbed? Was this related to yesterday's rescue? That girl was indeed unfortunate. Not only had she failed to obtain food, but her entire stock had also been taken, making her situation more dire than Su Lingling's. Amused, Su Chen recalled Lin Wansi's notoriously foul temper and did not hold her in high regard. Nevertheless, for the sake of merit points, he clicked to approve the request. Lin Wansi almost immediately sent a message. Normal University Lin Wansi. I suppose I don't need to send a photo, right? You previously mentioned free food. Is that still available? Su Chen replied succinctly. It is. Normal University Lin Wansi. Then deliver it to Building 11 for me. Be quick about it. The audacity of her tone left Su Chen speechless. Physics student Su Chen. Sorry, you'll have to come pick it up yourself. Normal University Lin Wansi. Are you joking? It's so dangerous outside. How could I possibly go out? Can't you just bring it here? Physics student Su Chen. Ridiculous. You're the one asking for help, not me owing you anything. You know how dangerous it is outside. Why should I risk it to deliver to you? Normal University Lin Wansi. I'll pay you a runner's fee at most. Physics student Su Chen. Stand outside Building 9 and message me again. Come if you want, it's your choice. Su Chen refused to indulge her spoiled behavior. He now had Shen Yue and was in no rush to earn merit from her. Afterward, Lin Wansi bombarded him with messages filled with her entitled complaints about his behavior. Su Chen ignored her entirely. After a while, Shen Yue finished applying the medicinal alcohol to Su Lingling and approached Su Chen. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long. Su Chen smiled. Not at all. I was curious to see how effective the medicine would be. Su Lingling chimed in, Brother, your medicinal alcohol is really good. I already feel much better. The system indeed produced quality goods, living up to its reputation. Su Chen nodded. That's great. He then took out a day's worth of food and handed it to Shen Yue. The system promptly rewarded him with 45,000 merit points. I'll head back now. I'll come again tomorrow, Su Chen said, rising to leave. Shen Yue called out to him, Su Chen. Su Chen turned back, yes. Is there something else? Shen Yue's cheeks flushed. Please, be careful on your way. Su Chen nodded slightly, then donned a gas mask and departed. Once Su Chen had left, Su Lingling could not resist teasing. Oh, what was that all about? You surely didn't develop feelings for him, did you? Shen Yue's face flushed crimson. Of course not. Stop saying nonsense. In the lobby of Building 9, two boys huddled together in a corner, tried to escape the biting cold wind, seemingly awaiting something. One of them was Li Haoming, while the other was his music student roommate. It's freezing. Those damn athletes treat us like they're lackeys. The music student complained. Li Haoming gestured for silence. Shoo, keep it down. We still need their help. Let us refrain from such talk in the future. At that moment, a figure dashed inside. Another boy carrying a package. Are you here to exchange supplies? Please state your name. Li Haoming stepped forward. The boy replied, Zhang Dong, and you? Li Haoming introduced himself. Liu Ming. Zhang Dong nodded and handed the package to Li Haoming, who then meticulously checked its contents. What about the medicine I requested? Zhang Dong inquired impatiently. After counting, Li Haoming leisurely retrieved a box of medicine from his pocket and handed it over. The packaging bore the words in it. Zhang Dong eagerly inspected it before expressing relief. How much of this do you have? Our leader said to take as much as you have. Li Haoming coldly retorted, Don't ask me. Tell your leader to speak to ours. I'm only responsible for the transaction. Fine, Zhang Dong replied sheepishly, stowing the box away. Just then, another person hurriedly entered. Wrapped up tightly, yet it was evident she was a girl. Upon seeing her, Zhang Dong chuckled. So you're still trading with girls? We aren't. We only arranged to meet you, Li Haoming denied, casting a curious glance at the girl. Startled by their presence, the girl instinctively took a step back, scanning the three men warily. Which one of you is Su Chen? Upon hearing her call Su Chen's name, Li Haoming's expression shifted dramatically as he fixed his gaze on her. You're here for Su Chen? The one who offers food to beautiful girls for free? Zhang Dong laughed. I've heard about this guy too. If that is the case, you must be quite the beauty. Hey, take off your scarf. Let me see. The girl frowned. Since you're not Su Chen, it's none of your business. Zhang Dong grinned. Aren't you here for food? We have food too, and we can offer it for free. How about considering it? Li Haoming pressed. Miss, were you supposed to meet Su Chen here? Will he be arriving shortly? The girl, now slightly annoyed, huffed. I already said it's none of your concern. So what if it is? Li Haoming turned to his roommate and whispered, quickly go find Brother Feng. Tell him we're in trouble. Chapter 24, Beat Him. Lin Wanxi had been starving all day, unable to endure the pangs of hunger any longer. Su Chen had been starving, as she usually hoarded food, enough to last her at least half a month. However, her supplies had been completely raided yesterday, and she had even been beaten up. The incident stemmed from her roommate provoking someone they shouldn't have while raiding supplies on the rooftop. This person declared herself the queen of Building 11 and brought her crew to teach her roommate a lesson, which ultimately affected Lin Wanxi as well. Now, she had to find something to eat and thought of Su Chen. In fact, besides Su Chen, many others claimed they could provide food for beautiful girls. Previously, someone had even attempted to recruit her into a group, but she had ignored them, choosing only Su Chen. The reason being, Xing Fei had vouched for Su Chen, providing a sense of credibility that she found lacking with the others. When she finally found Su Chen, her spoiled temperament flared up, and he surprisingly turned her down, insisting she retrieve the food herself. Although Su Chen's attitude irked her, it also made her feel more at ease. He didn't seem to have ulterior motives. Thus, she came over. However, upon arrival, she encountered Li Haoming and his friends, who bombarded her with questions, especially Zhang Dong, who she found quite repulsive. What do you think of my previous suggestion? Care to consider it? Zhang Dong asked with a grin, inching closer. Lin Wanxi instinctively took a step back, coldly replying, not interested. Can you please stop talking? It's really annoying. Zhang Dong frowned, realizing her fiery temper, and retorted, you must not know who our leader is. Let me put it this way. The supplies we took yesterday could feed you for months. Isn't that more powerful than that, Su Chen? Lin Wanxi remained silent, evidently uninterested in engaging with him. Zhang Dong assumed her silence was due to intimidation and pressed further. Take off your scarf so I can see. If you're truly beautiful, I'll take you to meet our leader. Get lost. Lin Wanxi snapped back. Zhang Dong felt a pang of humiliation. Others were watching, and her blatant rejection made him uncomfortable. What is this? Reduced to begging men for food? What is so noble about that? If you want tea, let me see. Then I'll just have to. Zhang Dong scoffed, stepping forward and attempting to forcibly yank Lin Wanxi's scarf off. Startled, Lin Wanxi instinctively tried to evade him, but was a moment too late. Zhang Dong had already grasped her shoulder, his other hand reaching for her scarf. Let her go, or I'll sever your hand. A voice suddenly interrupted. Zhang Dong froze, glancing up to see a figure clad in protective gear stepping through the door. In that brief moment of distraction, Lin Wanxi broke free from his grip. Who are you to meddle? Zhang Dong huffed. Su Chen replied calmly. She is looking for me. You are the one meddling here. Lin Wanxi's eyes lit up. You are Su Chen? Su Chen. Li Haoming glared at him, his eyes blazing with fury. The man who had taken his girlfriend was finally in front of him. Su Chen, where have you hidden Fei Fei? Speak. Li Haoming bellowed, lunging at Su Chen. This scene left both Lin Wanxi and Zhang Dong dumbfounded, wondering what was happening. As Li Haoming charged at him, Su Chen furrowed his brow, sidestepping the attack, and swiftly seized Li Haoming by the throat. Li Haoming, is it? Did you forget what I told you so quickly? Su Chen statikuri. Li Haoming gupat, unable to speak, his face turning a deep shade of purple, as if Su Chen could extinguish his life with a mere thought. Zhang Dong trembled in fear, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. This guy was far too powerful to subdue Li Haoming so effortlessly. Lin Wanxi stared in astonishment. Were it not for the consideration of possibly frightening Lin Wanxi away, Su Chen would have had no qualms about ending Li Haoming right there. Instead, he released him, sending Li Haoming crashing against the wall. He fell to the ground, clutching his throat, coughing violently until he finally caught his breath, glaring at Su Chen with venomous eyes. You bastard. Just you wait. Brother Feng will be here soon, and we'll see how you fare. Su Chen replied with a nonchalant, oh, Brother Feng is the leader of those athletes? When did Li Haoming start associating with them? Xiaoming, what is going on? At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase, and a group hurried down, led by Zhao Feng. Li Haoming clung to Zhao Feng like a lifeline. Brother Feng, this guy forcibly took my girlfriend and just assaulted me. You have to seek justice for me. Who is so audacious? Zhao Feng's expression darkened as he turned to Su Chen, but his voice abruptly halted, akin to a screeching halt. The two athletes behind him turned pale, as if they had seen a ghost. Su Chen chuckled lightly. So, Brother Feng, are you planning to stand up for your little brother? Zhao Feng found himself utterly frozen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he hurriedly exclaimed, no, absolutely not. This must be some kind of misunderstanding. Su Chen replied, his girlfriend indeed followed me. She is now with me. Zhao Feng felt a wave of cold sweat cascade down his back. Su Chen had truly taken away Li Haoming's girlfriend. If he did nothing, how could he maintain his status as the boss? Yet confronting Su Chen would be akin to courting death. Brother Feng, you... Li Haoming looked at Zhao Feng with confusion, unable to comprehend why the usually formidable Zhao Feng appeared so distressed. Wasn't he supposed to confront Su Chen? Su Chen smiled slightly and added, however, I must clarify that when she was with me, she had already broken up with Li Haoming. Zhao Feng seemed to see a glimmer of hope, his eyes brightening. So, you didn't actually take his girlfriend? Su Chen nodded affirmatively. That is indeed the case. Damn it. Zhao Feng turned to Li Haoming, a blaze of anger igniting within him. You worthless scoundrel, stirring up trouble for no reason. With a resounding slap, he struck Li Haoming across the face. The latter's cheek instantly swelled and turned red as he attempted to argue, but Zhao Feng shot a look at the two athletic students behind him. Beat him. The two students lunged forward, pinning Li Haoming down and delivering a relentless barrage of blows, leaving him to wail in agony. Only then did Zhao Feng turn to Su Chen, forcing a smile as he said, I apologize for my lack of discipline. I have offended you, and I sincerely apologize. I assure you it won't happen again, and I hope you can overlook this minor transgression. He lowered his head in submission. After a 10-second pause, Su Chen's indifferent voice broke the silence. Leave. Zhao Feng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Thank you. He quickly gestured for his subordinates to retreat, dragging Li Haoming away like a defeated dog. Back in dormitory 620, Zhao Feng remained shaken, growing increasingly furious. He turned and kicked Li Haoming to the ground, scolding, You damn fool, you nearly got me killed. Why did you provoke him? Li Haoming, already battered and bruised, replied pitifully, Brother Feng, what on earth is going on? Why do you appear so fearful of him? Zhao Feng retorted angrily, What did I tell you yesterday? The true ruler of this building is someone else. Su Chen? Li Haoming was left dumbfounded. The ruthless individual Zhao Feng spoke of was none other than Su Chen. Zhao Feng scoffed. Now you understand why I had to beat you, right? I was saving you. Li Haoming protested. Are we just going to let him trample over us? With so many of us, couldn't we confront him together? Zhao Feng shook his head. Without absolute certainty, I will never gamble with my life. In the hall on the first floor, after sending Zhao Feng and his gang away, Su Chen turned around, only to find that Zhang Dong had discreetly slipped away. He had noticed this earlier, but chose to ignore it. This individual seemed to have come to negotiate with Zhao Feng's group. Recently, bartering had become a trend among students, which was not surprising. However, Su Chen had observed a detail. Zhang Dong's skin bore numerous red spots, resembling frostbite. At this moment, Lin Wanxi stood frozen, still in shock. She had never anticipated Su Chen to be so formidable. Even the imposing Brother Feng, accompanied by his entourage, dared not provoke him. Now that there are no others, you may remove your scarf, Su Chen remarked. All right, Lin Wanxi complied, unwrapping her scarf to reveal her face. She had come specifically to find Su Chen and, feeling a newfound respect for him, did not hesitate. Indeed, as the top school belle, the harsh conditions of the apocalypse had not diminished her beauty in the slightest. She remained stunning, though several faint bruises marred her visage, clearly signs of past violence. Su Chen nodded and said, You are indeed Lin Wanxi. We meet again. Lin Wanxi, taken aback, replied again, Have we met before? She was certain she did not know Su Chen. As a pedagogy student, she had no interaction with someone like him from the engineering realm. Su Chen removed his hood and questioned, Do you remember now? As Lin Wanxi gazed at Su Chen's face, a wave of unpleasant memories surged in her mind, prompting her to exclaim, It's you. On the fateful day of the apocalypse, amidst torrential rain, she had hurriedly sought shelter in her new dress and accidentally slipped. An unremarkable boy had rushed to help her. Preoccupied with her ruined dress, she had barely acknowledged him. However, after assisting her, he insisted she express her gratitude, which had irked her, leading to a confrontation. To her astonishment, he had pushed her back to the ground before fleeing. She had nearly lost her temper then, vowing to find him and make him pay. As the apocalypse unfolded, this incident faded from her mind, only for her to discover that the detestable boy was now the very person she sought help from. What did you say that day? That you wouldn't let me go if we met again? Su Chen teased, observing Lin Wanxi's reaction. What do you plan to do with me now? Lin Wanxi instinctively took a step back, her voice trembling. Are you bringing me here to deceive me? What do you want? Su Chen, well aware of her identity, had promised her food, but he had no intention of genuinely providing sustenance. It was merely a ruse to lure her in. She felt both anger and fear, with the latter overwhelming her. If she couldn't even handle an ordinary boy, how could she contend with Su Chen? With a swift motion, Su Chen produced a bag of bread and a carton of milk. Eat this. Lin Wanxi hesitated, fearing that he had poisoned the food, intending to either kill her or incapacitate her for sinister purposes. Glancing at the door, she feigned an attempt to escape. Su Chen remarked coolly, Don't bother looking. Your chances of escaping my grasp are 0. Feel free to test it. Help! Someone help me! Lin Wanxi screamed. Su Chen chuckled. Go ahead. Shout until your throat is hoarse. No one will hear you. Outside, the wind and snow had picked up again, swallowing her voice. And even if someone did hear, who would have the inclination to intervene at such a time? Frustrated and anxious, Lin Wanxi exclaimed, You bastard, what do you want? Su Chen replied, As I said, eat this, and I will let you go. Lin Wanxi paused. You will let me go? Be honest. Did you poison it to kill me? Su Chen's expression turned cold. If I wanted you dead, would I need poison? Hurry up, or I'll personally feed you. Lin Wanxi, terrified, reluctantly accepted the bread and milk, tears streaming down her cheeks as she consumed them. The once delightful food now tasted like ash in her mouth as fear consumed her. After some time, Lin Wanxi finally finished the food. A system notification rang in Su Chen's ears. Ding. You have successfully assisted Lin Wanxi, earning 50,000 merit points. You wanted food? I have provided it. When someone helps you, what do you say? Su Chen stated blandly. Lin Wanxi bit her lip, recalling how he had remembered their previous encounter. Thank you, she muttered through gritted teeth. Su Chen replied with a smirk. See, that wasn't so difficult. From now on, I will leave a portion of food at the door of dormitory 513 every morning. You can come and collect it. Clearly, he intended to turn Lin Wanxi into a useful ally. Also, take this. It will be beneficial for your injuries. Su Chen retrieved a bottle of medicinal alcohol and tossed it to Lin Wanxi before turning on his heel and heading upstairs. Lin Wanxi stood there stunned. Did she hear correctly? Su Chen would provide her with food daily? No, they were clearly at odds. What could possibly motivate him to assist her in this manner? Hey, wait, I have questions for you, she called out, but Su Chen had already distanced himself. Furrowing her brow, Lin Wanxi picked up the medicinal alcohol from the ground. This guy undoubtedly harbored some ulterior motive. She vowed not to fall into his trap. Lin Wanxi murmured, huffed softly, and raised her hand as if to discard the medicinal wine. But after a moment's contemplation, she chose to stow it away instead. The entire day passed in a state of unease for her, as she remained convinced that there was something amiss with the food Su Chen had provided. Upon returning to her dormitory, she lay on her bed, anticipating the onset of any adverse effects. However, as midnight approached without incident, her anxiety subsided, and she couldn't resist applying the medicinal wine to her wounds, discovering its remarkable efficacy. It appeared that Su Chen had indeed been of assistance to her, yet she found herself increasingly perplexed by his intentions. The following morning, after waking from a restless slumber, Lin Wanxi's stomach audibly protested. She found herself in a quandary about whether to procure food from Su Chen. Rationality advised her that regardless of Su Chen's motives, if she ceased all contact with him, she would be free from any repercussions. However, reason could not triumph over hunger, which could only be satiated by food. She attempted to acquire nourishment through alternative means, but in the current circumstances, who would offer her food for free? Others might be even worse than Su Chen. At the very least, the food he had provided the previous day had proven to be safe. Moreover, she recalled the delightful taste of the bread and milk, which she now craved. Having never encountered such delectable fare before, Lin Wanxi swallowed hard, and her stomach growled fiercely. Ultimately, hunger triumphed over reason. Emboldened, she approached Su Chen's dormitory, and indeed, she discovered a package of food at the entrance. Fearing a trick, she cautiously approached, swiftly seized the food, and fled downstairs. Upon opening the package, she found a piece of bread, a pack of instant noodles, and a bottle of water, sufficient to sustain her for the day. What a miser, Lin Wanxi thought, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, as she longed for the milk from the previous day. Nonetheless, she sighed with relief, grateful that she would not have to endure hunger today. Upon returning to her dormitory, Lin Wanxi received a message from Su Chen. Continue tomorrow. Initially reluctant to respond, she hesitated before ultimately replying. Thank you. Chapter 26. Mutation on the 9th day of the apocalypse. A piercing scream shattered the morning tranquility in dormitory 620, startling the slumbering occupants. Li Haoming, while gazing in the mirror, repeatedly muttered, "How could this be? What has happened to me?" His handsome visage was marred by conspicuous red spots, reminiscent of frostbite, accompanied by an unsettling burning sensation that robbed him of restful sleep. Terrified, as the school's heartthrob, he was more concerned about his appearance than any woman. His disfigurement felt like the end of the world. Zhao Feng, still somewhat drowsy, was jolted awake upon witnessing Li Haoming's condition, his expression shifting dramatically. "You are infected," he exclaimed. Li Haoming, alarmad, respunda, infecta. "No way. You must be mistaken, Feng." Zhao Feng, ignoring his protest, commanded, quickly, isolate him in the bathroom. The others, not daring to hesitate, sprang into action, with two athletic students leaping from their beds to seize Li Haoming. "Let go. I'm not infected. You must be wrong." Li Haoming instinctively struggled against their grip. Yet, the two athletic students held him firmly, rendering escape impossible. In the ensuing commotion, Li Haoming's mirror slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground. "You better behave," Zhao Feng shouted, rushing over to deliver a punch to Li Haoming's forehead, rendering him unconscious as his head drooped forward. "Lock him up. He must not be allowed to leave," Zhao Feng declared solemnly. The two athletic students dragged Li Haoming into the bathroom like a rag doll and closed the door behind them. The onlookers were left in shock. "Feng, what do we do with him?" one athlete inquired. Zhao Feng's expression remained grave. "For now, we must observe. There is no evidence to suggest that this virus is contagious. But out of caution, we must avoid contact with him." In the apocalyptic stronghold, Su Chen had risen early and was monitoring the surveillance panel. keenly observing the activities within the building. The events unfolding in dormitory 620 were laid bare before his eyes. In just a few days, the number of infected individuals in the building has surpassed 50, Su Chen murmured, his brow furrowing with concern. Days prior, a peculiar plea for help had emerged in the mutual aid group, with students reporting symptoms akin to frostbite, characterized by the appearance of red spots on their skin. Initially, everyone assumed it was merely frostbite, but as the number of afflicted individuals grew, the situation took a sinister turn. Concurrently, online discussions about these symptoms surged, leading to the consensus that this was not frostbite, but rather a viral infection. This virus was the very one mentioned in the official announcement. Toxicity in the snow. In the official rescue supplies delivered 2 days ago, alongside food, there existed a category of crucial items, medications, with skin treatments being the most prevalent. In recent days, the demand for skin medication within the group had escalated dramatically, with those possessing such items becoming highly sought after. A single tube of dermatitis cream could be exchanged for an entire box of instant noodles. Many lamented their earlier decisions to not procure more skin medication. Although rumors circulated that the existing skin treatments could not cure the virus, only temporarily alleviate symptoms, this did not diminish their demand. Furthermore, whispers suggested that the authorities were mobilizing resources to study the virus, hoping to develop an effective treatment soon. However, these claims remained unverified by official channels. It was certain that the virus had an incubation period of 1 week. If symptoms did not manifest within a week of exposure to the snow, one could breathe a sigh of relief. This indicated that the majority of the currently afflicted students had participated in the supermarket raid and inadvertently come into contact with the snow, leading to a concentrated outbreak in recent days. Even more alarmingly, there was a possibility of a subsequent wave, as many who had scavenged supplies on a rooftop a few days prior may also have come into contact with the snow and could have already begun to exhibit symptoms. Commander, what is the ultimate outcome of contracting this virus? Su Chen pondered internally. Beep. The initial symptoms of this virus include red spots on the skin accompanied by a burning sensation. Subsequently, the skin will begin to ulcerate, with a minority experiencing neurological disturbances, leading to madness and aggression, as well as enhanced strength. The inevitable conclusion for all infected individuals is death. Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Madness, aggression, increased strength. Though not zombies, they seemed alarmingly similar. Is there a treatment for this? Su Chen inquired further. Beep. After analysis, this virus is deemed incurable. It can only be prevented. Once symptoms present, they are irreversible. Su Chen's demeanor grew serious. Even you cannot assist? Beep. The purpose of this system is to protect the host in a post-apocalyptic environment. It does not possess the capability to eradicate the apocalypse. Su Chen responded. So, once symptoms manifest, it is a one-way street to death. Beep. Not necessarily. Utilizing the medications provided by this system, one can delay the infected individual's time of death. And with modification, in theory, could prolong it indefinitely. Su Chen's interest was piqued. Is it possible to play it this way? Master, the food you instructed me to pack has been placed at the entrance. Xing Fei approached and informed him. Su Chen nodded. Good. Curiously, Xing Fei asked, Master, may I inquire whom the food is for? Su Chen smiled. Do you know Lin Wanxi? Xing Fei was taken aback. Her? The campus belle? Everyone at Yin University must know her. Why not simply invite her in? Su Chen replied, It is not yet the right time. By the way, I have news for you. Your ex-boyfriend, Li Haoming, is infected. A flicker of surprise crossed Xing Fei's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. What happens to him is of no concern to me. I am now the master's servant, and my focus is solely on you. Su Chen smiled fondly. If we were to encounter him one day, what would you do? Xing Fei stated, I will do as you instruct, master. I will follow your orders without question. Su Chen inquired, what if I commanded you to kill him? Xing Fei exhibited no hesitation. Then let us eliminate him. Very well, Su Chen replied, pleased with her response. Go prepare breakfast. I am quite famished. Xing Fei proceeded to the kitchen. Su Chen deactivated the monitoring panel and retrieved his phone, where he noticed an influx of verification messages. One particular message caught his attention. Foreign Language Department, Chen Lanyu requests to add you as a friend. The name Chen Lanyu was familiar to Su Chen, as she was one of the participants in the campus beauty contest, a name he had committed to memory. Business had once again presented itself, and Su Chen promptly accepted Chen Lanyu's request. She, demonstrating her understanding, sent him a photograph. The young woman in the image, while not breathtakingly beautiful, fell short in both appearance and figure when compared to Lin Wanxi and Xing Fei, barely qualifying as an 8 out of 10 in Su Chen's estimation. Foreign Language Department, Chen Lanyu. Handsome, do you have any skin medication? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. This request was not for food, but rather for skin treatment. He had not advertised such remedies. It seemed this young lady was desperately seeking help. Physics Department. Su Chen, are you infected? Foreign Language Department, Chen Lanyu. Yes, do you have any? I'm feeling quite unwell. After asking many people without success, I turn to you. I beg you, Indeed, desperation had driven her to seek out assistance. Physics department, Su Chen. I'm sorry, but I do not have any. She responded with a crying emoji. Su Chen shrugged. According to the system, this beauty was doomed, and she held little value for him. However, he felt a twinge of regret. Chen Lanyu's demeanor was commendable. She embodied the qualities of a seeker of help, unlike Lin Wanxi, who, despite her needs, carried an air of entitlement. Shortly thereafter, Su Chen received a notification from the system, indicating the completion of his task to assist Lin Wanxi, earning him 50,000 merit points. He glanced at his merit point balance, 282,400. A surge of joy filled him. He was on the verge of surpassing 300,000. He casually sent a message to Lin Wanxi, reminding her to return the following day. Unless circumstances changed, he intended to continue utilizing Lin Wanxi as a tool rather than integrating her into his fortress. Just then, Xing Fei returned with breakfast. Your maid Xing Fei has completed the cooking task, and you have earned 1,000 merit points. Su Chen set his phone aside and began to eat. You are also in the foreign language department. Do you know Chen Lanyu? He casually inquired. Xing Fei replied affirmatively. Yes. She is a senior in her 4th year and quite a notable figure at our school. You must have heard of her exploits. What exploits? Su Chen asked, intrigued. Chapter 27. Senior sister Chen Su Chen was genuinely unaware of Chen Lanyu's exploits. Xing Fei continued. You truly haven't heard? The incident caused quite a stir over 2 years ago. Su Chen understood. He had been in high school at that time, hence his ignorance. That day, senior sister Chen became emotionally agitated in the cafeteria, accusing a male student of taking clandestine photos of her, despite his denial and his demonstration of his phone's photo album, which contained no incriminating evidence. Senior sister Chen persisted in her demands for an apology. To avoid further conflict, the boy complied. Xing Fei explained. Su Chen remarked, and that was the extent of it. Chen Lanyu's actions did seem excessive. The boy had proven his innocence, yet she continued to press the issue. However, if her demands had concluded with a mere apology, it could be deemed relatively trivial, as unreasonable women were not an uncommon sight. The situation did not end there. Xing Fei added. The following day, senior sister Chen approached the boy once more, claiming that a verbal apology lacked sincerity and demanding a handwritten apology letter. Unable to withstand her insistence, he acquiesced. Su Chen frowned, sensing that the matter was evolving into something more complex. Let me guess, she did not relent after that? Su Chen speculative. You are correct, Xing Fei confirmed. By the 3rd day, senior sister Chen presented the apology letter to the school, demanding the boy's expulsion on grounds of misconduct. Su Chen felt his fists clench in frustration. How did the school respond? He inquired. The school found insufficient evidence, and since the boy had vehemently defended his innocence, they opted not to expel him, but issued a disciplinary action instead, Xing Fei explained. Su Chen was at a loss for words. It was absurd that the school would impose a penalty when the boy was innocent. The situation escalated further. Unhappy with the school's decision, senior sister Chen took to the internet, where the boy was subsequently attacked by numerous female netizens. Eventually, she even filed a lawsuit against him, seeking to imprison him. At this point, Su Chen felt his teeth grind in anger. What was the final verdict from the judge? He pressed. I'm not sure. It seems the case is still pending. With the apocalypse upon us, we may never find out, Xing Fei replied. Su Chen nodded. While the judge may not have rendered a verdict, he could certainly make his own judgment. Based on Xing Fei's account, it was clear that Chen Lanyu's actions were a meticulously orchestrated act of defamation, intended to push that boy to his breaking point. The boy should never have apologized in the first place. Had Su Chen been in his position, he would not have offered even a verbal apology, but rather would have delivered a few sharp slaps to her face. Yet many boys, often adopting a peacekeeping mentality, refrain from contesting women, believing that retreating a step would resolve the matter, only to find that this mindset is exploited, leading them deeper into a pit from which they cannot escape. Just when he thought Chen Lanyu seemed reasonable, it turned out to be an act. When in need, she wore a different facade. Su Chen scoffed inwardly. Master, why did you inquire about senior sister Chen? Has she contacted you? Xing Fei asked curiously. Su Chen replied, yes, she is ill and saw my assistance. Xing Fei chuckled lightly. Are you going to help her? You must be cautious. Senior sister Chen is not someone to be trifled with. Indeed, not only will I assist her, but I will do so wholeheartedly, Su Chen replied with a grin. He suddenly changed his mind and resolved to aid Chen Lanyu. After finishing breakfast, Su Chen opened his phone and initiated a video call with Chen Lanyu. Upon connection, a young woman in her 20s appeared on screen, looking much like the one in the photograph she had sent. Senior sister, I just rummaged through my cabinet and found a tube of dermatitis ointment. Do you still need it? Su Chen smiled. Chen Lanyu's face lit up with excitement. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, junior brother. You are truly amazing. Su Chen continued. Let me see your rash to confirm. The girl initially showed no signs of a rash, casting doubt on her ailment. Chen Lanyu rolled up her sleeve to reveal her arm, which was indeed covered in red spots. Can you see clearly, junior brother? I never deceive boys. I'm an honest person. Chen Lanyu giggled. Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine and communicated with the system. System, do I have no tasks? Ding. This girl is rated an 8, but does not meet the criteria for a target. Su Chen contemplated. View details. Name, Chen Lanyu, age, 24. Rating, level, inferior, subpar, of no value. This was the first time Su Chen encountered such a situation. Being classified as a target goddess required more than just an aesthetic score of 8, as level was a decisive factor as well. Very well, Su Chen conceded. But even if this does not yield merit points, I shall still provide assistance. Good junior brother, handsome guy, just give me the ointment. I can collect it myself. Where are you located? Chen Lanyu inquired. Su Chen smiled slightly. I will deliver it to you. Please send me your address. Chen Lanyu, clearly thrilled, responded, really? You are so kind, junior brother. From now on, you are my idol. Let us leave it at that. Su Chen concluded, ending the call. Shortly after, Chen Lanyu sent her address. She resided in dormitory 318 of Building 5. Building 5 was adjacent to Building 3, where Xin Yue lived, making it convenient for Su Chen to deliver food to her as well. After donning his protective gear, Su Chen set out, first visiting Xin Yue and successfully collecting his daily quota of 45,000 merit points. With this, his merit point balance surpassed 300,000. Upon arriving at dormitory 318 in Building 5, Chen Lanyu emerged from the bathroom, immediately capturing the attention of her roommates. What are you doing out? Shouldn't you be in isolation? A roommate exclaimed. Chen Lanyu chuckled. Don't panic. I've already found some skin medication, and I'll be fine soon. The roommate expressed skepticism. Really? How did you manage to find it? We don't have enough resources to trade for medicine. Chen Lanyu replied. No money needed. It's free. Who would give you free medicine? The roommate asked, intrigued. Chen Lanyu smiled smugly. With my looks, it's only natural that a few admirers would offer their assistance. Not only is it free, but they even deliver it personally. It should arrive shortly. The roommates were astonished. What kind of person is this? So devoted. Even at this time, he personally delivers medicine to the goddess. He truly is the king of admirers. They eagerly awaited a glimpse of this exceptional admirer. Moments later, a knock echoed through the door. It's here. Chen Lanyu joyfully rushed to open it, revealing a figure clad in protective gear, leaving everyone astonished. Chinchiji, may I come in? The person smiled. Recognizing Su Chen's voice, Chen Lanyu replied, of course, come in, Shitty. Did you bring the medicine? Su Chen stepped into the dormitory and revealed a tube of ointment for dermatitis. Here it is. Chen Lanyu was overjoyed and reached out to take it. But Su Chen moved his hand away, leaving her grasping at air. Hold on. Chinchiji, this medicine isn't free, he stated coolly. Not free. Chen Lanyu was taken aback. She had just boasted to her roommates that Su Chen was her admirer. If he were to propose an exchange, would he still be her admirer? Where would that leave her dignity? Shitty, you must be joking. I'm in pain right now. Please don't tease me. She laughed nervously, reaching for the medicine once more. Slap. Su Chen smacked her hand away. Do I look like I'm joking? His tone turned icy. The dorm fell silent, and all the roommates stared wide-eyed, their expressions shifting to something more complex. Chen Lanyu was stunned. Su Chen had transformed entirely. That single slap left her feeling utterly humiliated. Hey, Su, what do you mean by this? You promised to give it to me for free, and now you're going back on your word? She retorted angrily. Su Chen chuckled. Now it's more like it. Your act of being cute in front of me is quite nauseating. Chen Lanyu snapped. What act? What do you really want? Su Chen duplave. I want the truth. What truth? Chen Lanyu scoffed. The truth about how you falsely accused Liao Xiaolong 2 years ago. Liao Xiaolong was the boy whom Chen Lanyu had slandered, and due to this incident, he had since been exhausted and forced to withdraw from school. Under normal circumstances, he should be in his 3rd year now. Chen Lanyu's heart raced as she finally understood Su Chen's motive. I did not falsely accuse him. He was the one who secretly filmed me. I was the victim. Wrong answer. It seems you don't really want this medicine. Su Chen sneered, retracting the ointment. Wait. Chen Lanyu hurriedly exclaimed. She desperately needed it. She was in agony and wanted relief immediately. Su Chen continued. I'll give you one last chance. Chen Lanyu fixed her gaze on Su Chen's eyes. If I tell you, will you give me the medicine? Yes, Su Chen nodded. How do I know you're not deceiving me? She asked. Do you think you have a choice? If you choose not to speak, I will leave at once. Chen Lanyu quickly said, I'll speak. Yes, I admit I wrongfully accused him, but it's not entirely my fault. He was sitting across from me, pointing his phone at me. As a girl, isn't it natural to have some doubts? If I made a mistake, doesn't he bear some responsibility as well? Su Chen chuckled. Since you acknowledge your mistake, why did you continue with the subsequent antics? What was your intention? Chen Lanyu replied, I'm a girl. If I admit I was wrong, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Shouldn't he, as a boy, be magnanimous? Su Chen laughed in disbelief. Is it that simple? Just because you want to save face? Yes, initially, but things spiraled out of my control. Many boys questioned and insulted me, so I had to prove that he was in the wrong. After all, I was a victim too. Su Chen shook his head. You're a perpetrator through and through. Where do you get off feeling wronged? Chen Lanyu's face flushed with anger. Did I say anything wrong? Why do you all question me? Can't the world treat girls a little better? Su Chen, uninterested in her excuses, commanded. Apologize publicly in the group to Liao Xixiang immediately. Chen Lanyu trembled. What? No way. I refuse. Su Chen chuckled. Then you don't want the medicine? Enraged, Chen Lanyu shouted. You promised me. I tell you the truth, and now you want me to apologize? Are all you guys just terrible? Goodbye, Su Chen said, turning to leave. Chen Lanyu, frustrated, thought to herself that this scoundrel was truly despicable, ready to walk away just like that. Give me the medicine. It's mine. She shrieked and lunged at Su Chen to snatch it back. With a swift motion, Su Chen sidestepped, and with a punch, he struck Chen Lanyu squarely in the face. She staggered back, blood streaming from her nose as she fell to the floor. Who gave you the courage to try and steal? Su Chen scoffed, stepping towards the door. I'll apologize. I'll apologize. Is that enough? Chen Lanyu cried, her face contorted and covered in blood, resembling a wild woman. Su Chen paused, waiting. Chen Lanyu fumbled for her phone, typing quickly. Soon, a message appeared in the mutual aid group. Foreign Language Department Chen Lanyu. 2 years ago, I falsely accused Liao Xiaolong. I realize my mistake now and publicly apologize to Liao Shitty. I'm sorry for the harm my actions caused you, and I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. As soon as the message was sent, the group erupted in chaos. Initially, many younger students were confused, but as senior students explained the incident, everyone quickly grasped the situation and began to criticize Chen Lanyu, leading to an outpouring of insults within the group. Seeing the barrage of insults flooding the chat, Chen Lanyu's face turned green with rage. She looked up at Su Chen and gritted her teeth. Scoundrel, are you satisfied now? Can I have the medicine? Sure. Su Chen replied easily, retrieving the tube of ointment once more. Just as Chen Lanyu's face lit up with hope, Su Chen suddenly let go, and with a thud, the ointment fell to the ground. The cap flew off, and the ointment splattered everywhere. No! Chen Lanyu screamed, frantically diving to salvage it, disregarding the dirt as she desperately smeared it onto her reddened skin. Su Chen turned his back on her, walking away, leaving behind the frantic Chen Lanyu and her astonished roommates. However, Chen Lanyu's saga was far from over. Although the medicine was now tainted, it was indeed genuine. Procured by Su Chen from the system store, he could have ended her misery in an instant, but he found it too easy. He had other plans, allowing her to continue to suffer while also testing the medicine's effectiveness. The medicine proved effective, and soon after applying it, Chen Lanyu felt significantly better. Once she regained her composure, she immediately retracted her apology in the mutual aid group and launched a tirade against Su Chen. Su Chen threatened me. I only pretended to apologize. I was never in the wrong. Liao Xiaolong is the real criminal, and that scoundrel Su Chen. Ladies, do not trust Su Chen. His so-called free offers are all lies. He is a despicable person. Sisters, we must unite and distance ourselves from a man like Su Chen. Chen Lanyu's words stirred a wave of outrage, prompting numerous female students to emerge and vociferously denounce Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen quietly uploaded a video in the group chat, revealing the process of his interrogation of Chen Lanyu. He had recorded the entire encounter. The unsightly behavior of Chen Lanyu was thus brought to light. After posting the video, Su Chen casually sent a message. Let everyone judge the right and wrong for themselves. Instantly, the entire support group fell into silence. Chapter 29. Graduate student Jiang Xiaolu. How shameless can this woman be? Brother Chen, you handled that beautifully. You are truly a role model for us. That punch was so satisfying. She deserved a few more. After a brief period of quiet, the group erupted into lively chatter once more. Although some girls continued to criticize Su Chen, their voices were quickly drowned out by the fervent male students. Amidst the cacophony of insults, Chen Lanyu was expelled from the group by the administrator. In Building 5, Room 318, Chen Lanyu was beside herself with rage, screaming, Su Chen, I will not rest until I have my revenge. I will kill you. At this point, Su Chen had already returned to the Doomsday Fortress. Seeing that Chen Lanyu had been kicked out, he set down his phone with satisfaction. He had anticipated that she would not let this go easily. Thus, upon entering, he had commanded the system to activate the camera and record the events. With this video in hand, any rational person could discern the truth. As for the girls who stubbornly continued to berate him, he felt no need to engage. One cannot awaken those who feign sleep, and it is best to respect their fate. In truth, Su Chen was correct. Following this incident, not only was his reputation not tarnished by Chen Lanyu, but it also soared due to his righteous actions. This was evidenced shortly thereafter by a surge of new validation requests from female students seeking assistance, increasing rather than diminishing. Meanwhile, Su Chen became a well-known figure at Yun University, recognized not only by undergraduates but also by graduate students, international students, faculty, and staff. That afternoon, Su Chen unexpectedly received a call from his homeroom teacher, Li Xian. Su Chen, I heard you have some skin medication. Could you send some to me, along with a little food? Li Xian stated bluntly. Su Chen was at a loss for words. This person had previously deceived students out of their food, and any sense of camaraderie had long since evaporated. Are you all right? Look in the mirror. Do you consider yourself beautiful? Su Chen retorted with a chuckle. Li xin zip li. I acknowledged that I was wrong last time, but I was left with no choice. My family relies on me for sustenance. Can you understand my plight? Su Chen shot back. Your family's lives matter, but what about our lives as students? Your family's issues are of no concern to me. Li Xian pleaded. As your teacher, I implore you. My son is seriously ill, and the supplies provided to us faculty are woefully insufficient. I have offended too many people and cannot find any medicine. Su Chen found amusement in her predicament. It seemed this woman had not only swindled students, but had also deceived colleagues, and now karma had come calling. I'm going to hang up, Su Chen said coldly. Li Xian quickly interjected, wait, don't you want a beautiful woman? If you send me the medicine, I will introduce you to one. Su Chen responded, I am listening. Li Xian continued, she is a graduate student, having just enrolled in March. She is exceptionally beautiful, resembling a younger Lu Tianxian. You will not be disappointed. Su Chen inquired, what is your relationship with her? Li Xian answered, she is my husband's student. Her situation is also dire. We helped her a few days ago. Su Chen's interest piqued. It seemed this graduate student might indeed trigger a rescue mission. Have her add me on WeChat. I need to verify some details, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Li Xian joyfully remarked, so you are willing to give me the medicine? Su Chen clarified, if the beauty you mentioned proves useful to me, then yes, I will provide the medicine. This is a transaction, not a matter of feelings. Li Xian urged, could you send the medicine first? My son is truly suffering. Su Chen coldly retorted, if you genuinely care for your son, stop with the unnecessary chatter. After a moment of silence, Li Xian conceded, all right, just wait. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen promptly received a contact card from Li Xian, graduate student Jiang Xiaolu. He clicked to add her as a friend, and she almost immediately approved the request and sent a message. Graduate student Jiang Xiaolu. Hello, Junior. My teacher asked me to introduce us. Su Chen. Yes, would you be available for video call? Jiang Xiaolu. ISNT that a bit too fast? Produce. I haven't washed my face in a while. Su Chen. No worries, I won't beat around the bush. I only assist beautiful women. Jiang Xiaolu. I heard about you. Please wait a moment. I'll send you something shortly. After a brief interval, Jiang Xiaolu initiated a video call. Upon connecting, Su Chen saw a girl in her 20s, somewhat disheveled. It was evident that she had made an effort to clean her face, but recent marks of her efforts remained. Even at her current state, her beauty was striking. She possessed an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and delicate lips, her aura hinting at both innocence and maturity. At a glance, she indeed bore resemblance to a younger Lu Tianxian. The system's voice echoed in Su Chen's ear. Beep. Target goddess identified. Data generation in progress. Name, Jiang Xiaolu. Age, 23. Rating, 87. Level, excellent. A blank sheet. Task details. Her mentor harbors ulterior motives and is about to face personal harm. Task difficulty, nightmare. Task reward, 40,000 merit points and activation of a new skill. Su Chen was taken aback. Her mentor was Li Xian's husband, and he had nefarious intentions towards her. Did Li Xian know of this? Junior, do I look unattractive? Why are you silent? Jiang Xiaolu smiled, her expression brightening and adding a touch of sweetness to her appearance. Snapping back to reality, Su Chen offered a faint smile. Senior sister, you are very beautiful. Jiang Xiaolu blushed. Thank you. Su Chen added, I apologize, senior sister, but I have pressing matters to attend to. We can converse another time. Jiang Xiaolu appeared somewhat surprised that the conversation ended so abruptly. Su Chen had already ended the video call and promptly dialed Li Xian. May I have a word with your husband? I wish to learn more about senior sister Jiang. Su Chen stated directly. Li xin zponde, un fortunen. He just left not long ago. Perhaps I can share some insights. Tell me Jiang Xiaolu's address. I will deliver the medicine to her, and she can pass it along to you. Su Chen interrupted. Li Xian relayed, graduate student dormitory, building 2, room 405. Su Chen, could you also bring some food for the teacher? Before she could finish, Su Chen had already hung up the phone. The graduate student dormitory was situated in the central area of Yin University, approximately 3 kilometers from the undergraduate dormitory. The good news was that the faculty dormitory was similarly distanced from the graduate student accommodation. Thus, if he were quick, he might arrive before Li Xian's husband. In graduate student dormitory, room 405, Jiang Xiaolu was momentarily stunned after Su Chen ended the video call. Perhaps he did not find her appealing. Otherwise, why the sudden halt in conversation? Unable to think of another reason, she picked up a mirror and examined her reflection. Sighing in dismay, it is no wonder he would not be interested. I am no different from a beggar. Teacher asked me to cheer him up so he would deliver medicine and food. What should I do? How can I explain this to the teacher? They have treated me so well, yet I cannot even assist with this small favor. I truly feel useless. In that moment, she found herself engulfed in self-reproach. An hour later, a man clad in protective gear trudged through the snow and entered graduate student dormitory, building 2. He subsequently removed his gas mask, revealing a middle-aged face. Chapter 30. Junior, please stand down. Li Xian's husband, Zhang Yifei, though in middle age, was well-maintained, suggesting he was quite handsome in his youth. He was a professor at the College of Arts and a master's supervisor, with many of his graduate students being strikingly attractive. Among them, the most stunning is undoubtedly Jiang Xiaolu. Jiang Xiaolu did not anticipate her teacher's sudden visit. Upon opening the door and seeing Zhang Yifei, she couldn't help but express her surprise. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Zhang Yifei replied with a smile. "Should I stand at the door and announce my arrival?" Jiang Xiaolu hurriedly invited, "Please come in, teacher." As Zhang Yifei entered the dormitory, he placed a package on the table and said, "I brought you some food. You must be hungry. Open it and eat." Jiang Xiaolu gratefully responded, "Thank you, teacher. However, I heard from Shenyang that you are also short on food." "How come you?" Zhang Yifei interrupted. "When did Shenyang say that? It's an outdated version. On the contrary, I just procured a batch of supplies through a friend, so I have extra to bring to you. Eat up, you need strength." Jiang Xiaolu exclaimed with joy, "Really? Then I won't hold back." Saying this, she eagerly opened the package to find 6 bags of dried bread and 3 bottles of water, enough to last her a week. Jiang Xiaolu was astonished. It seemed her teacher was indeed well off, providing so much at once. Feeling quite hungry, she sat down and tore open a bag of bread, starting to eat. Zhang Yifei sat beside her, watching her with a gentle expression. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhang Yifei took out his mobile device and saw it was a call from Li Xian, so he answered. "Where did all the food supplies go?" "The child is crying and demanding to eat." Li Xian's tone was somewhat agitated. Zhang Yifei smiled and replied, "Stop searching. I brought all the supplies with me." "What? Weren't you supposed to be out looking for food? Why'd you take all the supplies? What are you doing?" Li Xian was taken aback. Jiang Xiaolu, who had been eating bread, also paused and looked up at Zhang Yifei in astonishment. Zhang Yifei remained calm and stated, "What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? I don't want to continue living like this." Li Xian retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? Where are you right now?" Zhang Yifei replied, "Do you want the truth? I never loved you. My marriage to you was merely a family arrangement. Now I want to live for myself." Li Xian screamed, "Zhang Yifei, are you speaking human words? Our child is this sick, and you..." Zhang Yifei hung up the phone and turned to Jiang Xiaolu. She still didn't comprehend. This world held no hope anymore. Her son was beyond saving, and sooner or later, all of them would perish. It was better to live for oneself while they still could. Jiang Xiaolu was shaken. Her teacher's mental state was evidently unstable. "Teacher, I cannot accept this food. Please take it back to Shenyang," she said, pushing the food towards Zhang Yifei. Zhang Yifei smiled and said, "Xiaolu, have I ever mentioned how much you resemble my first love?" Jiang Xiaolu felt an ominous premonition and hastily replied, "Teacher, please don't say that." But Zhang Yifei continued, "If my parents hadn't vehemently opposed our relationship, we wouldn't have parted ways. This remains my greatest regret." As he spoke, Zhang Yifei reached for Jiang Xiaolu's hand, causing her to instinctively retract it in fear. "Teacher, please don't do this. It frightens me. You should leave now." Jiang Xiaolu trembled. Zhang Yifei chuckled, "Don't be afraid. I merely wish to accompany you through your final days. Surely, you don't want to die alone, do you?" Jiang Xiaolu abruptly stood up, stepping back 2 paces with a serious expression. "I do not need your company. You old fool, leave this instant." Zhang Yifei also rose, stating, "I can never go back." "Come now, Xiaolu, I understand that you cannot accept this immediately, but you will soon come to terms with it." Jiang Xiaolu exclaimed, "What are you planning to do? Don't come any closer." Zhang Yifei laughed. "Haven't you realized how much your teacher cares for you? Don't you understand my feelings at all?" Jiang Xiaolu had retreated to the corner of the wall and declared, "Just let me go. I would rather die than engage in such an act. I'm afraid that choice is no longer yours. The teacher cannot bear to see you perish so soon." Zhang Yifei said, swiftly advancing towards Jiang Xiaolu. "You know, the more you struggle, the more excited I become. That's why I wanted you to eat well first. Promise me, when the time comes, you will struggle with all your might, all right?" Zhang Yifei's face twisted into a grotesque smile. Just then, a loud knock echoed through the room. Both Zhang Yifei and Jiang Xiaolu froze. Was there someone else looking for her? "Help!" Jiang Xiaolu suddenly snapped back to reality, shouting loudly. With a loud crash, the dormitory door was forcibly broken open, and a person in protective gear stepped inside. The newcomer removed their gas mask, and upon seeing his face, Jiang Xiaolu exclaimed, "Su Chen, Junior?" She never expected it to be Su Chen. "How did he arrive here?" Su Chen nodded and asked, "Senior, what has happened here?" Jiang Xiaolu's cheeks flushed as she looked at Zhang Yifei and stammered, "It's the teacher. He wants to violate you." Su Chen's gaze turned cold as he looked at Zhang Yifei. Zhang Yifei also recognized Su Chen, sizing him up with disdain. "Who are you? What do you want with Xiaolu?" Su Chen answered, "I am a student of Li Xian. If I am not mistaken, you are her husband, right? I came to deliver medicine for your son, intending to have the senior pass it on, but I did not anticipate encountering you committing such a crime." Zhang Yifei seemed to recall something, his expression shifting. "So you are the infamous Su Chen I have heard about from Li Xian. Junior, the teacher is not in his right mind. Please help me persuade him," Jiang Xiaolu pleaded. Zhang Yifei sneered, You can leave the medicine and go. My matters with Xiao Lu are not for you to meddle in. It would be best if you kept your nose out of it. Su Chen replied calmly. And if I choose to intervene, what will you do? Zhang Yifei scoffed, grabbing a nearby folding stool. If you insist on seeking death, don't blame me. Unfazed, Su Chen turned to Jiang Xiaolu and said, Senior, he seems intent on killing me. What should I do? Jiang Xiaolu was in a panic. I don't know. Su Chen declared, then let me take charge. Su Chen's composure only infuriated Zhang Yifei further. This boy seemed to regard him with utter disdain. You little brat. Come here and die. Zhang Yifei bellowed, raising the stool and charging at Su Chen. Su Chen sidestepped the attack and swept his leg, causing Zhang Yifei to lose balance and crash to the ground, with the stool flying from his grasp. Su Chen stepped forward, placing his foot on Zhang Yifei's back, bending down to retrieve the stool, and brought it crashing down on the latter's head. With a resounding crack, the stool struck, blood splattering. A second blow followed, sending blood flying again. By the third strike, Zhang Yifei lay still. Jiang Xiaolu watched in terror. Junior, stop. He seems to be dead. Chapter 31. Fury. Zhang Yifei was indeed dead. The system's voice echoed in Su Chen's ears. Ding. You have killed the perpetrator, successfully rescuing the target goddess. You have earned 40,000 merit points. You have acquired the skill, One Punch Critical Hit. One Punch Critical Hit. When this skill is activated, a punch is delivered with double the force. Double strength with one punch? Su Chen felt a surge of delight. This skill was exceptionally powerful. His body had already been enhanced, and his strength was now twice that of before. With this, he possessed both the One Punch Critical Hit for strength and the Junior Wind Speed for speed, making him practically superhuman. It is worth noting that the following biological evolution would bring about mutations, and the legendary zombies would emerge. Therefore, strengthening oneself had become imperative. Su Chen casually tossed the stool aside and turned to Jiang Xiaolu, who was clearly shaken by the scene before her face pale and her body trembling. It's all right now, Senior. He can no longer harm you. You should consider your next steps, Su Chen said with a smile. Jiang Xiaolu murmured, Next steps? Su Chen continued, The food he brought you, once it's gone, what will you do for supplies? Jiang Xiaolu smiled wryly. Indeed, that is the dilemma I face. I have been living with a day-to-day mindset. Jiang Xiaolu shook her head. Su Chen remarked, What if I told you that I could ensure your eternal survival? Jiang Xiaolu lifted her gaze, questioning, You can? Su Chen replied, I possess a sanctuary, replete with ample provisions. Not only will you be safe, but you shall also be free from the worry of sustenance. A flicker of interest stirred within Jiang Xiaolu, yet she quickly donned a cautious expression. What are the conditions? Surely, you cannot be offering this without stipulations? Su Chen stated, The condition is that you must become my maid. Maid? Jiang Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback, thinking she had misheard. You mean a servant? Su Chen reassured her. You heard correctly. Your very being will belong to me. You must pledge your loyalty and fulfill all my requests. Surely, you comprehend what that entails. Jiang Xiaolu felt her cheeks flush with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. Suddenly realizing why Su Chen only assisted beautiful women, his true intention was to acquire a maid. How utterly perverse. What era are we living in, treating women in such a manner? Your behavior is no different from that of a teacher. Jiang Xiaolu could not contain her anger. Su Chen smiled. There is a distinction, of course. He would force you, while I will not. You may agree or decline. The choice is yours. I refuse. Please leave. Jiang Xiaolu declared sternly. Su Chen nodded. Do you realize how far you are from me? 3 kilometers. The average person would take over an hour. I would require nearly half that time. Thus, you have but one opportunity. Since you have made your choice, your chance is now spent. Take care. Due to the distance, it was impractical for Su Chen to develop Jiang Xiaolu into a tool. The time investment was simply too great. Thus he resolved to forego her. A tinge of regret lingered, yet it was not overwhelming. After all, he had gained merit and skills. Perhaps some deities are destined to be fleeting encounters. With that, Su Chen turned and strode towards the door without a trace of longing. Observing his nonchalance, Jiang Xiaolu felt a flicker of conflict arise within her. Although Su Chen's terms were indeed excessive, if it truly meant her survival, could she not endure? Just as Su Chen stepped out the door, a sudden cacophony of screams and frantic footsteps echoed from outside. Help! Don't come any closer. A male student, panic-stricken, rushed to the entrance, spotting Su Chen and pleading, Classmate, please help me. P.S. right behind me. Luo Bin? Jiang Xiaolu exclaimed in astonishment. What happened? The graduate dormitory housed both genders, and Luo Bin was also a student of Zhang Yifei, residing on the second floor. Luo Bin turned to Jiang Xiaolu, crying, Xiaolu, Junming has lost his mind. From the stairwell came an unsettling, maniacal laughter. Luo Bin cried out, Get inside, quickly. Su Chen stepped back to allow Luo Bin entry. As Luo Bin rushed in, he slammed the door shut, only to find the lock had been compromised, forcing him to brace against it with his body. Bang! A loud thud reverberated as someone outside violently slammed against the door. Luo Bin was unable to withstand it, crashing to the ground as the door burst open, revealing an individual at the threshold. The person's face was marred with red blotches, skin festering, and eyes bloodshot, exhibiting a deranged demeanor akin to an out-of-control lunatic. "Where do you think you're going?" The newcomer bellowed at Luo Bin. Luo Bin pleaded, "Junming, please calm down. Don't hurt me." The intruder's eyes flickered with a hint of struggle, his face twitching grotesquely against his decaying skin, creating a terrifying visage. "I can't control it. I can't hold it back." With that, he lunged at Luo Bin, tackling him to the ground, fists raining down upon Luo Bin's face with astonishing force. Luo Bin was utterly powerless to escape, quickly becoming unrecognizable amidst a spray of blood. What was happening? Jiang Xiao Lu was paralyzed with fear, murmuring as she retreated to a corner. Su Chen, observing the assailant, felt a chill run down his spine. This was undoubtedly the late-stage symptom of an infected individual, marked by madness and extreme aggression. Activating his inside eye, a panel materialized above the assailant's head. Name: Chun Junming. Strength: 17. Agility: 9. Constitution: 10. Energy: 9. Overall combat power: 4 stars. Indeed, as the system indicated, the strength statistic was strikingly prominent, only slightly inferior to Su Chen, who had undergone enhancement. It was no wonder Luo Bin stood no chance. He has truly lost his mind. All infected individuals ultimately succumb to this fate, Su Chen remarked coolly, clenching his fists. Jiang Xiao Lu was now ashen-faced. If what Su Chen said was true, then this world bore no difference from hell, an absolute purgatory. The frigid temperatures and hunger had already rendered survival arduous, and now, with these violent, infected individuals, hope was utterly extinguished. Suddenly, in the midst of assaulting Luo Bin, Chun Junming seemed to sense something, abandoning Luo Bin to leap onto the table. "Food. I need food," he mumbled, resembling a famished ghost, seizing bread to gnaw on, then biting into a bottled water, disregarding the blood that flowed from his injured gums as he guzzled the mixture. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Jiang Xiao Lu could no longer bear it. She turned to Su Chen, pleading, "Please take me away from here." Su Chen replied, "So, you are willing to become my maid?" Jiang Xiao Lu nodded. "As long as I can escape this place, I will do whatever you ask." Su Chen cautioned, "You must understand. Once you become my maid, there is no turning back. To betray me would mean your demise by my own hands." "Understood." Jiang Xiao Lu nodded once more, though her thoughts revolved around merely agreeing to evade this immediate peril. Believing that even if she later betrayed Su Chen, he would not truly kill her. He was likely only trying to intimidate her. "Very well, from this moment forth, you are my maid, and I shall escort you away from here," Su Chen declared. He was acutely aware that her change of heart stemmed from fear. Yet should she waver again, he would not hesitate to be merciless towards a disloyal maid. A system prompt resonated in his ears. "Ding! Jiang Xiao Lu has become your maid. Promptly assign her tasks to earn merit points." Su Chen nodded, prioritizing the resolution of the Chun Junming situation. Chapter 32. Spatial Magic? "I need food. I am so hungry," Chun Junming muttered, abruptly raising his head to fixate on Jiang Xiao Lu. "You, hand over all the food, do you hear me?" Jiang Xiao Lu, terrified, averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. "I demand you give me food. Do you understand?" Chun Junming suddenly erupted, shouting furiously as he overturned the table and lunged towards Jiang Xiao Lu. Just then, a figure darted in like lightning, swiftly blocking Jiang Xiao Lu's path. "Ah, you want food? Then take a punch from me." Su Chen is native, unleashing a power furblo. With a whoosh, his punch surged with tremendous force, striking Chun Junming squarely. Skill: 1 punch critical hit. Su Chen's strength skyrocketed to 36 points, equivalent to the force of a moving electric scooter. Chun Junming was sent hurtling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed against the wall. Collapsing to the ground, motionless, Jiang Xiao Lu was stunned. This was utterly incredible. Was it truly possible for a normal person to deliver such a forceful blow? Especially considering Chun Junming was no ordinary individual. Su Chen chose not to spare another glance at Chun Junming, stating indifferently, "You have 3 minutes to gather your belongings." Understood. Jiang Xiao Lu hurriedly began to pack. Su Chen approached, righting the table and retrieving a box of ointment, placing it on the surface. Curious, Jiang Xiao Lu inquired, "What is this?" Su Chen replied, "I promised Li Xin that if she introduced you to me, I would provide her with skin medication. I shall leave it here for her to collect." 3 minutes later, Jiang Xiao Lu had hastily packed a few sets of clothing and followed Su Chen out of the room. At this moment, with Su Chen by her side, Jiang Xiao Lu felt an overwhelming sense of security. Just as she was about to inquire, Su Chen interrupted her, stating, "You should address me as master." Jiang Xiao Lu hesitated for a moment, biting her lip, and softly called out, "Master." The term felt utterly humiliating, and her face flushed crimson. "Su Chen, what do you wish to say?" Jiang Xiao Lu asked. "I would like to know where the sanctuary is located." Su Chen answered, "It is within the undergraduate dormitory building." Jiang Xiao Lu's heart sank. It dawned on her that the so-called sanctuary was merely the undergraduate dormitory, which was certainly inferior to her own graduate dormitory. As they conversed, they reached the first floor, where Su Chen retrieved a new set of protective gear and handed it to Jiang Xiaolu, saying, "Put this on. We have quite a journey ahead." The return trip took an hour and a half, primarily because Jiang Xiaolu moved at an excruciatingly slow pace, occasionally struggling with fatigue. Fortunately, Su Chen was there to support her, and they ultimately arrived at the undergraduate dormitory area successfully. Upon entering Dormitory 9 with Su Chen, Jiang Xiaolu felt increasingly disheartened. This sanctuary was devoid of any surprises. She hoped that Su Chen indeed possessed ample provisions and would continue to protect her, or else she might reconsider her decision. Inside the bastion, the little chef, Xing Fei, was busy organizing food for dinner when she heard a commotion at the door, indicating that her master had returned. She hurried over to greet him. "Who is this?" Xing Fei asked, somewhat astonished that Su Chen had returned with a companion. Su Chen removed his gas mask and smiled. "You have company now. This is my newly acquired maid, Jiang Xiaolu, a graduate senior." "Xiaolu, this is Xing Fei. Please say hello." However, Jiang Xiaolu remained silent, staring in astonishment, frozen like a statue. Both Su Chen and Xing Fei couldn't help but chuckle, as Jiang Xiaolu's reaction mirrored Xing Fei's first encounter in the bastion. At this moment, Jiang Xiaolu's emotions could only be described as tumultuous. She had expected the sanctuary to be just an ordinary undergraduate dormitory, far inferior to her graduate accommodations. But to her surprise, it was spacious, sophisticated, and elegantly designed. Compared to her graduate dormitory, it felt utterly inadequate. Furthermore, the warmth of the interior contrasted starkly with the outside world, making it feel like two entirely different realms. This was the essence of what a sanctuary should embody, and Jiang Xiaolu's excitement began to swell. She felt her decision was vindicated. If she could stay here indefinitely and serve as Su Chen's maid, it would be worthwhile. How is this possible? Jiang Xiaolu snapped back to reality, echoing a question almost identical to Xing Fei's on her first day. Su Chen smiled. "Xiao Fei, why don't you explain?" "Yes, master," Xing Fei replied with a grin. Approaching Jiang Xiaolu and taking her hand, "Senior, let me show you around. This place has been transformed by our master." Su Chen observed the two maidens while surveying the bastion, contemplating the need for an expansion now that he had two maids. At the very least, he would need to add a room for the maids. He communicated with the system, summoning the system shop. "System, please assist me in expanding a room," Su Chen thought. Ding. Consume 10,000 merit points. Room count 1, the system announced, and in an instant, a new room materialized within the bastion, leading to subtle but logical adjustments in the overall layout. At this moment, Xing Fei was guiding Jiang Xiaolu to the entrance of Su Chen's room, solemnly stating, "Remember, this is the master's room. Only he is permitted entry. We must never go inside." Jiang Xiaolu nodded, understood. "Where will we stay?" Xing Fei replied. "I've always slept on the sofa in the living room." Just then, Su Chen interjected, "That was before. Now you both can occupy the room next to mine." "The room next door?" Xing Fei was taken aback, unable to resist glancing aside, and was astonished to see the newly appeared room. She swore to the heavens that she had not forgotten nor misremembered. This room had absolutely not existed before. Was it an illusion? No. Upon opening the door, she found it beautifully furnished, complete with a bed and wardrobe. It was indeed a legitimate room. Xing Fei was astounded, wondering if their master had conjured it out of thin air. Could he possibly wield magic? Space magic, perhaps? Jiang Xiaolu was oblivious to such thoughts, delightedly surveying the room, marveling at its beauty. It felt like a dream to reside in such a place, even amidst the apocalypse. "All right, Xiao Fei, go prepare dinner." "Xiaolu, come with me into the room." Su Chen smiled. "Yes, master." Xing Fei suppressed her astonishment, nodded respectfully, and went to the kitchen to get busy. Su Chen ushered Jiang Xiaolu into the maid's room and closed the door. "What do you think? Is this sanctuary satisfactory?" Su Chen Ingguayev. Jiang Xiaolu nodded yes. "It far exceeds my expectations." Su Chen smiled gently. "I have fulfilled my promise to you, a secure sanctuary and ample food. Now it is time for you to fulfill your duties as a maid." Jiang Xiaolu's heart raced. "What do you want me to do?" Su Chen instructive. "Lie down on the bed." Jiang Xiaolu's face turned beet red, fully understanding the implications of his words. I am dirty." Jiang Xiaolu stammered. Su Chen reassured her, "It doesn't matter. I like it." An hour later, Jiang Xiaolu emerged from the room, her hair disheveled, only to encounter Xing Fei, who was carrying dishes from the kitchen. Their eyes met, and Jiang Xiaolu couldn't help but blush furiously. "The bathroom is over there," Xing Fei said nonchalantly, pointing in its direction. Jiang Xiaolu quickly made her way to the bathroom. "Head down." Xing Fei placed the dishes on the dining table in the living room, then approached the maid's room door and respectfully announced, "Master, dinner is ready." Inside the room, Su Chen was leisurely dressing and responded, "All right, I'm coming." Chapter 33. A shocking change. Ding. Successfully conquered the goddess. Hidden rewards activated. You have received double merit points. 80,000 points. As Jiang Xiao Lu rushed to the bathroom, Su Chen heard the system's notification, marking the largest influx of merit he had ever obtained. He was exhilarated. Today had been extraordinarily profitable, with Jiang Xiao Lu alone earning him over 100,000 merit points. Coupled with the contributions from other goddesses, his merit balance had now soared past 400,000. With such a significant amount of merit, he could now undertake endeavors that had previously been unattainable, such as equipping the Bastion with a defensive suite. After dinner, Su Chen communicated with the system. System, I wish to purchase a defensive suite. Ding. Based on your current merit points, a level 1 defensive suite has been matched, requiring 300,000 merit points. Do you confirm the purchase? Su Chen thought, purchase. Ding. Consumed 300,000 merit points. You have acquired a level 1 defensive suite. Usage can be activated or deactivated at will through thought. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although it was somewhat costly, it was remarkably practical. In the event of an enemy attack, he would no longer need to confront them directly, thus avoiding unnecessary risks. As Jiang Xiao Lu remained in the bathroom, Su Chen understood that she needed time to process her first experience and chose not to dwell on it. He instructed Xing Fei later. Inform Xiao Lu that she will be responsible for cleaning from now on. Xing Fei nodded, understood, master. Su Chen then retired to his room for the night. In the stillness of the night, within dormitory 620, the bathroom, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, bloodshot and terrifying. This was Li Haoming, who had been isolated. After a restless struggle, he awoke abruptly, appearing as if he had transformed entirely. His face bore signs of decay, and his eyes were filled with malevolence. Let me out, Li Haoming mumbled under his breath, leaping up and pounding on the bathroom door with increasing force, transforming his strikes into a frenzied assault, ultimately ramming his body against the door while his words devolved into a scream. The dormitory's occupants were roused from their slumber, bewildered by the chaos. What madness is this at such an ungodly hour? Grumbled a disgruntled athlete. Zhao Feng furrowed his brow and approached to investigate, only to be startled by the sight of the bathroom door splintering. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door gave way, and Li Haoming erupted forth, tackling Zhao Feng to the ground. Instinctively, Zhao Feng attempted to push him away, but he found Li Haoming's strength astonishingly formidable, rendering him unable to break free. Liu Ming, seemingly unhinged, sought to strangle him. Help! Someone come! Zhao Feng shouted in desperation. Others hurried over, and 4 athletes surged forward, finally managing to restrain Li Haoming. Let go of me! He bellowed, struggling violently, nearly breaking free. One athlete had to physically subdue him, while the others pinned his limbs down, finally bringing him under control. What the hell is wrong with him? How has he become so strong? One of them mused in disbelief. Still shaken, Zhao Feng rose to his feet, scrutinizing Li Haoming, when alarming thought struck him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Could it be that he has become one of those berserkers that have been circulating online? The term berserker had recently emerged, referring to individuals who, after infection, suddenly exhibited uncontrollable rage, attacking indiscriminately, and possessing extraordinary strength. Brother Feng, what should we do with him? One athlete inquired. He has gone mad. We can't keep him here any longer, replied another. The implication of violence sent a shiver through the group. They were students, after all, and had never taken a life. Zhao Feng frowned, uncertain of the next step. Madness. This world has surely descended into madness. A nearby music student murmured fearfully. Zhao Feng turned to him, asking, what did you say? The music student looked up, pale-faced. Many in our group are saying that they too have encountered berserkers. What? Zhao Feng snatched the student's phone to investigate. Indeed, the group chat was ablaze with frantic messages, revealing that numerous individuals were reporting their roommates had gone berserk, attacking and biting at will. Some even shared photographs depicting students with wild expressions, one unfortunate soul showing a bloodied hand, a sight that was utterly shocking. Panic surged through the chat as confusion reigned. Suddenly, Zhao Feng's expression lit up with realization. Quickly, bind him tightly. We cannot allow him to escape. Moments later, Li Haoming was secured with clothing, resembling a tightly wrapped dumpling, his mouth silenced, writhing on the floor in futile resistance. Zhao Feng crouched down, locking eyes with Li Haoming. Can you understand my words? If so, nod your head. Liu Ming cumplía, nodding. Zhao Feng smiled, reassured by the knowledge that, despite being a berserker, Li Haoming's intellect remained intact. Do you remember Su Chen, the one who took your girlfriend? Zhao Feng asked with a grin. At the mere mention of Su Chen, Li Haoming erupted with fury, his face contorted with rage as he struggled to vocalize his feelings. What do you wish to say? Zhao Feng inquired, pulling away the fabric that muffled his voice. I want to kill him. I must kill him. Li Haoming howled in a hoarse voice. Zhao Feng promptly resealed his mouth, smiling as he said, Very well, wait a moment. I shall set you free. One of the athletes, astonished, asked, Brother Feng, what are you planning? Zhao Feng stood, a cold smile gracing his lips. I have never forgotten the grudge against the Liang. The opportunity has finally arrived. This night was destined to be extraordinary, a long and arduous one for many. Throughout the night, multiple berserkers emerged within the dormitory, instilling fear among the residents, some sustaining injuries from the frenzied attacks. Confusion reigned as panic spread like wildfire. Yet, even the longest of nights must eventually give way to dawn. As morning broke, the 10th day of the apocalypse arrived. Within the stronghold, Su Chen awoke naturally, stretching his limbs. Yesterday had been a whirlwind of activity, rushing several kilometers to rescue Jiang Xiaolu, followed by an intimate encounter with her. Despite his enhanced physique, he felt somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, within the stronghold, he could sleep soundly, and now, refreshed, he was rejuvenated. Entering the living room, Su Chen spotted a figure crouched behind the sofa, Jiang Xiaolu, diligently cleaning the floor with cloth. Upon hearing his movements, she stood, her cheeks flushed as she bowed respectfully. "Good morning, master." It appeared that Xing Fei had informed Jiang Xiaolu of her new responsibilities, likely having guided her in her duties. "Good morning," Su Chen replied with a smile. "Do you have any tasks for me, master? If not, I shall continue cleaning." A thought crossed Su Chen's mind, prompting him to respond, "Wait a moment, please call Xiao Fei out as well." When Jiang Xiaolu and Xing Fei returned to the living room, Su Chen sat on the sofa, two maid outfits laid out on the coffee table before him. "These are your uniforms. From now on, wear them while working. Now, change into them, so I may see," Su Chen said with a cheerful demeanor. A maid outfit. Jiang Xiaolu's face flushed anew. Indeed, Xing Fei had prepared her, coaxing her to serve her master wholeheartedly. Jiang Xiaolu had come to terms with her fate. She was now Su Chen's woman, a reality she could not alter. However, the thought of donning a maid outfit was overwhelming. Without hesitation, Xing Fei stepped forward, bowing. "Understood, master." She promptly took a maid outfit, and, without a hint of embarrassment, changed before Su Chen, as though it were a perfectly natural task. Su Chen appraised her and smiled. "Very nice. It fits you well. You may proceed with your chores." "Thank you for the compliment, master." Xing Fei beamed, heading towards the kitchen. Turning to Jiang Xiaolu, Su Chen asked, "And you?" Jiang Xiaolu bit her lip, realizing she could not refuse. Reluctantly, she approached and took the maid outfit, her face still crimson as she changed. Though her beauty rivaled that of Xing Fei, her figure was more voluptuous. The same maid outfit accentuated her curves distinctly. Being slightly older than Xing Fei, her mature aura contributed to her appeal. Su Chen found himself captivated, his throat dry. "Very well, you may continue your tasks." He cleared his throat and stated. Jiang Xiaolu nodded shyly, "Yes, master," and resumed her cleaning duties. Watching her, Su Chen felt an acute thirst. The maid outfit was truly a potent weapon. Cough, cough, stop for now. Come with me to the room. I have new tasks for you," Su Chen announced, rising. Jiang Xiaolu hesitated, her face flushed to her collarbone, realizing it was still early, and she and T had breakfast yet. However, she dared not defy him and stood, ready to follow him into the room. Just then, Su Chen's expression shifted as he suddenly furrowed his brow. The system's voice rang in his ears. "Ding! New rescue mission detected. Mission details. Lin Wanxi is facing coercion and is in imminent danger. Mission level, Nightmare. Mission reward, 50,000 merit points." What is going on? Is someone targeting Lin Wanxi? As Su Chen pondered this, his phone chimed with a message notification. Lin Wanxi sent only a single character. It seemed she lacked the time to convey a complete thought, implying that she was likely under duress. "I will step out for a moment, wait for my return," Su Chen declared, promptly donning his protective gear. Just as he secured the last strap, an alert from the system sounded, this time a warning. Warning. A group of violent infected individuals is approaching your Doomsday fortress. Please prepare for defense. What is happening? Su Chen furrowed his brow, and with a thought, the monitoring screen unfolded before him. He observed a multitude of frenzied individuals converging upon building number 9 from all directions, their faces exposed and expressions deranged. Indifferent to the biting wind and snow, with many sporting ghastly, ulcerated red patches on their skin, resembling a horde of zombies drawn to fresh flesh. A mere count revealed there were as many as 20 to 30 of them. How could so many violent ones emerge overnight? Su Chen was taken aback. What puzzled him further was that these aggressors were heading straight for building number 9, seemingly targeting the fortress. Among them was Li Haoming, who was arriving the quickest. Bang, bang, bang. Shortly after, a series of violent knocks echoed at the door, as Li Haoming slammed his body against it in a frenzied attempt to break through. "Su Chen, open the door. I want to kill you," Li Haoming roared, his eyes bloodshot and frenzied. "Huh?" Jiang Xiaolu was startled, recalling the events of the previous day, and instinctively recoiling in fear. Xing Fei was also alerted, rushing from the kitchen to inquire, "Master, what is happening?" Su Chen replied, "Go check." Xing Fei complied and proceeded toward the door. "What if that thing outside breaks in?" Jiang Xiaolu exclaimed in terror. Xing Fei reassured her, "It's fine. This door cannot be breached." As she spoke, she reached the door and peered through the peephole, her expression shifting drastically as she exclaimed, "It's him, Li Haoming." Li Haoming had transformed into a violent one so quickly and was now at their door. That was not all. Shortly after, another violent individual arrived, joining in the assault on the door, followed by a third, then a fourth. The cacophony of banging and the sounds of howling merged into a chaotic symphony. Even Xing Fei was compelled to step back, her apprehension mounting as she wondered whether the door could withstand such relentless assault. "Master, so many violent infected are here. What should we do?" Xing Fei gasped. Su Chen focused on the monitoring screen and calmly replied, "Let us wait a moment." By now, the commotion emanating from Building No. 9 had drawn the attention of nearby dormitories, and the mutual aid group was abuzz. Good heavens, what is happening at Building Number 9? So many lunatics are rushing in. They seem to be headed for a specific place. That dormitory is 513? What on earth has happened there? The occupants are doomed. I feel like I've heard of 9th Building 513. In an instant, everyone was fixated on the unfolding drama. At this moment, Su Chen had no time to engage with the mutual aid group. After a brief pause, the last of the violent individuals arrived at the doorway, filling the corridor with a throng of 20 to 30, resembling a horde of zombies as they clamored to break in. "It's time," Su Chen smirked, his thoughts commanding the external defense equipment to activate. Click. In the next instant, the throng of violent ones, still battering the door, suddenly heard a crisp loading sound overhead. If they glanced up, they would see a concealed hatch opening above the doorframe, from which a heavy machine gun extended like a mechanical arm, its barrel angled downwards, aimed directly at them. Tot, 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 tot. In an instant, gunfire erupted, the bullets raining down upon the violent ones, who fell in droves. The scene quickly turning into a macabre spectacle of blood and carnage. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with corpses, some suffered headshots, while others were severed in half by the gunfire, the corridor drenched in blood. One violent individual, realizing the futility of his situation, turned to flee, but the gun merely adjusted its aim, and a burst of bullets transformed him into a sieve. In less than a minute, the battle was over. Students in the opposite building, who bore witness to the spectacle, stood in stunned silence, as if they had encountered a fantastical tale. Inside the Doomsday Fortress, Xing Fei had observed the entire ordeal through the peephole, her expression frozen in shock, her scalp tingling. She had been worried about how Su Chen would handle the violent ones, never imagining he possessed a heavy machine gun. Chapter 35. An eye for an eye. The heavy machine gun, akin to a mechanical arm, could extend and retract with ease. It now deftly withdrew, and the hatch closed, appearing as if it had never existed. Su Chen, observing the performance of this defensive equipment through the monitoring screen, felt a profound satisfaction, far surpassing his expectations. There was no reasoning with such violent beings. They deserved to be eradicated with brute force. With a thought, Su Chen deactivated the monitoring and approached the door. As he opened it, a pungent metallic scent of blood assaulted his senses, prompting him to cover his nose with a hand. Witnessing the horrific scene outside, Jiang Xiaolu's face drained of color, her legs turning to jelly, leaving her unable to move. Xing Fei, however, gritted her teeth, suppressing her nausea as she followed closely behind Su Chen, eager to ascertain Li Haoming's fate. Suddenly, the pile of corpses stirred, and a blood-soaked girl sat up, swaying unsteadily. She was still alive, having merely suffered a graze from gunfire on her shoulder, leaving her flesh mangled. Although she too was a violent one, her face bore no gruesome red patches and remained intact. Su Chen recognized her immediately. It was Chen Lanyu. It was not merely luck that spared her. Su Chen had deliberately allowed her to survive, having noted her presence among the chaos. Infected individuals could not escape death. It was inevitable. Yet, utilizing the medication provided by the system could theoretically transform the infected, allowing for an indefinite extension of life. However, the cost of such transformation was exceedingly cruel, subjecting the infected to immense suffering, ultimately leading them to lose their minds and become mere shells of their former selves, rather than an extension of life. It resembled a punishment. Chen Lanyu, this is what you deserve. Su Chen smiled faintly, advancing to deliver a punch to Chen Lanyu's forehead, causing her to collapse unconscious. He communicated with the system, purchasing a chain to bind Chen Lanyu's hands and feet, effortlessly lifting her and tossing her into the fortress. "Master," Xing Fei's trembling voice interrupted him. Following her gaze, Su Chen spotted another survivor, whose legs had been shattered by gunfire, desperately crawling across the ground, leaving 2 long trails of blood behind. Liu Ming. Xing Fei's tone was laden with complexity. She could never have imagined that her ex-boyfriend would find himself in such a predicament one day. Su Chen glanced at her and remarked coolly, "He is now your responsibility. How you choose to deal with him is entirely up to you." Xing Fei nodded, taking a deep breath to steady herself, then turned to say, "Master, I need to return to the kitchen." When she emerged once more, she wielded a gleaming kitchen knife, quickening her pace to confront the crawling Li Haoming, blocking his path. Li Haoming lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Xing Fei's face, his eyes lit up. "Fei, please save me. It hurts so much." Xing Fei's expression turned cold, and she remained silent. Seeing the knife in her hand, Li Haoming's demeanor shifted, and he snarled fiercely, "You treacherous wench! I will kill you all." He bared his teeth, attempting to crawl toward Xing Fei. Startled, she swung the knife down toward his face. Footsteps approached as Su Chen arrived, kicking Li Haoming, who had become motionless. Su Chen squatted down and took the bloody knife from Xing Fei's grip. "You won't need this anymore. Lock the door when you return and wait for my return," Su Chen said with a smile. Xing Fei mechanically nodded. "Yes, master," and with unsteady legs, she made her way back into the fortress. As she walked away, Su Chen felt a wave of sentimentality. Although this woman had become his maid, he could not fully trust her, just as he felt about Jiang Xiaolu. They had both chosen to serve him out of necessity, rather than genuine loyalty. To earn their absolute devotion, a process was required. He casually put away the kitchen knife and glanced at the neighboring dormitories, where several students were peering out to witness the spectacle. Upon meeting Su Chen's gaze, they scurried back like frightened rabbits, holding their breath in silence. Su Chen approached and knocked on the door, calling out, "Classmates, could you please assist in cleaning the floor?" "Thank you." After he finished speaking, he departed with confidence, believing that these classmates would indeed help clean thoroughly. Of course, he had no intention of letting them work for nothing. He would repay this kindness in the future. Meanwhile, the mutual aid group was engulfed in a flurry of astonished messages. Did I just hear the sound of machine guns? Am I imagining things? My goodness. Did they actually have machine guns? They are all dead, those frenzied, infected ones. I swear, I was in Building 10, and I saw it with my own eyes. This was too extraordinary. Did anyone know who resided in that dormitory? Ever since Su Chen had slain the athletic student, a Liang, in front of his door, the legend of Dormitory 513 in Building 9 had begun to circulate, and today's events had only heightened its notoriety. However, many remained unaware that the renowned Su Chen was the one living there, leaving those who did no trembling with fear. In Dormitory 620 of Building 9, silence reigned. Everyone's faces were pale, cold sweat trickling down. Even Zhao Feng appeared terrified, his hands shaking uncontrollably. As the mastermind behind this operation, Zhao Feng was now in a state of panic, fixated on a single thought: escape. Su Chen, however, would not let this matter rest. The influx of frenzied attackers was undoubtedly orchestrated by someone targeting him. Whoever this instigator was, he would uncover their identity and exact revenge. Yet at that moment, he was in a rush to rescue Lin Wanxi, so he temporarily set this issue aside. Having left Building 9, Su Chen hurriedly traversed the snowy ground towards Building 11. He felt a sense of urgency, uncertain if the recent events had delayed him. What was Lin Wanxi's situation now? His concern was not for her well-being, as he harbored no feelings for her yet. Rather, he was anxious about the potential failure of his mission and the loss of merit points. A surge of anger welled up within him. The individual who had incited the frenzied attackers had wasted his time, and he would not let them off lightly, vowing to settle the score later. In the lobby of Building 11, a cacophony of sounds erupted. "Let me go, you can't do this. Help, someone help me," Lin Wanxi shouted, struggling fiercely against her captors. Four girls were dragging her down the stairs, scolding her in unison. "Stop squirming. You're like a pig to catch. No one is coming to save you. This is your fate. It's so noisy. Can someone tape her mouth shut?" At that moment, a tall girl walked alongside a boy, engaged in conversation. "Sister AI, Shuegu said that since you were so sincere, he won't hold last night against you." The boy chuckled. The tall girl smiled awkwardly. "Well, then what about our deal?" The boy shook his head. "Let's not discuss that now. We can talk about it later." The tall girl frowned, growing increasingly agitated. She turned back to yell, "Lin Wanxi, shut your mouth. If you don't, you'll regret it. Why are you doing this to me? You took all my supplies last time, and now you're abducting me. We have no grievances. How can you treat me this way?" Lin Wanxi retorte dangridi. The tall girl sneered. "Why? Because I am the queen here, and I can do as I please. Is that reason not sufficient?" Lin Wanxi replied. "Who recognizes you as the queen? I am not your servant or your property. Your actions are illegal." The tall girl burst into laughter. "You have a pretty face, but no brains. What are you talking about legality at a time like this? It's truly amusing." Lin Wanxi shot back. "I don't care. You are a vile criminal and deserve to be imprisoned or worse." The tall girl, now incensed, stepped closer, covering Lin Wanxi's mouth with her hand and coldly stating, "Listen, you are my maid, and I will dispose of you as I wish. Keep talking, and I might just give you a scar." She brandished a small knife in front of Lin Wanxi. Fear gripped Lin Wanxi. Her most cherished possession was her appearance, and she dared not speak further. The boy chuckled. "Sister AI, take it easy. Her face is too delicate to damage." The tall girl assured him, "Don't worry, I'm just trying to intimidate her and teach her some manners. Otherwise, Shuegu will have a hard time with her attitude." The boy replied, "That Shugu's issue. We just need to deliver her to him unharmed." "Exactly." The tall girl released her grip and instructed the four girls, "Bind her up, especially her face. We can't let her get snow on it." The four girls nodded and pressed Lin Wanxi down, beginning to tie her up. Lin Wanxi, unable to speak, felt a wave of anxiety and began to cry softly. When they came to capture her, she had intended to send a message to Su Chen for help, but had barely managed to send a complete thought before AI, Qing, snatched her phone away. She was uncertain if Su Chen had received her message. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Let her go. It's pointless to struggle. That voice was so familiar. Lin Wanxi turned to see Su Chen, donning protective gear at the door, and her heart surged with joy. He received her message. He had come. This was their third meeting, and who would have thought that after the distress of their previous encounters, this one would fill her with such delight. Help me quickly. They want to take me away. Lin Wanxi cried out. All eyes turned toward Su Chen. The tall girl frowned, her voice icy. Who are you to meddle in this? Su Chen replied coolly. Is what she said true? Are you taking her away? For whom? The tall girl scoffed. What is it to you? Su Chen stated. Since I've encountered this, it concerns me. Now speak. My patience is limited. At that moment, no one noticed that the boy's expression shifted upon seeing Su Chen, as if he recalled something, instinctively stepping back. The tall girl, now furious, shouted, What an idiot. Get lost. She abruptly hurled a knife at Su Chen, demonstrating a skill that indicated she had practiced throwing knives. A glint of steel sliced through the air, seemingly aimed at Su Chen. With a sharp clang, the knife ricocheted off to the side. Su Chen had deftly raised the kitchen knife to shield himself, deflecting the projectile at the very last moment. Everyone was taken aback, including the tall girl. They were unaware that for Su Chen, this was a mere triviality. With his keen sight and extraordinary agility, he found the opponent's knife skills lacking. However, a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. This woman had aimed to take his life from the start, and he typically had only one response to such individuals. Then you shall perish. Su Chen sneered, tossing the kitchen knife with precision. The force dictated both speed and distance, and the knife whirled through the air like a propeller, gleaming ominously as it struck the tall girl's shoulder, embedding itself deep into her scapula. Blood splattered forth. The tall girl could only emit a short, shrill scream before collapsing to the ground, fainting from the pain. The other four girls screamed in terror. The boy was already trembling, his legs weak and cold sweat pouring down his face. Only Lin Wanxi displayed a look of delight. Su Chen was truly impressive, having taken down the opponent in one fell swoop. A veritable savior. Alas, Su Chen, feeling helpless, shrugged his shoulders. Initially, his target had been the boy's head, but he had missed. However, he could not be blamed for this, as he hadn't specifically trained in throwing knives. It was understandable that he had lost his aim. He did not rush to deliver a finishing blow, instead directing his gaze at the boy and saying, If she doesn't speak, then you shall. The boy's lips quivered as he stammered. It's you. Su Chen frowned. Was this guy truly frightened into a stupor? What was he saying? You killed Li Wenhu, the boy finally uttered. Su Chen grew increasingly puzzled. Who was Li Wenhu? The boy explained. Last week, while I was out on duty with Li Wenhu, we encountered two individuals in protective gear, one of whom was you. Li Wenhu stayed behind to observe you, but he never returned. When we found him, he was dead, his skull crushed. Su Chen nodded in realization. So that was him. Indeed, it was he who had killed him. This incident occurred on the day he had brought Shen Yue back to the dormitory. At that time, the man had already known Shen Yue's dormitory and had threatened to take her away, which had prompted Su Chen to kill him, unaware of his identity as Li Wenhu. Upon hearing Su Chen's admission, the boy's face turned even paler as he stumbled back 2 steps, forcing a nervous smile. Bro, I didn't know you were involved with Lin Wanxi. This is a misunderstanding. I'll return her to you. Just let me go. Su Chen du Plaive. You were the other guy that day. What is your name? The boy answered. He Xiaofeng. Su Chen replied coolly. I understand you're quite anxious, but I need you to remain calm and tell me who sent you to capture Lin Wanxi. He Xiaofeng quickly stated. It wasn't us who wanted to capture her. It was all AI Qing's idea. He pointed to the tall girl on the ground. It turned out that yesterday, AI Qing had arranged a transaction with the Jinzi gang to exchange skin ointment for a batch of food. However, during the negotiation, AI Qing had a change of heart, feeling she had offered too much, resulting in a conflict between the two parties. Overestimating her abilities, AI Qing attempted to forcibly take the goods from the Jinzi gang, only to be dealt with harshly. The Jinzi gang demanded she surrender all her medicines. Naturally, AI Qing refused, proposing instead to offer Lin Wanxi to Chen Jinshui, the leader of the Jinzi gang, who agreed. Today, He Xiaofeng had come to oversee AI Qing's actions. After hearing He Xiaofeng's account, Su Chen coldly smiled. Though it was her suggestion, you did not refuse, did you? He Xiaofeng quickly replied. That's because we didn't know your connection to Lin Wanxi. Otherwise, we would never have agreed. Su Chen inquired, is that so? What was Chen Jinshui's reaction when I killed Li Wenhu? Chapter 37. The Hidden Hand. Su Chen was quite curious about the incident involving Li Wenhu's death. He did not believe Chen Jinshui would not seek revenge. The most likely scenario was that he simply had not found him yet. He Xiaofeng explained, Brother Shui was indeed furious that day, insisting he must find you, and eventually, we did locate you. Su Chen responded, how did you find me? Since you found me, Why haven't you come to trouble me? He Xiaofeng wiped his cold sweat and explained, we found you because we heard the legend of the mysterious person living in dormitory 513 of Building 9, clad in protective gear, who could instantly eliminate a sports student. Su Chen nodded, realizing that news of his encounter with the sports student had spread, and he had become somewhat of a legend. He Xiaofeng awkwardly chuckled. Upon hearing your legend, Brother Shui immediately warned us not to provoke you again. Therefore, as I mentioned earlier, had we known your relationship with Lin Wanxi, we would have absolutely refused AI Qing. Su Chen remarked, is that so? Then this morning, when a horde of enraged, infected individuals attacked my dormitory that had nothing to do with you. Previously, he had been unaware that dormitory 513 had become part of a legend and did not know how many people had heard of it. It now seemed that anyone who had heard the tale could potentially be the mastermind behind the attack of the enraged individuals. Since Chen Jinshui had also heard of it, coupled with Li Wenhu's vendetta, his suspicion was as great as Zhao Feng's. Indeed, Su Chen had initially suspected Zhao Feng as the hidden hand, especially since Li Haoming had also participated in the attack. Even if Zhao Feng was not the planner, he was still an accomplice. Su Chen had originally intended to complete his task and then confront Zhao Feng. Now, with Chen Jinshui's suspicion being equal to Zhao Feng's, it was naturally necessary to question him. No, I truly don't know. He Xiaofeng quickly insisted. Su Chen sneered, you are lying. The boy's gaze shifted nervously, clearly indicating deceit. Even without the eye of insight, it was evident. Furthermore, he was currently under the influence of the eye of insight. He Xiaofeng trembled, nearly in tears. I truly don't know. I have no connection to the enraged individual's attack. Su Chen's expression darkened as he stepped forward menacingly. If you do not speak the truth, shall I kill you? The latter stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground in fright, exclaiming, don't come any closer. I will tell you. He was terrified. He believed Su Chen was the type who would kill him over a mere disagreement, given that Su Chen had indeed taken a life before. This was no jest. Last night, a group of enraged infected appeared in our building, waking everyone up. It was our Jinzi gang who intervened to subdue the few infected. At that time, the mutual aid group was quite lively, with the student council proposing to count the number of infected individuals. Based on everyone's feedback, it seemed that almost every building had encountered enraged individuals. Not long after, a member of the Jinzi gang received a friend request, someone adding them through the mutual aid group, claiming they could assist in resolving the issue with the infected. Through private messaging, the solution proposed was to have the infected attack dormitory 513 in Building 9. The individual claimed to be an insider, stating that the mysterious person residing in dormitory 513 possessed a substantial amount of resources, including effective skin ointment. As long as the infected could take the dormitory, they would obtain the ointment to restore normalcy, and the remaining resources could be shared afterward. The person even indicated that if they agreed to participate in the operation, they should release the infected at 8 in the morning. If they declined, they would simply delete the friend request, as if nothing had occurred. After some deliberation, Chen Jinshui agreed to the plan, seeing it as a twofold benefit, a perfect opportunity to avenge Li Wenhu. Everyone had witnessed the power of the enraged individuals, and at that moment, no one doubted the operation would fail. They all believed it would surely succeed. Su Chen sneered, now that I stand here, it indicates your operation has failed. I have eradicated all those enraged individuals. What? He Xiaofeng's face turned pale. Could it be that Su Chen had truly vanquished all the infected? How could he be so formidable? Yet, Su Chen stood there unscathed, which likely meant it was true. Su Chen could tell that this time, He Xiaofeng was not lying. This suggested that the true mastermind was someone else, but the Jinzi gang was undeniably complicit. Do you know who the planner is? Su Chen Guiyif. He Xiaofeng shook his head, I don't know. Later, Brother Shui spoke directly with the individual. We are unaware of the specifics of their conversation. Good. Su Chen nodded, his gaze chilling. You may die now. Not knowing was one thing. But now that he was aware, he did not intend to spare anyone involved in this operation. The scheme was too malicious, posing a threat to his life. If the fortress were not indestructible, and if he lacked defensive equipment, he might not have been able to cope. If he did not eliminate these individuals, they would surely think him easy prey and dare to act again. He Xiaofeng, terrified, sought to flee but found his legs paralyzed by fear. As Su Chen was about to close in on him, suddenly, a hand fiercely grasped the leg of his protective suit. It was AI Qing, who had just awakened. Save me. AI Qing pleaded, her face as pale as paper, her expression filled with agony. Su Chen glanced back at her, shook off her hand, and crouched down. His gaze icy as he looked down at her. I'm sorry, but someone who intends to kill me has only one fate. Death, Su Chen remarked coldly, reaching for the kitchen knife's handle and pulling it out with force. AI Qing let out a heart-wrenching scream. Beads of cold sweat dotting her face as blood gushed from her shoulder. In that brief moment of delay, He Xiaofeng managed to catch his breath, scrambling to his feet and rushing towards the door in a panic, attempting to escape. Su Chen flashed a grin at AI Qing. Do you think I can hit him in the head this time? Before the words left his mouth, Su Chen flicked his wrist, and the knife spun like a fan, its gleaming edge slicing through the air before striking He Xiaofeng's back, embedding itself deep. The tremendous force knocked He Xiaofeng to the ground. He convulsed a few times before becoming still, blood pooling beneath him. Su Chen shook his head helplessly, missed again. My throwing skills are still lacking. However, Ai Qing was too preoccupied with He Xiaofeng to care. She grasped Su Chen's protective suit once more, pleading, I beg you. Save my life. I don't want to die. Su Chen replied coolly. What benefit would sparing your life bring me? I King counted. You must not know where Chen Jinshui is, right? I can take you to find him. No need. I already know, Su Chen chuckled. He had indeed tracked the Jinshui gang's whereabouts after killing Li Wenhu. Seeing that this approach was futile, Ai Qing gritted her teeth and said, if you kill me, my brother will definitely avenge me. He is already on his way. Su Chen responded with a nonchalant, oh, threatening me, are you? Then you deserve to die even more. With that, he seized Ai Qing's head. A crisp crack echoed through the air. Chapter 38. A day of joy. Ai Qing's neck twisted grotesquely to the side. Her eyes wide open, frozen in a visage of unwillingness and disbelief, as if she could scarcely believe that Su Chen truly followed through on his threat. Witnessing her state, the four girls around her collapsed in fear, their faces drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. Even Lin Wanxi was momentarily stunned, realizing how merciless Su Chen was. Having killed two people without a second thought, recalling her previous attitude towards him, Lin Wanxi felt a wave of dread wash over her. At that moment, Su Chen's gaze shifted towards them, and the four girls assumed it was their turn, immediately dropping to the ground, crying out for mercy. Spare us. It's not my fault. Ai Qing forced me. I don't want to die. Su Chen coldly replied, scram. Do not let me see you again. The four girls, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, scrambled to their feet and fled upstairs. Su Chen approached Lin Wanxi and began to untie her. I thought you hadn't seen my message. I was almost dying of anxiety. Thank you for coming to save me, Lin Wanxi said, standing up and smiling. Her demeanor markedly different than before. However, Su Chen's focus was on the system rewards. He had saved Lin Wanxi, but had not heard any feedback from the system. Is the task not yet complete? Su Chen furrowed his brows. Indeed, Ai Qing intended to hand Lin Wanxi over to Chen Jinshui, the true beneficiary who posed a real threat to her safety. It appeared that to complete the task, he would need to deal with Chen Jinshui as well. Coincidentally, he was already planning to confront Chen Jinshui to settle some scores. You should head upstairs, Su Chen said calmly, turning to walk towards the door. Lin Wanxi suddenly grasped his arm. Wait, what is it? Su Chen Wayuth, can you take me with you? I've heard there are many rampaging infected. With today's incident, I'm terrified, Lin Wanxi replied. Su Chen acknowledged her concern, yet he had no intention of sheltering her just yet, still viewing her as a tool. However, her words rang true. The presence of rampagers posed a significant danger, potentially leading to loss of life. A deceased goddess holds no value, and perhaps it was time to take her in. I can take you with me, providing you with a safe haven and ample food. But can you accept my terms? Su Chen stativ kuri. What terms? Lin Wanxi inquired, intrigued. You must become my maid, serving me, obeying my commands, and never defying me. This left Lin Wanxi momentarily stunned, involuntarily releasing her grip. Given her nature, it was one thing for others to serve her. How could she possibly serve someone else? Su Chen's demand was exceedingly unreasonable and domineering. Had she not feared his ruthless nature, she likely would have erupted in anger at that moment. Are you deliberately saying this because you don't want to take me with you? Lin Wanxi pondered aloud. Su Chen chuckled. Do I appear to be joking? Go upstairs. I have matters to attend to. With that, he swiftly approached He Xiaofeng's lifeless body, extracting the knife before exiting. Lin Wanxi watched his retreating figure, contemplating, is he serious? In Building 6, Dormitory 303, the atmosphere was heavy. Members of the Jinzi gang gathered together, appearing as if they had received a grave blow. Silent and somber, Chen Jinshui sat at the head of the table, furrowing his brow as he stared at his phone. The screen displayed a mutual aid group chat, where students were fervently discussing the events surrounding Dormitory 513 in Building 9. The rampagers that attacked that dormitory were annihilated by a heavy machine gun fire. Total destruction. Anyone who heard this news was left astounded. Chen Jinshui felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. If he were merely an onlooker, it wouldn't matter much. But several of the rampagers were ones he had let loose. He had assumed this operation would be a sure success, with so many rampagers. How could that guy in a protective suit possibly survive? Yet, heavy machine guns? Was such a weapon even accessible to a university student? Water brother, what should we do now? Will that guy come after us? Wang Chong broke the silence, voicing the concern that weighed on everyone's mind. The others turned their gazes to Chen Jinshui. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jinshui replied, if a group of rampagers were to suddenly attack us, I too would be curious about what had transpired and would certainly investigate. Upon hearing this, someone immediately panicked. What should we do then? He has the truth. Aren't we doomed? Chen Jinshui replied, calm down, I haven't finished. He might investigate, but whether or not he can trace it back to us is uncertain. So many rampagers indicate that there are multiple participants involved, and since we are unaware of each other, there's little chance of betrayal, unless he can find the instigator. Wang Chong frowned. Is that even possible? Who is that instigator? Chen Jinshui shook his head. That person has done an excellent job of keeping their identity secret. I tried to extract information from them, but they revealed nothing. Wang Chong asked, so what is Water Brothers' conclusion? Chen Jinshui smiled. He probably won't uncover much. At this, Wang Chong and the others exhaled deeply, their anxiety finally easing. Chen Jinshui cautioned, let us act as if this incident never happened. Don't mention it again. Not even Li Wenhu's vendetta. After all, he has the truth in hand, and we cannot afford to provoke him. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Chong sighed, feeling frustrated. I understand the reasoning, but not seeking revenge is truly hard to swallow. Chen Jinshui replied, for now, endure it. We must find ways to grow stronger. If we can acquire the truth in the future, we will have no need to fear him. Of course, that will require careful planning. As for now, let us continue as usual. He paused, smiling. Let's not keep our faces long. Today is our day of celebration. Lin Wanxi and Xia Mengyao, two top campus beauties, are about to be ours. Changgu, you choose first. Which one do you prefer? Wang Chong managed a forced smile and replied, they all belong to Shui Ge. How could I dare to lay my hands on them? Chen Jinshui laughed heartily. Such words. Very well, let me first taste the waters, and then I shall share with you. At this moment, it was nearly the appointed time for their arrival. Outside, the wind howled as snow fell relentlessly. Several figures trudged through the storm, approaching building number 6 from different directions. Among them, there were 2 women and 1 man, all wearing makeshift gas masks. The man led the way, while the 2 women, bundled tightly, huddled close behind him. From another direction, Su Chen approached alone, wielding a kitchen knife with purposeful strides. Chapter 39. Eliminate him in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The weather became unpredictably erratic, with snow falling at any moment, sometimes lasting for days on end. Traveling through such harsh conditions was exceedingly arduous, especially for women. Xia Mengyao and her close friend, Su Chen, trudged along, their progress slow despite their mutual support. Before the cataclysm, they had hoarded snacks and beverages in their dormitory, relying on these supplies to survive thus far. However, after days of posting on social media to solicit food from the boys and receiving no aid, they found themselves starving after 2 days. Xia Mengyao resolved to seek refuge with Chen Jinshui. Previously, the Jinzi gang had persistently invited her to join, and though she had ignored them, she ultimately chose to approach them herself. She was acutely aware of what aligning with Chen Jinshui entailed. Before the apocalypse, she would not have glanced at someone like him. But the circumstances had changed, and survival necessitated her compromise. The boy leading the way urged, the snow is getting heavier. We must move faster. Suddenly, Su Chen's gaze fixated on the front, her brow furrowing in curiosity. What is that? The boy looked up and was taken aback. Not far ahead, a figure clad in protective gear moved swiftly, seemingly gliding through the snow, and in an instant, vanished into the storm. Could it be that person? He exclaimed. Xia Mengyao inquired, do you know this individual? Who are they, a rescue worker? Su Chen noted, did you see? He is holding a knife. The boy gasped. Are you sure? Su Chen affirmed, I saw it clearly. The boy's expression turned anxious. Without a word, he abandoned the 2 girls and fled, quickly disappearing from sight. This left the 2 women bewildered. What has happened? Xia Mengyao exclaimed, indignant. Is he out of his mind, leaving us behind? Su Chen replied. It must be related to that strange person we just saw. By the way, there was something oddly familiar about his gait. Xia Mengyao asked, do you recognize him? Who is it? Su Chen admitted, I can't recall. What should we do now, Sister Yao Yao? In room 305 of building number 6. Faint cries of girls could be heard through the door. The dormitory could only be described as filthy and chaotic, cluttered with debris. And each bed was piled high with thick blankets. Originally designed for 6 occupants, it now housed over a dozen people, 7 of whom were girls. At that moment, 2 girls knelt on the floor, weeping. Shui Gu, please don't drive us away. We will surely perish if we go out. Shui Yi, I beg you. Just let me stay. I will do anything. They pleaded incessantly. Chen Jinshui sat on a bed, adjusting his glasses, his tone gentle. I understand your feelings, but rules are rules. There's only so much space. 3 new arrivals will be here soon, and you'll have to vacate. One girl protested, we can squeeze in. I can sleep on the floor. Chen Jinshui shook his head. That's not the issue. Our food supply is limited, and we cannot sustain so many. Sorry. Another girl insisted, I can eat less. I can manage with just 1 meal a day, or even every 2 days. A third chimed in, I could go 3 days without eating. Wang Chong frowned from his side. Do you think this is a marketplace? Stop haggling and get out of here, or I'll be forced to take action. I don't want to die, please. The 2 girls desperately bowed their heads in supplication. Chen Jinshui remained silent, merely nodding to Wang Chong. Wang Chong understood and advanced, seizing one girl by the hair and dragging her toward the door. No, please. Help. The girl screamed and struggled frantically. Damn it. Wang Chong delivered a fist to her face, causing her nose to bleed, and she instantly lost consciousness. Wang Chong prepared to toss her out like a rag doll. A boy had already positioned himself by the door and opened it at the right moment. Just as Wang Chong was about to drag the girl outside, another figure, covered in snow, rushed in urgently. What happened? Weren't you supposed to pick up Xiao Meng Yao? Where's she? Wang Chong frowned. Shui Ge, I saw that person. The boy looked at Chen Jinshui, panting heavily. Chen Jinshui frowned. Who? The boy replied. The one in the protective suit. I just saw him heading this way. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Did he come for them? Hadn't Chen Jinshui said they wouldn't be tracked? Chen Jinshui sprang to his feet. Does he have a gun? The boy hesitated. A gun? I don't know. I only saw he had a kitchen knife. Kitchen knife. Chen Jinshui paused, a bemused smile breaking across his face. Does he intend to confront us with a kitchen knife? He relaxed, turning to Wang Chong. If he is unarmed, we have nothing to fear. Let us bring everyone along and clarify his intentions. If he attacks, we will try to capture him alive. I have questions for him. Wang Chong nodded, tossing the unconscious girl aside, then picked up a metal rod from the corner of the dormitory. He surveyed the group and said in a low voice, "Follow me." The other boys hastily donned gas masks. Some grabbed knives while others wielded rods, trailing Wang Chong out of the dormitory. They quickly reached the staircase. But as they descended halfway, everyone halted abruptly. There stood a figure in protective gear at the foot of the stairs, brandishing a kitchen knife, undeterred by the raging storm. This is our territory. What do you want? Wang Chong asked in a deep voice. Su Chen replied coolly, I am here to settle accounts. Wang Chong scoffed. You're the one who killed Li Wenhu. Yet we Haven T sought retribution from you. And here you are? Su Chen stated. Li Wenhu brought this upon himself. I have settled the score by killing him. This morning, a group of marauders attacked my dormitory, and you were complicit. This is the first account I intend to settle with you all. Wang Chong's heart sank. How could he have unraveled their identities so quickly? What nonsense! Do you have any proof? Wang Chong retorted. Su Chen said, He Xiaofeng told me. Is that sufficient? Wang Chong gasped. How could Xiaofeng? Su Chen continued. This brings us to the second account, concerning Lin Wanzi. You wish to possess her, and so do I. Wang Chong gritted his teeth. Where is Xiaofeng? Su Chen replied. When I went to rescue Lin Wanzi, I happened to eliminate him. Wang Chong's fury ignited. Not only had Su Chen killed Li Wenhu, but he had also slain He Xiaofeng. How could he endure this? Eliminate him, Wang Chong commanded decisively, his anger causing him to forget Chen Jinshui's orders to capture Su Chen alive. Chapter 40. Total annihilation. The group erupted in a chorus of shouts, charging towards Su Chen with knives and clubs in hand. The first to approach Su Chen was the boy who had just returned with the news, swinging his club towards Su Chen's head. Su Chen deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a punch, knocking the boy's gas mask off. Exposed to the elements, the boy's face contorted in terror as he scrambled to retrieve his mask, but Su Chen delivered a kick, sending him sprawling 3 meters away. In an instant, the biting cold left the boy's face crimson as he lay on the ground, struggling in despair like a drowning man. At this moment, others rushed down, brandishing knives and clubs, launching a combined assault on Su Chen. Although they were merely students with little fighting experience, their sheer numbers and weapons posed a significant threat. Su Chen, wishing to avoid entanglement, activated his insightful eye, deftly evading all attacks with agile movements, before retaliating with his cleaver. Each strike felled an opponent, and soon 3 lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground. The remaining assailants, paralyzed by fear, turned to flee, unable to comprehend how one could be so formidable. With his bloodlust awakened, Su Chen pursued them relentlessly, swiftly dispatching 2 more. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed as a metal rod came crashing down. Wang Chong had entered the fray. Unlike the others, Wang Chong was an athlete, robust and powerful, a formidable force among university students. Yet, in the face of Su Chen, he was still woefully inadequate. Su Chen easily dodged his attack, closing the distance and landing a punch squarely in his abdomen. Wang Chong emitted a muffled groan as he was propelled against the wall of the staircase, crashing to the ground, and his iron rod slipped from his grasp. Despite spitting blood, Wang Chong remained conscious, struggling to rise. I will kill you, he shouted, drawing a small knife from his waist and lunging at Su Chen, who effortlessly swept the knife aside, grasped Wang Chong's hair, and slammed his head against the adjacent wall. A sickening thud resounded as Wang Chong collapsed, blood streaming from his head, his vision fading. Do you still intend to kill me? Su Chen mocked. Wang Chong muttered defiantly, unless I am dead. As long as I live, I will eventually kill you. Su Chen replied, then you shall meet your end. With a swift motion, he pressed the cleaver against Wang Chong's throat, and with a single stroke, the deed was done. The sound of blood splattering filled the air as the iron rod clattered to the ground. As Su Chen raised his gaze, he noticed 3 more figures at the staircase. One of them, upon witnessing Wang Chong's gruesome fate, trembled uncontrollably, unable to steady his iron rod. These three were the last remnants of the Jinzi gang. Aside from Chen Jinshui, Su Chen released Wang Chong's lifeless body and charged towards them. "Stay away," they cried, terror-stricken, but their fates were already sealed. In the corridor, they were swiftly hunted down, soon becoming 3 more corpses. Su Chen then approached the door of room 305, kicking it open. A nauseating stench assaulted his senses, a noxious blend of body odor and urine. Inside, 7 girls were present. 5 quivered in fear on their beds. 1 lay unconscious on the floor, and another was prostrate. Chen Jinshui jumped. The girl on the floor cried out upon seeing Su Chen. Su Chen moved to the balcony at the back of the dormitory and peered down, spotting a figure limping into the storm. With all his underlings dispatched, Su Chen would not allow the leader to escape. He nimbly scaled the railing and leaped down. The wind and snow intensified, nearly toppling him. Chen Jinshui, panic-stricken, driven by the instinct for survival, reached the base of the dormitory's wall. Beyond the wall lay the road, and with no other option, he attempted to scale it. Having injured his ankle during the earlier leap, he bore the excruciating pain as he clung desperately to the top of the wall. Suddenly, he sensed Su Chen's presence and turned to see him staring coldly. Fear seized Chen Jinshui, compelling him to climb even harder, but his heavy clothing hindered his progress, leaving him dangling like a struggling grasshopper. "Who are you? We have not wronged you. Why do you wish to kill us?" Chen Jinshui shouted in desperation. Su Chen replied icily, "What pretense is this? Our fates are intertwined. It is a matter of life or death. Others may not understand, but you certainly do. This is the apocalypse." Chen Jinshui pleaded, "Can we not reconcile? Spare my life, and I swear I will never provoke you again." Su Chen shook his head. "It is too late. Your existence is a concern to me. I will be your servant. I will do anything you ask. I can be of use to you." Chen Jinshui begged. Su Chen coldly retorted, "I find you utterly worthless." Eventually, Chen Jinshui's strength waned, and his hands slipped, causing him to fall. He screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. "It is time to end this," Su Chen said calmly, approaching Chen Jinshui. Just as he reached him, Chen Jinshui sprang up, revealing a small knife in hand, lunging at Su Chen. His earlier fall had been a ruse to retrieve the concealed knife and ambush Su Chen. But Su Chen was no ordinary opponent. In an instant, he seized Chen Jinshui's wrist with his left hand, grasped the knife-wielding hand with his right, and forcefully twisted the blade, driving it into Chen Jinshui's throat. Blood erupted, splattering Su Chen's face, though his gas mask shielded him from the worst of it. Chen Jinshui fell to his knees, choking on his own blood. "You see, this is why I cannot let you live. You are a wolf, unfit to be my dog," Su Chen stated flatly, with despair and resentment etched on his face. Chen Jinshui's head drooped. Suddenly, familiar notifications echoed in Su Chen's ears. "Ding! You have annihilated the invaders and successfully rescued Lin Wanzi. You have earned 50,000 merit points." Su Chen nodded, relieved to have completed the task. The wind and snow howled mercilessly. Below, Dormitory 6, the first assailant to confront Su Chen lay lifeless, his face exposed to the elements, resembling a charred ember, frozen in a visage of despair. The other corpses, too, were encrusted in ice and snow, their bodies stiff as wood. Xiao Mingyao and Xiao Qian stood by these cadavers, shock written across their faces. After deliberation, they had decided to investigate the situation, only to find themselves amidst Su Chen's massacre. "That person is terrifying. What should we do?" "Sister Yao Yao, let us flee," Xiao Qian stammered. Xiao Mingyao glanced up at the upper floors, her voice resolute. "We have neither food nor water. Staying here will lead to our demise. Let's search elsewhere for sustenance." "No, we must go upstairs. There's food there. We have no enmity with that person. He would not kill us too." Xiao Mingyao's eyes sparkled with determination. Confident in her beauty, she thought that if need be, she would appeal to him with charm and vulnerability. Surely he would spare her. Thus, they stepped over the frozen bodies and ascended to the upper floor, knocking on the door of room 305. The door was opened by one of the girls who had previously been on the floor, nearly expelled by Chen Jinshui. "You must be the newcomers," she remarked, a hint of disdain in her voice, for their presence nearly cost her life. Had it not been for the sudden turn of events, particularly the figure clad in protective gear, she would have perished. Xiao Mingyao nodded. "Hello, where's that person? Has he left?" The girl replied coldly. "He went after Chen Jinshui. May heaven grant him the strength to eliminate him." Just then, a knock echoed at the door. The girl tensed, moving to open it, and in stepped Su Chen. Her face lit up with joy. "You're back. What of Chen Jinshui?" Su Chen responded flatly. "He is dead." The girl rejoiced, suddenly dropping to her knees. "What are you doing?" Su Chen asked, perplexed. "My name is Hsiu. From now on, my life belongs to you. You are my master, and I am your servant. Isn't this Shun Youwei's roommate?" Su Chen was momentarily taken aback as he observed Hsiu's desperate expression, feeling a pang of sentimentality. The apocalypse had truly transformed individuals, stripping away their dignity. Hsiu was at least a 5-point beauty. Prior to the apocalypse, many suitors would have pursued her, and it was likely she would have looked down upon Su Chen. Yet now, she was crouched at his feet, pleading for mercy. But Su Chen found her current state utterly unappealing. The blood of Chen Jinshui still clung to his gas mask, congealed into a crimson ice block. Unable to address it outside, Su Chen removed the mask. Upon seeing Su Chen's face, Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Qian were taken aback, hastily lowering their heads to avoid making eye contact. Thankfully, as they had just entered, they had not removed their gas masks, and their bulky clothing offered a temporary reprieve from being recognized by Su Chen. Xiao Mengyao was on the verge of tears, having initially intended to reveal herself, but never anticipated that the person she faced would be Su Chen. Now, she wished she could hide her face beneath layers of blankets. Su Chen casually took out a bottle of mineral water to wash the blood off the gas mask. The other women watched in disbelief. What a waste. As this was drinking water, a precious commodity. I have no interest in being your master. Rest assured, I won't linger here. By the way, you should deal with the bodies in the corridor outside, Su Chen stated matter-of-factly. He was taken aback and stammered. Why, you're not here to steal supplies? After cleansing the mask, Su Chen put it back on and replied, such supplies are beneath my notice. The women were stunned. Not interested in supplies? What a rare sentiment. In this dire situation, where people fought over a bottle of water or a piece of bread, they would even submit to others just to secure a daily meal. Facing the vast resources left behind by the Jinzabang, Su Chen claimed he had no interest. As Su Chen spoke, his gaze fell upon Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Qian. His curiosity piqued. He had not noticed them earlier, still donning their gas masks. Were they newcomers? Just as he was about to suggest they remove their masks to reveal perhaps an 8-point goddess, a sudden notification from the system interrupted him. Ding! New rescue mission detected. Mission details. Lin Wanxi has been kidnapped, and the situation is critical. Mission difficulty. Nightmare mission OA. 50 000 mérite point. Awakening a skill. Su Chen was taken aback. Another mission had arisen, and it involved Lin Wanxi again. Why had you been kidnapped once more? No matter. He would check it out first. Ignoring the women, Su Chen turned and departed. Once he was a distance away, Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Qian dared to lift their heads. They had been terrified when Su Chen looked at them, now exchanging bewildered glances. Was that truly the Su Chen they knew? Yao Yao. How could this guy become so formidable? Xiao Qian murmured. After a moment of silence, Xiao Mengyao responded, did you notice? He not only wore protective gear, but he also appeared immaculate, as if the apocalypse had not touched him at all. Xiao Qian agreed. Indeed, it seems so. Good heavens. Is he a natural-born savior of the apocalypse? How has he managed this? Xiao Mengyao continued. His disregard for the supplies here only indicates he is not in need of them. She paused, a flicker of regret crossing her eyes. Qian, it seems we were mistaken. If we had not quarreled with him that day. Xiao Qian fell silent for a long while before suddenly huffing. How could we have foreseen this? Who could have imagined the apocalypse would strike so suddenly? And who would have thought he would thrive in such dire circumstances? How heartless of him to claim he liked you, yet never considered helping you. Xiao Mengyao nodded, reflecting on Xiao Qian's words. It was indeed surprising that Su Chen had never made an effort to reach out to her, even after her prior transgressions against him. He could be so callous, disregarding her life entirely. Forget it, I don't wish to dwell on it. No matter how impressive he is, Qian, we have food now. So we no longer need him. Xiao Mengyao huffed. Such sentiments were only suitable for whispered exchanges. Just moments prior, they had not dared to acknowledge Su Chen, fully aware of the severe consequences should he recognize them. They ought to be grateful that Su Chen had overlooked them. Su Chen hastily exited Building 6 and swiftly returned to Building 11, filled with curiosity about what had transpired during his absence. Why had Lin Wanxi attracted attention once more? This time, he moved even faster, activating his basic wind speed skill and gliding through the snowstorm like a gust of wind, leaving only a fleeting shadow. Should anyone have seen him, they would likely believe they had encountered a ghost. At the foot of Building 11, Su Chen halted, his gaze landing on a snowmobile parked nearby. Where did that come from? Su Chen furrowed his brow and hurried into the building. He found Yi Xiaofeng's lifeless body still lying at the entrance, but Ai Qing's body was conspicuously absent, leaving only a puddle of blood frozen into ice. Who had taken Ai Qing's body away? Just then, his phone rang, signaling an incoming voice call. Upon checking, he saw it was Lin Wanxi. Su Chen answered. On the other end, a deep, resonant male voice echoed, on the rooftop of Building 11, if you wish to prevent Lin Wanxi's death, come now. I will only wait for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is unnecessary, Su Chen replied coldly before abruptly ending the call. Chapter 42. The Giant. Ai Kuan in the outskirts of Yin City. There once flourished vast farmlands, teeming with life during the rice planting season in early summer. At that time, the fields would be a sea of vibrant green shoots, radiating vitality, with nearby villages dotting the landscape, creating an idyllic pastoral scene. Now, all life had been extinguished. The greenery was gone, and the atmosphere was filled with an oppressive silence. As far as the eye could see, only endless expanses of snow remained, and the surrounding villages had become desolate, devoid of any living creature. On this particular day, just before dawn, a snowmobile sped across the snow, heading towards Yun City. Shortly after, the snowmobile halted on a small hill, and a towering giant emerged, unfolding a map and surveying the surroundings to ascertain his direction. This giant stood over 2 meters tall, with a robust physique, clad in a black fur coat, his face tightly wrapped in black silk. His piercing gaze resembling that of a standing black bear, exuding an air of intimidation. The urban area of Yun City is just ahead. Yin University is in this position. The giant murmured, his eyes brightening with excitement as he looked ahead. Ching, wait a little longer. Your brother will be there soon. This man was named A.I. Cohen, a northerner. Before the apocalypse, he was a professional bodyguard, serving a wealthy individual in Jiangzhou, a city 1,000 miles away from Yun City. When the apocalypse began, A.I. Cohen immediately thought of his sister, A.I. Ching, who was studying at Yun University, and decisively set out to find her. This journey was fraught with difficulty. The world's transportation had ground to a halt, and the landscape was frozen, making progress nearly impossible. Coupled with the perilous toxic snow, it was a near-death experience. His wealthy employer urged him, "A Cohen, stay and protect me. I will raise your salary and adopt you as my son." I Cohen resolutely declined. "My sister is my only family in this world. I must find her and ensure her safety." He sought every available means of transportation, ultimately relying on the snowmobile beside him. It took him an arduous week to arrive at this point. Now that Yun City was in sight, his heart brimmed with joy. He was finally close to reuniting with his sister. He had maintained contact with her during this time and was reassured to know that, despite the harsh conditions, she was faring well. Like him, his sister was not weak. She was tall and strong-willed, having learned some self-defense skills from him, sufficient for her to protect herself. Indeed, his sister had informed him that she had become the leader of her dormitory, with no one daring to bully her. He was no longer overly concerned about her safety. He simply longed to see her as soon as possible. After determining his direction, Aikoin immediately returned to the snowmobile, started the engine, and sped toward the urban area of Yunqing. During this time, the wind and snow intensified, yet he had no desire to seek shelter. After more than 2 hours of arduous travel, he finally arrived at Yunqing University, reaching the undergraduate dormitory area. The undergraduate dormitory was divided into 2 sections, with buildings 11 to 15 being an extension, forming an independent zone. Aiching resided in Building 11. Aikoin parked the snowmobile outside the building, disregarding the snow covering him, and with a heart full of excitement, he eagerly entered the dormitory. What awaited him was beyond his imagination. Upon stepping inside, he was confronted with a familiar figure lying in a pool of blood. Aiching was dead, brutally slain. Her shoulder bore a deep gash, exposing bone, and her neck had been viciously snapped, her eyes wide open, forever unclosed. This was undoubtedly a thunderclap, turning joy into profound sorrow. Aikoin rushed towards Aiching's lifeless body, overwhelmed with grief. Soon, fury engulfed his heart. He yearned to uncover the identity of his sister's murderer and vowed to exact vengeance, promising to flay and dismantle the perpetrator. The answer was not elusive. He made his way to Aiching's dormitory and, through a fellow student, quickly learned the identity of the assailant, Su Chen. On the roof of Building 11, remnants of a struggle for supplies lay scattered, with several frozen corpses partially buried in the snow, barely discernible. As Su Chen emerged from the stairwell, he witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. A colossal man clad in a black fur coat, standing like a tower against the raging storm, impervious to the elements. At the giant's feet, Lin Wanxi knelt, trembling uncontrollably, her face unprotected, battered by the snowflakes that turned her cheeks crimson and her lips violet. "Save me," Lin Wanxi managed to utter, her eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope upon seeing Su Chen. Tears streamed down her face, freezing into icy trails. Su Chen's heart sank. If he did not rescue her soon, she might succumb to the cold, and even if saved, the risk of infection loomed large. Su Chen activated his insight eye, revealing a panel beside the giant. Name, Aikoin, Strength, 24, Agility, 20 Constitution, 18, Energy, 20 Skill, Baji Quan Overall Combat Power, 7 stars by the heavens. Su Chen was taken aback. This man was extraordinarily formidable. His attributes surpassed even Su Chen's, who had undergone double enhancements. Before his enhancements, Su Chen would have seemed like a mere chick in comparison, easily crushed by Aikoin's single hand. The sheer presence of Aikoin was enough to render Su Chen weak in knees, not to mention his mastery of genuine martial arts. Bajiquan. Su Chen was unfamiliar with it, as its name echoed that of something from a martial arts tale. But its inclusion in the insight I indicated it was indeed a true skill. Fortunately, having enhanced himself, he need not fear his opponent. Yet victory would certainly not come easily. He must exert himself to the utmost. "You are Su Chen, the one who killed my sister." Aikoin glared at Su Chen, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Su Chen recalled Aiching's final words, mentioning her brother on his way, a detail he had previously dismissed, never imagining it would be a man of such prowess. He felt no remorse for having killed Aiching. If given another chance, he would act with equal decisiveness. But he would approach Aikwin with far more caution. Now, however, he felt as if he was charging headfirst into an insurmountable challenge. She sought to kill me. I merely retaliated. She brought this upon herself, Su Chen replied coolly. Aikwin's fury intensified. Very well, then I shall kill you. You have chosen your own demise. I will strip away your skin and return to you the pain inflicted upon my sister tenfold. With that, the dialogue ceased. Neither party was inclined to continue. The situation demanded that Su Chen prioritize rescuing Lin Wanxi, placing him in a reactive position. He needed to seize the initiative and buy time. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists and advanced towards Aikwin. Aikwin too clenched his fists, resembling a fisherman poised to reel in his catch, ready for the strike. As Su Chen approached, he maintained a steady pace, showing no immediate intention to strike. Aikwin furrowed his brow, discerning Su Chen's intent. Although he was closing in, Su Chen did not plan to initiate the assault. Why was that? Typically, an aggressor would strike first to secure the upper hand, yet Su Chen defied convention, leaving himself wide open. What audacity! Aikwin felt provoked, his anger surging as he launched a powerful elbow strike towards Su Chen, fast and fierce, intent on finishing him in one blow. However, in the blink of an eye, Su Chen vanished from view. Aikwin's strike met empty air, and his expression shifted in shock. Chapter 43. Is he human? Aikwin possessed unwavering confidence in his strength. Apart from his innate might, he also trained in martial arts since childhood, mastering close combat. Rarely had he encountered an equal. His Bajiquan was not mere showmanship, but a lethal skill, standing out among his peers. Even his wealthy employer remarked that having him guard property was a waste of talent, yet Aikwin disagreed. Having grown weary of conflict after a life spent in perilous battles, when he first laid eyes on Su Chen, Aikwin felt a tinge of disappointment. Such a small frame hardly seemed fit to be his opponent. He was confident he could handle Su Chen with ease, believing he could dispatch him in no more than 3 seconds. The first second to neutralize Su Chen's frontal attack, the second to counter, and the third to seize Su Chen on the ground. Seeing Su Chen make no move to attack only fueled his confidence further. Aikwin prepared for a powerful elbow strike. Certain it would be a swift victory. The hallmark of Bajiquan is its unyielding ferocity. He employed the fierce tiger climbing the mountain technique, having dispatched countless foes with it before. Su Chen would be no exception. Yet, Su Chen proved to be an anomaly. He had vanished. Aikwin's face paled as he suddenly turned to find Su Chen standing 2 meters behind him. Aikwin's heart raced. Was this speed real? How could a person move so swiftly? What martial art was this, one he had never heard of? Suddenly, Aikwin's competitive spirit ignited. He refused to be outdone. He spun around, advancing with a punch. Fluid and seamless, as swift as a tiger. Realizing he had underestimated his opponent, he focused intently, certain this time he would land a hit. But once again, his attack whiffed. Su Chen had vanished before him once more. This time, however, Su Chen was retreating rather than maneuvering behind him, and Aikwin could see it clearly. So fast, truly fast like the wind. As he moved, Su Chen left a fleeting shadow in his wake, and amidst the swirling snow, it seemed as if he could meld into the storm itself. What in the world? Was this man part fox? Aikwin's mind churned with astonishment. Since acquiring the basic wind speed skill, Su Chen had finally put it to use. Relying solely on his enhanced physique left him with little chance of victory, but fortunately, he had a trump card. His retreat was a tactical move to draw Aikwin away, preventing any harm to Lin Wanxi, and more importantly, to gauge Aikwin's abilities. Unfamiliar with Bajiquan, he could not recklessly engage. He needed to be cautious. His strategy was to gather information, ensure his safety, and then seek an opportunity to counterattack. Come on, you must possess more skill than this, Su Chen taunted, hoping to provoke Aikwin. Aikwin, predictably, took the bait, letting out a fierce shout as he pursued Su Chen, launching a barrage of strikes. In the blink of an eye, Aikwin unleashed no fewer than 10 punches, each imbued with incredible force. Unfortunately, every strike met only empty air. Nonetheless, Aikwin's innate talent shone through. His height and strength offered him a significant advantage. And as a true practitioner of martial arts, his movements were methodical, displaying almost no flaws. The two combatants found themselves locked in a stalemate. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit on Su Chen, Aikwin's temper flared as he barked, "If you have the skill, stop dodging and face me head on." Su Chen chuckled, replying, "Don't speak of skill unless you can actually hit me." Enraged, Aikwin retorted, "Let's see how long you can keep dodging." In a fight, while strength and speed are crucial, factors such as physical condition and stamina also play a decisive role. Aikwin believed himself to be stronger than Su Chen, convinced that Su Chen's endurance would wane first, leaving him vulnerable to a beating. Indeed, Su Chen's outward calm belied his inner anxiety about his stamina. The techniques of Bajiquan were endlessly varied, but they could essentially be categorized into a few styles. Although Su Chen was not an expert, he had observed enough to grasp the fundamentals. Despair washed over him as he realized Ikuen's defenses were impenetrable. If he ventured too close, he would likely find himself captured, leaving no chance for escape. It seemed inevitable that he would succumb when his own stamina began to falter. In a moment of desperation, Su Chen made a bold decision, one forced upon him by circumstance. As Ikuen threw another punch, Su Chen feigned an inability to evade, allowing Ikuen's fist to strike him squarely in the chest. The impact resonated painfully, leaving Su Chen breathless and tasting blood as it surged from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, his body had been reinforced. Without that enhancement, this blow might have been fatal. Though the scene appeared grim, it was all part of Su Chen's strategy to absorb the hit in order to create an opportunity for a counterattack. Ikuen, caught off guard by the success of his punch, was momentarily stunned. In an instant, Su Chen seized Ikuen's wrist with his left hand, while his right fist, already clenched, came crashing into Ikuen's face. With a powerful strike, Su Chen's strength soared to an astonishing 36, and as his fist tore through the air, it descended with a ferocity that shattered Ikuen's nasal bone. Ikuen spiraled into disorientation, his vision darkening as he stumbled and fell to the ground. Elated by his success, Su Chen refrained from launching a follow-up assault out of caution, opting instead to retreat several meters using his basic wind speed technique to assess the situation. To his surprise, Ikuen remained conscious. Previously, Su Chen had delivered a similar blow that had felled a formidable opponent, yet Ikuen, it seemed, was remarkably resilient. Now it was the time for ranged attack. Su Chen drew a kitchen knife from his possession. Ikuen, in a state of utter disbelief, could only describe his mental state as shattered. He was bewildered by Su Chen's speed and the sheer power behind that punch, questioning how someone of such a slight build could unleash such terrifying force. As Ikuen noticed the knife in Su Chen's hand, panic surged through him. In a desperate bid for survival, he grasped the body of a nearby female corpse and hurled it toward Su Chen. The lifeless form soared through the air like a wooden projectile. However, Su Chen easily sidestepped the feeble attack, stepping forward to release the knife, which found its mark. Plunging into Ikuen's chest, blood gushed forth from his fur coat as he staggered backward, unaware that he had retreated to the edge of the rooftop. With a sudden misstep, he lost his footing and plummeted downwards. Exclaiming in shock, Su Chen rushed to the edge, peering down to see Ikuen sprawled in the snow below, having created a deep imprint in the white blanket. Given the height of the fall, even onto snow, it was reasonable to assume Ikuen had met his demise, especially with the knife embedded in his chest. Time was of the essence. Su Chen dashed to Lin Wanxi's side, finding her unconscious on the ground, exposed to the biting cold. Their confrontation had consumed precious moments, and he feared for her well-being. Without hesitation, he scooped her into his arms and retreated to the stairwell. Once there, he laid Lin Wanxi down and checked for signs of life, relieved to find her still breathing. Communicating with the system, he procured several bottles of water and began to wash away the snow from her body, uncertain how long she had been exposed to the elements. After a few moments, he successfully cleared her of the snow. In his mind, he queried the system. Does she face a risk of infection? The response came, currently unknown, requires observation. Acknowledging this, Su Chen resolved not to abandon Lin Wanxi, who boasted a high score of 89 as his most valuable ally, potentially aiding him significantly in the future. If it were later confirmed that she had contracted an infection, he could simply sever ties. With determination, he acquired a set of protective clothing from the system to keep Lin Wanxi warm and shielded. After ensuring she was sufficiently protected, he lifted her once more, making his way downstairs. He could not return her to the dormitory. He had to take her back to the fortress. Upon reaching the ground floor and stepping outside, he noticed a snowmobile parked nearby. This vehicle, capable of traversing snowy terrain, would greatly facilitate future travels, making trips to places beyond Yunqing University feasible. He had previously considered the exorbitant cost of such vehicles, which were priced at an outrageous 100,000 merits. He had hesitated to purchase one. However, now that one was readily available, he seized the opportunity. System, acquire it, he commanded inwardly. The snowmobile vanished into the system's storage, and fortunately, no one was present to witness the bizarre occurrence. As Su Chen continued with Lin Wanxi in his arms, he suddenly halted, turning in alarm. Ikuen's body had vanished. Only a depression in the snow remained, quickly filling in with snowflakes, devoid of any footprints or bloodstains. It seemed to have been completely covered. How could he possibly have survived? Su Chen gasped, cold sweat trickling down his back. A knife in the chest and a fall from the 10th floor should have been fatal. Was Ikuen even human? He represented the greatest threat Su Chen had ever encountered, and he knew he had to find and eliminate him swiftly to prevent further danger. Meanwhile, within the Doomsday fortress, a primal roar echoed through the living room. Let me go. I will kill you all. Chen Lanyu had awakened, her eyes bloodshot and wild, blood streaming from her head, her entire form drenched in crimson, resembling a vengeful spirit. Fortunately, Her limbs were bound securely by iron chains, rendering her immobile. Nonetheless, Xing Fei and Jiang Xiaolu were rendered pale with fear, trembling as they huddled in a corner, too terrified to approach. Oh my, when will the master return? It is truly vexing. Why did he bring this creature in? The two maidens are utterly distressed. Chen Lanyu is quite fair in appearance, though she pales in comparison to them, barely scoring an 8 out of 10. However, she has now succumbed to her berserk state, her visage marred. Is Su Chen so merciless as to not spare even this? The master is truly eccentric. The master has such peculiar tastes. Just as the two maidens were in a state of panic, the sound of the door creaking open echoed through the room. Su Chen entered, cradling a person in his arms. The two maidens paused in surprise. Yes, the master has returned, but who has he brought with him? As Su Chen strode into the fortress and closed the door behind him, he spotted the wailing Chen Lanyu and approached her with determined strides, delivering a swift kick to her head. Shut your mouth. Chen Lanyu collapsed, her cries silenced. Only then did Su Chen turn his gaze to the two maidens in the corner, commanding, "Come here." Xing Fei and Jiang Xiaolu hurriedly approached. Master, do you have any instructions? Xing Fei inquired. Take her to the bathroom, wash her with warm water, change her into clean clothes, and then settle her in the second maid S room, Su Chen instructed. The maidens exchanged glances. The second maid S room? Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "You'll understand shortly. Do not ask further, just hurry." The maidens dared not inquire further, taking Lin Wanxi and carrying her to the bathroom. Su Chen remained clad in his protective suit and thought to himself, Songzi, expand the fortress with an additional room. Ding. Consumed 10,000 merit points, acquired 1 room. In an instant, the layout of the fortress underwent a subtle transformation, revealing a new room adjacent to the maid S quarters. Su Chen designated it as the second maid S room, exclusively for Lin Wanxi, for the purpose of isolation and observation. Once the expansion was complete, Su Chen still did not remove his protective gear. He seized Chen Lanyu and brought her into his own chamber, closing the door behind him. Songzi, help me install a cage in my room, Su Chen commanded internally. Ding. Consumed 3,000 merit points. The cage has been completed. Before him, a doorway appeared on one wall of the room, crafted from iron bars, leading into a cage measuring a mere 5 square meters. From today onward, I shall cultivate and transform this girl. Provide me with the necessary medication. I am curious to see what she will become, Su Chen stated calmly. Ding. Consumed 1,000 merit points. You have received a vial of special genetic medication, life and death pill. Administer to the subject once daily, 1 pill each time. Su Chen flipped his hand, revealing a porcelain vial. Opening it, he poured out a singular green pill into his palm. Without hesitation, he placed the pill into Chen Lanyu's mouth and used water to ensure she swallowed it. He then unshackled her limbs and tossed her into the cage. The next course of action was to observe her transformation. What form would a berserker take after undergoing regenerative modification? His curiosity was piqued. Chapter 45. Reckoning in the bathroom of the Doomsday Fortress, as the protective gear was peeled away. Jiang Xiaolu and Xing Fei were momentarily taken aback by the sight of Lin Wanxi. So beautiful. Jiang Xiaolu gasped in admiration. Xing Fei exclaimed, "It's her. Fei Fei. Do you know her?" Jiang Xiaolu asked. "Yes, Lin Wanxi, the most renowned campus beauty of Yun University," Xing Fei replied. Jiang Xiaolu remarked. "The master has been out for quite some time. It seems he went to rescue her. What happened that she is unconscious?" Xing Fei observed. "She seems to have suffered from a cold. Enough talk. Let us quickly help her clean up." Before long, they assisted Lin Wanxi in undressing, their praises echoing as they marveled at her perfection. As fellow women, even those who were also campus beauties, they were captivated by Lin Wanxi's stunning beauty. If I were a man, I too would desire her. The master is truly fortunate. After cleansing her, the two maidens helped Lin Wanxi into fresh garments and carried her out of the bathroom. They soon discovered a new room had appeared adjacent to theirs. Jiang Xiaolu nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. How can this be? There was nothing here before. Fei Fei, am I losing my memory? It was truly absent. Xing Fei remained composed, stating, "Let us carry her inside first." Upon entering the room, they found it furnished with a bed and a wardrobe. The maidens laid Lin Wanxi upon the bed and tucked her in. Suddenly, Xing Fei lowered her voice. "Sister Xiaolu, I suspect the master is not human." Jiang Xiaolu asked in disbelief. "Not human? You mean a ghost?" Xing Fei clarified, "What I mean is, he is not an ordinary person, but a magician who wields the power to manipulate space. This is not the first instance. You know, before you arrived, there was only one room, the one the master occupies." Jiang Xiaolu stood frozen, as if struck by a whimsical tale. Years of education had taught her that such notions were absurd. This was the real world, not a fantasy realm. Yet, if Xing Fei's claims were not unfounded, how else could she explain the evidence before her? But, Jiang Xiaolu attempted to counter, "Isn't this the stuff of movies? How could it possibly exist in reality?" Xing Fei sighed softly. 10 days ago, the apocalypse was merely a concept found in films. Jiang Xiaolu found herself momentarily speechless. Xing Fei advised, "Let us keep our speculations to ourselves and refrain from questioning the master. It would be unwise to upset him, especially if he prefers we remain unaware." "I certainly do not wish to be dismissed." Jiang Xiaolu nodded in agreement, understood. In Su Chen's room, having dealt with Chun Lanyu, he began to address his own injuries. He had suffered 2 broken ribs from a blow dealt by AI Cohen, and the pain was excruciating. Songzi opened the shop. "I need to purchase some healing medicine." The interface of the system shop materialized before him. External injury pill, quantity 1, price 100 merit points. Effect: rapidly heals all external injuries. Without hesitation, Su Chen procured the external injury pill. Ding! You have consumed 100 merit points. Acquiring 1 external injury pill. In an instant, a dark pill appeared in his palm. Su Chen removed his gas mask and swallowed the pill. Remarkably, as soon as it settled in his stomach, the pain diminished significantly, and his injuries began to heal. Su Chen felt elative. The efficacy of this external injury pill was astounding. He could not fathom any medicine in reality that could compare. Taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged on the floor, closing his eyes to await his body's restoration. Half an hour later, he was fully healed. The pain entirely vanished, as if he had never been injured. "The wounds have healed. It is time to venture out once more," Su Chen murmured, his gaze sharpening. He rose and exited the room. Xing Fei approached. "Master, she is in the room. We have already bathed her." "Good." Su Chen nodded and proceeded to the second maid's room. Finding Lin Wanxi still in a state of unconsciousness, Su Chen shook his head internally. The system had yet to provide a reward. Did it require Lin Wanxi to awaken? Or must he eliminate AI Cohen first? Xing Fei suggested, "Master, she seems to have suffered from the cold. Should we prepare some ginger soup to warm her?" Su Chen replied, "That is a good idea. Please go ahead. By the way, I need to step out again. If she awakens, ensure her safety." The 2 maidens nodded in agreement. Su Chen departed the fortress once more, heading straight for room 620, intending to settle the morning's accounts. Upon arrival, he found the door ajar, and as he kicked it open, chaos greeted him. The room was in disarray and void of occupants. It was evident that Zhao Feng and the others had fled in haste, leaving behind a trove of supplies. They must have taken flight while Su Chen was out, which explained why he had not noticed it. Clearly, they were fleeing from their crimes. It appeared that Zhao Feng was the mastermind behind it all. Unless they had escaped the campus entirely, as long as they remained within the confines of the school, he would eventually track them down. Su Chen is mirkivkoldly. He made a mental note of this debt and subsequently made his way to Building 11, attempting to trace AI Cohen's whereabouts. Regrettably, the heavens favored AI Cohen, as the wind and snow had erased all traces. Even if Su Chen were to activate his insightful eye, it would be of no avail. Moreover, with AI Cohen's past as a mercenary king, he could easily conceal himself, making it nearly impossible for an average person to locate him. The inability to find Zhao Feng and AI Cohen left Su Chen somewhat disheartened, particularly concerning AI Cohen. The thought of not eliminating this individual troubled him greatly. In the dormitory area, the supermarket had previously been ransacked, leaving nothing edible behind, only a scene of devastation, rendering it a wasteland. At that moment, a giant was hiding there, his shirt open, revealing a remarkably muscular chest marred by a gaping wound over a foot long, blood oozing from a gash. The giant, suffering from the pain, was drenched in cold sweat. To ease his breathing, he pulled down the black cloth obscuring his face, revealing a chiseled visage, resolute and formidable. Using the debris around him, he fashioned rudimentary stitching tools, threading needle and thread to begin suturing his wound, remaining utterly silent, not even furrowing his brow. Once the stitching was complete, he tore off a piece of fabric to bandage the injury. This giant was none other than AI Cohen. After tending to his wound, AI Cohen finally exhaled in relief, his gaze turning increasingly frigid. Fortunately, his clothing had absorbed much of the impact, or else that blow could have cost him his life. The soft accumulation of snow had also cushioned his fall from the rooftop, sparing him. What was that boy's situation? His agility and strength surpassed my own, which is truly astonishing. The vengeance for my sister is a matter of utmost importance. I swear to eliminate this boy. However, I fear I must adopt a different approach and cannot confront him head-on. How fortuitous, for I am most adept at assassination. He clenched his fists tightly, his hatred soaring. Su Chen, prepare for my reckoning. Chapter 46, Taizu Chongquan in Building 3, Room 408. The time approached noon. Why hasn't the junior brother arrived yet? Could it be he won't come at all? Su Lingling expressed her anxiety. Thanks to Shen Yuwei and the supplies provided by Su Chen, she had managed to survive thus far, but if the supplies were to cease, starvation awaited her. He must have been delayed by other matters, Shen Yuwei reassured her, though her own heart was even more troubled than Su Lingling's. It wasn't hunger that plagued her. Rather, she worried for Su Chen. The situation outside had grown increasingly dire, with many berserkers appearing overnight, leading to chaos in their group chat. Could Su Chen's absence be due to an encounter with these berserkers? The thought that he might have faced misfortune on his way over left her restless. Perhaps we should call him? Su Lingling suggested. Shen Yue replied. I have already sent him a message. There's no need to call. What if? Her imagination ran wild as she considered whether Su Chen was hiding from the berserkers. If she called and made noise, it could jeopardize his safety. The torment of not receiving a response to her messages and not daring to call was unbearable. Su Lingling's mind wandered. Maybe the junior brother has given up on us. Lingling, there's something I need to tell you. Suddenly, Lin Wanxi looked at Su Lingling seriously. Su Lingling responded, What is it? Shen Yue declared. I have decided that when Su Chen arrives, I will leave with him. I can no longer let him take risks for me. In truth, she had been contemplating this for days. Su Chen risked his life daily to bring her food and supplies. What could she possibly offer him in return? It was merely one thing. If Su Chen was doing all this for her, having already sacrificed so much, she would willingly give it to him. It was what he deserved. Su Lingling's expression changed, exclaiming, You can't be serious. If you leave, what will happen to me? You know the junior brother would never take me in. He only likes you. Indeed, she had merely been tagging along with Shen Yue for sustenance. Su Chen would not provide her with daily supplies. If Shen Yue left, it would be akin to issuing her death sentence. Xiao Wei, are you truly planning to abandon me? Su Lingling grasped Lin Wanxi's hand, tears welling in her eyes. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. It's Su Chen. Shen Yue hurried to open the door, and there stood the familiar figure, prompting a wave of relief to wash over her. Su Chen entered and apologized. I'm sorry for being late. I was held up by some matters. Shen Yue smiled, as long as you're safe. Noticing Su Lingling in tears, Su Chen inquired curiously. What happened? Why is senior sister crying? Shen Yue hesitated, but upon seeing Su Lingling's pleading gaze, she sighed and said, It's nothing. We were just worried about you. We heard there are berserkers everywhere now. Su Chen smiled, reassuring her, Don't worry. They pose no threat to me. As he spoke, he retrieved food from his belongings and handed it to Shen Yue. Ding. You have successfully aided Shen Yue, earning 45,000 merit points. Seeing that Shen Yue had not mentioned leaving with Su Chen, Su Lingling felt a sense of relief and smiled through her tears. Brother, you truly are remarkable. You aren't afraid of the berserkers? I saw in the group chat that they are terrifying. Su Chen replied, I will give you a chance to witness the berserkers. It's merely a matter of one punch. Su Lingling gasped. One punch to defeat them? Su Chen shook his head to kill them. The two girls exchanged glances. Doubtful of his claim. Could Su Chen genuinely kill a berserker with one punch? That seemed implausible. Shen Yue couldn't help but chuckle. Su Chen was likely exaggerating to alleviate their concerns. He was truly a wonderful person, and her resolve to accompany him grew stronger. Though the thought of Su Lingling made it difficult to articulate her intentions. All right, I must take my leave now. Remember to secure the doors and windows. Do not open for anyone aside from me, Su Chen cautioned. Understood. Be careful on your way back. Do not be reckless, Shen Yue advised. Su Chen then bid them farewell and departed. Su Lingling grasped Shen Yue's hand, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Wei, for not abandoning me. Shen Yue smiled, her heart already following Su Chen. Upon leaving Building 3, Su Chen returned directly to the fortress. He belatedly realized that Shen Yue seemed somewhat different than before. When she looked at him, there appeared to be something more in her gaze, though he could not quite discern what it was. Having never experienced affection from a girl throughout his life, he was utterly oblivious. In the apocalyptic fortress, upon his return, he found Xing Fei busy in the kitchen while Jiang Xiaolu tended to Lin Wanxi. Jiang Xiaolu informed him that Lin Wanxi had briefly awakened after drinking ginger soup, but due to her extreme weakness, she had fallen back asleep. More pressing for Su Chen was the fact that the system had yet to provide any feedback on rewards. Did he truly have to eliminate AI Cohen to receive them? Not long after, Xing Fei finished preparing lunch. Having worked hard all day, Su Chen was famished and began to eat. It was not until that evening that Lin Wanxi finally awoke, and at that moment, Su Chen received a system notification. Ding! You have successfully saved Lin Wanxi, earning 50,000 merit points. Congratulations, you have awakened the skill, Taizu Changquan. In an instant, as if enlightenment had struck him, a set of martial arts techniques was etched into Su Chen's memory, which he could now employ at will. Previously, although he possessed extraordinary strength and speed, he lacked the skills to utilize them effectively. Now, that deficiency was remedied. Taizu Changquan, known as the mother of 100 punches, boasts no extravagant techniques, focusing instead on fundamental martial arts. However, its simplicity is its strength. Combined with Su Chen's power and speed, it could effortlessly dismantle any attack. To put it plainly, had the current Su Chen faced AI Cohen earlier that morning, he would have confidence in defeating him within 3 moves, even eliminating him in an instant, thereby avoiding the arduous struggle and injury he had endured to achieve victory. Setting aside his thoughts, Su Chen addressed Jiang Xiaolu. Xiaolu, please bring her out. Lin Wanxi was now fully awake, finding herself in an exquisite room, lying on a soft bed, feeling warm and clean, with no trace of coldness, almost too good to be true. Her last memory was of kneeling in the snow, watching Su Chen wrestle with a giant, before blacking out from exhaustion. Could it be that she had perished, and this was heaven? A wave of sorrow washed over her. She was only 19. Such beauty was tragically short-lived. At that moment, a beautiful girl dressed in a maid's outfit entered, smiling as she said, "Sister, it's time to get up. I'll take you to meet the master." The word master nearly brought Lin Wanxi to tears, confirming her belief that she had indeed died, and that this master was none other than God. Chapter 47. Shelter for Lin Wanxi. Lin Wanxi was convinced of her demise, primarily due to AI Cohen, who had seized her like a beast, dragging her to the rooftop and exposing her to the biting cold, filling her with utter terror and despair. Even upon seeing Su Chen come to her rescue, her hopelessness did not wane. Deep down, she doubted Su Chen's ability to save her. For AI Cohen was simply too formidable. "Sister, are you an angel?" Lin Wanxi could not help but ask. Jiang Xiaolu chuckled softly. "All girls are fallen angels. Come now. The master is waiting for you." As Lin Wanxi stepped off the bed and into the spacious, brightly lit living room, she was captivated, further convinced that she had indeed died, as such a splendid place could only belong to heaven. The next moment, upon seeing Su Chen seated on the sofa, she was momentarily stunned and blurted out, "You're dead too?" "Indeed," Su Chen replied. "How could he possibly be a match for that beast?" Just then another maid, standing behind Su Chen, frowned and scolded. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Jiang Xiaolu interjected diplomatically. "Master, she has just awakened and may be a bit disoriented." Su Chen nodded. "It's all right, Lin Wanxi. I'm still alive, and so are you. I mentioned I have a safe place, and this is it." Lin Wanxi looked at Jiang Xiaolu, then back at Su Chen, utterly bewildered. So Jiang Xiaolu referred to Su Chen as the master? If she were still alive, then this could not be heaven. Yet it seemed indistinguishable from paradise. "You defeated that giant?" Lin Wanxi regained her composure and inquired. Su Chen replied, "He was severely wounded, but has not died. He is currently on the run." Lin Wanxi felt a jolt of shock. Such a terrifying giant had been injured by Su Chen. How incredibly powerful was he? After calming herself, she asked, "So where exactly are we? Are we outside the school?" Su Chen clarified, "No, you have been here before. The food I provided for you is right outside the door." Lin Wanxi gasped. "You mean this is dormitory 513 in Building 9? Her gaze fell upon the balcony, and she was taken aback to see the girls' dormitory across from her. Just when her emotions had settled, they surged once more. It seemed real, but how could it be? From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary dormitory, yet inside it was a different world altogether. How could that be possible? Jiang Xiaolu chuckled. "I was just as astonished when I first arrived. You'll get used to it." She recalled what Xing Fei had said about Su Chen being a magician who could manipulate space. In truth, her current mindset was not far from Lin Wanxi's. Su Chen stated nonchalantly, "This place has been modified by me. After your ordeal today, you look a bit weak. Do you see that refrigerator over there? Go grab something to eat." Following Su Chen's gaze, Lin Wanxi spotted a large refrigerator. Having not eaten for a day, she was indeed famished and couldn't resist approaching it. Opening the fridge revealed a dazzling array of food, shocking her once more. This was no apocalypse. It felt more like a vacation. "You've suffered from frostbite. I suggest you eat something high in calories to replenish your energy," Su Chen advised. Unable to help herself, Lin Wanxi swallowed hard. Grabbing a carton of milk and greedily gulping down a few swigs, savoring the taste she had longed for, it was utterly satisfying. She then seized a piece of cream bread and began to devour it voraciously. Xing Fei observed her and reminisced about her own state on a previous occasion. Unable to suppress a smile. Although Lin Wanxi's appetite was not as great as hers, her ravenous demeanor was equally comical. Before long, after consuming 2 cartons of milk and 3 pieces of bread, Lin Wanxi felt stuffed and reluctantly paused. Su Chen asked, "Are you full?" Lin Wanxi mumbled, wiping crumbs from the corner of her mouth. Su Chen remarked, "Your clothes should be in the bathroom. Go change, and then leave." Lin Wanxi was taken aback, exclaiming, "You want me to leave?" Jiang Xiaolu and Xing Fei were equally surprised. Why would the master bring someone and only to send them away? Su Chen explained, "Bringing you back was not in my plans. It was only due to your near demise that I acted. Now that you have recovered, it is time for you to depart." After a pause, he added, "Rest assured, you can continue to come by every day for food." Thud! Before Su Chen could finish, Lin Wanxi had already knelt on the ground, pleading, "Su Chen, please don't send me away. I can't go back. I will die out there." She did not wish to return to the outside world, having experienced the comforts of this sanctuary, with food and shelter, free from fear and cold. She could think of no reason to leave. Su Chen replied, "If your life is in danger, I will still come to your aid." Lin Wanxi quickly countered, "I don't want that. We're not too far apart, yet not too close either. Can you possibly save me every time? The outside world is rife with brutalizers, and that giant is still alive. I don't want to spend even a minute, no, not even a second, out there." Su Chen chuckled, "If you're scared, I can simply bring food to your building each day, so you won't have to risk venturing outside." Lin Wanxi shook her head, "No, I want to stay here. You can't send me away." Su Chen's expression turned cold. Do you truly believe I am negotiating with you? He still viewed Lin Wanxi as a mere tool. Furthermore, given her potential exposure to the virus, he should make the most of her while he could. Seeing Su Chen's unyielding demeanor, Lin Wanxi couldn't help but cry. Her usual temper all but vanished as she pleaded, I beg you, I truly beg you. As long as you don't send me away, I will do anything you ask. I am willing to be your maid, to obey you in everything. Is that acceptable? Su Chen was taken aback. Such humility and submission were unexpected from the once fiery Lin Wanxi. It seemed she was genuinely terrified, and in her current state, forcing her back outside would likely lead to her demise. His intention had merely been to exploit her, not to let her perish. A dead goddess was of no value, a losing proposition. I prefer to lay down the rules up front. A maid must be obedient and loyal. If you cannot meet these requirements, I will personally dispose of you. Can you accept this? Su Chen Ingweiyith. Without hesitation, Lin Wanxi replied yes. Su Chen nodded. My sanctuary does not harbor idlers. What skills do you possess? Seeing that he was softening, Lin Wanxi was overjoyed. Although I know nothing, I can learn. Whatever you ask me to do, I will learn. Su Chen sighed. So you possess only a pretty face, is that it? Though it must be said, your beauty is indeed striking. And your figure is exceptional. Perhaps that is a form of capability as well. For now, just assist Xiaolu and Fei Fei, Su Chen instructed casually. Lin Wanxi beamed with delight. You are willing to take me in? Thank you. Thank you so much, Su Chen. Jiang Xiaolu laughed. Sister, you should change how you address him. Lin Wanxi responded with a nod. Yes, thank you, master. Ding. Lin Wanxi has become your maid. Quickly arrange her tasks and reap the rewards. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Su Chen's ears. That night, he arrived outside the two maids' rooms, contemplated for a moment, and then pushed open Lin Wanxi's door. Chapter 48. The new goddess at last. She had found a refuge. Lying in the soft and comfortable bed, Lin Wanxi still struggled to quell her excitement. This place was nothing short of a perfect sanctuary. It was where she truly belonged. She felt a twinge of regret, realizing that had she known about such a wonderful haven, she should have clung to Su Chen tightly on the day the apocalypse struck, thus sparing herself from so much suffering. How could Su Chen have withheld such a trump card until now? At that moment, Su Chen abruptly entered the room. What do you want? Lin Wanxi exclaimed, startled, instinctively sitting up and looking at him warily. It was rather audacious of him to enter a girl's dormitory at such a late hour. Had it been anyone else, she would have already berated them. Su Chen Chekov, have you forgotten your identity so soon? What should you call me when you see me? Lin Wanxi softened her tone. Master, why are you still awake at this hour? Do you need something from me? Su Chen replied. Tell me, what is the first rule for a maid? Lin Wanxi scratched her head. To obey? Exactly. This means I can summon you at any time, and you must always be prepared to serve me. Therefore, instead of asking what I want, you should consider what you can do for me. At his words, a wave of instinctive resentment surged within Lin Wanxi. This was too much. Although she had agreed to be Su Chen's maid, she had not truly prepared herself for the role. She had only complied to remain in this sanctuary. Now that her objective had been achieved, the demands Su Chen was placing upon her felt overwhelmingly burdensome. Was there any possibility of staying without adhering to his excessive expectations? Have you begun to regret your decision? Su Chen's tone turned icy. It is too late for regrets. You are already my maid, and you no longer have the luxury of choice. Regret would mean you are violating the second rule, loyalty, and I would have no choice but to end your life. Lin Wanxi had witnessed Su Chen take lives, and she knew he was not merely making empty threats. Biting her lip, she nodded. Master, what are your commands? A faint smile graced Su Chen's lips. You are my maid, and also my woman. From now on, you will belong solely to me. Do you understand? If you do, turn around and position yourself appropriately. Lin Wanxi's mind buzzed. She was no fool and understood exactly what Su Chen intended. A torrent of emotions surged within her. Anger, shame, humiliation, anxiety, and fear all intermingled. Yet, despite her internal resistance, she recognized that she had no other choice. Su Chen had made his intentions abundantly clear. Her only options were submission or death. I'm doing this to survive. Lin Wanxi reassured herself internally and complied with Su Chen's request, turning away, her eyes betraying the tears that threatened to spill. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the inevitable. However, she suddenly felt Su Chen lean in close. Whispering like a devil, it's good that you understand. You are at risk of infection. I will return in 7 days to claim you. With that, Su Chen departed. Lin Wanxi lay powerless on the bed, her tears of humiliation streaming down uncontrollably. 7 days later, if she fell ill, everything would be meaningless. Yet, if she remained unscathed, it would signify her complete subjugation to Su Chen. Was there truly no alternative? Should she force Su Chen to submit to her, or simply eliminate him? Yet, either option seemed insurmountable. Failure or exposure of her thoughts would lead to her demise. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Su Chen entered to find Jiang Xiaolu and Xing Fei already nestled in their bedding. Upon seeing Su Chen, the two immediately sat up, preparing to greet him. No need to get up, Su Chen smiled, climbing into bed. The two exchanged glances and chuckled, moving aside to allow Su Chen to settle between them. Within the fortress, blissful moments passed by unnoticed. 3 days later, Su Chen continued his daily excursions to deliver supplies to Shen Yue. After taking Lin Wanxi in, Shen Yue had become his last remaining resource. He urgently needed a new goddess to fill the void left by Lin Wanxi, prompting him to post another advertisement in a mutual aid group, openly stating his willingness to assist beautiful women in need. Unfortunately, no new goddesses had come forward in the past few days. On the 14th day of the apocalypse, early morning, in the 5th female dormitory, room 307, within the bathroom, it had been transformed into a makeshift bedroom, crammed with bedding and clothes. A girl peeked out from beneath the covers, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widening in shock. Although her appearance was somewhat disheveled from not bathing for an extended period, it did not diminish her beauty. Her delicate, fair skin and slightly chubby round face, complemented by the clear gaze typical of university students, made her appear like a daffodil blooming in the mud, radiating vibrant energy. Upon waking, her first instinct was to check her hands and feet. She grabbed a mirror nearby, repeatedly inspecting her face and neck. After a long sigh of relief, a smile of gratitude blossomed on her face. "Thank goodness I'm not infected," she murmured to herself, encouraging her spirit. Today marked the 7th day. As long as she did not exhibit symptoms before noon, she would be fine. There was still half a day left. Song Bauer, you must hold on. A week prior, she had gone to the rooftop to scavenge for supplies. For the past few days, she had lived in constant fear of infection. Her trepidation stemmed from the fact that all her roommates had fallen ill, leaving her the sole survivor. Others had confined their infected members for isolation. Yet she had voluntarily locked herself in the bathroom. After confirming her well-being, she picked up her phone and noticed a new message from someone designated as sister. "Sister, baby, just hang in there a little longer. I've made connections, and someone will come to pick you up from the school in the next couple of days. Remember to let me know you're okay when you wake up." She quickly replied, "Okay, I'm fine." But then, outside the bathroom door, she heard a series of groans. Her roommates, tormented by the rash, were expressing their suffering. For days, those sounds had echoed incessantly. Lacking medication, everyone could only endure the pain. They had described the rash as unbearably itchy and painful, feeling as though a swarm of ants was crawling and biting them. Some had succumbed to the urge to scratch, but even breaking the skin brought no relief, only exacerbating their discomfort. Under such torment, the infected's tempers grew increasingly volatile, potentially leading to madness. She feared the emergence of a mad person among her roommates. She would be the first to suffer the consequences. Furrowing her brows, she thought before leaving, "I must find a way to stabilize them. Skin medication. I need to help them get skin medication, but where can I find it?" Chapter 49. The bell of the economic department in the Doomsday Fortress, Su Chen's room. Su Chen sat before the cage, observing. Inside, Chen Lanyu curled up, trembling as if cold, her clothes tattered and torn. The sores on her body had begun to scab over, and the rash seemed to have lessened. Could it be that her symptoms were fading? Su Chen pondered. He recalled the system stating that toxic snow was incurable and could only be managed with medication to prolong life, but what form it would ultimately take remained uncertain. One thing was clear. Chen Lanyu was undergoing endless torment, her clothing torn in her struggle. On the first day of medication, Chen Lanyu had still recognized Su Chen and had expressed her fury by threatening to kill him. However, at present, her mental state appears to be completely engulfed in chaos, rendering her unable to recognize Su Chen and even showing signs of language function degradation. Su Chen activated the inside eye, revealing a panel beside Chen Lanyu. Name, Chen Lanyu. Strength, 15. Agility, to Constitution, 11. Energy to overall combat power, 3 stars. Remarkably, all her statistics continue to rise. Su Chen was astonished. A berserker's strength typically surges dramatically, but only in terms of strength. Since the transformation began, Chen Lanyu's 4 attributes have been steadily increasing. She is actually growing stronger. At this rate, it seems that even Su Chen might not stand a chance against her in the future. Hungry, 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 Chen Lanyu mumbled indistinctly, evidently pleading with Su Chen for food. Su Chen retrieved a vial, pouring out a life and death pill. Upon seeing the medicine, Chen Lanyu reacted as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes filled with terror as she leapt up and cowered in the corner. This was an instinctual fear, for consuming the pill would subject her to immense suffering. Su Chen chuckled. "Didn't you want to eat? Take this pill first, or you can forget about food." Saying this, he tossed the pill onto the ground of the cage. He harbored no concerns that Chen Lanyu would refuse to take the medicine, with her rising statistics. Her body needed sustenance more than ever, and the pangs of hunger were far more unbearable than the agony brought by the life and death pill. Indeed, after a brief struggle, Chen Lanyu obediently crawled over, picked up the pill from the ground, and placed it in her mouth. As the pill went down, it was as if a sudden illness had struck her, writhing in agony on the ground, screaming and frantically clawing at herself. Given the choice, She would likely prefer death to enduring such torment. Su Chen laughed softly. This is merely your karmic retribution. You deserve it. He then retrieved a bottle of water and a piece of bread, tossing them into the cage, before ignoring Chen Lan Yu and rising to leave the room. Another morning dawned. The three maids had already risen. Xing Fei was in the kitchen preparing breakfast, while Lin Wanxi followed Jiang Xiaolu in tidying up. Su Chen first went to wash up, then sat on the sofa, waiting for breakfast, habitually picking up his phone to check. A new friend request caught his attention. Economics Song Bayer, request to add as friend. Su Chen recognized the name. In his freshman year, she was the belle of the economics department, having participated in the campus beauty contest at Yunda. This girl had a round face that exuded a pure and naive charm. In Su Chen's personal aesthetic, her beauty was not far behind Jiang Xiaolu. Finally, a new goddess sought his assistance. Su Chen was delighted and promptly accepted the request. Soon after, Song Bayer sent a message. Economic Song Bayer, classmate, may I ask for your help? Su Chen replied, please send a photo for verification. Thank you for your cooperation. Economic Song Bayer, sorry, I forgot, I will send it now. Then, two unedited photos arrived. The first was a natural, untouched photo of her face. Indeed round and chubby, with fair skin full of collagen, resembling a comic book character, utterly adorable. One punch would likely leave her in tears for a long time. The second was a full body shot, which left Su Chen quite taken aback. No way. With such a face, her figure was surprisingly good? This was utterly unexpected. A perfect blend of beauty and allure. Cough, cough. Su Chen cleared his throat and replied, congratulations on passing the verification. What do you need help with? Economic Song Bayer, thank you. Could you give me some skin medication? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Are you infected? Damn it. It's not easy to encounter a goddess, especially one as cute as her. If she were infected, it would be such a waste. Economic Song Bayer, it's not me. It's my roommates. They're all infected, and I'm a bit worried about them. If possible, I would appreciate your help. Su Chen sighed in relief. It was not Song Bayer who was infected, which was good. This girl was quite fortunate. Her entire dorm had been infected, yet she had narrowly escaped. Su Chen, would you mind video chatting with me? I need to confirm. Economics Song Bayer, sure. Su Chen initiated a video call, and once connected, he saw that Song Bayer looked much like her photos, albeit a bit disheveled. Song Bayer was indeed not infected. However, Su Chen's primary aim was to trigger a task. The system's voice then chimed in. Ding, new rescue task detected, data generating. Name, Songbird, age, rating, 85 points, level, excellent, blank slate, task details, a berserker has emerged among her roommates, posing an imminent threat to personal safety. Task difficulty, nightmare, task reward, 30,000 merit points. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. The triggered rescue task was not about Song Bayer needing skin medication, but rather that she was about to be in peril. Rest assured, I check myself every day upon waking. I am indeed not infected, Song Bayer reassured with a smile. Su Chen spoke in a serious tone. Where are you now? Song Bayer replied, I'm currently staying in the bathroom. I've been here for several days. Su Chen instructive. Tell me your room number. I will bring you the medicine now. Song Bayer said, Building 5, room 307. Su Chen continued, from now on, keep your door locked. And seek assistance from security. Song Bayer asked curiously, what do you mean? There's a berserker among your roommates. You must do as I say. After finishing his warning, Su Chen hung up the call, stood up, and began donning protective gear. Meanwhile, Song Bayer stared at the hung-up call in confusion. A berserker? How does he know? Even she was unaware that a berserker had emerged among her roommates. How is that possible? In such a situation, the usual reaction would be to dismiss Su Chen's words as a prank. Yet Song Bayer hesitated. For Su Chen it seemed quite serious just now, unlike someone joking. In the Doomsday Bastion, as Su Chen finished putting on his protective suit and prepared to leave, suddenly a voice call came in. It was Shen Yue. Su Chen frowned. Shen Yue rarely contacted him, as they had an unspoken understanding. Was something wrong? As soon as he answered, Shen Yue began to cry. Su Chen, what should we do? Lingling she is infected. Chapter 50, the dormitory defense team. Su Lingling is infected? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it had been 7 days since the rooftop scramble for supplies. Su Lingling had fallen ill just in time for the last day. Su Chen was not particularly concerned about Su Lingling, but Shen Yue's attachment to her was significant. What would happen to Shen Yue if Su Lingling were gone? He was not in a hurry to take Shen Yue in. After all, she was one of his remaining tools. Another pressing concern was whether Su Lingling posed a risk of turning into a berserker. He knew he could never allow a ticking time bomb to remain near Shen Yue. On the other end of the line, Shen Yue recounted the progression of Su Lingling's illness. She had developed a low fever late last night, and by morning, numerous rashes had appeared on her body, leaving her in a depressed state. Su Chen instructed, keep a close eye on her emotional changes. If she shows signs of agitation, distance yourself from her immediately. I will come as soon as possible. In comparison, Song Bayer's situation was more urgent, so Su Chen decided to assist her first. After ending the call, he set out without delay. It had been nearly half a month since the apocalypse began, and the external environment had become extremely harsh. Temperatures had plummeted to nearly minus 50 degrees, and blizzard conditions were increasingly frequent, sometimes lasting for several days. Most people were too fearful to step outside. Although it was not snowing today, Su Chen was more cautious than ever. Upon leaving, he kept the insight eye activated, remaining utterly vigilant. Suddenly, 3 figures burst forth from a nearby corridor, rushing madly towards Su Chen. Though their faces were heavily wrapped, their bloodshot eyes and fierce gazes revealed them to be berserkers. Food! I want food! A frenzied individual bellowed, advancing towards Su Chen. Without hesitation, Su Chen clenched his fist and unleashed his ultimate skill. Skill, one-punch critical hit. The surge of power coursed through his fist, striking the frenzied one squarely in the face. The assailant was sent hurtling 3 meters back, his skull fracturing, rendering him lifeless. Witnessing this, the remaining 2 frenzied individuals were paralyzed with fear, hastily retreating without a moment's pause. Su Chen shook his head, lamenting their lack of memory. The frenzied ones retained a semblance of reason and were aware of their fears, yet their chaotic minds would soon lead them to forget. Su Chen chose not to pursue the fleeing frenzied individuals and continued on his journey. In a moment, he found himself beneath a building, where he spotted several frenzied individuals desperately rummaging through a pile of refuse, seeking sustenance. As they did not approach him for an attack, Su Chen paid them no heed. Such scenes had become commonplace for him in recent days. The incessant emergence of frenzied individuals posed a grave threat to the normal students, compelling them to unite and form coalitions against the frenzied ones. Each dormitory had established a defense team. The fate of the frenzied individuals was to be expelled from the dormitories to fend for themselves. In the harsh, frigid climate, coupled with a lack of food, those banished would scarcely survive a few days. At Building 5, the door to the first-floor lobby had been secured and locked, with 2 young women stationed inside, vigilantly monitoring the outside for any approaching frenzied individuals. Each defense team was on constant alert, with members rotating shifts. However, due to the biting cold, they had to change every hour. Su Chen found this quite exasperating. Had he been in charge, he would not have exiled the frenzied individuals, but would have simply eliminated them to prevent future troubles. Previously, there had been discussions in the group regarding the fate of the frenzied ones, with some students suggesting execution, only to be met with fierce backlash. Ultimately, a vote was taken, and the majority favored exile. To Su Chen, this seemed akin to inviting disaster. Yet, he understood that most were students who scarcely had the courage to harm even a chicken, let alone a human. His arrival quickly drew the attention of the 2 guarding young women, who approached him with inquiries. "What business does a male have in our female dormitory?" One of them asked warily. Su Chen replied, "I am here to find someone and am rather pressed for time. Could you kindly open the door?" The young woman responded, "I am sorry, but our leader has decreed that no males or frenzied individuals are permitted to enter our building for our safety." The other young woman retorted, "Leave. There is no way we are opening the door for you." Su Chen frowned. With the threat of frenzied individuals looming over Song Bauer, he needed to ascend quickly. Meanwhile, in dormitory 307, the door was forcibly opened, and a group of girls armed with clubs stormed inside, led by a plump girl. "Where's the frenzied one?" the plump girl demanded as she surveyed the room. 5 girls inside, bearing red spots on their skin, were rendered speechless by the sudden intrusion of the defense team. "What brings you here?" "There are no frenzied individuals here," one girl exclaimed in confusion. The plump girl frowned and inquired, "Which one of you is Song Bauer?" A shy girl with a round face emerged from the bathroom, stammering, "I am." The plump girl fixed her gaze on Song Bauer. "You told us there were frenzied individuals in the dormitory. Where are they?" Song Bauer glanced at her roommates, her face flushed, struggling to articulate "I." Ultimately, she chose to trust Su Chen and sought help from the defense team, only to find herself in an awkward predicament. Her roommates began to catch on, their displeasure evident. "What do you mean by this, Song?" "Yes, we are unwell, but to label us as frenzied is simply excessive. We have never harmed you. How can you wish to expel us? Do you have no conscience?" Her roommates voiced their grievances, glaring at Song Bauer in unison. The plump girl, known as Li Jinlan, the leader of the defense team and recognized as the head of the building, was also infuriated. "If that is the case, you have made a false alarm. Do you find this amusing? Are we not exhausted enough without you toying with us?" Song Bauer felt deeply embarrassed. "I did not mean it that way. I'm sincerely sorry. I just do not know how to explain it to everyone." Regret welled within her. Had she been played by Su Chen? She should not have trusted him so readily, and now she found herself at a loss for words. It was unthinkable to admit that she had been deceived by Su Chen, though it only incite further anger, especially since she had heard that the leader despised males. Li Jinlan, the head of the defense team, huffed, "Listen well. If this happens again, do not expect me to be courteous. We are leaving." With that, she stormed off in a huff. Just as the members of the defense team exited the dormitory, in a corner unnoticed, one of Song Bauer's roommates suddenly began to convulse. Her eyes instantly bloodshot. Chapter 51. The mysterious transformation, there exists a notion that all infected individuals are potential frenzied ones, capable of transforming at any moment, leaving one defenseless. However, there's an opposing viewpoint that only a minuscule fraction of infected individuals become frenzied, rendering excessive worry unnecessary. Naturally, these are merely popular beliefs, and no official guidance currently exists. Debate surrounding the management of infected individuals has been rife, with various opinions making consensus difficult. During discussions in the group, some suggested consolidating the infected. However, due to the challenges of implementation, this idea was ultimately dismissed. The coexistence of normal students and infected individuals had become the norm, fostering a sense of paranoia among some students who were understandably on edge. Li Jinlan had refrained from chastising Song Bauer, too severely out of empathy for her psychological burden. As others continued to berate Song Bauer upon leaving, Li Jinlan interjected, "Let it go. She is sharing a room with 5 sick individuals, which must be overwhelming." She felt a pang of compassion for Song Bauer and contemplated whether to assist her in changing dormitories, though there was general reluctance to switch dorms. As the head of the building, she could facilitate the process if she intervened. Upon returning to her own dormitory, Li Jinlan received an alert. Group of G. May from Building 5. 307 Song Bauer, help. There is a frenzied individual here. Seeing the message, Li Jinlan's brow furrowed. Not again. Is Song Bauer unwell? Li Jinlan, Song Bauer, enough. I even felt some sympathy for you earlier, and now you are deceiving us again. Have you heard the tale of the boy who cried wolf? Learning of Song Bauer's false alarm incited a wave of indignation from the group. Yet, Song Bauer remained silent, refraining from sending further messages. After a moment, Li Jinlan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Suddenly, another message popped up. Luo Xiaowan, I am from 308. It seems quite noisy next door. Li Jinlan's expression shifted dramatically. In dormitory 307, after the defense team had departed, several roommates continued to criticize Song Bauer. They were suddenly drawn to a strange sound, turning to witness a nightmarish scene. One of their roommates collapsed to the floor, convulsing violently, her eyes now bloodshot and her demeanor grotesque. She had transformed into a frenzied individual. Yet this was just the beginning. Another roommate soon began to convulse as well, falling to her knees, and in the blink of an eye, she too morphed into a frenzied individual. The two frenzied ones emitted primal, beast-like roars from their throats. The 3 roommates were momentarily paralyzed with fear, forgetting to flee in an instant. Song Bauer's complexion turned pale as she fumbled to retrieve her phone, sending a distress message in the group chat. At that moment, 2 rampagers surged forth, attacking the 3 roommates with wild abandon. One roommate was knocked to the ground, his head striking the floor with a heavy thud, rendering him unconscious. I feel so awful. I can't control myself, cried the 2 rampagers in agony. One pounded mercilessly on the unconscious roommate, while the other seized another roommate, biting into him. In the blink of an eye, all 3 roommates suffered. 2 lay unconscious while one screamed in terror on the floor. The 2 rampagers simultaneously lifted their heads, their gaze fixed on Song Bauer. Song Bauer screamed, dropping her phone in fright, and instinctively attempted to retreat to the bathroom, but her legs felt like jelly, refusing to move. Move, legs, she cried in desperation. As the 2 rampagers roared and lunged towards her, in a critical moment, a hand reached out from behind her, gripping her shoulder and pulling her back. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself shielded by a figure clad in protective gear. Su Chen had arrived. Facing the 2 rampagers, Su Chen's expression was steely as he unleashed his skill, Taizu Chongquan. With one swift motion, he seized one rampager by the throat and followed up with a powerful kick that sent the other rampager flying. The rampager whose throat was gripped began to thrash violently, attempting to claw at Su Chen while muttering incoherently, "I will kill you." Su Chen smirked, raising his fist and landing a decisive blow to the rampager's face, causing blood to splatter. With just one punch, the rampager was left unrecognizable, lifeless, and their head drooped down. Su Chen released his hold, allowing the body to collapse to the ground like a sack, then stepped toward the other rampager, who lay bleeding and struggling to rise. Su Chen improvised, delivering another kick that kept her pinned down, rendering her utterly helpless. Song Bauer was stunned, watching Su Chen as if witnessing a myth come to life. Was this truly happening? He had effortlessly subdued 2 rampagers all by himself. Who was this remarkable figure? Because Su Chen was wearing a gas mask, she did not realize it was him and thought she might be hallucinating in her final moments, as if a divine warrior had descended from the heavens. As Su Chen leaned down to grab the rampager by the hair, preparing to slam her head into the floor, a commanding voice rang out from the doorway. "Stop!" It was Li Jinlan, accompanied by a group of girls, rushing in. Su Chen paused, turning to face her. "The defense team? You arrived too late," he remarked with a chuckle. "Boys." The girls exchanged glances. Li Jinlan's expression darkened. "Who are you? And how did you get in here?" Song Bauer exclaimed, "It's you." She recognized Su Chen's voice. The divine figure was indeed him. It was astonishing. He had foretold the presence of rampagers, and here they were. Was he a prophet? Su Chen ignored Li Jinlan and turned to Song Bauer, saying, I asked you to notify the defense team. Didn't you inform them? Song Bauer blushed and replied, I did, but it doesn't team matter now. You're safe, Su Chen reassured her. Li Jinlan interjected, Hey, I'm asking you a question. How'd you get up here? Su Chen smiled. The girl at the door let me in. Impossible. I said no boys are allowed inside. You must have sneaked in. How bold of you. Su Chen chuckled, feeling no need to elaborate. He was indeed telling the truth. It was the two girls on duty who had opened the door for him. After all, he had reasoned with them and threatened to break the glass door if they refused him entry, proclaiming he would kill them if they did not comply. Big sister. My apologies. Su Chen is here to help at my request. Please don't blame him, Song Bauer interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Li Jinlan hesitated, then coldly remarked, Su Chen, you're the one who claimed in the group chat that you could assist beautiful girls? Let us set aside the debate about beauty. Just tell me if I've been of any help. Su Chen replied. Li Jinlan huffed, though she disliked men. She had to admit that Su Chen had indeed subdued the two rampagers. You can release her now and hand her over to us, she commanded icily. However, Su Chen shook his head. I still have one last task to complete. What do you intend to do? Kill her. Li Jinlan gasped, Stop. You must stop this. With a swift motion, Su Chen seized the rampager's head and without hesitation, snapped her neck. Chapter 52. The big sister falters dead? Observing the rampager's lifeless body, everyone stood in shock. Su Chen had dared to kill in front of them, igniting Li Jinlan's fury. Have you lost your mind? She screamed. Su Chen replied coolly. I merely did what was right. Li Jinlan retorted. Right? You dare to call murder right? You're a perverted murderer. Leave immediately and never return to our dormitory. Su Chen met her gaze, his eyes icy. I am a pervert, a murderer. Then what are you? Exiling the rampagers to suffer and die in the cold outside. ISNT that murder too? By killing her directly. At least I spared her some suffering and reduced the threat to everyone. Far more benevolent than your hypocritical righteousness. You have no right to judge me. Li Jinlan kuntarat. You're talking nonsense. I haven't killed anyone. Exile is only a last resort. She could still survive out there. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Really? Would you like to see for yourself how many of those you exiled are still alive? Li Jinlan stubbornly insisted. Regardless, your direct killing is wrong. Su Chen chuckled, fine. Then I'll exile you as well. If you survive outside for 3 days, come back and tell me if I was right. As he spoke, Su Chen took a step forward. Li Jinlan, fearing he might attack, exclaimed, What are you doing? Don't move. Her alarm was justified, although they were many. They could not guarantee they could overpower Su Chen, who had single-handedly defeated 2 rampagers. Su Chen found her reaction amusing. Do you want me to leave, or do you want me to stay still? Li Jinlan quickly replied, If you're willing to leave, then please do. Su Chen statif. I will leave when I choose to, and if I wish to return, I hope to not face the same obstruction as today. At his words, one girl retorted angrily. Why should we listen to you? You want to come back? What are your intentions? We don't welcome boys here. In an instant, the girls glared at Su Chen with hostility. Yet, he paid them no mind, focusing solely on Li Jinlan. After a moment of silence, she ultimately relented, gritting her teeth. I understand. Su Chen continued. Also, please arrange for these infected individuals to switch dorms. Let Bauer stay here alone. Is that acceptable? Li Jinlan nodded. That's fine. She had already intended to assist Song Bauer in changing dorms, and this now seemed a logical conclusion. Su Chen smiled. Then I kindly ask you, big sister, to handle the removal of the bodies here. I have something to discuss with Bauer. Li Jinlan turned to the girls. Did you all hear? Hurry up and remove the bodies to the balcony and dispose of them. Su Chen approached Song Bauer, who was still in shock, momentarily lost in thought. The violent scene of Su Chen killing the rampager was too brutal for her to process. Having been sheltered throughout her life, she had never witnessed such a scene. So powerful, so domineering, so reassuring. An image of Su Chen rapidly formed in her mind. You asked me for skin medication. I want to give it to you now, since it's no longer needed. Su Chen smiled. Song Bauer nodded and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. Su Chen inquired, Is there anything else you need assistance with? For instance, how is your food supply? Song Bauer replied, I still have some left. If I ration it, it can last for several more days. Su Chen felt a surge of joy. This girl indeed possessed the potential to be quite resourceful. When you run out of food, just let me know. Remember, safety is the top priority during this time, he advised. However, Song Bauer shook her head and smiled charmingly. Thank you. But I shouldn't trouble you any further. My sister will send someone to pick me up in a couple of days. Su Chen was taken aback. Your sister? Yes, she confirmed. She told me this morning that she has made arrangements. Su Chen felt somewhat speechless. It seemed the opportunity he had been counting on was slipping away. Is it safer at your sister's place than at school? He asked. Song Bauer responded, Yes, my brother-in-law is wealthy, and they live in a large villa. Besides, I really want to be with my sister. Well then, I wish you all the best, Su Chen said with a smile, recognizing there was little he could do. Sometimes, he wished he could be a ruthless villain, willing to seize what he desired by any means, yet he preferred to uphold his own principles and integrity. Song Bauer said, "Thank you for your help. I don't know how to repay you. I have nothing to offer." "No need for thanks," Su Chen replied. In truth, Song Bauer had already repaid him. He had just received a system notification indicating a credit of 30,000 merit points. It was a pity, however, that Song Bauer was a one-time assistance case. He held a favorable impression of her. Her appearance and demeanor were to his liking, and her gentle nature made her an appealing prospect. If she could develop into a maid, she would certainly be less troublesome than Xing Fei or Lin Wanzi. "If that is all, I'll take my leave," Su Chen said as he departed. Once he left, Li Jinlan approached Song Bauer. "What is your relationship with that guy?" she asked. Song Bauer replied, "We have no relationship. I just wanted to ask him for some skin medication." Li Jinlan scufa. "I told you not to let any men into our building. Why did you go and attract him? Do you think he helped you out of goodwill?" "It's only because you're attractive, and he has ulterior motives." Song Bauer murmured. "Su Chen doesn't he seem like a bad person?" "What did you say?" Li Jinlan fronut. Song Bauer quickly replied, "Nothing, I understand now, big sister. I'm sorry for bothering you." At that moment, a few girls returned from handling the bodies. "Big sister, that guy is too infuriating. With so many of us, why did you compromise with him?" one girl asked, puzzled. Li Jinlan fell silent for a moment, a grave expression crossing her face as she slowly replied, "You all know the legend of room 513 in Building 9. But what you don't know is that those who live there reportedly wear protective gear when they go outside." The girls exchanged shocked glances upon hearing this. Room 513 in Building 9 was rumored to have gunned down a group of berserkers, and no one knew who lived there. But everyone was aware that they were not to be trifled with. He can kill 2 berserkers with his bare hands, if he pulls out the truth. Li Jinlan thought with a bitter smile. It goes without saying that they would be no match for him. Song Bauer felt a surge of curiosity. She had forgotten to ask Su Chen how he had foreseen that her roommate would turn into a berserker. If there was another chance, she would surely ask him directly, she thought. At that moment, Su Chen had already left Building 5 and was heading towards Building 3 to address the issue with Su Lingling's infection. Chapter 53. I will wait for you in Building 3, Room 408. Su Lingling lay on the bed with wide eyes, devoid of hope, her face covered in alarming red spots. This morning, her world had crumbled. Upon awakening, she discovered she was infected, a reality she found hard to accept. She hid under the covers, wishing to shield her roommate, Shen Yue, from the truth. Shen Yue eventually forcefully pulled back the blanket and was horrified, breaking down in tears. Even more distraught than Su Lingling, and immediately dialed Su Chen for help. "It's okay, Lingling. Su Chen will be here soon. He will definitely have a way to save you." Shen Yue attempted to provide comfort. Su Lingling managed a bitter smile. "There's no need to comfort me. The internet says this virus has a 100 mortality rate. I'm beyond saving." Shen Yue quickly countered. "Those people are just talking nonsense. They have no evidence." Su Lingling stated, "Well, perhaps it's for the best. If I die, you can move to Su Chen's shelter and no longer suffer." "Don't say that. You will be fine," Shen Yue insisted. "Xiaowei, I'm really scared." Su Lingling turned to look at Shen Yue, her eyes filled with sorrow. "I'm an only child. When I was young, my parents were busy with work. Once, my mother left me alone at home to watch TV, and suddenly the power went out. I was terrified, crying until my throat was hoarse by the time my mother returned. I've told you this story before, right?" Shen Yue nodded. "Yes, you have." Su Lingling continued. "So I've always been afraid of being alone. I want a companion wherever I go. Hell must be terrifying. How can I face it alone? Xiaowei, would you accompany me in death?" Shen Yue was taken aback. Su Lingling burst into laughter. "Silly girl, I was just joking. You are my best friend. How could I bear to see you die?" As she spoke, Su Lingling took Shen Yue's hand, adopting a serious expression. "Promise me that when Su Chen arrives, you will go with him. Don't let me drag you down. My fate is sealed. I'm not worth it." Shen Yue's eyes instantly welled with tears, her emotions overwhelming. Lingling. When Su Chen arrived, he noticed both girls had red-rimmed eyes, as if they had just been crying. Such deep sisterly affection, he mused. Although he didn't particularly care for Su Lingling, he was grateful for her presence in Shen Yue's life. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to be of assistance. Su Chen took out the skin medication and offered it to Su Lingling without charge, as a token of gratitude. Shen Yue accepted the medication and applied it to Su Lingling, who felt immediate relief. "Su Chen, can this illness be cured?" Shen Yue asked with concern. Su Lingling also looked at Su Chen with hope, wishing to hear good news. Su Chen shook his head and replied, "I don't wish to deceive you. Regardless, the skin medication can alleviate the pain. Lingling, every day you live is a blessing." In truth, there was another method, akin to Chen Lanyu's use of a life-extending pill. Yet, such a path would be more torturous than death itself. Why should Su Lingling endure that agony? Upon hearing this, Shen Yue couldn't help but cry again, heartbroken. Su Lingling, however, appeared to find peace, smiling as she said, "I knew it would be like this. It's all right, brother, when you take Xiaowei away. I want to mind. In my current state, death is a minor concern. I fear I might become a berserker. Indeed, Su Chen nodded, acknowledging the potential safety risk. If Shun Yue chose to leave with him, he would have to take her in, which meant losing his only source of assistance. I want to go, Shen Yue declared resolutely. Su Lingling urged. Xiao Wei, Shen Yue interrupted, don't try to persuade me. In your current condition, how could I abandon you? Would that make me a human being? I've made my decision. As long as you live, I will accompany you. The two sisters exchanged tearful gazes once more. Su Chen felt a surge of delight within. Every additional day was a blessing. However, the issue of safety still needed addressing. Contemplating this, he formed a plan. He then took out some food, completing his task for the day, and called Shen Yue aside before leaving. As Su Chen prepared to speak, Shen Yue interjected. I'm sorry. Su Chen smiled and asked, why are you apologizing to me? Xiaomi, his cheeks flushed crimson as she cast her gaze downward. There is something I wish to share with you. In truth, I had contemplated leaving with you several days ago, but Ling Ling cannot do without me. Su Chen was somewhat taken aback. So, she had long desired to accompany him? She was the first, not coerced, but willingly choosing to be with her beloved. To put it plainly, Shen Yue had developed genuine feelings for him. Only those who have experienced it can comprehend that love is the most precious thing in this world. Beauty alone cannot compare to mutual affection. Only those who harbor feelings for you will willingly share in your struggles, without complaint. The insincere companion, who clings to you in prosperous times, will be the first to flee in your downfall. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Su Chen, you still regard her as a mere tool. Are you even human? It's all right. I will wait for you, he replied with a gentle smile. However, for your safety, despite your sisterly bond, precautions must be taken. From now on, you must isolate yourselves, especially when sleeping. Ensure the door is secured. Should you notice any signs of mutation, inform me immediately. Additionally, keep this with you just in case. Su Chen handed her a folding knife. After a moment of hesitation, he accepted the knife, saying, I understand. As Su Chen gazed at her exquisite visage, an impulse surged within him, and he reached out to tenderly caress her face, smiling as he said, I eagerly anticipate the day you become my maid. Su Chen departed, leaving Xiao Wei blushing and her heart racing. Did she not also harbor similar hopes? As night fell, Su Chen had finished dinner and entered the realm of warmth. Though he enjoyed himself as usual, today he was imbued with an additional longing. He had never wished for Shui to join him as fervently as he did now. Furthermore, a pressing issue loomed. Unable to utilize Song Baoer as a tool, and with Wei potentially available, he urgently needed to cultivate new allies. Perhaps it was time for him to take the initiative, rather than merely waiting for new goddesses to approach him. He needed to explore new possibilities. He retrieved his phone, intending to search within his contacts. Suddenly, an unfamiliar call came through. Intrigued, Su Chen wondered who could be calling him at this hour. Upon answering, a girl's voice, speaking in somewhat halting Mandarin, greeted him. Hello, are you Su Chen? Su Chen was taken aback. This awkward Mandarin. Could she be a foreigner? Chapter 54. Long black hair, Sakura girl? Yun, Qing University, International Student Dormitory. According to the university's published data, there are over 500 international students enrolled this year, yet following the apocalypse, no one knows how many survivors remain. Within one of the dormitories lived two foreign boys, clad in somewhat scant clothing, seemingly unfazed by the frigid temperature of over -40 degrees. That evening, as they prepared their meal as usual, their food consisted of heated hot dog buns and milk still steaming. At that moment, a loud bang echoed as the dormitory door was forcibly kicked open and several towering students stormed in, wielding clubs. If Su Chen were present, he would instantly recognize these familiar faces, athletes from dormitory building number 9, led by Zhao Feng. The two foreign students were startled, exclaiming in a flurry of incomprehensible native language. What nonsense are you babbling? Beat them, Zhao Feng coldly commanded, charging forward with his baseball bat. In an instant, the two international students lay on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. Search everything, take all the food, Zhao Feng ordered as he approached the table and began to devour a hot dog bun. Damn it, we are starving and freezing while these foreigners eat so well, living in comfort with electricity. If only we had come here from start. Zhao Feng cursed. Suddenly, he smirked. Su Chen, it seems I owe you a debt of gratitude. If you hadn't forced us out of our previous location, we wouldn't have come here. Days prior, Zhao Feng had meticulously orchestrated an assault on Su Chen's dormitory, spending an entire night rallying the leaders of various dorms to agree to release the enraged individuals simultaneously to attack Su Chen's residence. He claimed that Su Chen's dorm was stocked with abundant supplies and medicine, and once they seized it, they could divide the spoils. The rumors surrounding the mysterious dormitory 513 had already circulated among the students, making it easy for him to persuade the dorm leaders. As he watched a throng of enraged individuals surge toward 513, Zhao Feng erupted into triumphant laughter. His true motive was revenge. He believed that this time, Su Chen was doomed, and he would finally have his vengeance. With so many enraged individuals, how could Su Chen possibly contend with them alone? Yet, to his utter shock, He was nearly paralyzed with fear. He heard gunfire from below, and witnesses in the group reported that dormitory 513 was equipped with a heavy machine gun, mowing down all the attackers. In that instant, his only thought was to flee before Su Chen could find him. He dared not remain in the undergraduate dormitory area, making a swift escape to this location. In their haste to escape, they had not brought many supplies, and given the difficulties of traveling outside, carrying too much food would hinder their flight. Thus, upon arriving here, they soon faced a food shortage crisis. Consequently, they returned to their old ways, this time targeting the international students for robbery. With no other options, he doubted that anyone here could match Su Chen's prowess. It was simply too bizarre for such a formidable individual to exist everywhere. In a short time, the group of athletes turned the apartment upside down, extracting all the supplies from the two foreign students, which included various medicines and ample food from the refrigerator, sufficient to sustain the two students for 10 days or more. Zhao Feng inspected the hall and couldn't help but curse again. Clearly, the official rescue operations did not overlook the international students, and they even received preferential treatment. Pack everything up and take it back, Zhao Feng instructed. They had already occupied one apartment as their new stronghold. It's still early. We will raid another apartment soon. For the next few days, we won't need to venture out. As they busily packed the supplies, a figure quietly appeared at the door. Zhao Feng was the first to notice, his expression shifting. However, upon seeing the visitor's appearance, he regained his composure. The newcomer was a girl, a striking beauty with long, straight black hair cascading to her shoulders, a prominent nose, and a fresh face. Only her plump cherry lips were adorned with bright red lipstick, bestowing her an indescribable charm that drew attention. She was wrapped in a down coat, long and oversized, which reached her ankles despite her height of 1.7 meters. A belt cinched her waist, transforming the otherwise bulky garment into something stylish. Somehow, despite her Asian features, her unique demeanor led Zhao Feng to deduce that she was not from the Long Kingdom, but rather resembled a Sakura girl. You have quite the audacity. Are they your classmates? Zhao Feng sneered. The girl responded coolly, her fluent Mandarin cutting through the air. Have you been the ones robbing our international students of their food these past few days? Zhao Feng retorted, what of it? The girl silently reached into her coat, lifting a corner to reveal part of a sailor uniform. Yet, she was not disrobing. Rather, she drew out a gleaming long knife from her waist. It was unmistakably a weapon of distinct Japanese style. It was clear now. She was indeed a Sakura girl. The girl said softly, I'll give you a chance to leave here and never return. Zhao Feng chuckled, just because of you? Although the knife appeared sharp, how could he fear a delicate girl? Especially with so many of them present? 3 minutes later, amidst the sounds of a scuffle, Zhao Feng lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The baseball bat shattered beside him. The others were sprawled across the floor, writhing in pain, the apartment in utter disarray. The girl stood before Zhao Feng, looking down at him with a knife in her hands, finally revealing a faint smile. Just because of me. Zhao Feng's face was filled with terror, not only because the girl's blade could cut through iron, but also due to her remarkable combat skills. In her presence, they were utterly defenseless. The shock she delivered was even greater than that of Su Chen, who was, after all, a man. A thought surged in Zhao Feng's mind. Would Su Chen be a match for this girl? Please don't kill us. We came here out of necessity. Zhao Feng hurriedly pleaded. The girl replied, that has nothing to do with me. I just want you to leave. Zhao Feng said, what if I told you I have important information for you? Would you let us stay? The girl responded with curiosity in her eyes. What information? I know of someone who possesses a substantial amount of supplies, Zhao Feng stated. Su Chen? That name sounds somewhat familiar. The girl frowned when Zhao Feng mentioned Su Chen. He continued. He claims in the dormitory mutual aid group that he can provide assistance, but only to beautiful women. The girl realized. That's why it sounds familiar. I have heard of him. So it seems he indeed has supplies? Yes, he has a lot of supplies. I suspect he was well prepared before the apocalypse arrived. Zhao Feng explained. The girl inquired, how so? Could he have foreseen the apocalypse? Zhao Feng replied, I'm not sure. It's just a guess. His dormitory door is reinforced, and previously, the 3 of US couldn't break in. He also wears professional protective gear every time he goes out, which could only have been prepared before the end times. The girl nodded thoughtfully. Although we currently do not lack supplies, given the current situation, your official rescue is a long way off, and our resources will eventually be depleted. Zhao Feng was pleased. Her reasoning was sound. Exactly. If we could acquire his resources, you and T have to risk going out. All right, I'll go meet him, the girl declared. Zhao Feng quickly interjected. Wait, you plan to go find him? The girl affirmed. Yes, just me and my knife will be enough, though I might need your help transporting the supplies. Zhao Feng was anxious. She was far too bold. While her skills were indeed impressive, Su Chen's domain was another matter. I mentioned that Su Chen's dormitory door is reinforced. You won't be able to get in. I have a better plan, Zhao Feng insisted. What plan? She inquired. We lure him here, set a trap, and then he will have nowhere to hide, Zhao Feng proposed. The girl stroked her chin. Are you suggesting deception? I prefer my methods. He has a heavy machine gun, Zhao Feng blurted out. The girl looked surprised. Huh? Zhao Feng explained, I didn't want to mention it, fearing it would scare you. He has set up a heavy machine gun at his dormitory door. You won't be able to approach. The girl gazed at Zhao Feng, seemingly trying to discern if he was lying. After all, firearms are prohibited in Longhua. And how could a university student like Su Chen possess a heavy machine gun? Zhao Feng assured her, I'm not deceiving you. All signs indicate that he is extremely cautious. It is impossible to storm his dormitory. We must lure him here, and then with your skills, he would be doomed. The girl fell silent for a moment and asked, What is your suggestion? Zhao Feng replied, The only situation in which he might leave is to rescue a beautiful woman. We need to find a woman to pretend to seek his help and lure him here. I won't deceive anyone, the girl stated firmly. Zhao Feng clarified, I'm not asking you to lie. The girl shot him a glare. Are you implying that I'm not beautiful? Zhao Feng nervously replied, No. I mean, you don't look like someone who would need assistance. We need a woman with a weaker presence. The girl considered this seriously, resting her chin on her hand, then smiled. I have the perfect candidate. She is Alice from the apartment next door. She is an American, but essentially a useless beauty. Zhao Feng was thrilled. That's wonderful. The girl smiled brightly. Your intelligence is very good. Thank you. By the way, I still don't know your name. Zhao Feng introduced himself. I am Zhao Feng. The girl sheathed her knife and extended her hand. I am Shui Dying. That night, within the fortress of the apocalypse, Su Chen received an unexpected phone call. The voice on the other end was a girl speaking in very poor Mandarin. Hello, are you Su Chen? Su Chen asked. Who are you? The girl replied. Hello, I am Alice, an international student at Yinda. I would like to seek your help, if possible. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Was his business expanding internationally? How did you get my phone number? He questioned. Alice explained. I heard from my classmates in Longhua that you can provide assistance to beautiful women. I learned your name and managed to obtain your number. I am studying computer science. This girl was surprisingly candid about obtaining his information, appearing quite sincere. Su Chen asked, What do you need help with? Alice replied, I have asthma and require an inhaler, which is nearly out here. I wonder if you have one. I can offer compensation. If the other party claimed to lack food, Su Chen might have been suspicious. After all, international students shouldn't lack food. He had never been to the international student dormitory, but he had heard that their living conditions were excellent, with single or double apartments that included kitchens and refrigerators, far surpassing normal dormitories. However, Alice's claim of needing specific medication seemed plausible. An American girl, huh? I do have some ID drive. Su Chen said, Alice, do you use it? Alice confirmed, yes. Su Chen proposed, let us add each other as friends. You should have heard that I only assist beautiful women, so I need to verify that. After hanging up, they added each other as friends. Su Chen immediately initiated a video call. When the video connected, a fair-skinned foreign girl appeared on Su Chen's phone screen. She had golden hair, a petite and delicate nose, and her skin was as smooth as a freshly cracked egg, seemingly fragile. Unlike many European and American girls who often have a more mature style, Alice radiated a youthful charm. Although her figure was not visible at that moment, Su Chen could already imagine her slenderness. Truly a rare beauty. Hi, classmate, I'm Alice. Do you have an inhaler you can give me? Alice greeted him. However, at that moment, a system notification echoed in Su Chen's ears. Ding! Detected a target goddess that meets the criteria. Generating data. Name, Alice. Age, 19. Rating, 88. Level, excellent. A blank slate. Task details, naturally kind-hearted, but coerced into lying under threat to her life, causing internal turmoil. Task difficulty, nightmare. Task reward, 45,000 merit points and activation of a new skill. Huh. Su Chen was taken aback. This system task brought him more than one surprise. First, a 19-year-old American girl, remarkably beautiful, was still a blank slate. In such an open environment, what a rare find. What astonished Su Chen the most was the content of the triggered task. What on earth? It turned out that Alice did not suffer from asthma. Rather, she was deceiving him, who was compelling her to lie. And for what purpose? Regardless of the identity of the individual behind this, one thing was certain. It was directed at him. Su Chen. Chapter 56. The Golden Desert Eagle. Knowing that Alice was fabricating a story, Su Chen had no intention of exposing her deception on the spot, as her coercer was likely watching closely. Thus, he decided to play along with her act. I need to check for that. If I find it, I can give it to you, especially since you possess such beauty. Su Chen smiled. Alice responded, Really? Thank you for your compliment. Please wait a moment, Su Chen said, putting down his phone, feigning a casual demeanor while secretly communicating with the system to purchase an aerosol can. He picked up his phone again, smiling. I found it. Your luck is quite good. Alice's face lit up with joy. Thank heavens. Thank you so much, my classmate. Please give it to me. Su Chen duplaith. I found a medicine, but we're a bit far apart. How shall I deliver it to you? Alice pleaded. I truly cannot go outside. My condition would be fatal. Could you bring it to me, kind sir? I am willing to exchange half of my supplies for it. I can give you all my money. Su Chen scoffed inwardly, realizing her intent to deceive him. It seemed she had set a trap for him. I do not lack supplies, nor do I require your money. What I desire is you, Su Chen stated. Alice was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Su Chen clarified the literal meaning. Alice appeared to comprehend, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. She glanced ahead and soon regained her composure. Classmate, I do not fully understand your meaning. I have only been studying Chinese for a short time. Could you please explain? Su Chen expressed, I want you to be my woman. I want to sleep with you. Alice's face instantly flushed crimson, frozen in place, clearly flustered. Su Chen patiently awaited her response. The person behind her aimed to deceive him. Any demand he made would likely be complied with by Alice. Given this, he felt no hesitation in directly proposing terms for her acceptance. Although she had been coerced into deceiving him, her involvement warranted a corresponding consequence in Su Chen's eyes. As for her puppeteer, regardless of their identity, they would face a far greater cost. Indeed, Su Chen's intuition proved correct. Alice soon regained her calmness and nodded. Okay. Su Chen confirmed. Okay. Alice replied, yes. As long as you provide me the medicine, I am willing to become your woman. You are my savior. Su Chen smiled and nodded, agreed. Alice inquired, when do you plan to come over? Su Chen instructed, send me your address, and I will arrive promptly at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Alice cheerfully responded, all right. I look forward to your arrival. With that, Su Chen ended the video call, furrowing his brow. Who was watching him? Although he was aware it was a trap, he could easily opt out of this task. Nevertheless, Su Chen decided to proceed. Seeking wealth often entailed risks, and he indeed required a new goddess, particularly one who could serve as a tool. Furthermore, he believed that with adequate preparation, there was no one at the school from whom he needed to hide. Lastly, he was genuinely curious about the individual daring to target him. As time passed, it grew late, and fatigue began to take hold. He decided against further contemplation, placing his phone down and drifting into sleep. The following day, Su Chen awoke early, feeling the need to prepare for the impending task. He summoned the system shop, first checking his merit balance. 502, 200. Unbeknownst to him, his merit points had surpassed 500, 000. Had it not been for the expenditure of 300, 000 on external defensive gear, he would have been nearing 1,000,000. Of course, this target remained distant. It allowed him a period of rest, but was far from sufficient for a lifetime of leisure. Su Chen then analyzed the situation. He was uncertain about how many opponents he faced or their strength, nor did he know what traps they had laid, if they intended to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. He felt no concern, even deeming it unnecessary to resort to cold weapons, as they would hinder his execution of Taizu Chongquan. The system had made it clear that due to the frozen conditions, the virus had yet to complete its evolution, meaning humanity could not mutate unless a group of berserkers assaulted him. Against ordinary individuals, he had no fear. They would perish regardless of their numbers. What truly required vigilance were the underhanded tactics, sneak attacks, and concealed shots, which were difficult to guard against. A protective suit could shield him from the cold and poisons, but it was not impervious to ordinary weaponry. Arrows and bullets could easily penetrate. System, do you have outdoor gear with ballistic protection? Su Chen inquired mentally. Beep. Outdoor defensive gear. Purchasing Level 1 Protective Feather Garment. Level 1 Protective Feather Garment. Full body protective gear, lightweight and flexible, bulletproof and arrow-proof, impervious to blades. Capable of withstanding impacts up to 3,000 pounds. Price, 50,000 merit points. Elated, Su Chen declared, purchase. Beep. Consumed 50,000 merit points. You have acquired one Level 1 Protective Feather Garment. A set of feather garments materialized out of thin air, as delicate as gossamer. When donned, it felt as light as air, not hindering his movements in the slightest. Su Chen was quite satisfied. This item was indeed remarkable, especially with its capacity to withstand 3,000 pounds of force. A typical human could deliver a punch of no more than 2,000 pounds, while a formidable being like Icon might exceed that. But it was improbable for anyone to reach 3,000 pounds. Even with Su Chen's enhanced strength, he had only just surpassed that threshold. Had he worn the protective feather garment that day, Icon strike would have inflicted no harm upon him. Having acquired a bulletproof garment, he thought it prudent to procure a piece of truth. Su Chen chuckled. He had long desired a weapon for security. Previously, he hesitated to spend due to limited merit points. When it came to firearms, the Desert Eagle was the clear choice. System, purchase a Desert Eagle. Su Chen commanded. Beep. Please select a version. The following options are available. Standard version, 10,000 merit points. Colorful version, 20,000 merit points. Silver version, 25,000 merit points. Golden version, Biochemical Magazine 30,000 merit points. A variety of Desert Eagle images unfolded before Su Chen's eyes. Almost instantaneously, he was drawn to the golden Desert Eagle. It was simply stunning. I choose the golden one, Su Chen declared without hesitation. Beep. Consumed 30,000 merit points. You have acquired one golden Desert Eagle, complete with 100 rounds of ammunition. A brilliant, golden symbol of power appeared before him, embodying the essence of violent aesthetics. Su Chen picked it up, and despite this being his first experience handling such a weapon, he was captivated, unable to part with it. After some time of fondling it, he reluctantly stored away, donned the protective suit, and felt fully equipped to step out. Chapter 57. A solo meeting. This acquisition of equipment had cost him a hefty 80,000 merit points, leaving Su Chen feeling a pang of regret. Afterward, he hurriedly delivered food to Shen Yue, recovering 45,000 merit points. Only then did he set off for the International Student Dormitory, situated in the northern district of the school, approximately 3 miles from the undergraduate dormitories. While not far in ordinary circumstances, it felt quite distant given the harsh conditions. To conserve energy, Su Chen summoned the snowmobile, a device he had collected over several days, now finally proving useful. Around 9 a.m., inside one of the rooms in the International Student Dormitory, a group of individuals was gathered. Apart from Zhao Feng and his entourage of athletic students, there was another group of international students, diverse in complexion, all gathered around the young woman, Xue Daying. At that moment, Xue Daying was kneeling gracefully on the carpet, adopting a quintessential samurai pose, with a strikingly dark and gleaming sword sheath resting beside her. By her side stood a stunning Caucasian girl, Alice, with golden hair and azure eyes, her porcelain skin radiating a luminous glow. Send a message to Su Chen and see if he's on his way, Xue Daying stated calmly. Alice, showing a hint of anxiety, replied, Miss Xue, with so many people summoned, you can't possibly be intending to harm Su Chen, can you? Xue Daying retorted, that is not your concern. Simply do as I instruct. In desperation, Alice pleaded, please, Miss Xue, do not harm Su Chen. I would feel guilty for a lifetime. Xue Daying glanced at her coldly and commanded, hand over your phone. From now on, do not utter a word, or I will have them throw you out. Alice shivered in fear, realizing the gravity of the situation, and obediently surrendered her phone. Though her intentions were pure, she was evidently more concerned about her own safety. Harboring a deep-seated respect for Miss Xue. After the onset of the apocalypse, the International Student Dormitory had experienced considerable chaos, particularly as some male students became unruly, leading to numerous incidents of harassment against female students. It was during this turmoil that Xue Daying emerged as a formidable force, single-handedly subduing the entire dormitory. No male student could withstand her prowess. Regardless of their ethnicity or physique, they fell within 3 moves. Even when faced with multiple opponents, the mere unsheathing of her sword rendered them powerless. All students quickly fell in line, regarding Xue Daying as their leader, and her commands were met with unwavering compliance. Thus, when Xue Daying enlisted Alice to lure Su Chen over, despite her internal reluctance, Alice felt compelled to comply, knowing that if Xue Daying threatened to kill her, she would not hesitate to do so. Xue Daying messaged Su Chen using Alice's phone, but received no reply. She set the device down and remarked, he is likely en route. Prepare yourselves. Although most of you may not be needed, we cannot afford for him to escape. The group bowed their heads in submission. Turning to Zhao Feng, she smiled sweetly. I hope this Su Chen does not disappoint me. He had better possess substantial supplies, or I will hold you accountable. Zhao Feng quickly assured her, rest assured, Miss Xue, he will be satisfied. At that moment, Zhao Feng was filled with excitement, eager to witness Su Chen's downfall. After their conversation the previous day, he had learned more about Xue Daying's achievements and was increasingly convinced that only she could subdue Su Chen. Su Chen, your demise is imminent, Zhao Feng thought bitterly. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Chen arrived at the International Cultural Institute on a snowmobile. Wishing to remain inconspicuous, he parked his vehicle before reaching the International Student Dormitory and continued on foot. Ahead of him loomed 3 European-style apartment buildings, which he presumed to be his destination. Having never visited before, he had only heard tales of the dormitory's beauty and was eager to see it for himself. Alice had provided him with the address for room 311 in Building 2. Approaching the central building, Su Chen found the front door locked, but a gentle push allowed him entry. He chuckled inwardly at the lack of pretense. Activating his insight eye, he surveyed his surroundings and was greeted by the sight of a spacious lobby. Unlike the cramped quarters of his undergraduate dormitory, this place was exquisitely decorated, with wide corridors and complete facilities, including an elevator, rivaling high-end apartments. Had it not been for the apocalypse, I would have chosen to reside here and evict all the foreigners. Su Chen mused, feeling a sense of discontent. It was absurd that these international students would target him. It was a perilous endeavor indeed. Choosing the staircase over the elevator, Su Chen ascended to the 2nd floor, where he noticed a group of individuals armed with clubs lying in wait outside the stairwell. Ignoring them, he continued to the 3rd floor, only to find that the group had surged forward, blocking his escape route. Upon entering the corridor, he observed that both sides were lined with rooms, with individuals lurking behind the doors, poised to intercept him. Rather than feeling fear, Su Chen was somewhat disappointed, expecting a more formidable challenge. However, curiosity piqued his interest. It was evident that these international students had mobilized a significant number of people against him, suggesting that a capable leader was orchestrating their efforts. Room 311 stood apart, its door wide open. As Su Chen approached, he beheld a striking scene within. A girl with long black hair, Shui Daying, was kneeling on the carpet, her red lips accentuating her beauty, draped in a down coat that revealed a sailor uniform beneath, exposing her long, fair legs next to a dark long sword. Behind her sat another stunning Caucasian girl, Alice, whose demeanor was markedly anxious, in stark contrast to Shui Daying's calm poise. To his surprise, Su Chen recognized Alice. But it was the presence of Shui Daying that captivated him. The combination of her sailor uniform, long black hair, and blade-wielding beauty was undeniably compelling. With insight I activated, a panel appeared above Shui Daying's head, detailing her attributes. Name, Shui Daying. Strength, 12. Agility, 18. Constitution, 13. Energy, 13. Enhancements, Samurai Sword. Yagyu Shinkidryu, Windward Slash. Overall combat power, 6. 5 stars. Su Chen was taken aback. This seemingly delicate girl possessed formidable combat prowess, rated at 6. 5 stars, potentially rivaling the 7-star strength of AI Koan. Her agility was particularly astonishing, and he wondered if Yagyu Shinkidryu and Windward Slash referred to her swordsmanship. Before he could ponder further, he noticed figures emerging from both ends of the corridor, armed with clubs, effectively sealing off his escape routes. One group comprised primarily international students of varying complexions, while the other consisted of students from Longwa, led by several imposing figures. Huh, Su Chen, you've fallen into our trap. Let us see where you think you can run now. A voice declared triumphantly. Turning to investigate, Su Chen recognized familiar faces. So, you've all come here, he said with a chuckle. The pieces fell into place. It was clear that Zhao Feng was behind this sudden focus on him. Zhao Feng grinned and replied, your realization that we've left means you've been searching for us. It seems we made the right decision. Su Chen said, so, you orchestrated that incident the other day. You are the mastermind. And if I am, you kill my brother. I swear I will make you pay. Unfortunately, our last attempt failed. I never imagined your dormitory would be so impenetrable. But now, you have no sanctuary left. Your end is nigh. Zhao Feng sneered. Su Chen remarked, is this the confidence that the Sakura girl has instilled in you? Zhao Feng replied with a sense of pride. Indeed, Miss Shuadai's skills can easily eliminate you. You shall soon witness it. At that moment, Shuadai Ing interjected, I am Shuadai Ing. Zhao classmate mentioned that you possess a considerable amount of resources. Is that true? Su Chen shifted his gaze towards her and replied nonchalantly, your Mandarin is quite commendable. Shuadai Ing smiled lightly. Thank you. Our Shuadai family has been educated in the culture and language of Longwa since childhood, and I've been in Longwa for 3 years now. Su Chen acknowledged her words with a brief, oh, having heard that certain noble families in Japan persist in studying the culture of Longwa, though he had never come across the Shuadai family before. Shuadai Ing continued, Su Chen, I implore you to hand over your resources. I assure you, I will not take your life. Su Chen smiled. Are you the one in charge here? Shuadai Ing replied, yes, they all heed my words. Do you know why? Su Chen quipped, because of your beauty? Shuadai Ing chuckled. In the apocalypse, beauty can be a woman's curse. It merely renders one a target for men. I have heard you have been rescuing beautiful women, but perhaps this is merely a facade, as you see us as prey too? Su Chen responded, you're correct. I have come to collect my prey today. Alice has already agreed to be mine last night. Upon hearing this, Alice shook her head and said, Su Chen, please comply with Miss Shuadai. Do not oppose her. It will be perilous for you. Shuadai Ing then stated, what I meant to say earlier is that I began studying the Yagyu Shinkidryu under my grandfather at the age of 3. By 8, I had learned the family's secret technique, the wind-cutting sword, and by 13, I had mastered it. My mother often cautioned me against striking easily, as at my level. My blade is as if guided by divine aid. Even if I do not wish to kill, my sword may act on its own. Su Chen could not help but glance at the long blade by her side, pondering its mystique. Were it not for the visible combat power index, he might have been convinced. I apologize, but I never compromise with those who attempt to rob me. Su Chen chuckled. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shuadai Ying's eyes. What a pity, she said, grasping her long sword and standing, leaving her feather coat on the ground. She was left only in her sailor uniform, her legs exposed beneath the skirt, with one hand gripping the hilt. A sharp sound echoed as the blade was drawn, glimmering ominously. As the imminent confrontation loomed, Zhao Feng excitedly retrieved his phone, preparing to record the moment Su Chen would be defeated. Su Chen, however, was entirely focused on Shuadai Ing, undaunted yet cautious. For the blade appeared to be exceptionally sharp. You are unarmed. This battle is unfair. I shall permit you to find a weapon first, Shuadai Ing stated coolly, her demeanor shifting dramatically as she unsheathed her sword, emanating a chilling aura of lethal intent. Su Chen replied with a smile, no need to search. I possess a weapon, though I do not intend to use it, as it would render the fight even more unjust. Of course, your Sakura girl's sword, no matter how swift, cannot outpace a bullet. Shuadai Ing seemed to have lost patience with idle banter. Nodding, she let the scabbard fall to the ground, gripping the hilt with both hands, preparing to strike. Suddenly, she lunged forward, her momentum fierce, akin to a flying stone or a predatory leopard. The blade flashed as it sliced towards Su Chen. Indeed, her strike was incredibly swift, executed with the Yagyu Shinkajiryu technique, an agile and unpredictable style that left ordinary individuals no chance of evasion. Yet in the next instant, Su Chen transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight as Shuai Ying's strike cleaved through empty air. She gasped in surprise, but her reflexes were quick. Locking onto Su Chen's new position, she pivoted and swung her sword again in pursuit. Su Chen had retreated to a wooden chair. As Shuai Ying's blade approached, he dodged once more, causing the chair to be effortlessly severed, the solid wood yielding as if it were mere tofu. Though the room was quite spacious, it felt constricted amidst their brawl, cluttered with furniture that obstructed their movements. In mere moments, the space was left in disarray, with tables, chairs, cabinets, and even bed frames suffering the consequences of Shuai Ying's fierce attacks, her sword proving capable of slicing through iron as if it were butter. On one hand, Shuai Ying's skill kept her relentlessly pursuing Su Chen. On the other, Su Chen's agility allowed him to evade her every strike, remaining unharmed. Meanwhile, Alice was terrified, her face pale, trembling as she covered her head, too scared to even look. Outside the corridor, the onlookers hesitated to approach, bewildered that Shuai Ying had yet to subdue Su Chen. What kind of technique is this? Shuai Ying exclaimed in disbelief, realizing she had been unable to land hit on him. He was unexpectedly formidable, perhaps even too formidable. Su Chen remained silent, focused solely on the Eye of Insight, searching for her vulnerabilities. It was no wonder she was so confident. Her skills were indeed exceptional, though he could not ascertain whether she was employing the Yagyu Shinkajiryu or the wind-cutting sword. Refusing to speak, are we? You have forced my hand. Shuai Ying gritted her teeth, her stance suddenly shifting as the blade surged with the intensity of a rainbow piercing the sun, an overwhelming chill emanating from it. The wind-cutting sword. Su Chen realized that she had been utilizing the Yagyu Shinkajiryu until now, while the wind-cutting sword was her ultimate technique. This strike was nothing short of a revelation. Deceptively simple, yet executed with speed, precision, and endless variations, it seemed to seal off all of Su Chen's escape routes. Trapped within the confines of a room with a wall at his back, Su Chen found himself cornered, as Shuai Ying's face reflected a glimmer of pity. Though she had no intention of killing him, the outcome was now beyond her control. This strike seemed to possess a will of its own. As Su Chen faced imminent demise, he suddenly shouted now. With that command, he surged forward, charging directly into the path of her blade with unwavering resolve. What? Shuai Ying gasped in astonishment. Yet, before she could fully comprehend, Su Chen had breached her defense, as if a specter, and delivered a powerful punch to her hilt. The dazzling light of her blade dissipated instantaneously, causing Shuai Ying to cry out in shock as the sword slipped from her hands and fell to the side. Her arms had gone numb. Now, Su Chen stood before her, less than a meter away, enveloping her in an overwhelming sense of pressure. You are indeed formidable, but alas, you cannot match my speed. Su Chen chuckled. Had Shuai Ying continued using the Yagyu Shinkajiryu, she might have been able to engage him for a longer time. For her technique was nearly flawless, leaving Su Chen with no immediate openings to exploit. However, she had opted for a more aggressive approach. The wind-cutting sword was indeed a powerful move, but it came at the cost of defense, leaving her vulnerable. Against an ordinary opponent, even if they recognized her vulnerability, they would be helpless against her swift strike. Regrettably for her, she was facing Su Chen, who had undergone substantial growth since his previous encounters. The current Su Chen, empowered by the Taizu Changquan and equipped with the skills of wind speed and Eye of Insight, seized upon her opening and broke through her defenses. Indeed, while Shuai Ying's swordsmanship was impressive, it remained within the realm of ordinary human capabilities, while Su Chen had transcended into the domain of extraordinary abilities. A player with an edge. Realizing her precarious situation, Shuai Ying instinctively attempted to retreat, but Su Chen was unyielding, denying her the opportunity. Bang! Su Chen's fist struck her abdomen with force. Shuai Ying let out a cry, her entire being hurled backward, flying out the door, across the corridor, and crashing against the wall opposite, before finally collapsing onto the ground. A metallic taste filled her throat as she coughed up blood, having sustained injuries. In the next instant, Su Chen transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing out after her, and with a single step, he forcefully pinned her beneath his foot. For a moment, everyone stood in stunned silence, as if turned to stone, incredulously witnessing this scene. Zhao Feng, who had been recording, found his hands frozen, his smile rigid, engulfed by a sudden chill that felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. Inside the room, Alice, who had been cowering with her head buried, suddenly sensed a void in the atmosphere and glanced up, equally bewildered. My heavens, has Miss Shuai been defeated? The shock coursing through Shuai Ying's heart was far more intense than anyone else's, for she understood better than anyone just how formidable Su Chen truly was. Is he even human? Who exactly are you? Shuai Ying stared wide-eyed, astonished at Su Chen. Su Chen, you must already know, he replied. No, what I mean is, Are you one of the hidden masters rumored to exist in Longhua? Su Chen responded with a nonchalant, "Oh, I don't understand what you mean. Stop pretending." "You are," Shui Daiying exclaimed. Although it seemed that traditional martial arts in Huaxia were merely flowery and ineffective, and had garnered its share of ridicule over the years, I have heard that true masters have concealed themselves, no longer revealing themselves in this era. Su Chen shook his head. "You are overthinking it." Yet, as she spoke, Shui Daiying revealed a glimmer of excitement. "I have crossed the sea from my homeland to seek out the legendary masters of Huaxia, to compete against them. Today, my wish has finally been fulfilled. Su Chen, I concede wholeheartedly, and I wish to follow you. Ding. You have conquered your opponent, resolved Alice's troubles, and successfully rescued the goddess. You have gained 45,000 merit points. You have acquired the skill, perfect accuracy." The system's voice echoed in Su Chen's ears. He felt a surge of delight. The system's feedback was impressively swift this time. Perfect accuracy? That skill appears quite remarkable. Moreover, it indicates that Shui Daiying seems genuinely impressed. Just moments ago, she intended to kill me, and now she wishes to follow me? Su Chen chuckled. "Please believe in my sincerity. We Sakura people have always bowed only to the strong." If Shui Daiying were a man, Su Chen would have already crushed her underfoot, indifferent to her feelings. Yet she was an extraordinarily beautiful young lady. And since she shared a hometown with many of his instructors, the sense of accomplishment from conquering her was somewhat irresistible to Su Chen. Shui Daiying added, "Moreover, I had no intention of killing you. My swordsmanship sometimes eludes even my own control." Su Chen replied, "You may not understand me. I never spare those who plot against me. Most of them are already dead." Upon hearing this, Shui Daiying was momentarily taken aback, while Zhao Feng seemed to awaken from his stupor, snapping back to reality, and without a second thought, he turned to flee. At this moment, he was filled with regret, wishing he had never provoked Su Chen, but how could he have imagined that even Shui Daiying could not defeat him? Just then, Su Chen flipped his hand, revealing a gleaming golden firearm, the truth. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, a bloody hole appeared in Zhao Feng's forehead. Smoke wafting from it. Zhao Feng's eyes widened in terror as he fell rigidly to the ground, his phone clattering beside him. A precise hit. Su Chen felt a surge of joy. This newly acquired skill, perfect accuracy, was indeed impressive, quickly realizing it applied to firearms, archery, and throwing knives. Furthermore, the power of the Golden Desert Eagle was truly formidable. He was quite satisfied. Zhao Feng is dead, and Su Chen possesses the truth. The remaining athletes were now utterly terrified, their souls fleeing their bodies as they screamed in panic, hastily turning to escape. Yet Su Chen did not pursue them, his gaze returning to Shui Daiying, who was now frozen in place, unable to move. She finally grasped the meaning behind Su Chen's earlier words. Indeed, if he had drawn a weapon, it would have been grossly unfair. What a joke, you wield firearms. If Su Chen had brandished the truth from the outset, there would have been no point in fighting at all. In this era, no martial art could withstand modern firearms. This was precisely why those masters of traditional martial arts chose to remain low-key and hidden. It was not that they wished to be discreet, but rather that they dared not stand out. Su Chen had defeated her relying solely on his bare hands, and at this moment, Shui Daiying was thoroughly convinced, even harboring a newfound admiration for him. "You say you wish to follow me? These individuals have attempted to harm me multiple times, and now they wish to flee. What you believe should be done." Su Chen smiled. Shui Daiying snapped back to attention, hastily replying, "Leave them to me. I will provide you with a satisfactory answer." Chapter 60. The Alliance Group's screams echoed from downstairs as Su Chen made his way to Zhao Feng's lifeless body, ignoring the corpse entirely, instead picking up Zhao Feng's phone. The screen had not yet turned off. He had noticed earlier that Zhao Feng was filming while seemingly conversing with someone. Upon entering his account, he discovered an active group chat, a small one with barely a dozen members, named Destroy 9513 Alliance. This was a group created by Zhao Feng, and apart from him, Su Chen recognized none of the members, yet the discussions within were entirely centered around him. "Zhao Feng, it's best not to leave the group. We all share a stake in this. Do you think Su Chen wants to find out about you? Now, we must unite and devise a plan to deal with Su Chen." These individuals were indeed discussing methods to deal with Su Chen. Some suggested attempting to poison him, while others proposed attacking his dormitory again when he stepped out. There were even suggestions to use a seduction ploy to eliminate him. It was hard to believe that this was the topic of conversation among university students. Then, just yesterday, Zhao Feng excitedly announced in the group that he had found a way to kill Su Chen, urging everyone to await good news. They all expressed immense anticipation. Some mentioned they had not slept well since Su Chen had been alive, desperately hoping for his demise. Others insisted they could not rest until they saw Su Chen's corpse. Lastly, just moments ago, Zhao Feng had shared a video in the group, showing Su Chen standing at the door facing off against Shui Daiying. Zhao Feng accompanied it with a voice message. "Su Chen is about to die." Instantly, The group erupted with excitement, messages flooding in. Zhao Ge is mighty. We await your good news. I want to witness his death in person. Zhao Ge. Want to do a live stream? What's the status, Zhao Ge? Is he dead yet? I can't sleep well tonight. I'm counting on Zhao Ge. Su Chen is native. Zhao Feng had even noted their names and dormitory buildings, and every dormitory was accounted for. Su Chen surmised that these individuals were likely minor leaders like Zhao Feng, each commanding a group of underlings in their respective dormitories, holding significant influence, perhaps even being the king of their floors. They had all been incited by Zhao Feng to participate in the actions of that day. Following their failure, they were now terrified of Su Chen's potential retaliation, anxious for his demise. So you're all so concerned about me? Then let us meet. Su Chen smirked as he used Zhao Feng's account to send a message in the group. Everyone, meet at the bottom of Building 9. I have news that will ensure you all sleep soundly, and I wish to share it with you in person. After sending the message, Su Chen crushed the phone in his hand and tossed it onto Zhao Feng's corpse. He then returned to Alice's dormitory. The room was in disarray, and Alice remained slumped on the ground, her timid nature rendering her legs weak. Upon seeing Su Chen enter, Alice was taken aback, fearing that he had come to settle the score with her. I'm sorry, Su Chen. I had no intention of harming you. It was all them. They forced me, or they would have killed me. Tears welled in Alice's eyes as she spoke. Su Chen coldly remarked, so, in order to save your own life, you intend to end mine? Alice lowered her head. I'm truly sorry. I was wrong, Su Chen. Can you ever forgive me? Su Chen responded. Weakness and the fear of death do not justify harming others. You must understand that, compared to the murderer, the accomplice is even more despicable. You expect me to forgive someone who seeks to take my life? A shiver coursed through Alice's body as Su Chen's words pierced her heart like needles. Guilt and despair surged within her as she said, I understand now. I deserve to die. I am not worthy of your forgiveness. If you wish to kill me, then do it. She raised her head, closed her eyes, seemingly prepared to meet death, though fear gripped her heart, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. With the conversation reaching this point, the atmosphere turned tense, and it seemed that Su Chen had no choice but to end her life. After all, accomplices are indeed loathsome. Had she been a man or an unattractive woman, Su Chen would have shot her without hesitation. However, his earlier intentions were not aimed at killing Alice, but rather at making her acknowledge her sins and feel remorse. In essence, this was Su Chen's method of subduing her. Kneel properly and become my maid from this moment on, pledging your eternal loyalty to me, and I shall spare your life, Su Chen coldly declared. Alice was taken aback, opening her eyes to gaze at Su Chen. Maid? Su Chen replied, do you not understand Chinese? Slave, do you comprehend? Realizing her predicament, Alice immediately adopted a kneeling position and prostrated herself on the ground. I am willing to be your slave, forever loyal. She understood that refusing would result in a bullet in the next moment. She had no other option. Moreover, as long as she could survive, she had nothing to oppose. So what was the harm in being a slave? At least she would live. Su Chen inquired, I heard you were from Yingjiang? Alice confirmed yes. Su Chen nodded, excellent. I appreciate the spinelessness of your kind. Remember, your life belongs to me. Any mistake on your part, and I can take it back at any time. Alice bowed her head, understood. I know what I must do as a slave. Thank you for granting me the chance to live. She remained in her kneeling position, motionless until given further instructions by Su Chen. Seeing her resolve, Su Chen was about to speak when Yukishiro Sakura entered the room, covered in blood with her blade dripping. The aura she emanated resembled that of a deranged female antagonist from an anime. Su Chen could not help but feel a sense of wariness. Master, those people have been dealt with. None escaped, Yukishiro Sakura stated, bowing respectfully as she addressed Su Chen differently. Su Chen acknowledged it, realizing he had intended to eliminate those athletes anyway. Sakura had assisted him, saving him the effort, yet he was aware that gaining her loyalty would not be so simple. Disregarding her, he turned to Alice. You may rise. Alice lifted her head, appearing relieved. Yes, thank you, master. She stood up, her demeanor subservient and humble, reminiscent of a maidservant attending to an emperor in a court drama. Observing her, Yukishiro Sakura involuntarily furrowed her brow, though she refrained from commenting, seeing Alice as a timid, cowardly beauty. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Su Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully subduing a maid. Please assign her a task. Su Chen instructive. Let us go. You will accompany me back. He turned and walked outside, with Alice hastily following. Yukishiro Sakura paused, surprised that Su Chen truly intended for Alice to become his woman. She quickly chased after him, asking, Master, what about me? Chapter 61. The trial in the undergraduate dormitory area. Beneath Building 9, people began to gather from various directions, men and women alike, surrounding a singular individual, forming a group of no less than 30. These were the leaders of various dorms and their subordinates, having come in response to Zhao Feng's message. However, the presence of violent individuals in the area compelled the leaders to bring their lackeys, all armed, resembling a gang gathering for team building. After the apocalypse, The dormitory situation had indeed become akin to a gang, with each building representing a stronghold, each possessing at least one faction, some even hosting multiple groups. Enacting a daily display of underworld drama. Brother Zhao summoned us. It must mean Su Chen is dead. Someone remarked. We are risking our lives coming out here. But witnessing Su Chen's death would make it worthwhile. Another suggested, once we confirm Su Chen's demise, let us directly assault 513. The crowd murmured in agreement. Excitement building at the prospect of the valuable resources likely waiting in Su Chen's dorm. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. A significant threat was eliminated, and they could seize new supplies, truly a double blessing. The resources were secondary. Above all, they longed for a peaceful night's sleep after several sleepless nights. I haven't been able to sleep for days. Su Chen truly deserves death. They lamented, united in their desire to witness Su Chen's lifeless body. At the International Students' Dormitory, under Building 2, Su Chen led Alice to the entrance, where delicate snowflakes danced in the air. He retrieved his set of protective clothing and handed it to Alice. Put this on. Alice obediently took the garments and donned them. Master, what about me? Do I not receive any? Yukishiro Sakura exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the prospect of receiving protective gear, realizing it meant she could venture outside. Yet, Su Chen continued to ignore her. Once Alice was dressed, he summoned a snow vehicle from the system space. The vehicle materialized, landing steadily on the snow, leaving both Alice and Yukishiro Sakura dumbfounded. Huh? Gangdifa! Both exclaimed in disbelief at the miraculous sight. Su Chen had conjured a vehicle from thin air. Was this merely an illusion? Unable to contain her curiosity, Yukishiro Sakura asked, Master, how did you do that? Are you a magician? Having trained in martial arts for over a decade, she could hardly believe she was in a fantastical realm. Su Chen had already stepped outside, calling Alice, catch up, coming. Alice snapped back to reality, hurriedly following him. The two of them boarded the snow vehicle, with Su Chen taking the driver's seat, leaving no room for Yukishiro Sakura, who gazed at the falling snow, hesitant to step outside. Master, what about me? She pleaded anxiously. Su Chen finally turned to her, stating flatly, your trial is not over. If you truly wish to follow me, demonstrate your sincerity. From today onward, you shall walk to the undergraduate dormitory daily to pay your respects until I am satisfied. If you fail to do so, unless you choose to vanish completely, I will find time to deal with you. Yukishiro Sakura was taken aback. Su Chen revved the snow vehicle and added, by the way, I reside in room 513 of Building 9. Remember to bundle yourself up tightly. Should you fall ill, I will not hesitate to kill you. With that, he left Yukishiro Sakura behind, driving off into the distance. As she watched the snow vehicle disappear, her expression grew increasingly complex. Su Chen's demands were exceedingly challenging. While not life-threatening, they were undeniably torturous. Perhaps vanishing entirely would be her best option. As long as she evaded Su Chen's grasp, he could not harm her. Thoughts of revenge were beyond her imagination. Moreover, she bore no animosity towards him. It had been her scheming against Su Chen, and she had been defeated by him, accepting her loss graciously. As a member of the Sakura clan, she, like her ancestors, revered the strong. In her view, bowing to a stronger individual was not a shame, but a matter of course. Yet, she had just witnessed a magical spectacle. Su Chen had conjured a snow vehicle out of thin air. Su Chen, in her heart, was instantly enveloped in an aura of profound mystery. Not only was he exceptionally skilled, equipped with the finest gear, but he also exhibited a godlike proficiency in his maneuvers. An overwhelming curiosity compelled her to surrender to her desire for exploration. After all, it was merely a matter of walking a few kilometers to extend a greeting. Surely, she could accomplish that. Xu Edai enclenched her fists, her gaze resolute. Meanwhile, Su Chen deftly navigated through the snowy landscape, making his way out of the International Academy and returning to the undergraduate dormitory area. He felt a twinge of conflict regarding Xu Edai Ying. This cherry blossom girl was quite extraordinary. Unlike other goddesses, she possessed formidable strength that could even pose a threat to him. If he were to bring her into his fortress now, he would have to remain perpetually vigilant. Thus, until he could ascertain her unwavering loyalty, he had no intention of inviting her into his inner circle. Moreover, this cherry blossom girl was not among those he intended to rescue. He had yet to trigger any rescue mission concerning her, making it improbable that he would easily accept her. Perhaps eliminating her would be the wisest choice, yet truthfully, Su Chen felt a pang of reluctance. Such a stunning cherry blossom girl would indeed be a tragic loss. Let us see if she can withstand the trials ahead. She might very well falter and flee, or perhaps even meet her demise, but that would depend on her fate. After all, he had nothing to lose. At that moment, Alice's emotions were equally complex. For someone educated in modern times, particularly a girl raised in a free country like Eagle Sauce, suddenly becoming another's slave was jarring. If she accepted it outright, it would seem unnatural. Her kneeling before Su Chen was motivated not only by guilt, but, more significantly, by fear. Deep within her heart lingered a flicker of hope, a yearning to escape his grasp someday. After all, Su Chen had spared even Xu Ying. It seemed he possessed a reluctance to harm women. The snowmobile sped swiftly, returning to the undergraduate dormitory area in no time, heading straight for Building 9. With a graceful drift, the snowmobile came to a halt beneath Building 9, instantly drawing the attention of a group of onlookers, who gazed up in astonishment. Su Chen, taken aback by the number of people present, shrugged it off. More company mattered little to him. He remained in the vehicle, locking eyes with the crowd. Eventually, someone could no longer contain themselves and tentatively called out, "Zhao Ge." Su Chen shook his head and finally spoke. "Is everyone here? Zhao Feng is dead." "I am Su Chen." A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. Some quickly realized they had been deceived. It was not Zhao Feng who summoned them, but Su Chen, who intended to ensnare them all. Understanding dawned upon one individual, prompting them to flee without a moment's hesitation. In the next instant, a deafening gunshot echoed, jolting everyone into a state of panic. Chapter 62. A Sweep Chu fan, the esteemed leader of the male dormitory in Building 8, was a junior majoring in management. His position as the leader was merely a result of his roommates elevating him. He was the dorm head, and the decision to unleash the berserkers upon Su Chen's dormitory was a collective agreement he could not oppose. For days, he had been plagued by sleepless nights, fearful of Su Chen's retribution. Perusing the chat records in the Alliance group, Chu Fan was the most active participant, yearning for Su Chen's demise more than anyone else. At that moment, confronted with the living embodiment of Su Chen, Chu Fan was the first to react, turning tail in terror. However, a second later, a thunderous gunshot shattered the air, paralyzing him in fear as cold sweat broke out across his body in the frigid weather. Fortunately, Su Chen's shot was fired into the air, intended to assert control over the crowd. "I'm not dead. I'm not dead." Chu Fan felt on the verge of collapse, wishing instead for a swift end at the hands of Su Chen. Overwhelmed by mental strain, he fell to his knees. The others fared no better, each rendered speechless by fear. "Let us see who dares to flee. The next bullet shall find its mark in the head," Su Chen remarked, casually toying with his golden desert eagle. The effectiveness of truth was remarkable as the crowd stood frozen in place. Su Chen announced, "Those whose names I call, step forward and reveal who is absent." Building 1, Yu Rong. A trembling girl stepped forward. Building 2, Lin Yulong. With each name called, another individual emerged. Building 3, who is missing from Building 8? "Chu Fan, where are you?" Su Chen furrowed his brow. "I am here, my apologies. My legs have turned to jelly." Chu Fan stammered as he stumbled forth, clearly unable to stand firm. Continuing through the list of names, everyone in the Alliance group had arrived, forming an orderly line. Su Chen expressed satisfaction. It was better this way, sparing him the trouble of hunting down stragglers. "Su Chen, what is your intention?" a girl awkwardly inquired, her forced smile evident. She was Yu Rong from Building 1. Su Chen replied with a smile, "You should all understand. The message that summoned you is sent by me. As I mentioned, I have come to ensure you all can sleep soundly." Yu Rong, filled with elation, exclaimed, "You won't hold us accountable?" "Thank you, truly. I was merely momentarily foolish." Bang. Her words were abruptly cut off by the sound of gunfire, and a gaping wound appeared in her forehead as the bullet pierced through her skull, exiting through the back and scattering blood across the ground, splattering those behind her. Her eyes widened in shock as she fell, lifeless. A cacophony of gasps erupted from the crowd, all terrified. Chu Fan collapsed, feeling warmth trickle down his leg, quickly freezing in the biting cold, leaving only a lingering scent of urine. Alice, witnessing Yu Rong's fall, was rendered speechless, questioning her master's aversion to killing women. "I did not speak falsely. Observe how soundly she sleeps," Su Chen remarked with a smile. "He intends to kill us all. Let us charge him together. I refuse to believe he can handle us all." Suddenly, a male student shouted, leading the charge towards Su Chen. Recognizing him as one of the dorm leaders, Su Chen immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck true, piercing the forehead. "You have slain our leader. We shall retaliate," someone shouted in outrage, prompting 4 individuals to charge at Su Chen with clubs in hand. The remaining dorm leaders quickly caught on. One had spoken truthfully. Their numbers were overwhelming, and Su Chen might not withstand their assault. "Quick, let us unite. We can surely kill him. Charge forth. Let's tear him to pieces." The dorm leaders rallied their followers, and in a frenzy, 20 to 30 individuals surged towards Su Chen. Alice, witnessing this chaos, was terrified, while Su Chen laughed, shouting, "Come fort. Since you all wished in my life, I feel no guilt whatsoever." With those words, he leaped from the snowmobile, confronting them single-handedly. What appeared to be a gang assault on one individual was, in reality, a solitary figure sweeping the battlefield. Utilizing the Taizu long fist martial art alongside his unparalleled marksmanship, he executed a flawless combat strategy, striking down opponents with his fists and finishing them off with bullets. Every shot found its mark. Heads exploded, limbs shattered, and no bullet was wasted. As bodies fell one after another, the remaining individuals were gripped by terror, instinctively seeking to flee. Yet, Su Chen was unyielding, dispatching them with bullets from behind. In the end, the ground was littered with corpses, the air thick with the scent of blood, and none had escaped. The last survivor was Chu Fan, who had not participated in the fray. He was paralyzed by fear, unable to move. Su Chen stepped over the bodies, standing before him. "You're called Chu Fan?" Su Chen Ingwei. Chu Fan replied, "Yes." Bang! Su Chen pulled the trigger, ignoring his feeble attempts at defense. Chu Fan's eyes widened in shock, and his body swayed before he fell silent. Among the group, your words were the most venomous. Su Chen shook his head and holstered his weapon. He then returned to the snowmobile and said to the dazed Ai Si, "Get off, we have arrived." Ai Si trembled as she dismounted. Su Chen gestured, and the snowmobile vanished. Ai Si was astounded. She had witnessed it clearly. He truly possessed magic. At that moment, the last flicker of hope in her heart extinguished completely. From now on, her existence was reduced to two options: serve Su Chen as a maid or perish. Arriving at the entrance of the dormitory, Su Chen knocked on the closed glass door. A young man hurried over and opened it. "Su Chen, the junior has returned," he said with a forced smile, though his face was pale and his hands trembled, making an effort to avoid the sight of the corpses strewn outside. This young man was Wang Guanghui, the captain of the defense team of Building 9, a sophomore who had been invited to lead the team but had ultimately been declined by Su Chen, allowing Wang Guanghui to take the position instead. Only Su Chen could enter and exit Building 9 freely. The defense team dared not hinder him. The commotion caused by a group of people had drawn the attention of the defense team, and Wang Guanghui had come to assess the situation, but upon seeing their fierce demeanor, he refrained from intervening. It turned out that this group had come for Su Chen, only to be entirely annihilated by him alone. In Wang Guanghui's eyes, Su Chen was akin to a demon from hell. Su Chen glanced at Wang Guanghui and the group of defense team members hiding inside, smiling as he said, "Wang, I appreciate your efforts. Could you clear the outside? Afterward, I shall treat everyone to a nice meal. Thank you." Chapter 63. The English teacher within the Doomsday fortress. After much effort, Su Chen finally brought Ai Si back. Upon entering the fortress, Ai Si was as astounded as Xing Fei and the others had been. In her eyes, Su Chen had become a figure of divine reverence. She was a believer in God, convinced of the existence of the divine, and, evidently, Su Chen was a god. How else could one explain his conjuring of a snowmobile or the hidden wonders within his dormitory? Xing Fei and Jiang Xiaolu were both curiously intrigued by Ai Si's arrival. Their master had ventured out and returned with a foreign beauty, a stunning girl with golden hair and blue eyes. Was her master's business now extending internationally? Meanwhile, Lin Wanxi, who was busy mopping the floor, glanced at Ai Si but quickly returned to her work, though a hint of complexity flickered in her eyes, leaving one to ponder her thoughts. "This is your new sister. Please introduce yourselves." Su Chen smiled. Ai Si snapped back to reality and quickly smiled, saying, "Hi, I am Ai Si." Xing Fei and Jiang Xiaolu approached, offering warm smiles. "I am Xing Fei. Welcome, Ai Si." "I am Jiang Xiaolu. Welcome. You are so beautiful. Your skin is so fair." Of course, she is fair. She is a Caucasian. The three women engaged in lively conversation. Su Chen glanced at Lin Wanxi and asked, "Aren't you coming over?" "I will," Lin Wanxi replied, finally standing up and walking over to Ai Si, saying coolly, "Hello, I am Lin Wanxi." "Hello." Ai Si responded, admiring her surroundings and exclaiming, "You are all so beautiful." Lin Wanxi managed a faint smile and turned to Su Chen, asking, "May I continue cleaning?" "Go ahead," Su Chen replied. Lin Wanxi turned back to her task, and Su Chen did not press her. She was still in the observation period and could potentially be infected with the virus. Life here could end at any moment. So it was understandable that her mood was grim. After all, if she were to be infected, Su Chen would undoubtedly expel her without hesitation, making it impossible for her to continue living here comfortably. "Fei Fei, please take Ai Si to shower," Su Chen instructed Xing Fei. Understanding his meaning, she replied, "Yes, master." "Ai Si, follow me." In the maid's room, approximately 10 minutes later, freshly bathed Ai Si was brought into the room by Xing Fei, where Su Chen awaited on the bed. Ai Si appeared radiant, her cheeks flushed, whether from shyness or the warmth of the water was unclear. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall over one shoulder, revealing her long, fair swan neck, while her thin bathrobe hinted at the alluring curves beneath. Su Chen gazed at her with keen interest. Setting aside other thoughts, this foreign beauty was captivating, and one wondered how she maintained such innocence in a place like Jiang, known for its open-mindedness. "Ai Si, have you never had a boyfriend before?" Su Chen Ingwei. Ai Si replied, "My family is conservative. Our beliefs prohibit such behavior before marriage. And I am still young, just 18, so I have never been in a relationship." Su Chen nodded, smiling. "You see. Now, I wish for you to do something that contradicts your beliefs. Are you willing?" Ai Si immediately responded, "I have abandoned my beliefs. My only faith now is in you, master. I belong entirely to you." Su Chen responded with a chuckle. "So, this was taught to you by Fei Fei, wasn't it?" Alice shyly stuck out her tongue in acknowledgement. Indeed, I am your sole belief, and you are my loyal servant. My fortress does not harbor idlers. I must assign you some tasks, Su Chen stated. Alice asked, what does Master need me to do? Su Chen said, you seem to be studying computer science? Yes, Master. I'm a hacker, Alice affirmed. Good, but this skill is not particularly useful at the moment. Perhaps it will come in handy later. For now, my English has always been poor, so you'll be my English teacher temporarily, Su Chen proposed. Alice agreed eagerly, of course, Master. Su Chen smiled slightly. Come teach me now. Let us engage in some in-depth exchanges. Understanding his intent, Alice, having learned from Xing Fei, reached to loosen the sash of her bathrobe, which slid down smoothly. In a maid's room, Lin Wanxi, having finished her cleaning, returned to her room, sitting on the bed with her knees hugged to her chest, tears brimming in her eyes. Although the soundproofing of the rooms was excellent, preventing her from hearing anything from next door, she was acutely aware of what was transpiring. For days, she had been engulfed in anxiety, fearing she might contract the virus after being abandoned by Cohen in the snow. Exposed to the elements for an extended period, this possibility loomed large. The better life here became, the more intense her anxiety grew, as she feared losing everything at any moment. If only she could be as carefree as Xing Fei and Jiang Xiaolu. The arrival of Alice only exacerbated her anxiety. This foreign girl was undeniably beautiful, her looks rivaling her own, yet she possessed an exotic charm that rendered Lin Wanxi's uniqueness obsolete. It dawned on her that she was not irreplaceable. Su Chen could easily find another exquisite beauty. Her value felt diminished. What she once considered her most treasured possession now seemed less significant. Her perspective shifted. As long as she could survive, she would willingly offer her most valuable asset to Su Chen. Yet, before the observation period concluded, even if she were willing, Su Chen would likely refuse. This thought filled her with a profound sense of grievance. Once a proud and noble campus goddess, she now found herself in such a predicament. Stripped of any pride in front of Su Chen. Nearly an hour later, after an intimate exchange with Alice, Su Chen heard a system notification chime in his ear. Ding. Successful strategy execution on the goddess detected. Hidden reward triggered. You have earned double merit points. 90,000 merit points. Su Chen felt elated. The highest single reward had been refreshed to 90,000. Today had indeed been worthwhile. This sparked his anticipation for Lin Wanxi in the days to come. If Lin Wanxi does not fall ill by then, after communicating with her, the single merit points will refresh again, reaching a total of 100,000. After all, Lin Wanxi remains his high-scoring goddess. At this moment, Alice lay exhausted in the quilt, her cheeks still tinged with a lingering blush. Unlike her first encounter with Xing and Jiang, this time it was not shyness she displayed, but rather a sense of enjoyment. Her gaze naturally exuding an alluring aura. The foreign girl was indeed captivating, and seeing her in such a state, Su Chen could not help but feel a strong impulse to hold her down. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Upon receiving Su Chen's consent, Xing Fei entered and bowed slightly, saying, Master, a girl is outside claiming she wishes to pay her respects to you. Su Chen responded with an O, realizing it was Shui Daying who had arrived. Chapter 64. Shui Daying pays her respects at the bottom of Building 9, Wang Guanghui, accompanied by members of the defense team, was diligently clearing the battlefield. This task proved to be quite arduous, as it required not only vigilance against the encroaching snow, but also caution against potentially approaching violent individuals. However, they dared not defy Su Chen's orders. Although he was relatively fair and did not demand their services for free, even if he offered no compensation, they had no choice but to comply. The entire building had come to understand that the occupants of room 513 were not to be trifled with. Of course, Su Chen's presence was not without its advantages for them. While conflicts might arise between different buildings, no one dared to cause trouble at Building 9 anymore. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed team member noticed something and alerted Wang Guanghui, Boss, look over there. Wang Guanghui followed his gaze and saw a figure slowly approaching Building 9 through the swirling snow. Someone was coming. The group displayed wary expressions in this environment. Who besides Su Chen would dare to venture out alone? As the figure drew closer, they were astonished to discover that it was a woman. Despite her face being obscured by a thick scarf, her long black hair was not fully concealed. She was wrapped in a down coat, cinched tightly at the waist with a leather belt, which prominently held a black longsword. She walked slowly, yet each step was steady, though her eyes revealed a hint of fatigue, possibly from a long journey. Hello, is this Building 9? I am here to see your boss, the girl said, scanning the crowd with her gaze. Wang Guanghui was taken aback. Although she was a woman, the sword made her appear formidable, instilling an inexplicable fear within him. What do you want with me? Wang Guanghui replied defensively. The girl responded, I mean Su Chen. ISNT your boss? Wang Guanghui sighed in relief, but inwardly chuckled at the situation. Who could deny that Su Chen was indeed the boss, practically reigning over the entire dormitory area now? Oh, you're looking for Su Chen, Jr.? Wait a moment. What do you want with him? Wang Guangwei's heart raced. What if she was here to stir trouble for Su Chen? If he let her in and Su Chen held him accountable, what would he do? This girl was... Of course, Shui Daiying. With a smile, Shui Daiying replied, he invited me. I am here to pay my respects. Before she could finish, she was abruptly interrupted. The violent ones. They are coming. A student shouted. A cacophony of roars erupted as a group of violent individuals charged toward them. It seemed the outcasts had finally caught wind of the commotion and were coming to rob them. Quick, get inside, Wang Guanghui shouted, beckoning everyone to rush into the building. Just then, a figure dashed out, charging straight toward the group of violent individuals. The crowd realized it was the very girl who had just arrived. In an instant, Shui Daiying met the violent ones, drawing her sword with a sharp sound. With both hands gripping the blade, she unleashed a dazzling display of swordsmanship. Within moments, the entire group of violent individuals lay motionless in the snow, their blood staining the white ground. Shui Daiying shook her sword to rid it of the remaining blood, sheathed it, and turned back toward the astonished crowd. May I go in now? She smiled. The crowd remained stunned. The sight they had just witnessed was astonishing. One girl had dispatched an entire group of violent individuals. The last time they had been so shocked was by Su Chen. Wang Guanghui hastily nodded, stepping aside, not daring to obstruct her. He certainly did not want to face her blade. Shui Daiying walked past the crowd, took a few steps, then paused, smiling. By the way, I didn't finish earlier. I am Su Chen's servant. The crowd's eyes widened. It seemed that Shui Daiying had just noticed the bodies around her and curiously inquired, what happened here? Wang Guanghui wiped the cold sweat from his brow and explained. It was Su Chen, Jr., recounting how Su Chen single-handedly took on 20 to 30 individuals. Shui Daiying's eyes sparkled with delight, exclaiming, as expected of my master. Truly impressive. And he claims he is not a hidden master. After that, she eagerly entered the building. Arriving at the door of room 513, Shui Daiying knocked. A voice from inside called, who are you? What do you want? Shui Daiying thought to herself, realizing there was more than one maid in Su Chen's dormitory, and replied, Su Chen summoned me. I am here to pay my respects. Wait a moment. Came the response from inside, followed by silence. Shui Daiying had no choice but to wait. After a full 10 minutes, the dormitory door finally opened, and a girl dressed in a maid outfit peeked out, saying, the master allows you to enter. Thank you, Shui Daiying nodded, following her inside. The sight before her made her gasp in surprise. Her reaction was more exaggerated than any goddess's first visit. No one could match the excitement of a cherry blossom girl. She then saw Su Chen lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, while Alice, draped in her golden hair and wrapped in a bathrobe, lay lazily on the floor like a pet, resting against Su Chen's feet. Behind Su Chen stood two more maids, each more beautiful than the last. Even as a woman, Shui Daiying felt envious. Su Chen's treatment was akin to that of an emperor, especially in this apocalyptic world. He was living in luxury. What surprised her even more was that Alice seemed to have already. You have arrived sooner than I expected, Su Chen spoke. Shui Daiying snapped back to reality, quickly bowing. Shui Daiying pays her respects to the master. Su Chen nodded. Good, you may return now, come back tomorrow. Having witnessed the splendor within the fortress, Shui Daiying was immediately enamored and, weary from her journey, had no desire to leave. Master, could you take me in? I promise to be utterly loyal to you, or else may I perish by 1,000 arrows. Su Chen replied, when I wish to take you in, I will surely say so. Asking now will yield no results. Leave, I do not wish to repeat myself. Shui Daiying bit her lip, resolutely bowed, and replied, understood. She turned and exited. The fortress door closed behind her as she returned to the bitter cold outside. Separated by a mere door, it felt as though two worlds existed. The shock lingering in Shui Daiying's heart was indelible. Everything felt remarkably surreal, as if she had just emerged from a beautiful dream. How had Su Chen accomplished all this? The dormitory was so spacious and warm. Was he truly a deity? It was the only explanation that made sense. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, her determination was unwavering. She would pursue Su Chen at all costs. Chapter 65. Xiaoming Yao seeks help again. Shui Daiying did not return to the international student dormitory. She had exhausted most of her strength on the way here. And with the relentless snowstorm now raging outside, venturing out at this moment could spell disaster. She resolved to remain, planning to come to Su Chen's door each day to plead for him to open it. He did not open the door, so she knelt down until he did. She firmly believed in the power of perseverance. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, she had honed her skills through sheer willpower. Now, she was determined to move Su Chen with her tenacity. She found an empty dormitory in Building 9 to temporarily settle in, having wisely packed some food in her coat just in case, ensuring she would not go hungry today. The environment in the undergraduate dormitories, especially the boys' quarters, was deplorable. Following the apocalypse, the lack of running water made the stench unbearable, rendering it uninhabitable compared to the international student apartments. However, Shui Daiying endured, viewing it as part of her trial. Once she persisted until Su Chen opened the door for her, she would gain access to a fortress akin to paradise. She envisioned Su Chen's dormitory as a stronghold, recalling Zhao Feng's words about its reinforced door that even a horde of marauders could not breach. Equipped with heavy machine guns, truly a fortress. Upon entering, she noticed a large refrigerator within, stocked with fresh fruits and vegetables, even fresh meat in the kitchen. Water stains marked the bathroom entrance, still awaiting cleanup. Yet everyone inside was impeccably clean, including Alice, who seemed to have just bathed. Everything indicated an ample supply of water within the fortress. It was also warm inside. She felt hot, even in her coat. While Su Chan's maids donned light-made outfits. Such a miraculous scene, a glimpse of heaven amidst the apocalypse. Before she knew it, night fell. After dinner, Su Chen lounged on the sofa in the living room, activating the monitoring equipment. Meanwhile, 4 maids, Xing Fei, Jiang Xiaolu, Lin Wanxi, and Alice, gathered around the table to eat. Within the fortress, there was a clear distinction between master and servants. They could only eat after Su Chen had finished and granted permission. Fortunately, Su Chen had never made them suffer, ensuring they were well fed at every meal, provided they had not erred. Otherwise, they would go hungry, as nothing could remind them of their status better than an empty stomach. They were Su Chen's maids and must remain loyal. At that moment, Su Chen's gaze fixed upon the monitoring screen, focusing on a particular dormitory. Inside, Xue Dai-Ying sat on a metal bunk bed, wrapped in a filthy blanket, leisurely gnawing on a piece of hardtack. It seemed she had disobeyed his orders and did not return to the international student dormitory. Since his return, the snow outside had not ceased, and he understood that venturing out could very well lead to her demise, or at the very least, significantly increase the risk of infection. However, she had tidied up the boys' dormitory, suggesting she was not merely staying for a night. Did she intend to remain here? What was her plan? Su Chen felt a flicker of curiosity. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying a call from Xia Mengyao. Oh, it was her? He had blocked Xia Mengyao, but had forgotten to blacklist her number on his phone, which was understandable given that people rarely called each other anymore. His first reaction was disbelief. She was still alive? After all, it had been over 10 days since their last contact, when she had begged him for food. Her survival was indeed a feat. He had almost forgotten her existence. Yet Xia Mengyao clearly had not forgotten what she had done to him. Seeing her name brought everything flooding back. Su Chen had no interest in her intentions. All he wished to know was whether she had perished. And the more tragic her end, the more satisfaction he derived. Thus, he hung up the phone, disinterested in listening. To prevent her from calling again, he unlocked his phone, intending to blacklist her number. Just then, a message pinged through. Xia Mengyao. Su Chen, pick up the phone, or you will regret it. Su Chen chuckled. She had not changed at all, her threats as typical as ever. What could he possibly regret? He swiftly blocked her. Building 6. Following the destruction of the Jinzi gang by Su Chen, the atmosphere in Building 6 had grown quite delicate. People banded together, and numerous groups imitating the Jinzi gang emerged, each competing for dominance, engaging in constant skirmishes over resources. After the appearance of the marauders, these groups settled somewhat, collectively agreeing to take turns guarding the entrances against the marauders. Nevertheless, the 3rd floor had become a forbidden zone for all groups. On the day the Jinzi gang fell, someone had witnessed the legendary figure clad in protective gear. It was this mysterious individual who had obliterated the Jinzi gang, and thus, everything belonging to them was implicitly considered the property of that individual, leaving no one daring to encroach. In truth, it was Xia Mengyao and a group of women who inherited the assets of the Jinzi gang. Neither Xia Mengyao nor her companions had anticipated that Su Chan's lingering influence would protect them for over 10 days. Had they known that Su Chen did not care about the Jinzi gang's legacy, Xia Mengyao and her group would have long been devoured by wolves. They had experienced internal strife, with Xia Mengyao ultimately emerging as the leader due to her cunning. Each day, her greatest concern was the boys in the building, fearing they might set their sights on them. Thus, she warned the other women to never venture outside, ensuring the boys remained unaware of their presence. Her greatest wish was to leave the boys' dormitory with supplies, but that plan was currently unfeasible. As time passed, the 3rd floor inevitably attracted attention, with boys occasionally sneaking up to peek down the corridor. Once, someone even knocked on the door, sending the women into a panic. Fortunately, they had already secured the doors and windows, covering the glass with paper, rendering their activities invisible from the outside. However, uncertainty plagued their minds. How much time remained before the boys discovered them? Xia Mengyao pondered deeply before deciding to seek Su Chen's assistance. Without comparison, there could be no pain. Once, she had regarded Su Chen with disdain, using him as a cautionary tale for the suitors, mocking him without remorse. Yet, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, she realized that Su Chen was indeed her best option. He possessed the formidable strength to single-handedly annihilate the Jinzi gang and had an abundance of supplies. If she were ultimately doomed to be ravaged by men, she would prefer it to be at Su Chen's hands, willingly offering herself to him. Chapter 66. the noblewoman Song Jiai. Su Chen, I know I may have gone a bit too far that day, but that is all in the past, isn't it? The world has ended, and you can't possibly be so petty as to hold on to such trivial matters. To express my apologies, I would like to meet with you. Didn't you express a desire to be my boyfriend? Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. She sent this to Su Chen, who never replied, leaving her uncertain if he had even seen it. Frustrated, Xiaoming Yao resorted to calling Su Chen, only to have the call mercilessly terminated. Reluctantly, she decided to send another message. This was her second attempt. She composed it and clicked send, only to be met with a failure notification. Damn it. Su Chen had even blacklisted her number. Su Chen, you bastard. Your grudges are as small as a needle's eye. Xiaoming Yao was nearly driven to fury. Meanwhile, Su Chen felt a wave of satisfaction, hoping the next news he received from Xiaoming Yao would be her death announcement. Ha, you vile woman. Think what you will of my character. Even if I were to assist a pig, I would never help you. Su Chen sneered inwardly. Just as he was about to put down his phone, a message notification pinged, presenting him with an unexpected surprise. It was from Song Bauer. Wasn't she supposed to be picked up by her sister? Was this a farewell? Su Chen thought as he opened the message. Economics student Song Bauer. Su Chen, my sister wants to add you. Could you please accept a request? Su Chen responded with a casual acknowledgement, no problem. Upon hearing from Song Bauer that her brother-in-law was a wealthy man, he found himself intrigued, wondering what her affluent sister might be like, especially given Song Bauer's striking beauty. There were numerous new verification messages awaiting his attention, but due to his busyness that day, he hadn't had a chance to review them. He clicked on one, which was noted as being from Song Bauer's sister. He approved the request and added her as a friend, revealing her ID, Song Jiai. As was customary, the first thing he did was to check her moments. Song Jiai had set her privacy to 6 months, and the latest post was from 3 days prior, showcasing her dining alone at an upscale restaurant, surrounded by an array of extravagant dishes and a singular selfie. The woman in the photo appeared to be in her 30s, resting her chin on her hand, flashing a radiant smile that exuded happiness. Whether it was the luxury that nourished her or the prowess of photo editing, she possessed a fair complexion, bright eyes, and a resemblance to Song Bauer, embodying the image of a devoted wife, perfectly fitting the ideals of a virtuous woman in a prosperous nation. What a lovely lady. It seemed these sisters were indulging in life's grandeur, causing a wave of envy to wash over Su Chen. Suddenly, he received a message from Song Jiai. Exiting moments, he read, Song Jiai, you must be Su Chen, right? I heard from Bauer about what happened yesterday, and I wanted to thank you for rescuing my little one. Su Chen replied, it was merely a small effort. No need for thanks. Song Jiai, you're such a good student. I wish to repay you, but unfortunately, money has lost its value. I have nothing else to offer. She responded. Su Chen wanted to tell her otherwise. No, you have something. Su Chen, no need. Song Jiai, you're truly kind. I owe you a favor. After a while, Song Jiai sent another message. After thinking it over, I will transfer you some money. I feel a bit guilty for not giving you anything. Soon after, Su Chen received several transfers totaling 2 million. This was the maximum amount allowed. Otherwise, Song Jiai might have sent more. Amused and perplexed, Su Chen thought that if it were before the end of the world, he would have been thrilled by such a fortune. But now he couldn't even muster the energy to accept it. Thus, the conversation with Song Jiai concluded. Although Su Chen was somewhat attracted to the affluent woman, he was not one to act frivolously and did not wish to tarnish her favorable impression of him. He was no rogue. The connection with the Song sisters seemed to have reached its conclusion. Unexpectedly, the following morning, Su Chen received a system notification. Ding! New rescue mission detected. Mission details. Song Bauer is about to face personal danger. A group of armed individuals is approaching her. Mission level, Nightmare. Mission reward, 60,000. Surprised, Su Chen noted that the mission level had escalated to Nightmare for the first time, with the reward magnified tenfold to 60,000 merit points. What was happening? A group of armed individuals was targeting Song Bauer. Based on her own words, he knew that Song Jiai had found a way to send someone to take her away. Were the people Song Jiai sent the same as those posing a threat? If not, who were these armed individuals? If they were, how could Song Jiai, as an elder sister, wish harm upon her sibling? After their exchange last night, Su Chen found it hard to believe that Song Jiai could be the type to harm her sister. He sensed her deep concern for Song Bauer. Having saved Song Bauer, Song Jiai was immensely grateful. Was there a misunderstanding? Su Chen pondered, recalling that when he faced a group attack at the foreign student dormitory, even with the confrontation with Xue Daiqing, the mission had been merely of nightmare level. This mission truly warranted such a classification, indicating that the so-called armed individuals likely wielded firearms. If nothing else, this would mark his first encounter with external forces. The adversaries were becoming increasingly troublesome. Shaking his head, Su Chen envisioned the faces of his Song sisters. If he turned a blind eye, would these splendid sisters truly be lost forever? Very well. Su Chen clenched his teeth. The apocalypse was no mere banquet. The campus was not an eternal greenhouse. The world beyond was vast, undoubtedly more complex and perilous. As time passed and interactions with the outside world became inevitable, he might as well seize this opportunity to gauge the situation and hone his skills. Su Chen picked up his phone and sent a voice call to Song Bauer. Upon her answering, "Su Chen, what is up?" He smiled. "I wanted to ask when you would be leaving school." Song Bauer replied cheerfully, "I received a message from my sister this morning. Her people are already on their way, and I'll be leaving soon. Thank you again for saving me that day. Without you, I wouldn't be here today." Su Chen said, "To be honest, having known you, I feel a bit reluctant to see you go." Song Bauer giggled. "Really? Are you confessing your feelings?" Su Chen chuckled. "So Bauer, let me come and see you off. Is that really okay? Want to put you at risk, especially since it seems to be snowing outside?" She asked. "No worries. I genuinely want to see you," he assured her. Chapter 67. External Forces. Hearing Su Chen's straightforward words, Song Bauer blushed, feeling a mix of surprise. Did Su Chen perhaps have feelings for her? Why else would he insist on seeing her off upon hearing she was leaving? She was quite confident in her appearance. Even before the apocalypse, many suitors had pursued her, but she had never reciprocated, as her sister advised against premature romance, believing most campus romances ended in disappointment. She intended to preserve her most valuable assets for society, thereby enhancing her competitiveness. In essence, her sister aspired for her to marry into wealth. It wasn't that her sister looked down on the less fortunate, but rather she wished to spare her sibling from the hardships of life. Thus, following their original trajectory, both sisters would have remained women unreachable by someone like Su Chen. It was only through the unique circumstances of the apocalypse that Su Chen had the chance to meet them. However, Song Bauer held her own views on the apocalypse. Despite everyone proclaiming it as the end, she did not perceive it as such, believing it to be merely a temporary natural disaster that would soon pass. Furthermore, this disaster was not particularly severe for the wealthy. She knew her brother-in-law had moved into a safe house the day after the calamity struck. It was said that wealthy individuals' safe houses were designed to withstand disasters, equipped with ample resources and insulated from external conditions, whether it be a frigid apocalypse, a flood, or even an asteroid impact. In truth, Song Bauer held a favorable impression of Su Chen. His previous actions had left her in awe. However, she feared she could not accept his kindness, as her sister would surely disapprove. Her sister was waiting for the disaster to pass to introduce her to a top-tier wealthy suitor. Naturally, Song Bauer would not share these thoughts with Su Chen. Her kind nature prevented her from voicing hurtful sentiments. "Thank you, Su Chen, but I think it's best if you don't come. It might put you at risk." She diplomatically declined. Su Chen, unaware of her inner turmoil and recognizing that his offer to see her off was merely a pretext, simply smiled and replied, "Understood." Before ending the call, Building 5. Two guards stationed at the entrance of the school suddenly appeared anxious. "The man is back," quickly informed the head. One guard hastily took out his phone to contact Li Jinlan. As Su Chen arrived at the entrance and knocked on the door, the other guard dared not impede him and obediently opened the door. "Epan entering. Su Chen nadith, expressing gratitud." "Thank you. By the way, more people will arrive shortly. I'm unsure of their exact number, but it is best not to stop them." The guard, confused, asked, "Are they with you? What do they want?" Su Chen replied, "They are not with me. Just listen to my advice. Let them in and keep your distance, as they are dangerous individuals." The guard was taken aback, questioning, "Is there anyone more dangerous than you in this school?" Ascending the stairs, Su Chen reached Song Bauer's dormitory. At that moment, Song Bauer was filled with excitement, eagerly awaiting her sister's arrival to take her away. Finally, she could leave this perilous place. Her sister's villa was far safer, and she felt utterly alone here. Suddenly, a knock at the door caused her to believe her ride had arrived. Joyfully, she approached to open the door, only to find Su Chen standing outside. "Su Chen?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Didn't you say you wouldn't come to see me off? Yet here you are." It seemed he truly could not bear to part with her. Having only met once, was this love at first sight? Her cheeks flushed as she felt a twinge of guilt, pondering how to convey to Su Chen that their paths could not intertwine. Ultimately, she decided to remain silent, as leaving today would likely mean their paths would diverge indefinitely. Su Chen smiled and said, "I've thought it over, having met you. I wanted to come and see you off." Song Bauer beamed. "Thank you. Please come in." No sooner had Su Chen settled in than Li Jinlan arrived with several guards in tow. "Su Chen, is it true that more people are coming? What is going on?" Li Jinlan inquired straightforwardly. Song Bauer quickly explained, "Head, my sister is sending someone to pick me up." Li Jinlan responded, "Is that so? Why didn't you mention it before?" "I intended to inform you once they arrived," Song Bauer replied. Li Jinlan continued, "Since these are the individuals coming for Bauer, what do you mean by saying our people should hide?" Both Song Bauer and Li Jinlan turned their gazes towards Su Chen in surprise. Su Chen explained, "I worry about a potential conflict with your guards. After all, head, you aren't exactly welcoming to males." Song Bauer sighed in relief, realizing the misunderstanding, and apologized. "I'm sorry, head. I should have told you sooner." "Head, may I request a favor?" Su Chen suddenly asked. Li Jinlan could hardly refuse, responding, "Go ahead." Su Chen requested, "Please have the guard at the entrance keep an eye on the visitors and inform me of their numbers and any weapons they carry." Li Jinlan, puzzled by his interest in this information, simply nodded in agreement. A short while later, Li Jinlan received a message. Looking down at her phone, she announced they've arrived, 3 men, and they are armed. She looked at Su Chen and Song Bauer in shock. Su Chen nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. It was no wonder the task's difficulty level was categorized as a nightmare. 3 men bearing arms were indeed perilous. Song Bauer, unaware of the seriousness of the issue, reassured, "Head, it's all right. They must be armed for my protection." Meanwhile, moments earlier, 2 snowmobiles raced across the snowy terrain, arriving at the dormitory area. 3 armed men, all fully equipped, disembarked from their vehicles. They wore thick hats and goggles, their faces obscured by scarves, moving with the agility of seasoned professionals. Was it really necessary for the boss to send us all this way just to retrieve a girl? One grumbled. The apparent leader retorted, "Of course it was necessary." The boss emphasized that this girl is crucial. "We cannot afford to fail and must ensure her safe return. So be cautious." The first man laughed. "What could possibly go wrong at a student dormitory? That girl will probably be thrilled to see us." The third man nodded in agreement, aside from the distance. "This is undoubtedly the easiest task we've ever undertaken." Arriving at Building 5, the 3 armed men parked their snowmobiles and approached the entrance. They noticed the locked door and the presence of a guard. "Looks like there are some wild ones here," one remarked. "Stay alert if you spot one. Eliminate them without hesitation," the leader instructed before knocking on the door and gesturing to the guard inside. Seeing the imposing figures, the 2 guards inside were terrified and hurriedly opened the door, avoiding eye contact. The men entered and scrutinized the guards with predatory gazes. One could not resist pinching a guard's cheek, sending her trembling in fear. The delicate skin of college girls is quite the treat. "Since we're here, why not take a few pretty ones back for the brothers?" "Don't be foolish. We only have 2 vehicles. How many can we take?" Another replied. "Then let us just have our fun here and leave afterward," the third suggested. They discussed their plans with brazen laughter as they ascended the stairs, unaware that one of the guards had already texted Li Jinlan. 3 men arrived, all armed, and they are not good people. In Song Bauer's dormitory, Li Jinlan dismissed the guard's warning, believing all men to be untrustworthy. She merely wished for this matter to conclude swiftly so that after Song Bauer left, no more men would approach Building 5, especially Su Chen. She had heard about the previous day's events and Su Chen's violent actions, which resulted in the deaths of numerous gang leaders. While she felt fortunate to have been uninvolved, her apprehension towards Su Chen grew. He was a devil she wished to avoid. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "They're here," Song Bauer exclaimed, rising to open it. But Su Chen gently pulled her back down. "Head, could you please open the door?" Su Chen smiled, confused. Song Bauer wondered why he was stopping her from opening the door. Li Jinlan, equally perplexed, complied with Su Chen's request and approached the door. Upon opening it, the 3 armed men barged in, relaxed and engaged in casual conversation, showing no signs of caution. The leader surveyed the room. "Is it this lively? Who is Song Bauer?" Suddenly, gunfire erupted, interrupting his words. Blood splattered as 2 of his comrades were shot dead in an instant. One of the fallen's blood splattered all over Li Jinlan, rendering her momentarily speechless. The leader reacted swiftly, instinctively reaching for his weapon to retaliate, even as he struggled to comprehend the situation. But it was too late. Gunfire rang out again, and he screamed in agony as bullets struck his left shoulder and right hand, rendering both useless. Blood gushed forth from his shattered palm, and his fingers lay broken. The gunfire subsided, and he finally discerned the identity of the assailant, a young man seated within, clad in protective gear. As the hood was removed, he perched casually with one leg crossed over the other, brandishing a gleaming desert eagle, its muzzle still emitting smoke. "What the hell are you doing?" The leader of the armed men hissed, sweat pouring from his brow due to the excruciating pain of his wounds. Despite the haze clouding his thoughts, he was resolute in understanding the situation. Not only was he bewildered, but the women present were equally astonished. They could never have anticipated that Su Chen would suddenly resort to violence against his visitor. Particularly, Song Bauer was stricken with terror, her face paling as she froze in place. Su Chen had killed the person sent to retrieve her without a word of argument. In fact, the silence preceding the assault was deafening. At this moment, Su Chen remained composed. It had been over half a month since the apocalypse began, and he had lost count of how many lives he had taken, rendering him emotionally unperturbed. He was not conflicted about whether to kill, but rather deliberating on how best to execute his actions. Faced with these 3 armed individuals, each a formidable threat, he opted for a preemptive strike. "Tell me, why have you come to capture Song Bauer? What is your objective?" Su Chen inquired, his gaze unfaltering. The armed man shouted back, "Damn it. We were sent by her sister to escort her. Who the hell are you to go mad like this?" Unable to contain herself, Song Bauer turned mechanically to Su Chen. "Su Chen, what are you doing?" Before she could finish her sentence, another gunshot rang out, causing her to shriek and cover her ears in fright. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as blood erupted from the knee of the armed man, who who could not suppress a pained wail as he collapsed to the ground, rendered nearly incapacitated. Su Chen coldly remarked, "If you don't behave, the next bullet will be aimed at your head." The armed man was now quaking in fear, weeping like a child, exclaiming, "Oh mother, I've encountered a mad dog today." Su Chen pressed on, "I know you intend to abduct Song Bauer. I merely wish to ascertain why and who has orchestrated this." "Abduct? How can that be?" Song Bauer was taken aback, unable to fathom that those sent by her sister were indeed here to capture her. Moreover, how did Su Chen come to know this? Li Jinlan and the others were equally perplexed. Could it be that Su Chen was genuinely insane? I'll talk. The armed man, feeling the dark muzzle aimed at his head, hastily confessed, "We are abducting her to use her as leverage against her sister to obtain intelligence." What? Song Bauer was utterly bewildered. Had she truly understood correctly? These men had indeed come to kidnap her? Su Chen y la verdad. The armed man continued, "We are members of the Xiaolong gang. After the apocalypse began, chaos engulfed the city, with everyone fighting for resources. We banded together for survival under our leader's organization to form the Xiaolong gang. With our advantage in weaponry, we thrived during the apocalypse, lacking neither supplies nor companionship, while other survivor groups could not compete with us. Yet, our leader was not satisfied with this. He learned of a rumor that a group of billionaires had collectively vanished after the apocalypse, their whereabouts a mystery. According to credible information, they have taken refuge in a safe house. Unlike the common folk suffering outside, these billionaires maintain a luxurious lifestyle within the safety of their haven. Our leader seeks to locate this safe house, and the only lead we have is her sister." At this juncture, Song Bauer was even more confused, as she had believed her sister's intent was purely protective, not malicious. Su Chen inquired, "How did Song Ji find you?" The armed man replied, "Through one of her close friends, who is acquainted with our leader." Su Chen pressed further, "Where are the others? What was the original plan?" The armed man explained, "Our leader has already gone to find Song Ji, sending us to retrieve Song Bauer as an additional bargaining chip. With her in our possession, we would ensure Song Ji's compliance." Upon hearing this, Song Bauer panicked, fearing for her sister's safety. The armed man, now pale from blood loss, pleaded, "I've told you everything. Will you let me go? I promised our leader I would report back upon retrieving her. If he discovers you have killed us, he would not spare you." Bang! In the next instant, a bullet pierced his forehead. A system notification resounded in Su Chen's ears. "Ding! You have eliminated the armed man and successfully rescued the goddess. You have gained 60,000 merit points. Task complete." The ensuing dilemma revolved around Song Ji. Should he rescue her? Without a triggered mission, Su Chen would not embark on a journey for selfless reasons. However, he had to consider the Xiaolong gang. Having eliminated their members, it was inevitable they would seek retribution. Rather than waiting for their arrival, it would be prudent to strike decisively and eradicate the threat once and for all. As he contemplated his next move, a ringtone interrupted him. It was Song Bauer's phone. "It's a video call from my sister. Should I answer?" she exclaimed in distress. "Yes, answer it. Stay calm and act as if nothing has happened. Let us ascertain the situation on her end," Su Chen instructed firmly. After a deep breath to steady herself, Song Bauer connected the call. On the other end appeared the visage of an elegant and beautiful woman, Song Ji. Forcing a smile, Song Bauer feigned nonchalance. "Sister, what is it? I just wanted to check if the person sent to pick you up has arrived. Also, make sure to don protective gear before heading out. Avoid any contact with snowflakes." "Understood?" Song Ji replied. "Yes, I understand. How about you?" Song Bauer attempted to inquire about her sister's situation, but Su Chen took the phone from her. Greeting with a smile, "Sister Ji, it's Su Chen." Surprised, Song Ji responded, What are you doing here?" Su Chen replied, "I heard Bauer was leaving, so I came to see her off." "How thoughtful of you. Truly a good classmate," Song Ji remarked. At that moment, Su Chen heard the system prompt once more. "Ding! A new target goddess has been identified, and the data is being generated. Name, Song Ji, age, 33, rating, 91, level, excellent, long drought. Task details about to fall into the hands of armed individuals. Facing personal danger, task level, nightmare, task reward, 120,000 merit points. Random activation of a skill." Su Chen felt a surge of joy. A task had emerged. To his astonishment, the rating of the noble woman across from him reached an impressive 91, and combined with the nightmare task level, the reward for this single mission soared to an unprecedented 120,000. Additionally, a random skill activation awaited. What more could he desire? He would proceed and eliminate the Xiaolong gang to put an end to future threats. Wait, what does long drought mean in the level context? "Sister Ji, the person sent to pick up Bauer has already arrived. Let me show you," Su Chen said with a smile, flipping the camera. Song Ji was taken aback upon seeing the corpses of 3 armed men. "What on earth happened?" Su Chen replied, "Sister, this is a grave matter. These individuals are planning to abduct Bauer to force you to reveal the location of the safe house." Song Bauer exclaimed anxiously, "Sister, they have already gone to find you. You must hide quickly." Song Ji hesitated for a moment, her expression changing abruptly as she lowered her voice. "I think I heard something outside. Wait a moment. I will call you back." With that, she hastily ended the video call. "Sister," Song Bao cried in distress, pulling on Su Chen's arm. "What should we do?" "It seems they have already found her." Su Chen inquired, "How far is your sister's villa from here?" Song Bao replied, "The villa is in the eastern suburbs. Normally, it takes me over an hour by taxi to get there. I don't know how long it will take now." "Su Chen, do you intend to?" Suddenly, the lead armed man's pocket rang with a phone call, interrupting Song Bao. Su Chen approached and retrieved a satellite phone, noticing the caller ID read, "Boss." He chose not to answer and waited for the call to end automatically, casually storing it in the system space. He also searched for the other two individuals' satellite phones and collected them, ultimately seizing their submachine guns. "Come with me to find your sister, and put on this protective suit," Su Chen said, producing a set of protective gear and handing it to Song Bao. He then turned to Li Jinlan and instructed, "Sister Head, please take care of the bodies." Li Jinlan mechanically nodded, still in a daze, feeling as though she had just awoken from a nightmare. Once Song Bao donned the protective suit, Su Chen led her downstairs. At the entrance of the dormitory building, the guard, Ji Mei, had apparently hidden away. Su Chen walked directly outside and spotted two snowmobiles parked nearby. He had found another means of transportation, effortlessly claiming one. "Let us go get in," Su Chen instructed the bewildered Song Bao. After a month and a half of the apocalypse, Su Chen was finally leaving the school, prepared to engage with the outside world. Chapter 70. The world outside the school. Song Bao suspected she might be hallucinating. Just a moment ago, there had been two snowmobiles, and with a simple wave from Su Chen, one seemed to vanish like magic. Could her concern for her sister have caused her to see things? Yet, it didn't seem that way. Perhaps it was Su Chen who was simply too peculiar? For instance, earlier, he had suddenly produced a set of protective gear, and she hadn't even seen where it came from. With a dazed expression, Song Bao followed Su Chen onto the snowmobile. "Hold on tight. I'm about to drive," Su Chen announced as the snowmobile roared to life, drifting and turning towards the exit of the dormitory area. Meanwhile, in Song Bao's dormitory, after Su Chen and Song Bao had left, Li Jinlan finally regained her composure and began to deal with the three armed men's bodies alongside the other Ji Mei. The two guards who had been stationed at the entrance entered, shocked by the gruesome scene before them. "Sister Head, how do they all die?" one of the Ji Mei asked. Li Jinlan replied, "Do I need to explain? That rascal Su Chen did this." The Ji Mei froze for a moment and then breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, they deserved it." Li Jinlan shot her a glare. "What did you just say?" The Ji Mei explained, "Sister Head, you don't know. These three were quite wicked. When they entered, they said they wanted to take a few of us with them. And if they couldn't, they would leave after having their fun." Another Ji Mei nodded in agreement. "Yes, one even touched my face. I was terrified." Li Jinlan responded with a muted "Oh, is that so?" The Ji Mei continued, "So I said it was good they were killed. Su Chen saved us all." Another added, "Although Su Chen is quite fearsome, at least he won't harm us. Right now, I actually think he is rather nice." Realizing she might have misspoken, the Ji Mei lowered her voice. Li Jinlan, however, did not chastise her, but fell into silence. She had always regarded Su Chen as a murderous demon. Yet now she pondered whether those he had slain truly deserved their fate. The snowmobile carried Su Chen and Song Bao out of the dormitory area, then traversed the campus, exiting through the eastern gate. Finally, after the apocalypse, they were leaving the campus for the first time. Outside the eastern gate, a river named Yunhe once flowed, but it was now unrecognizable, having merged with the land into an expanse of snow, save for a beached ship half buried in ice and snow, serving as evidence of the river's former existence. Even several kilometers away, a large bridge spanning the river was enveloped in ice and snow, appearing as a colossal ice sculpture. On the opposite bank, an area once bustling with towering buildings now lay silent and lifeless, shrouded in frost, as if frozen in time, transformed into enormous blocks of ice. The entire world was eerily quiet, devoid of life. This was Song Bao's first time leaving the dormitory, and she was left dumbfounded. People often spoke of the apocalypse, and she had been skeptical. Now, she finally felt its reality. This was indeed the end of days. The unprecedented deluge before the onset of the extreme cold had caused the river to swell, disrupting traffic on the bridge. Numerous vehicles lay frozen across its surface, abandoned. Su Chen drove the snowmobile across the frozen river, confident that the thick ice would not collapse. Once across, they entered the commercial district, weaving through the buildings and experiencing the grim aftermath of the apocalypse up close. When the torrential rain struck, many workers had been caught in their offices, believing they would only need to wait one night. However, with the onset of extreme cold, countless individuals had likely perished in their workplaces, as evidenced by the bodies buried in the snow, some with only half a head or a hand exposed, a horrifying sight. Inside one of the skyscrapers, above the 10th floor, a stunningly beautiful woman stood by a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she spotted a speeding snowmobile below. On the snowmobile were two figures clad in protective gear. The woman's face reflected envy as she murmured, If only I had a vehicle like that. I could escape this place. An impulse surged within her, contemplating whether to try to attract the attention of those in the vehicle, hoping they might assist her. Yet she quickly dismissed the thought, sighing silently. Never mind. Who knows if they are bad people? Ultimately, she could only watch regretfully as the snowmobile passed her skyscraper. Heading eastward, on the snowmobile, Su Chen drove while activating his insight eye, vigilant to any movements around them. Despite the eerie silence of the area, he remained cautious. His insight eye had a detection range of 50 meters, and nothing within that perimeter could escape his notice. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a stirring in his heart. He turned to glance at a building behind them. It seemed he had detected a sign of life. Yet, the snowmobile was moving too swiftly, and, in an instant, the life signal exceeded his detection range. It appears that there are still some souls lingering here. However, Su Chen is presently preoccupied with the urgency of rescuing Song Jiai and lacks the time for further inquiries. He reflects that the number of goddesses in the school is limited, and once he has gathered the campus flowers, he must consider seeking deities from outside the school, as the external world indeed offers a broader expanse. Today's excursion serves as a preliminary reconnaissance of the conditions outside. Su Chen, may I pose a few questions to you? At that moment, Song Bauer interjected. Su Chen, redirecting his thoughts, replied, Sure, what would you like to ask? Song Bauer continued, How did you know that group was coming to abduct me? Moreover, it seemed you were also aware beforehand that my roommate would transform into a rampaging creature. Su Chen's mysterious aura was undeniable. He always seemed to possess foresight, and her curiosity was piqued. With a smile, Su Chen replied, What if I told you I possess a unique ability to sense danger? Would you believe me? The existence of the system was not something he could divulge. Really? Just like the superpowers in comic books? Shangbao et Galim. Exactly, Su Chen affirmed. That's incredible. Shangbao the Matvao. Su Chen found amusement in the simplicity of the clear-headed college girl. So, you sensed danger and came to see me off? She blushed as she spoke. What do you think? Su Chen Ingwayev. Nothing, she shyly responded, believing that Su Chen harbored feelings for her and was reluctant to let her depart. Perhaps reading too much into the situation. Nevertheless, considering that Su Chen rushed to her aid upon sensing danger and was now on his way to rescue her sister. Was that not indicative of his care for her? After all, why would he risk himself to help someone he barely knew? Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Su Chen's waist from behind, resting her head gently against his back, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Su Chen, for saving me once again today, especially for your willingness to help rescue my sister. As Su Chen felt the softness behind him, he couldn't help but sweat. Do you realize that doing this makes my heart race? It's quite dangerous while I'm driving. He was oblivious to Song Bauer's feelings. She assumed he liked her, but she felt unable to reciprocate his affections, as her sister was determined to arrange her marriage to a wealthy scion, making their union impossible. Thus, all she could offer him was a hug in return. How should one put it? Su Chen truly was an exceptional, warm-hearted man. In Chapter 71, the narrative continues to explore Su Chen's unexpected role as a caring figure during the apocalypse. He remains unaware of this characterization, having inadvertently received a card of goodwill from Song Bauer. This misunderstanding was not entirely her fault. The nature of Su Chen's tasks often led to such misconceptions. When the time comes for him to demand her to kneel and call him master, she would undoubtedly awaken to reality. At the eastern outskirts of Yun City, while labeled a suburb, it is still a district under the jurisdiction of Yun City, featuring bustling markets. Nestled against mountains and rivers, it boasts a pleasant environment. And prior to the apocalypse, it was one of the most affluent villa areas in Yun City. Numerous well-known developers from Longhua constructed villa communities here, making it a haven for the wealthy. Tianfu Mingyuan Villa area, among the numerous villa clusters in the eastern suburbs, is regarded as one of the finest, with upscale villas featuring private gardens arranged in neat rows. Before the apocalypse, this was a realm inaccessible to impoverished students like Su Chen. Yet now, it appeared as desolate as humble village dwellings, with many villas nearly half buried in ice and snow. If the extreme cold persisted, it was conceivable that the entire villa district could be entombed in ice and snow over time. A convoy of 7 snowmobiles roared into the villa area, carrying 13 fully armed men who laughed boisterously, their excitement palpable. It's so quiet here. Surely, these rich folks aren't all dead? There must be plenty of valuable items inside those houses. I wish to see. They speculated about the presence of women, pondering that while the wives of the wealthy may not be impressive, mistresses and concubines would undoubtedly be exquisite. These women were previously beyond our reach, reserved for those wealthy bastards. If they fall into our hands now, we shall revel. The group erupted into wicked laughter, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, among them, one burly man remained silent, frowning as he stared at his satellite phone, which was met with a busy signal, leading to an automatic disconnection. What the hell is going on with them? He cursed under his breath. This group was known as the Snow Wolf Gang, and the burly man, Zhou Hao, was their leader, a former captain of Steel Shield Security Company and a veteran Special Forces operative. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Zhou Hao established the Snow Wolf Gang to survive, seizing a central underground warehouse and resorting to frenzied plundering of supplies with their superior weaponry. Initially, Zhou Hao aimed to create a sanctuary for his men, allowing them to live comfortably. However, he soon realized that no matter their efforts, comfort was elusive. The true threat was not hunger, but the pervasive cold, an insurmountable predicament. He recalled whispers from the elite circles about the affluent constructing Doomsday safe houses prior to the apocalypse, ones capable of withstanding nuclear strikes. Such a refuge would be their best hope. Yet, he lacked any leads on their locations. For a safe house would naturally be shrouded in secrecy, and as a mere security captain, he had no means to uncover them. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him. A few days prior, an old client reached out, pleading for assistance. This client was a wealthy matron who revealed that her friend was trapped in a villa and wished to bring her sister, who was stuck at school, to her side. Zhou Hao discovered that this lady, Song Jiai, was the wife of Lin Guicheng, a billionaire. Lin Guicheng, the head of Yun City Chengpin Catering Group, was worth over 10 billion, a member of the 10 billion club among the wealthy. Zhou Hao realized that Song Jiai might possess knowledge about the safe house's whereabouts. Yet, would she readily divulge this information? He had no confidence in her compliance. If he could capture Song Bao, perhaps he could coerce Song Jiai into submission. Thus, he feigned interest in helping Song Jiai while secretly plotting to abduct Song Bao. He dispatched 3 men to retrieve Song Bao, assuming it would be an effortless task, believing a mere college girl would follow them without question. However, they now seemed to have gone off the grid, and his attempts to contact them yielded no response. The instinct of a seasoned professional alerted him that something was amiss. What could possibly happen? They are all well-trained men, armed to the teeth. In a university filled with scholars, who could threaten them? Zhou Hao shook his head, trying to dismiss his concerns. He resolved to set aside his worries and focus on locating Song Jiai. The group eventually halted before a villa. Zhou Hao spoke in a low tone. Everyone quiet down. This woman is unaware of our arrival. Let us be courteous and not frighten her. The villa's entrance was half buried in snow, making it impossible to open, prompting them to shatter the glass of a large window to gain entry. Inside, the dimly lit space felt lifeless and silent, devoid of signs of habitation. Once a lavishly decorated mansion, it now resembled a cold, desolate tomb. Zhou Hao nodded to his cohorts, and they dispersed to begin their search within. The entire villa was devoid of any signs of life. Boss, a member of the Shuelang gang called out, gesturing for Zhou Hao to come over. He had discovered a hidden door, which, if nothing unexpected occurred, should lead to the basement. Zhou Hao attempted to open the door from the outside, but it resisted his efforts. Frowning, he decided to disregard any concerns about disturbing others. He instructed the onlookers to step back, picked up his submachine gun, and fired several rounds at the door, which splintered as the lock was shattered. Finally, he delivered a powerful kick, forcing the door open. Before him lay a staircase descending into darkness. Zhou Hao retrieved a flashlight and shone it downwards, but saw nothing. He turned back to signal to his companions, raised his weapon, and led the way down. Upon reaching the basement, a sudden click echoed ahead, unmistakably the sound of a weapon being chambered. As the flashlight illuminated the area, they beheld a stunning young woman, her face etched with fear, standing opposite them with a gun raised. "Don't move, I will shoot." She trembled, her voice quaking along with her body. The members of the Shuelang gang collectively exhaled, and some even chuckled, their gazes now fixed intently upon the beautiful woman. Chapter 72. The Caller. Number 3. The 30-something woman possessed an exquisite visage and an exceptional aura, embodying beauty and grace. Her skin was taut and pale, akin to porcelain. Even clad in bulky winter attire, her alluring silhouette was undeniable, presenting no flaws from head to toe, a rare gem of beauty. In her state of fright, she evoked an even deeper sense of pity. It was no wonder the members of the Shuelang gang felt unthreatened. Despite her weapon, they were convinced she would not dare to pull the trigger. "Fear not. We are not villains," Zhou Hao reassured, attempting to soothe her. "Are you Miss Song Jiai? I am Zhou Hao, the one sent to bring your sister to safety." The woman responded, "You are the ones? Where's my sister?" Zhou Hao replied, "Miss Song, could you please lower your weapon first?" At that moment, Song Jiai was overwhelmed with fear, finding no comfort in Zhou Hao's words. She was acutely aware of his true intentions and knew that his subordinate had been killed by Su Chen. Would Zhou Hao spare her if he learned the truth? She held no hope that Su Chen would come to her rescue. It was simply unrealistic. For the present, she could only feign ignorance and bide her time. Thus, Song Jiai pretended to regain her composure and lowered her gun. Zhou Hao exchanged glances with one of his men, who approached and confiscated the weapon from her. "Miss Song, your sister is on her way here. My team has already picked her up. We came ahead for your safety. It is quite perilous for you to be trapped here alone," Zhou Hao explained with a smile. Having regained her calm, Song Jiai nodded. "Thank you. I apologize for my earlier reaction. I thought you were here to harm me." Zhou Hao responded, "No need for apologies. I completely understand. By the way, Miss Song, may I ask how you ended up here alone? Where is your husband?" With a heavy heart, Song Jai lamented, the disaster struck so suddenly. My husband was on a business trip at the time and has since gone missing. I now have no idea whether he is alive or dead. Zhou Hao nodded. I see. I have heard your husband, Mr. Lin Guicheng, is quite a prominent figure in Yun City, a wealthy philanthropist. I sincerely hope he is safe. Do you know my husband? Song Jai inquired. Zhou Hao chuckled. Miss Song, you jest. A person of my humble stature could hardly be acquainted with Mr. Lin. I have only heard about him from Sister Lu. Sister Lu was Song Jiai's close friend. Silently cursing her friend for being a poor ally, Song Jai sighed. What does it matter? In the face of an apocalyptic disaster, we are all mere ants, regardless of status. Zhou Hao remarked, speaking of Mr. Lin, I was reminded of something. I heard that the wealthy had constructed safe havens before the apocalypse. Is it possible that Mr. Lin has gone to one of those? Song Jai furrowed her brow. A safe haven? Are you referring to this place? My husband was indeed aware of the impending disaster and had built this place. I have survived here until now. Please wait a moment. With that, Song Jai moved to his side and activated a switch, illuminating the entire basement. The space was approximately 100 square meters, with shelves filled with provisions such as food, medicine, and tools, enough to sustain 2 individuals for a year and a half. However, this was not the answer Zhou Hao sought. No, I have heard that your husband is a member of the Billionaire Club, and they collectively invested in creating a large-scale shelter. Is that true? Zhou Hao pressed. Song Jai laughed lightly. So, Mr. Zhou has heard that rumor too. It is merely a fabrication by busybodies. I distinctly remember asking my husband about it, and he replied, not everyone has the wealth to spare. Is that so? It's not true, Zhou Hao said with a forced chuckle, feeling a weight settle in his chest. This woman appeared innocent, yet she was likely more difficult to handle than anticipated. If he did not apply pressure, she might evade his inquiries. Song Jai replied, I wish it were true. At least it would mean my husband is alive. Unfortunately, before the disaster struck, everyone thought it was mere science fiction. By the time the disaster truly arrived, it was too late. Zhou Hao smiled faintly. All right, I apologize. Miss Song, I need to make a phone call to check on their whereabouts. With that, Zhou Hao stepped aside to make the call. Song Jai felt a surge of anxiety. Zhou Hao's call was unlikely to connect, leaving her uncertain of what to do next or how to escape. The members of the Shuelang gang gazed at Song Jai with unabashed desire, akin to a pack of hungry wolves eyeing a piece of prime meat, nearly salivating at the prospect. It was understandable. A woman of such beauty was unattainable before the disaster, yet now she was within their grasp. Were it not for their fear of the boss, they would have already pounced. In their eyes, subduing Song Jai would be a trivial matter, and they believed the boss was overly cautious. Zhou Hao's perspective was different. This singular lead must not falter. What if Song Jai was a virtuous woman? If she could not endure humiliation and chose to end her life, it would be disastrous. Using Song Bauer as leverage against her seemed the most viable option. As long as she cared for Song Bauer, he had no fear of her silence. Once he discerned the location of the safe haven, his brothers could indulge as they pleased. Moreover, Zhou Hao was a man himself. How could he not desire to enjoy the company of such an exquisite beauty? Yet the phone remained unanswered. 3 individuals were not picking up. Zhou Hao felt a mix of anger and urgency. Although he did not know what had transpired, he was 100% certain that something had gone awry. He could not rely on Song Bauer anymore. Without the leverage of Song Bauer, how could he persuade Song Jai to speak? Zhou Hao pocketed his phone, his expression dark as he returned to face Song Jai. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Song Jai forced a smile and asked, Mr. Zhou, what is it? Zhou Hao appeared transformed, his voice cold as he commanded, hand over your phone. Song Jai gasped, why? With a swift motion, Zhou Hao slapped Song Jai, sending her staggering and nearly losing her balance, her cheek instantly turning red. Give me your phone. I will not ask a third time. Zhou Hao glared fiercely. At this, the members of the Shuelang gang felt a surge of excitement. Their boss seemed to have come to a realization, and it appeared they were about to indulge. I will give it to you. Please do not be angry. Song Jai, fearing Zhou Hao's wrath, quickly complied, retrieving her phone and handing it over. Zhou Hao took the phone and seized Song Jai's hair, bringing her face closer to the front camera, unlocking it with facial recognition. He then lowered his head to rummage through the phone, and suddenly, something caught his eye. He looked at Song Jai and said, well, Mrs. Lin, how dare you deceive me? Care to explain what this is? A wave of panic surged within Song Jai. Had Zhou Hao discovered her conversation with her sister? Just as Zhou Hao was about to show her the phone, his satellite phone unexpectedly rang. He quickly picked it up, noticing the caller ID displayed as Lao San. Chapter 73. Chicken Dinner. 3 members of the Shuelang gang had been dispatched to retrieve Song Bauer, with Lao San leading the group. After searching for a long time without success, Lao San was now returning the call. What had transpired on their end? Zhou Hao hastily answered, hello, Lao San, what the hell are you doing? Where are you? Have you found her? Zhou Hao shouted into the phone. Yet all he received in return was silence, followed by an abrupt disconnection. Hello, damn it. Zhou Hao was furious. At that moment, a sudden crash echoed from upstairs. As if something had been overturned, the group immediately became alert. They had all descended into the basement. Who had caused that noise? Zhou Hao's heart sank as he sensed something was amiss, compounded by the mysterious call. Lao Lu, Lao Qi. Zhou Hao gestured to the two individuals beside him. They seized their weapons and cautiously approached the stairs, ensuring the entrance was clear before carefully ascending. Moments later, 2 gunshots rang out. A body tumbled down the stairs, its head tilted grotesquely towards the group, a bloody wound visible on its forehead, eyes wide open in death. It was one of their own. The members of the Shuelang gang were taken aback. Enemies had arrived, but who were they? Who would dare confront them at this moment? Who the hell is that? Let's charge up and take down that bastard. The group clamored. Zhou Hao, both shocked and enraged, glared at Song Jiai and demanded, "Wretched woman, who are those people coming from above?" Song Jiai shook her head. "I don't know." She was equally bewildered. Since the apocalypse, those she knew were either dead or missing. It had been a struggle just to contact Zhou Hao's group through her friend to help bring her sister to safety. Who else could possibly be looking for her? Especially targeting the Shuelang gang? A thought crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Could Su Chen have traveled this far to rescue her? Although her sister mentioned that Su Chen was remarkable and fond of rescuing beautiful women, Yinda was quite far from here. What could he possibly want? Her sister had said she had never known Su Chen before. There was no connection between them. Stay here and don't move. I'll deal with you later. Zhou Hao growled before signaling the group to attack. The gang armed themselves and charged forth. Outside the basement, another comrade lay dead, a bullet having struck him squarely between the eyes. Zhou Hao frowned. The assailant's marksmanship was too precise, likely indicating a professional. However, the opponent seemed to have vanished. Leave no survivors. Kill without mercy. Zhou Hao ordered. A deadly game of chicken dinner had commenced. The members of the Shuelang gang began searching the villa for enemies. With 2 comrades down, the remaining members were fueled by rage, eager to exact vengeance. Having previously searched for Song Jiai, they were familiar with the villa's layout. The villa spanned 2 floors and several hundred square meters, with over a dozen rooms. This time, they employed a carpet-sweeping tactic, dividing into 3 teams of 11 to act simultaneously, leaving no room for the enemy to hide. Zhou Hao, with his special forces background, orchestrated a reasonable and typically effective strategy. However, they now seemed to be contending with a mysterious and elusive opponent. After scouring the entire villa, they found no trace of their adversary. When they reconvened in the ground floor hall, everyone bore expressions of frustration. Had the enemy escaped after killing 2 of their own? What was going on? One member could no longer contain his anger, exclaiming, "Boss, it seems like we're being played." Just then, a gunshot rang out from outside, shattering a floor-to-ceiling glass door in the living room, shards scattering across the floor. Outside, someone shouted. The group immediately opened fire in that direction, a cacophony of gunfire erupting. As they shot, they rushed outside into the garden, yet found no sign of the enemy. Zhou Hao glanced at the snow, noticing a clear trail of footprints, and smirked. Looks like it's just one person. No wonder he doesn't dare confront us head-on. Someone wants to play guerrilla warfare. He chuckled. Well, let's oblige him. With so many of us, we can't possibly fail to catch one person. The group echoed their fervor. In the basement, Song Jiai was restless, engulfed in anxiety, especially as the gunfire erupted above, nearly suffocating her with fear. The greatest terror stems from the unknown, and she was shrouded in uncertainty. What had Zhou Hao discovered on her phone? Who was that unexpected visitor? Friend or foe? Time passed, and the sounds of conflict above seemed to fade, though gunshots echoed distantly, suggesting the battle had moved beyond the house. Song Jiai wrestled with the decision to escape while she had the chance. She did not wish to sit idly by. But the outside world was perilous. She had not ventured out since the apocalypse, and recklessly running into the snow could be fatal. Just as she was deliberating, footsteps approached, and someone descended the stairs. Instinctively, she retreated until her back hit the wall, her heart racing. A figure clad in protective gear appeared, and their eyes met. Who are you? Song Jiai stammered, noting that this person's attire was entirely different from Zhou Hao and his crew, clearly not affiliated with the Shuelang gang. The figure removed their gas mask, revealing an adorable round face, and exclaimed, "Sister." Song Jiai froze for a moment. Bao? The newcomer was none other than her longed-for sister. Song Bao. "Oh, my baby." Song Jiai cried out, rushing towards Song Bao. The sisters embraced, both shedding tears of joy and excitement. Overwhelmed, Song Jiai expressed her guilt. "I'm so sorry, Bao. I entrusted you to the wrong people and nearly put you in danger." Song Bao reassured her, "It's all right, sister. I'm fine." Song Jiai, filled with questions, could not help but ask Bao what happened. "How did you get here?" Song Bao replied, "Su Chen brought me here. He specifically came to rescue you." "Is it really him?" Song Jiai exclaimed, gripping Song Bao's shoulders, her voice serious. "Bao, tell me honestly, who is Su Chen? What is your relationship? And why is he helping us?" Song Bao explained, "I told you before, he's a student from our school. We didn't know each other before the disaster." Song Jiai furrowed her brow. "Has he mentioned what he wants?" "No," Song Bao responded. "After the disaster, Su Chen has always expressed a willingness to help beautiful sisters. I think he might have developed feelings for me. Song Jiai pondered. Is that so? He wishes to win your heart by playing the hero? Is that his intention? Chapter 74. The abandoned wife of a wealthy family. Song Bauer blushed. Sister, Su Chen is a good person. He hasn't made any unreasonable demands of me. I feel a bit guilty and don't know how to repay him. Song Jiai glanced at her and said, you can't possibly be thinking of offering yourself, can you? You know I've already contacted Jin Xiao. It's impossible for you and him. Song Bayer's response was, but Su Chen has invested so much. We must compensate him. I don't want him to be treated like Fei Yangyang. Song Jiai nodded. I understand. I have my own plans. Leave it to me. Song Bayer then asked, by the way, sister, has brother-in-law contacted you? Upon mentioning her husband, Song Jiai's expression darkened. Don't mention him. I've already considered him dead. Song Bayer sighed, but refrained from saying more. Outside, gunfire echoed faintly, growing increasingly distant. Song Jiai could not help but worry. Baby, there are so many of them. Can Su Chen handle alone? What if? Song Bayer smiled. Don't worry, sister. Su Chen is extraordinary. He has superpowers. Song Jiai was taken aback. Superpowers? Let me check your forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? Song Bayer replied. I'm not joking. Su Chen told me himself. He has the ability to sense danger in advance. It's incredible. Song Jiai felt a bit exasperated. Her sister was so naive to believe such absurdity. Fortunately, her sister was obedient and listened to her. As the elder sister, she felt a strong responsibility to protect her silly sister. Regardless, her sister was finally back by her side, and now it depended on whether Su Chen could deal with the Xuelang gang. Outside the villa, bodies were strewn about, blood staining the white snow, a horrifying sight. Beneath the wall of a house, a gunshot rang out, and Zhou Hao let out a heart-wrenching scream as a bullet struck his right knee, blood splattering everywhere. Simultaneously, a bullet pierced through his right hand, the gun falling 10 meters away. Zhou Hao was left with only terror and despair. He could never have imagined this outcome. Initially, he thought 11 people were pursuing one, a guaranteed win, but it turned out that the opponent was eliminating them one by one. As his subordinates fell, Zhou Hao realized with growing dread that if this were a game of survival, the opponent was akin to a hacker with wall hacks. No matter where they hid for cover, the enemy could easily locate them, while they couldn't catch even a glimpse of their adversary unless the latter intentionally exposed a flaw to lure them in. They could only accept their grim fate under the shadow of death, utterly helpless. What good were special forces in the face of such overwhelming odds? Who the hell are you? Zhou Hao could not help but scream in agony. Just then, a figure emerged from the alley ahead, clad in protective gear. A gas mask on their head, an oxygen device strapped to their back, and in their hand, a golden desert eagle. It was as if they had stepped out of a scene from a zombie apocalypse. The mere sight of this figure was enough to instill fear. Coupled with the earlier performance, Zhou Hao was left dumbfounded. You're the last one left, boss. Tell me, are there any surviving remnants from your lair? Su Chen said indifferently. Zhou Hao queried, who are you? Do you know me? Su Chen replied, I didn't know you before, but I do now. Activating his inside eye, he could easily discern that this person was the leader of the group. His primary concern was whether any remnants needed to be dealt with. Zhou Hao scoffed. You better let me go. Otherwise, if anything happens to me, my brothers will never let you off the hook. Su Chen shook his head. I'm afraid that's not the right answer. As he raised his gun, Zhou Hao's heart raced in fear, and he hastily said, don't shoot. Spare my life, and I'll give you anything you want. Su Chen coldly asked, what can you offer me? Zhou Hao hastily replied, I have plenty of supplies. I can give you everything. I can take you to get them. I just lied to you. All my men are dead. There's no one left. You can trust me. Su Chen Wei. How far is it? Zhou Hao responded, by snowmobile. It will take 1 or 2 hours to get there. Su Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. If it were closer, he might have been more interested. Supplies were always welcome, but at such a distance, it seemed less appealing. Sensing Su Chen's lack of enthusiasm, Zhou Hao quickly added, I have a secret to tell you that you won't be disappointed. Su Chen replied, is that so? Do tell. Zhou Hao said, there's a Doomsday safe house constructed by a group of wealthy individuals. Su Chen's interest peaked. Do you know where it is? Zhou Hao, sensing his curiosity, said, not yet, but I was about to find out. The wealthy woman living in that villa knows. Su Chen asked, how do you know she knows? Zhou Hao explained, I looked at her phone. It's still with me. If you don't believe me, just unlock her phone and you'll find out. Su Chen Guidith. What did you see on her phone? Zhou Hao replied, her chat records with her husband. Her husband is the famous billionaire Lin Guicheng. After the apocalypse, he took his mistress to the safe house, abandoning her. She was furious and vowed to go to the safe house for revenge. Su Chen used. So the melodrama of a wealthy family's disputes from online novels is true. This clarified why Song Jiai was alone in the villa. It turned out she was a castaway. Furthermore, the system's rating of Song Jiai mentioned her prolonged drought, which was also due to this reason. What a waste this Lin Guicheng, oblivious to the value of such a remarkable wife, was seeking others elsewhere. Zhou Hao chuckled awkwardly. Brother, you seem to be alone. You don't have a team, do you? While you're formidable, In this apocalypse, more hands make lighter work. I'm willing to follow you as my leader. That safe house must have bodyguards. I can help you fight them. I used to be a special forces soldier. Su Chen interrupted. Do you know why I appeared here? Zhou Hao blinked. Why? Su Chen replied. The people you sent to retrieve Song Bei'er have all been killed by me. Zhou Hao stared at Su Chen in shock, realizing who he was. Goodness. Who on earth was this guy? And how did he get involved? Su Chen continued. I just killed all your men again. Don't you hate me? Zhou Hao hastily replied. How could I? They were merely former colleagues. I banded with them for survival. As long as you grant me a path to live. I'd even call you my father. Su Chen shook his head. What a pity. Zhou Hao was about to ask what was so regrettable when a gunshot rang out, and he fell dead on the spot. Su Chen remarked, what a pity you weren't a goddess. He then approached Zhou Hao's body and found a mobile phone. Su Chen murmured, a forsaken wife of a wealthy man? I wonder if I can acquire her today. In Chapter 75, Deep Blue Points, it mattered not whether she was a forsaken wife or a favored concubine. Encountering a goddess with a score of 91 was a first for Su Chen. It would be a loss not to seize such an opportunity. As he thought this, the system feedback echoed in his ears. Ding! You have eliminated armed foes. Successfully rescued a goddess. You have gained 120,000 merit points. You have acquired the skill, Deep Blue Points. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Points? He quickly examined the details. Deep Blue Points, passive skill. With this skill, every time you use any other skill, you can gain points, thereby becoming stronger through accumulation. Wow! Su Chen's heart raced. This skill was extraordinary, even more exhilarating than acquiring a 91-point goddess. Though the task was perilous and far from easy, it had not been in vain. The value of this Deep Blue Point skill alone was remarkable. In the basement, the Song sisters awaited anxiously. While Song Jiayi was on edge, Song Bei'er was completely unconcerned, having already rushed to the shelves to indulge in food, cheeks bulging like a little hamster, savoring the plentiful supplies. After enduring more than half a month of hardship at school, it was so much better at her sister's place, where resources were abundant. She was in high spirits. As long as Su Chen dealt with those villains, she would be able to reunite with her sister. There would be no more worries about food or fears for safety. Everything was bound to improve. Suddenly, she heard footsteps on the stairs. And Song Jiayi stood up in surprise, her expression wary. A voice called out, "It's me." Song Bei'er was overjoyed, exclaiming, "It's classmate Su Chen. I told you he was amazing." She dropped the box of biscuits and rushed forward. Su Chen came down the stairs, removing his gas mask. Song Jiayi recognized Su Chen's face and instinctively patted her chest, letting out a long sigh of relief. Su Chen's gaze fell upon Song Jiayi, and he felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, she was a goddess with a score of 91, possessing unparalleled grace. Perhaps it was due to the camera's unflattering angles, for she was far more beautiful in person than in the videos. Such a stunning beauty, with her fair skin and an alluring figure. What a breathtakingly exquisite woman she was. Classmate Su Chen, what happened to those people? Song Jiayi approached and inquired. Su Chen smiled. Don't worry. I've sent them off to the afterlife. Sister Jiayi, is this yours? He took out a mobile phone and handed it to Song Jiayi. She received it with delight. Yes. It's mine, thank you. Su Chen replied. I didn't look at the contents. It was locked. Song Jiayi chuckled softly. You're a quite humorous child. I truly appreciate your help. I never expected you would come to rescue me. I don't know how to thank you. Song Bei'er pouted. Sister, classmate Su Chen is a great person. A super warm-hearted guy. We can't let him make this trip in vain. Song Jiayi smiled, of course. Su Chen, my husband company is a food group. I initially planned to use a warehouse as stock to thank the Shualong gang, but now I intend to give it to you. You must accept it. And if it's not enough, just let me know, and I can add more. Su Chen replied with a slight, oh, realizing that the affluent lady was indeed generous. However, compared to a warehouse full of food, what he truly desired was her presence. Once he had her, the warehouse would naturally belong to him, and not just one, but all. Thank you, Sister Jiayi. I wonder what your plans are next. Su Chen inquired with a smile. The sisters exchanged glances, and Song Bei'er subtly indicated her sister to refrain from revealing too much to Su Chen. She did not want him to know that her sister had already pledged her to Jin Shao. Song Jiayi responded, what else can we do? It's the end of the world. We take it one day at a time. Fortunately, there is still plenty of food here, and we can last for quite a while. Let us hope we can endure until the apocalypse is over. Ah, the abandoned wife is not entirely honest, Su Chen smiled. The reason it's called the apocalypse is that it won't end unless the entire world resets. Sister Jiayi, I suggest you plan for the long term, otherwise, it will lead to inevitable demise. Noticing her silence, Su Chen continued, to survive for a long time in the apocalypse, it's essential to find a secure shelter. Generally, the safer the shelter, the longer one can survive. Upon hearing a mentioned shelter, Song Jiayi's expression grew slightly uncomfortable. That may be true, but where can we find such a shelter? Su Chen replied, I know of at least 2 shelters that meet safety criteria. Huh? The sisters widened their eyes in astonishment, with Song Bei'er radiating pure curiosity. 2? There are actually 2? Su Chen said, Sister Jiayi, I know, and you also know at least one such shelter, right? Song Jiai shuddered slightly. What do you mean? Su Chen smiled. Before he died, the leader of the Shualong gang shared some words with me. He had seen your phone. Song Jiai bit her lip. What did he say to you? Su Chen replied, he said everything that needed to be said. So what he said must be true, right? After a moment of silence, Song Jiai sighed helplessly and said, fine, since you already know, I won't hide it from you. Yes, I was abandoned by my husband. And yes, I have pledged Bayer to Jin Xiao. Child, I know your feelings for Bayer, but I'm sorry. I'm doing this to protect her. She is my only sister, and I must protect her. Su Chen was taken aback. Wait a moment, this is a lot to process. He already knew that Song Jiai was an abandoned wife, but what about the rest? At that moment, Song Bayer lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and softly said, I'm sorry, Glismate Su Chen. I can only let you down. I don't want you to be disappointed, but remember, you are not Fei Yang, truly not. I want to allow you to think of yourself that way. Hold on, let me sort this out. After a moment, having pieced everything together, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Because he had helped them and seemed to seek nothing in return, they regarded him as Fei Yang. Furthermore, Song Bayer felt guilty towards him since she had already been promised to another. No wonder Song Jiai was so generous, giving money and food from the warehouse. It appeared she wanted to compensate him, but in reality, she hoped he would stop pursuing Song Bayer. Even though he was not a sycophant, he did possess a desire to claim both Song Bayer and Song Jiai, albeit with the intention of having them serve as his maidens. To take it one step further, even if they refused to be his maidens, he wouldn't be overly concerned. However, the emergence of this Jin Xiao altered the nature of the situation entirely. After all, he had inadvertently rescued another man's woman. Although he had completed a system task and earned merit points, it still felt rather disconcerting. Suddenly, Song Jiai's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she exclaimed, it's a call from Jin Xiao. She promptly answered, her voice brightening. Jin Xiao, I have good news. I found Bayer. Congratulations. Jin Xiao, you can send someone over. On the other end, a young man's voice responded, that's great, but I have some bad news. Song Jiai's expression shifted. What happened? Jin Xiao, the young man replied, my father has learned of this matter. The bodyguards are unavailable, and you will need to find your own way here. However, you must not bring anyone unrelated. Do you understand my meaning? With that, the call ended abruptly. Song Jiai stood frozen. Song Bayer curiously asked, sister, what happened? Song Jiai shook her head with a bitter smile. I had an agreement with Jin Xiao that he would send bodyguards to pick you up once you arrived. But now they won't be coming. It seems Jin Lao is opposed to this marriage. Suddenly, she had a thought and turned to Su Chen, classmate Su Chen. May I ask you for a favor? Could you help us once more by taking Bayer to Jin Xiao? Su Chen chuckled, finding the situation amusing. So you want me to deliver your sister to another man? Classmate Su Chen, please help us one more time. Name your price. If one warehouse isn't enough, we can certainly offer more. What do you think? Song Jiai pleaded earnestly, revealing her genuine desire to send her sister to Jin Xiao. However, Su Chen would never agree to such a request, and the system had not triggered any related tasks. It seemed the system also did not wish for him to become Fei Yangyang. What a joke. The system had a maid function, and its logic was to have him save the goddess, ultimately bringing her into his fortress as a maid. To send the goddess away to another man? It would be absurd for the system to agree. Nevertheless, Su Chen did not refuse outright. He still needed to clarify a few things. Sister Jiai, why are you so determined to send Bayer to that Jin Xiao? Su Chen inquired. Song Jiai sighed because it is the best arrangement. Su Chen responded with an O. Could you elaborate? Song Jiai explained. The members of the Shualong gang were not mistaken. That rumor is true. Before the apocalypse, the wealthy did indeed pool resources to create a shelter, as they received a top-secret message. Su Chen furrowed his brow. A top-secret message? He had learned of the impending apocalypse due to the system. Could there be others who knew even before him? Song Jiai stated regarding this news. I am not entirely certain of the details, but the affluent began secretly constructing shelters 3 years ago, with each individual receiving admission slots proportional to their investment. My husband, Lin Guicheng, ranks among the lowest of those wealthy individuals, with only 2 slots available. As per the original plan, I was to accompany him, yet he has betrayed me, taking his mistress and leaving me forsaken here. As she spoke, Song Jiai's chest heaved with indignation, her silver teeth clenched, clearly reflecting her deep-seated resentment. I despise his betrayal. But even more so, I loathe that the position that rightfully belonged to me has been granted to that woman. How am I to swallow this bitterness? Su Chen nodded in understanding. After regaining her composure, Song Jiai continued. As I mentioned earlier, my husband has only 2 slots, yet I have I must find a way to secure her entry as well, which is why I approached the Jin family. The Jin family is the pinnacle of aristocracy in Yuncheng, possessing the most slots in that apocalyptic shelter. If I betroth Song Bao to young Master Jin, she would obtain a slot. Alas, fate is fickle. The apocalypse arrived too abruptly, resulting in my abandonment by my husband and Bao being trapped at school. Neither of us could access the shelter. Therefore, Su Chen, Do you now comprehend my plight? I am doing this for Bao-er's sake. It is the only solution. Suddenly, Song Bao-er realized something and exclaimed, "But what about you, sister? You have no slot, right? Did young Master Jean not offer you one?" Song Jiai fell silent. Bao-er, now understanding, felt tears welling up and shook her head, saying, "It should not be this way. After all my efforts to return to you, hoping we would never be separated again. You wanted to go to the shelter while you cannot. What does that mean?" Song Jiai replied, "Bao-er, you must listen. I promised I would not let you suffer. As long as you can enter, I will be content." "No," Song Bao-er retorted resolutely, "if you do not go, I will not go either." "Bao-er, are you disregarding your sister's words?" Song Jiai pressed. "Since childhood, I have always obeyed you, but this time it is different. I cannot bear to be apart from you again." With clenched teeth, Song Jiai turned to Su Chen. "Su Chen, please agree to assist me. I will give you everything. I have 4 warehouses in Yuncheng, all yours." Su Chen smiled. "Sister Jiai, are you certain that sending Bao-er is the best choice? It seems there are differing opinions within the Jean family regarding this. Will Bao even be allowed in? And even if she does, can you be sure she will not be mistreated? Is that not a perilous choice?" Song Jiai responded, "The elder of the Jean family is indeed unaware of this matter. Marriages among the affluent are intricate. I understand the elder's potential frustration, but I am confident I can persuade him. Regardless, at least in there, Bao-er can preserve her life." Su Chen nodded. "I grasp your intentions, but what if I could offer you a better option?" Song Jiai paused. "A better option?" Su Chen elaborated. "This alternative allows both of you to survive without enduring the agonies of the apocalypse, and it ensures that you sisters will not be separated." Song Bao-er's eyes brightened with hope. "Su Chen, can you truly accomplish this?" "Yes, you can, right?" In her eyes, Su Chen was akin to a deity. What could a deity not achieve? However, Song Jiai appeared skeptical, her gaze filled with caution. "I know you care for Bao-er. Asking you to send her to young Master Jean is indeed a significant request. Yet, if you genuinely understand my intentions, I implore you to be more open-minded. To love someone does not necessitate possession. As long as she thrives, that is what matters. Would you not agree?" Su Chen smiled. "I find your perspective flawed. The notion that her well-being suffices is merely a self-soothing mantra for the unattainable, appearing relaxed while masking a heart full of turmoil. That is your first misjudgment." Song Jiai replied. Su Chen continued, "Your second misjudgment lies in misunderstanding my motives. My assistance to you is not due to being a warm-hearted savior or a benevolent figure. The alternative I propose is simply because I can, and you're not receiving it without cost. To some extent, you may view me as a businessman, regarding this as a transaction." Song Jiai paused, contemplating his words. Business? This was familiar to her. She had become a lady of high society through her efforts alongside Lin Guichen. Su Chen's words conveyed a sense of seriousness. "What is the second option you propose?" she inquired. Su Chen answered, "As I mentioned, I am aware of at least 2 shelters. One is the one you refer to, while the other is my own." Song Bao-er exclaimed with delight. "Su Chen, you possess a shelter?" "Indeed. My shelter is impregnable, well-stocked with resources. Warm in winter and cool in summer, surpassing any shelter constructed by the wealthy. This is not mere boasting. It is an objective truth." Although he had not seen any of those shelters, he knew that even the finest of them, being artificially constructed, could not compare to his system fortress, which easily eclipsed the former. Song Jiai felt a stirring in her heart. "If what you say is true, and you truly have such an outstanding shelter, what are the conditions for our entry?" Su Chen smiled lightly. "Since the onset of the apocalypse, I have been aiding women, which Bao should be aware of. My actions are not driven by benevolence or charity. If you wish to enter my fortress, you must become my maids and pledge your loyalty." Chapter 77, Su Chen's Strategy. Made upon hearing Su Chen's request, the Song sisters were momentarily taken aback. Su Chen observed them, allowing them time to process this information. He noted that each time these goddesses were asked to become his maids, they displayed disbelief. So far, it was the cherry blossom girl who, after being defeated by him, actively requested to follow him. In terms of loyalty, this seemingly fearsome Yakida Sakura might be more reliable. Regrettably, the system lacked a feature to gauge loyalty, or rather, to specify each maid's level of allegiance. Conversely, it was fortunate that such a feature did not exist. Otherwise, Su Chen would have reason to believe that even those who had submitted to him, like Xing Fei and Jiang Xiaolu, might exhibit disheartening loyalty levels. "This is a joke, right, Su Chen? You want us to be maids?" "No, you must be joking," Song Bao-er exclaimed, coming to her senses. "See, you said you didn't want Su Chen to be a warm-hearted savior, and now you truly don't seem to want him to be." Song Jiai chuckled lightly. "Child, thank you for lightening the mood. You have indeed made me smile. However, are we not in the midst of a transaction? Please be serious." Su Chen replied coolly. "I am indeed serious." With that, Su Chen produced his phone and initiated a video call with Xing Fei. Upon connecting, Xing Fei greeted, "Master, it is past noon. When will you return for a meal?" Su Chen replied, "I 1 TB eating lunch. You all can manage without me." "Understood." Master, she responded. Fei, I have two beautiful ladies here whom I need you to introduce to our fortress, and also, please inform them of your identity. After speaking, Su Chen handed the phone to Song Jiai. The sisters then saw Xing Fei, who was dressed in a maid outfit. What was happening? Was she cosplaying? With warmth, Xing Fei smiled. Hello, I am Xing Fei. Allow me to show you the fortress. Under Xing Fei's guidance, the Song sisters were introduced to a veritable haven amidst the apocalypse. Endless water and electricity, ample food supplies, and a comfortable climate made it an enviable refuge. Furthermore, the fortress was exquisitely designed, rivaling the opulence of the grand villa where Song Jiai resided. After introducing the villa, Xing Fei finally stated, Let me share my identity with you. I am the loyal maid of the master, and I welcome you to join our warm family. Su Chen retrieved his phone from the stunned Song Jiai with a smile, saying, So how about it? I didn't deceive you, did I? It's indeed true. Song Bao murmured in shock. It's real, it's real. She finally accepted the reality. Su Chen was not what she had imagined at all. This was a complete subversion of her expectations. Song Jiai could no longer smile. To suggest that Su Chen was merely teasing them would be self-deception at this point. Su Chen, I noticed that your sanctuary doesn't seem to be underground. How safe is it? Song Jiai inquired. Su Chen replied, Sister Jiai, your observation is astute. Indeed, my fortress is not underground. The advantage of this is that it spares people from living like rats in a sewer. As for safety, while a surface fortress may seem less secure, mine boasts nuclear-level safety. Do you have any further doubts? Song Jiai fell silent. Her only concern was safety, and with nuclear-grade security, there seemed to be no issues. Now, Sister Jiai, I believe you're well aware of your predicament. If you send Bauer to Jinshao, you will be separated as sisters. However, should you choose to be my maids, you will not need to part ways. It is a choice you must make. Yes, he was not coercive, but a lack of coercion did not equate to a lack of competition, given that he was willing to take risks for his own benefit. He had to employ certain strategies. Song Jiai bit her lip. Being your maid means serving you? What exactly does that entail? Su Chen explained what you just witnessed. Fei is my little chef. I have several other maids as well, each assigned their respective household duties. After all, I do not keep idle people. So, it means attending to your daily needs? Song Jiai pondered. If it was merely work, she could accept it, despite having been treated like a lady in the past. However, circumstances had changed, and acceptance was all she could do now. Su Chen smiled. I have yet to finish. Working for me is but one obligation. There is another. All my maids are also my women and must remain loyal solely to me. Huh? Song Jiai's expression changed. It dawned on her that a man would never allow them to simply work for him. She had been naive in her thoughts. Gritting her teeth, she looked at Su Chen. What if I choose neither? Su Chen responded with intrigue. Choose neither? I believe my sister and I can remain here. The food is sufficient for us to survive, Song Jiai asserted. Indeed, Sister Jiai, you are as naive as your sister. Thinking this calamity will soon pass, Su Chen remarked. Song Jiai remained silent. Her silence was the best answer. She certainly was not that naive. It was simple. If the disaster would end quickly, would a group of billionaires still need to build sanctuaries? The supplies here will eventually be exhausted, and Yuan-Ti even reached that day. A Haven team mentioned that the Shualong gang still has remnants. Do you think they will simply let things be? What did you say? The sisters gasped in shock. At this point, they had not considered that Su Chen had not eradicated the Shualong gang. Su Chen found it amusing. He needed to instill some fear in them. The Shualong gang had indeed been annihilated, but only he was privy to this fact. Whatever he said could be believed. After all, who would gamble with their lives? If you're unwilling to be my maids, my assistant sends here. You may wonder whether you will regret it when you fall into the hands of the Shualong gang. Su Chen said with a smile. Song Jiai panicked, her mind in disarray. She suddenly realized that her sister and she had fallen into a dire situation. And Su Chen was their best, perhaps only, option. In the face of death, being a maid no longer seemed unacceptable. Compared to the Shualong gang, Su Chen was at least a young man, and quite good looking at that. People remain the same, but when viewed through different lenses and mindsets, their images transform completely. When they had thought Su Chen was merely a fool, they had not even noticed his appearance. Now, as he towered above them, capable of determining their fates, they realized he was indeed the central figure. Su Chen's refusal to coerce was not out of kindness, but rather the best strategy. What was obtained through coercion would only breed hatred. Should betrayal occur, there would be no psychological burden on the betrayer. However, the path chosen by oneself would bind them to Su Chen, making future betrayal their own fault, forcing them to weigh whether they could withstand Su Chen's retribution. Very well. We shall follow you, Song Jiai resolved, biting the bullet. Finally, it was in his grasp. Su Chen nodded. From this moment on, you shall be my maids. I must warn you, for any disloyal maid, I will employ severe measures. From this moment on, should you harbor any thoughts of regret, it will be deemed betrayal. Understood, Song Jiai affirmed. Su Chen, will you continue to assist us? Song Bauer asked. My maids, aside from myself, shall not be harmed by anyone. And as long as you remain loyal to me, I will not harm you. Consider this a benefit for you. Furthermore, from now on, you must address me as master. Song Bao Ea Blues hit, master. The sudden change in address felt a bit shameful and unfamiliar. Yes, master. Song Jiai lowered her head, a testament to her worldly experience. Master. Song Bauer finally echoed her sister. A notification chimed in Su Chen's ear. Detected 2 newly acquired maids. Please assign them tasks. Gather your belongings. We will return to the fortress shortly, Su Chen instructed. Master, do you need me to provide the addresses of the 4 warehouses? Since I am now your maid. Those warehouses belong to you, Song Jiai offered. Su Chen smiled. No rush. We can discuss that later. For now, let us leave this place. Understood. Song Jiai stood up to pack her belongings. Su Chen unceremoniously collected all the supplies from the basement into his system space. The Song sisters watched in astonishment as the shelves were emptied in an instant. Song Jiai recalled her sister's earlier words, feeling a profound shock. It was her sister who was naive. Su Chen truly possessed extraordinary abilities, seemingly related to space. Being a maid felt humiliating, yet her decision seemed sound. With Su Chen's strength and mystery, following him likely meant avoiding the hardships of this apocalypse. After collecting the supplies, Su Chen communicated with the system to purchase a set of protective gear for Song Jiai. This is thermal and anti-toxic clothing. Wear before going outside, and you'll be able to move freely. Thank you, Master, Song Jiai replied gratefully. Suddenly, Song Jiai's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller, her heart sank. It was Jin Xiao. What is the matter? Su Chen Ingweyev. Master, it's Jin Xiao calling for me, Song Jiai replied. Su Chen responded, answer it. Let us see what he has to say. Song Jiai accepted the call, intuitively switching to speaker mode. The experienced woman was vastly different from the naive girl. Hello. Jin Xiao, what do you need from me? Song Jiai asked. On the other end, Jin Xiao replied, have you figured out how to send your sister over? I only have one chance to open the entrance to the sanctuary, and it must be kept from my father. You better hurry over within the next 2 hours. Song Jiai. She no longer needs to go to that shelter. From a bystander's perspective, she has come to a clearer understanding that attempting to rush over without anyone's assistance is akin to traversing through hell. Su Chen is truly not just her best choice, but her only choice. Why are you silent? Are you still coming over? Jin Xiao seems to be a bit impatient. Song Jiai smiles gracefully. I apologize, Jin Xiao, but we have decided not to go, and furthermore, your engagement with my sister is hereby annulled. Jin Xiao, infuriated, retorts, Song Jiai, what do you mean by this? Why the sudden change of heart? Song Jiai replies, you wish for us sisters to go over without protection. That is no different from signing our own death warrants. I can only make this decision. Jin Xiao asserts, did I not say that my father forbids the bodyguards from helping? Song Jiai counters, then I should indeed proceed in this manner, should I not? Since Jin Laoyizi does not want this daughter-in-law. Even if I were to force my way in, my sister would likely not fare well. Jin Xiao scoffs. Listen here, Song Jiai, I alone possess the authority to refuse. It is not for you to decide. You claim to cancel, and it is cancelled? My sister is my fiancée. You must deliver her to me. Song Jiai chuckles. First and foremost, she is my sister. Secondly, what qualifications do you possess to command me? Have you watched too many domineering CEO dramas? Moreover, it is you who has breached the agreement first. Why do you blame me now? Seeing her defiance, Jin Xiao seems to realize that Song Jiai responds better to gentleness than to force. His tone softens. Very well. Allow me to think of a solution to see if I can find someone to pick you up. Is that acceptable? Song Jiai replies, no. I was merely informing you. Not negotiating. There is no need for us to maintain contact in the future. Jin Xiao erupts in fury. Song, do not overstep your boundaries. Do not forget. Your husband is also here. Are you not afraid of me dealing with him? Song Jiai laughs. I'm so terrified. You might as well go ahead and deal with that scoundrel. I implore you. Jin Xiao, agitated, retorts, what is wrong with you? Where do you get the audacity to challenge me? Do you think that I cannot handle you while I am here? I know your address. I can always find someone to deal with you. Do you believe I would not? Upon hearing this, Song Jiai becomes furious. Indeed, it is only in times of conflicting interests that one can discern a person's true nature. This Jin Xiao threatens her at the slightest disagreement. In contrast, Su Chen resembles an angel. Throughout, he has refrained from uttering harsh words, merely presenting facts and reasoning with her, allowing her to make her own choices. Her eventual decision to side with Su Chen was her own calculated choice, and any adverse consequences henceforth would be her responsibility. You insult my sister. You are not a good person, and I shall not marry you. Song Bauer exclaimed furiously from the side. Jin Xiao sneered. I have stated, it is not for you to decide. If you refuse to marry me, prepare to be destroyed. Suddenly, a soft sigh escapes. Why bother? Jin Xiao, startled, inquires. Who is speaking? Song Jiai, who is this man? Su Chen coolly replies. Who am I? I am your grandfather, dear grandson. Song Bauer cannot help but burst into laughter. Her master is quite humorous, and she wonders how she had not noticed this before. Grandfather? How is that possible? Grandfather is insulting me. Jin Xiao, realizing the absurdity, erupts in rage. Who the hell are you? If you have the gall, reveal your name and see how I deal with you. Su Chen smiles. Whether I have the gall or not, you may call your mother here to find out. As for my name, I shall not disclose it to you. What can you do about it? Jin Xiao, infuriated, shouts. I will kill you. Do you hear me? I will kill you. Click. Su Chen ends a call, leaving the other party to stew in their own fury. Chapter 79. Two more arrive. In the eastern part of Yin City lies a mountain range known as Duani Mountain. Before the apocalypse, it was an unremarkable place, scarcely known to anyone. Now, deep within Duani Mountain, there lies a vast underground shelter concealed from view. This shelter was constructed through the collective funding of a group of billionaires from Yin City. One day, these wealthy elites of the 10 Billion Club mysteriously gathered for 3 days and nights, after which this top-secret project was initiated. Presently, within the confines of the shelter, a man in his 30s with fair skin exudes an air of privilege and superiority, his demeanor reflecting a certain arrogance. He grips his phone tightly, glaring at the call that had just been disconnected, his teeth clenched in fury. How dare they? How dare they? No one speaks to me this way except my father. He is Jin Xiao, full name Jin Yuba, the young master of the esteemed Jin family of Yin City, whose father, Jin Xiaoxiong, possesses a fortune in the billions. The allocation of residents within this secure facility is contingent upon investment contributions. Some affluent individuals lack sufficient quotas, while the Jin family possesses more than enough. Song Jiai has her sights set on Jin Yuba precisely because only he can provide a quota for Song Baoer. However, Jin Yuba's agreement with Song Jiai is not born out of any affection for Song Baoer. In fact, he has yet to meet her formally. Rather, it stems from a psychological desire for dominance. He relishes the sensation of controlling the fates of others amidst the apocalypse. He never anticipated that Song Jiai would suddenly change her mind and voluntarily relinquish her quota, thus escaping his grasp, which he perceives as a personal affront. Song Jiai, I initially could not comprehend your sudden withdrawal, but now I understand. It must be because of this man. Jin Yuba's expression darkens. After a moment, he seems to calm down somewhat, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Truly a fool. You all remain oblivious to the true severity of this disaster. The worst is yet to come. Apart from the shelter, you have only a dead end awaiting you. Song Jiai, you'll certainly come to regret this. I shall await your return to beg me. Tianfu Mingyuan Villa District. The Song sisters, now clad in protective suits, follow Su Chen outdoors. This marks Song Jiai's first venture outside since the apocalypse, and the icy, snowy landscape profoundly shocks her. Upon witnessing the corpses strewn about the streets, lying in pools of blood, she is further horrified. Song Baoer appears more composed than her sister, attempting to divert attention. Sister, isn't the protective suit given by Master Su quite warm? Song Jiai nods, indeed. I must say, it is quite remarkable. How did Su Chen acquire such wondrous items? The snowmobiles from the Snow Wolf gang parked outside have all been collected by Su Chen, leaving behind only 2. Su Chen turns and asks, Sister Jiai, can you operate this vehicle? Song Jiai replies, yes, I drove one during my vacation in Iceland last winter, spending nearly half a year there, taking out daily. Su Chen responds, that is good. I will take Baoer. You could drive one yourself. The sky looks overcast. It may snow again soon, so let us be swift. A few minutes later, the 2 snowmobiles whiz away, departing the Villa District and heading back to Yin City University. The weather in the apocalypse is unpredictable. As they travel halfway, it indeed begins to snow again, but fortunately, it is only light snow, and with their protective suits, they are largely unaffected. As they draw closer to the university, Song Baoer suddenly realizes, her curiosity piqued. Master, are we returning to school? Su Chen affirms, Jis. The fortress is located within the school. Song Baoer seems to grasp the implication. No wonder Su Chen has been speaking of rescuing beautiful women in the school group. This is a prime opportunity to get close. Now she is curious about the exact location of Su Chen's fortress within the campus. She is quite familiar with the area and wonders how she had never noticed the existence of such a fortress before. When Su Chen stops the snowmobile beneath Building 9 of the undergraduate dormitory area, Song Baoer is left dumbfounded. Where's the fortress? Is this not the boys' dormitory? Song Jiai also internally questions the situation. Something feels off. Did they truly fall for Su Chen's trick? Yet she had indeed seen a beautiful large house during a video call with Xing Fei. What on earth is happening? Master, are we here to retrieve something? Song Jiai cannot help but ask. Su Chen replies, no, the fortress is just above. Follow me. The Song sisters exchange bewildered glances. The 2 individuals dared not defy her, as they were now mere maids. Su Chen had made it abundantly clear that any remorse would be deemed treachery, and they were not willing to gamble with their lives. Thus, they reluctantly followed Su Chen upstairs, filled with suspicion. 2 more had arrived. After they ascended the stairs, the 2 boys stationed at the entrance began to whisper among themselves, their eyes brimming with envy. How many women do you think reside in Su Chen's dormitory? One queried. Who knows? I only know that they must all be stunningly beautiful, the other replied. I would be over the moon to have just one. Surely, there must be too many for the dormitory to accommodate. And that cherry blossom girl who came yesterday, it seems he doesn't even want her. Sigh. If only he could give her to me. Would you dare to take her if he did? Good point. On the 5th floor, as Su Chen returned, he spotted a familiar figure kneeling at the entrance of his fortress, her waist straight, yet her head bowed in a quintessential posture of contrition. Xue dying. Upon witnessing this scene, the Song sisters exchanged glances, perplexed by the girl's actions. Sensing their footsteps, Xue dying lifted her head, and upon seeing Su Chen, promptly lowered it again, saying, Master has returned. Xue dying pays her respects. Pay respects? Why is she kneeling out here in the cold, just to pay her respects to Su Chen? The Song sisters were taken aback. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, All right, you may leave. Xue dying implored, Master, have you forgiven me today? May I enter? Please allow me to serve you. Su Chen retorted, I've told you before. The answer is no. Do you dare to ask me again? Yes, I understand. Xue dying gastidi responded. I will come to pay my respects again tomorrow. With that, she stood up and departed, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the Song sisters. Master, who was that girl just now? Song Bauer inquired curiously. Song Jai felt a twinge of anxiety. That girl appeared to be a maid as well. Why did Su Chen treat her this way? Was it a warning to the sisters? Su Chen replied coolly, She is not my maid. She previously attempted to rob me and was defeated by me. Now she seeks my refuge. The sisters exchanged glances, realizing the situation. It was astonishing to see such a beautiful woman so humbly seeking to be Su Chen's maid. If it were a man who attempted to rob the master, wouldn't he have been shot already? Song Bauer mused. Song Jai thought. Perhaps it was because she was not a maid that Su Chen spared her. If a maid dared to harm him, she would be met with dire consequences. Come inside. This is my fortress, Su Chen commanded, and with a thought, he opened the dormitory door. As they crossed the threshold, the sisters' earlier apprehensions dissipated, replaced by awe. The spacious and beautiful sanctuary before them was indeed akin to what they had seen in the video with Xing Fei. Yet who could have anticipated that this seemingly ordinary male dormitory concealed such splendor? Unable to contain herself, Song Bauer leaned toward Song Jai and whispered, Sister, he must possess magic. Chapter 80. Fostering Relationships. Welcome home, Master. Within the Doomsday Fortress, Xing Fei led the way, accompanied by Jiang Xiaolu, Lin Wanxi, and Alice, all clad in identical maid uniforms, bowing deeply to Su Chen while exclaiming in unison. Su Chen questioned, What's going on here? Is this some sort of joke? Master, this is Sister Xiaolu's idea. How do you like this welcoming ceremony? Are you moved? Xing Fei beamed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Su Chen initially intended to say not to do this in the future, but seeing Jiang Xiaolu's eager expression softened his heart. Not bad. I am indeed moved. The maids all smiled, especially Jiang Xiaolu, who beamed with joy. Only Lin Wanxi smiled with reservation, as her attention was drawn to the Song sisters. Goodness. Had 2 more goddesses arrived? Xing Fei and Jiang Xiaolu hurriedly assisted Su Chen in removing his protective gear. Su Chen then settled onto the sofa, observing the Song sisters as they stripped off their protective suits. These are my newly acquired maids. You should introduce yourselves, he said. Sister Jai Bauer, you go first. Song Jai felt a bit awkward as she regarded the young maids, all in their 20s or even younger. She was a 30-something woman, and the embarrassment was palpable. Despite her wealth of experience, she felt somewhat shy. Hello, I am Song Jai. Song Bauer, however, was much more at ease, as they were all of the same generation. She smiled, I am Song Bauer. Oh, Lin Xueji, you are here too? Lin Wanxi nodded slowly, her gaze shifting towards Song Jai, a sense of pressure washing over her. A wave of crisis gripped her. Although few could rival her beauty, Song Jai undoubtedly could, with her added maturity. Oh, you share the same surname. Are you sisters? Xing Fei inquired with curiosity. Song Bauer replied, Yes, she's my sister. In the meantime, the maids busied themselves with introductions. Su Chen, meanwhile, communicated with the system in his mind. With 2 additional maids, an extra room was necessary in the fortress. Ding. Consume 10,000 merit points. Room 1. Fortress upgraded to LV4. Unbeknownst to the maids, the layout of the fortress had shifted and a new room had materialized. Once the introductions concluded, Su Chen remarked, Sister Jai Bauer, you should go take a shower. Xiao will guide you. Fei Fei, Wanxi, please prepare dinner. The maids complied and departed, leaving only Alice beside him. Alice shyly inquired, Master, everyone has tasks. Is there anything I can assist with? Come here, Su Chen instructed. Yes, Master. Alice obediently approached and settled at Su Chen's feet. You mentioned you're a hacker. I could use your skills now. Please investigate information regarding this impending doomsday catastrophe. Alice expressed her curiosity. What specifically would you like to know, Master? Su Chen replied, I suspect that someone may have foreseen this apocalypse years ago. The doomsday event is intrinsically linked to everyone. including Su Chen. If there are secrets surrounding this calamity, he wishes to uncover them. He despises being left in the dark. Alice displayed a look of surprise before nodding. Understood, master. Leave it to me. As night began to fall, after dinner, Su Chen summoned the Song sisters. By this time, both had bathed and donned refreshing maid uniforms. Song Bauer, youthful and with an adorably round face, was a perfect match for the maid outfit. In contrast, Song Jiai, a mature woman, surprisingly did not seem out of place in her attire, adding a layer of contrasting tension that made Su Chen's thoughts wander during dinner, stirring ancient sentiments within him. How do you find it, both of you? My fortress has not disappointed you, has it? Su Chen smiled. Song Baoeza be met. I'm very satisfied. I haven't bathed in half a month. Master, may I shower every day from now on? Of course, the water here is unlimited. Feel free to indulge, Su Chen replied. In the pre-apocalypse world, there was a push for water conservation. Now, amidst extreme water scarcity, could he truly say that? The sisters could hardly believe their ears. Song Jiai added, I'm equally pleased. I finally tasted warm food. And it's so cozy here, I no longer have to endure the cold. Thank you, master. Her words were not mere flattery, but heartfelt gratitude. The greatest delight of the fortress for her was its constant temperature. From every perspective, it was simply perfect. She did not believe any wealthy individual's safe haven could surpass this. The sisters had made the right choice. I have fulfilled my promise. Now it is your turn to contribute, Su Chen stated. Song Jiai responded, Please, master, give your orders. Su Chen smiled. Now that we have more hands, our little chef will be quite busy. Sister Jiai, you'll be responsible for 3 meals a day alongside Fei Fei. Song Jiai replied, Understood, master. And what about me? I can't cook. It seems I'm good for nothing, Song Bauer remarked, her cheeks flushing. Song Jiai remarked, If she cannot learn, she can certainly be taught, master. It is entirely my fault for having spoiled her in the past. Please feel free to give your commands. I shall ensure she learns well. Su Chen diplaith. Then let her follow you. Song Jiai expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master. Su Chen smiled gently, but why not go chat with Fei Fei and the others to strengthen your bonds? Your sister and I also need to enhance our master-servant relationship. Song Jiai understood immediately. Her cheeks flushed. Master, may I speak with you about something? Su Chen encouraged her to proceed. After a glance at her sister, she shyly approached Su Chen and whispered, Master, my relatives have just arrived these past few days. Su Chen felt a touch of helplessness from the ancient spirit within him. Thus, Song Jiai blushed and suggested, Shouldn't Bayer first deepen her bond with you, master? Su Chen could only nod in agreement. Very well, Bayer, please come with me to my room. Song Bayer, somewhat confused, followed Su Chen into the newly designated room 3 for maids, and the door closed behind them. Half an hour later, in the living room, Song Jiai began to feel anxious as there were no signs of the door opening. With the depth of their relationship, she worried that Bayer might not be able to handle it. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she received a video call. She hesitated, but when she saw who it was, her anger flared. The caller was her husband, Lin Guicheng, the man who had abandoned her after the apocalypse to reside in a safe house with his mistress. He had gone silent, refusing to take her calls, and now he had the audacity to reach out. As she answered the video call, she intended to confront him, only to be greeted by a bruised face resembling that of a pig. She could hardly recognize her own husband. Song Jiai, you have made my life miserable. Lin Guicheng accused. Did you intentionally provoke Jin Xiao? Chapter 81. The mobile fortress seeing her husband looking like a battered fool. Song Jiai felt a wave of relief wash over her. Jin Xiao had indeed taken it upon himself to settle the score with this scoundrel. I do not comprehend your meaning, she replied, relishing his misfortune. Lin Guicheng retorted, You are pretending. You promised to send Bayer to Jin Xiao, then suddenly change your mind. Is it not intended to enrage him? Since Jin Xiao cannot confront you, he has come to me instead. I never imagined you could be so malicious. Song Jiai responded. First, kindly clean up your language. What do you mean by sending Bayer to Jin Xiao? I merely betrothed her to him to ensure her safety in the safe house. Lin Guicheng demanded. Then why did you retract your promise? Song Jiai interjected. I have not finished speaking. Furthermore, how dare you accuse me of being malicious when you abandoned your legal wife and took your mistress to a safe house? Lin Guicheng protested. Why did you change your mind? Are you disregarding Bayer's safety? Can you hurry and send her over? Song Jiai laughed ironically. Why should I heed your words? Besides, have you not always looked down on her as a country girl? Why the sudden concern? Lin Guicheng defended himself as her brother-in-law. Is it not natural for me to care for my sister-in-law? She scoffed. Do not discuss me further. Do not contact me again. And promptly blocked him. Do not hang up, dear. You must send Bayer to me. Jin Xiao has stated that if he does not see Bayer for a day, he will beat me for a day. Song Jiai could not contain her laughter. Is that so? What wonderful news. Congratulations. Lin Guicheng, with a sorrowful expression, pleaded. I know abandoning you is wrong, but I had my reasons. We have been married for 3 years, and you have not conceived, yet Xiao Hong is already pregnant. I am merely thinking of the Lin family lineage. Song Jai coldly replied, how very unfortunate for you. If you despise my inability to bear children, you could have simply divorced me rather than finding a mistress behind my back. Your actions only reveal your intent to deny me any share of our assets. Lin Guicheng admitted, I acknowledge my mistakes. Is that not enough? I'm willing to compensate you, no matter the amount. I beg you, send Bayer to me. Song Jai shot back, and now you think of compensating me? Do you take me for a fool? Keep your money for yourself. Realizing he could offer her nothing but money, he shifted strategies. As her sister, do you not care for your sister's well-being? Her life could be at stake. Song Jai retorted, your concern is unnecessary. He pressed, were you now? Who are you with? You cannot possibly disregard Bayer's life. Song Jai sneered, so you are probing for information on Jin Xiao's behalf. You will be disappointed. Tell Jin Xiao to abandon any hope. Bayer has no ties to him. She cast a glance at the still-closed door of room 3. Lin Guicheng scoffed, Bayer is not dead. How can she have no connection to Jin Xiao? Lin Guicheng, listen carefully. I have no relationship with you anymore. Do not assume you're the only one who can seek out other women. Song Jai smiled. Lin Guicheng's expression shifted. What do you mean? Song Jai, are you seeing another man? You are my wife. If you dare do so, I will kill you. Song Jai could not help but laugh. How amusing to hear such words from you, a cheating scoundrel. Farewell, and may you enjoy your beating, my dear husband. With that, she ended the video call and deleted all his contact information. In her eyes, he was as good as dead. From this moment forward, she was Su Chen's woman, wholly devoted to following her master. She would wait until her relatives departed before continuing on her path. After more than half an hour, the door to room 3 finally opened, and Su Chen emerged alone. Song Jai hurriedly approached, her concern evident in her voice. Master, how is Bayer? Su Chen smiled. She has been crying. Please go comfort her. I will take a shower. Good night. Good night, Song Jai replied and quickly entered the room. Inside, she found Song Bayer lying in bed with disheveled hair, sobbing softly. Upon seeing her sister, Bayer exclaimed, Sister, it hurts. After showering, Su Chen returned to his room. Prepare to sleep. Today marked the first time he had left school, and it had been quite exhausting. He needed to rest well. Before sleeping, he checked his gains for the day. Merit points balance, 896,700. Su Chen felt satisfied. Having deepened his bond with Song Bayer, he had earned an additional 60,000 merit points. In total, the Song sisters had provided him with 240,000 merit points in one day. Additionally, he had acquired the skill Deep Blue Enhancement and collected a batch of food from Song Jai's basement, along with a plethora of weapons and vehicle supplies from the Shuelang gang. It had been the most fruitful day in history, truly a bountiful harvest. In summary, despite the heightened danger of leaving school, it had been worthwhile. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. However, considering that the Song sisters were now under his care, they could only perform maid duties for the time being, and he currently had only Xin Yue as a reliable tool. Su Chen used. It seems I'm in need of a new goddess. I wonder how many more goddesses exist within the school. Must I truly venture beyond? His brief experience in the outside world today was intriguing. Perhaps it was due to his lack of deeper engagement, but he felt it was manageable. The only concern lingering in his mind was distance. The fortress was situated on campus, far from the outside world. A simple trip took at least 1 or 2 hours, consuming time and significantly increasing risk. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he communicated with the system. Tongzi, can my fortress be moved? He recalled that Tongzi had mentioned the fortress could not be relocated, but only temporarily. Beep. The fortress is temporarily immobile, and it requires an upgrade to level 10 for relocation. Currently, it stands at level 4. Su Chen sighed. He had not paid much attention to the fortress's level, as it was indestructible from the outset. However, it seemed he had to start paying attention now. Tongzi, what are the upgrade rules for the fortress? Su Chen inquired. Beep. The fortress upgrade requires acquiring maids, expanding the fortress, and a comprehensive evaluation of these 2 points. It is essential to note that fortress expansion must align with demand and should not be conducted blindly. Such blind expansion is ineffective, the system replied. Su Chen nodded, realizing that he needed to gather more maids. With more maids, the need for fortress expansion would naturally arise. Beep. Precisely. He mused, considering that if he were to eventually possess billions of maids, could the fortress not expand into a small world or even a planet? Chapter 82. New tools. The thought of one day commanding countless maids and transforming the fortress into a small world or even a planet filled Su Chen with a slight excitement. But he quickly calmed himself. Such grandiose ideas seemed far-fetched and impractical. After all, with Blue Star's 8 billion population, even if 4 billion were female, how many would possess an appearance rated above 8? The majority would be of ordinary looks. Moreover, in this apocalypse, how many inhabitants of Blue Star were still alive? Even if there were indeed billions of goddesses who could become his maids, he would need immense stamina to handle them. This unrealistic notion was merely a fanciful thought, a source of amusement to chuckle at. With that, Su Chen ceased his pondering and chose to lie down and sleep. On the 17th day of the apocalypse, Su Chen awoke early and opened his phone, drawn in by the lively chatter of the mutual aid group. Since the last official rescue, and with each dormitory building establishing its own groups, the once bustling mutual aid groups had grown quite quiet. The official rescue had temporarily relieved the students from famine, leading several campus beauties to no longer seek food from Su Chen. He still retained that poster from the campus beauty selection event, featuring about 10 beauties rated above 8. Thus far, he had only interacted with 5 of them, Xing Fei, Lin Wan-si, and Songbao Er, who had all become his maids. Xia Ming, Yao had been dismissed, and Chen Lanyu had been imprisoned as an experimental subject. As for the others, Su Chen was unaware of their current situations. He only knew their names. Perhaps they had perished, fallen ill, or were thriving without needing his assistance. Furthermore, the campus beauties were not limited to those on the poster. For instance, Xin Yue was not included there, and had it not been for her proactive plea for help, he would have remained oblivious to her existence. As for Jiang Xiao Lu and Ai Li Si, they were mere serendipitous surprises. At that moment, the latest news from several mutual aid groups displayed a long overdue notification. Su Chen clicked in to ascertain the situation and discovered that the long-absent school authorities had resurfaced, and the student council had made an announcement. Student Council President Yao Tongwei, attention everyone. Students, thanks to the relentless efforts of the school leadership, the official rescue will commence tomorrow at noon. Given the chaos from the previous rescue and the subsequent disastrous transformations, we urge all students to adhere to order, ensure protection, and queue for supplies. We ask the leaders of each dormitory building to take charge and prevent any recurrence of tragedy. The students reacted with jubilant cheers. Some expressed remorse for not heeding the student council's advice during the last rescue, vowing to comply this time. The atmosphere within the group was joyous and harmonious. After all, it had been 10 days since the last rescue, and supplies were running low, with some dorms falling back into famine. This wave of aid was indeed a timely blessing, allowing everyone a chance to sustain themselves. Su Chen thought to himself that given the current circumstances, he might soon find himself devoid of tasks. Would he have to take a break? Nevertheless, since the apocalypse began, he had not rested. With nearly 1,000,000 merits in hand and a host of maids at his side, he now had the means to indulge in leisure, enjoying a carefree existence resembling that of a celestial being. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Beep. New rescue task detected. The system notification rang in his ears, reminding him that it was time to deliver supplies to the tool, Xin Yue. Soon, she would be collected as well. Once she joined his ranks, he could truly become a recluse within the fortress. With this thought, Su Chen rose, had breakfast, donned his protective gear, and ventured out. Upon arriving at Shen Yue's dormitory, before even stepping inside, he heard her sobbing. Su Chen, it seems that Ling Ling is on the verge of death. Shen Yue said, her eyes swollen from crying, her appearance evoking deep sympathy. Instinctively, Su Chen wrapped his arms around her, offering a comforting embrace. Shen Yue did not resist. It was their first hug, yet they both felt a natural connection, as if their relationship had reached a harmonious state. I'll go check on her, Su Chen said, taking Shen Yue's hand. Approaching Su Ling Ling's bedside, he found her lying weakly, her body emaciated. She had been ill for only a few days, yet she appeared almost unrecognizable. The red spots on her face had darkened to black, a truly alarming sight. This was a symptom of the late stage of toxic snow disease, indicating that recovery was beyond hope, with a time frame of 3 to 5 days at most. The only consolation was that Su Ling Ling was no longer at risk of becoming a berserker. Berserkers were a rarity, and her condition was the normal progression of illness leading to death. Brother, am I about to die? Su Ling Ling asked with a sorrowful smile, her gaze falling on the hands of Su Chen and Shen Yue intertwined, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes before she quickly averted them. How could that be? Ling Ling? You will get better, Su Chen reassured her, unwilling to speak the harsh truth given her close bond with Shen Yue. You need not deceive me. I can sense my life ebbing away like a flowing river, and I can even hear the sound of it slipping away, she lamented, prompting tears from Shen Yue once more. Please, don't think like that, Ling Ling. I brought you medicine. Take it and sleep, and you'll feel better, Su Chen said, handing the food to Shen Yue to complete his daily task, as well as procuring pain relief medication for Su Ling Ling. At this juncture, the skin medication was no longer effective. Only painkillers could alleviate her suffering. Shen Yue escorted Su Chen to the door, nestling into his embrace, reluctant to part. He whispered reassurances in her ear, resembling a couple deeply in love. Neither of them noticed that Su Ling Ling, from her bed, was straining to turn her head. Peering through the gap in the bed frame, her eyes filled with indescribable emotions. On his way back to the fortress, Su Chen continued to ponder Shen Yue. Her feelings for him were distinctly different from those of his other maids. He could sense that. His maids either acted out of necessity, fear, or admiration, but none genuinely loved him. What would it feel like to be cherished by someone truly? Su Chen found himself yearning for that experience. Upon reaching the entrance of his dormitory, he saw Shui Dai-ing kneeling at the door. "Master, Shui Dai-ing greets you," she said, bowing her head. "All right." Su Chen nodded in response. Shui Dai-ing then lifted her head, and he noticed that her complexion appeared somewhat pale, noticeably worse than in the past 2 days. Beep. New rescue target detected. Data generation in progress. Name, Shui Dai-ing. Age, 21. Rating, 89. Level, excellent. Blank slate. Task details, food shortage. Hunger crisis. Task level, nightmare. Task reward, 50,000. Su Chen was taken aback. A task had indeed been triggered. This Sakura girl possessed the potential to become a tool, making her a suitable replacement for Shin Yue. Moreover, this Sakura girl proactively sought out food, simplifying the process compared to aiding Shin Yue. "Master, I will return tomorrow," Shui Dai-ing declared. Su Chen felt a secret joy within, yet maintained an air of indifference on the surface. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he produced a day's worth of food and water, stating calmly, "Here, take this. Do not let yourself starve." Shui Dai-ing was momentarily taken aback. When she had come from the international student dormitory, her provisions were scant, and she had indeed begun to feel hunger since the previous night. However, weakened in body, she was unable to return to the dormitory. Finding food in this place proved difficult, unless she resorted to robbing other students, which Shui Dai-ing was unwilling to do. Originally, she had intended to beseech Su Chen for sustenance today, but she hesitated, remembering he was punishing her and was unlikely to provide her with food. What was the point of asking? To her surprise, Su Chen discerned her hunger and generously offered her food. "Arigato," Shui Dai-ing exclaimed gratefully as she accepted the provisions. Su Chen, hearing the system's feedback of merit, entered the fortress with satisfaction. Unbeknownst to Shui Dai-ing, Su Chen had already begun to see her as a tool. As she gazed at the food in her hands, excitement surged within her. Her master, though appearing cold and unfeeling, was, in truth, a soft-hearted deity. With hope ignited, she believed he would ultimately take her in. As Su Chen entered the fortress, Xing Fei hurried towards him. "Master, something is wrong. There has been an incident," she said, anxiety evident in her voice. Su Chen furrowed his brows. "What happened?" Xing Fei replied, "It's Wan Si. She seems to be ill." Su Chen's heart sank as he calculated the time. Today marked the 7th day of Lin Wan Si's quarantine. Could it be? Unbeknownst to them, Lin Wan Si's quarantine had silently reached its conclusion after 7 days, which happened to be today. During this time, she had spent most of it isolated in her room, helping Xing Fei and Jiang Xiao Lu only when necessary, constantly burdened by the fear of deterioration and thus remained in low spirits. Su Chen understood her feelings, choosing not to intervene too much. However, upon hearing of her illness, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. Had his efforts been in vain? The most exquisite goddess of the campus, and yet, he might not be able to retain her. It was understandable, as Lin Wan Si had suffered from the toxic snow's affliction, more severely than other infected individuals. That day, she had nearly succumbed to it. Not falling ill was merely a stroke of luck. Falling ill was the most natural outcome. "Where is she?" Su Chen inquired. Xing Fei responded, "In the restroom. She has locked herself inside." Su Chen approached the restroom door, hearing the sounds of retching from within, which were quite alarming. "Open the door. It's me." Su Chen knocked lightly. Lin Wan Si's voice came from inside. "Don't come in. I know you want to throw me out. I would rather die than return to that dreadful place outside. If you dare enter, I will kill myself." With a creak, the door was pushed open before Lin Wan Si could finish her sentence. Unbeknownst to her, Su Chen possessed the ability to open the doors within the fortress with his thoughts. Upon entering, he found Lin Wan Si hunched over the toilet, retching. Even the most stunning goddess was reduced to this pitiful state. Upon seeing Su Chen, embarrassment and anger washed over her, and instinctively, she attempted to slam her head into the toilet bowl, wishing to end her life. She truly wished for death, not only out of despair from her illness, but also from the shame of being seen in such a vulnerable state by Su Chen. Her pride felt utterly crushed. However, it would not be so easy for her to end her life in front of Su Chen. With a slight exertion, he grasped her firmly. "Cough, don't act impulsively," he said, pinching his nose. Ironically, Lin Wan Si caught sight of his gesture. "You want me to die? I refuse to live," she cried out. Should she truly perish? A significant part of the reason would be from sheer embarrassment. Su Chen examined her face and limbs, pondering, "System, has she undergone a transformation?" Ding. "No signs of toxic snow transformation detected," came the system's reply. Su Chen thought to himself, "Then what is her condition?" Ding. "Symptoms indicate a gastrointestinal flu causing vomiting and diarrhea. Please urge the maid to take medication promptly." Despite this, the day was not yet over. There remained a possibility of her contracting the toxic snow. Su Chen worried. Ding. "Congratulations, host. According to the characteristics of the toxic snow virus, if other symptoms arise during the quarantine period, the risk of infection can be ruled out. Your maid has safely passed the quarantine period." A wave of relief washed over Su Chen. So that was it. He had learned something new about the toxic snow's properties. What a false alarm it had been. Thank goodness, they had managed to keep her safe. I beg you, let me die. After all, you intend to expel me. I want to survive out there anyway. Lin Wanxi continued to wail. Su Chen smiled. If I told you I want to expel you, and that you haven't contracted the toxic snow, would you still wish to die? Lin Wanxi paused. What do you mean by that? Su Chen explained. What I mean is, you have completed your quarantine. You are now safe. It is merely a cold. Lin Wanxi could hardly believe it. Is this true? You aren't deceiving me? Su Chen replied. Would I have any reason to lie to you? If you had truly been infected, I would have already thrown you out. Indeed, there was no doubt that Su Chen would act in such a manner. Realizing she was genuinely unharmed, Lin Wanxi was overwhelmed with joy. Su Chen released her, saying, if you still wish to die, I won't stop you. Naturally, Lin Wanxi no longer wished for death. However, she was still quite embarrassed, hastily saying, Master, please leave. It's quite dirty in here. Clean up, and then come out for your medication. Su Chen complied and stepped outside. A moment later, Lin Wanxi, her face flushed, emerged from the restroom and approached the sofa. In a soft voice, she said, Master, could you come into my room? I have something I wish to discuss privately. Su Chen agreed. Upon reaching her room, Lin Wanxi threw herself into Su Chen's embrace, saying, Master, please. With a crimson face, she leaned closer to him. Yet, Su Chen swiftly grasped her chin, preventing her advance. It was truly unexpected. She had nearly succeeded. Who would have thought that the aloof goddess, who had resisted and trembled at his approach just a week ago, had become so proactive, almost like a hungry wolf? What transformation had she undergone? I told you I wouldn't expel you. There is no need for such urgency. Su Chen smiled. Lin Wanxi's eagerness stemmed from a desire for security. Every maid required this process to officially become Su Chen's servant. Over the past week, she had come to terms with her feelings and eagerly awaited the moment of realization, so she could find peace of mind. As the foremost goddess on campus, Su Chen certainly could not refuse her, but he had to decline for now. Do you wish to infect your master with your cold? He chuckled. Lin Wanxi quickly shook her head. Leaning in closer, Su Chen whispered in her ear, While I may find you quite tempting, it is best you take your medicine today as a priority. That is an order. Once Lin Wanxi nodded, Su Chen gently pushed her away. I apologize, master. I acted impulsively, she said. Su Chen then seated himself on the edge of the bed, saying, Whether you acted impulsively or not, I'm feeling a bit impulsive myself. Please go call Fei Fei and Xiao Lu in. For the remainder of the day, with no requests or tasks, Su Chen chose not to venture out. Whenever hunger struck, he would eat. Once satisfied, he would immerse himself in a world of comfort, enjoying a day reminiscent of a celestial being. Meanwhile, he and his maids remained blissfully unaware that, outside, a dreadful calamity was brewing. Around 3 o'clock that afternoon, the sky darkened ominously. In the absence of even the slightest breeze, a heavy snowfall began to descend silently. People suddenly sensed the temperature plummeting rapidly, so much so that the change was visible to the naked eye. Prior to this, the temperature had been gradually decreasing, albeit slowly, over a lengthy period. After half a month, it had dropped from a chilling 30 degrees below zero to approximately 50 degrees below, where it had remained seemingly stable. Yet now it plummeted unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. Previously, one could simply secure the doors and windows to keep the frost at bay, but now, to everyone's horror, the frigid cold was relentlessly invading the interior, the freezing process visible to the naked eye, spreading like a creeping creature. By evening, someone recorded the latest indoor temperature, minus 61 degrees. Chapter 84, the third plea of the campus bell. Oh, it's so cold. What should I do? I feel like I'm freezing to death. The indoor conditions are unbearable. Does anyone have extra blankets? I would trade all my food for one. Leaders, could you please send us more warm supplies for tomorrow's rescue? In various groups, lamentations filled the air. This sudden drop in temperature caught everyone off guard, and it was destined to be a night of suffering, as if they were being sifted through a filter. Those unable to adapt might not see the dawn. Fortunately, a shared belief sustained everyone. The official rescue scheduled for the next day. In the clusters of buildings, the leaders comforted their peers, saying, just hold on. The rescue will arrive tomorrow, and the authorities will surely provide more warm supplies. The students encouraged one another, determined to endure until the morrow. As the temperature plummeted, darkness soon enveloped the sky, heralding the coldest night ever in Yuncheng. Just as everyone gritted their teeth, preparing to battle the extreme cold through the night, the student council suddenly tagged everyone in the group chat. Student council president Yao Tongwei, everyone, I bring unfortunate news. Due to the sudden drop in temperature, helicopters cannot operate, and tomorrow's rescue has been canceled. The extreme cold poses a fatal risk. Everyone must stay indoors and refrain from going outside. This despairing announcement sent shockwaves through the group. Are you kidding me? The rescue is canceled. What are we supposed to do now? It's cold enough. And now we have no food? When will the rescue resume? I estimate we can last 3 days at most. We have to rely on the weather. If it warms up, the rescue can come. That's it. I've seen temperatures drop to a straight line post-apocalypse with no sign of warming. This is unbearable. Discussion érupted, overshadowed by despair and anger. The most disheartening aspect was not the absence of hope, but the cruel removal of hope once it was offered. A situation that could truly drive one to madness. In Building 6, Room 305, Xiao Mengyao suddenly awoke. Sister Yao Yao, I think someone just knocked on our door. Su Chen crouched beside her bed, fear etched on her face as she spoke in hushed tones. To avoid detection by boys, they had refrained from turning on the lights at night, go to sleep early, while keeping two on watch to listen for any disturbances. Xiao Mengyao replied solemnly. Are you sure? Su Chen's eyes brimmed with tears as she said, Yes, Sister Yao Yao, I'm so scared. What if they find us? Xiao Mengyao furrowed her brows tightly. With the official rescue cancelled, emotions within the group had become increasingly agitated, and they could hear the boys in the building roaring. Under the dual pressures of extreme cold and hunger, many were on the brink of a breakdown, poised to act irrationally. Previously, some had already set their sights on the treasures left behind by the Jinzi gang, loitering outside their door, observing and even testing the waters. But the fear of Su Chen had kept them at bay. However, if these individuals fell into despair, even Su Chen's reputation might not deter them. They were 9 in total, not an insignificant number, yet all were delicate females. How could they possibly withstand the boys? We can't stay here any longer. Wake everyone up. We're leaving tonight, Xiao Mengyao declared, while Su Chen went to rouse the others. Xiao Mengyao threw off her blanket and quickly donned her clothes and hat. Leaving meant abandoning the supplies they could not take with them. The thought of it pained her. She truly could not bear part with them. The inheritance left by the Jinzi gang was too abundant. Their 9 souls had been frugal enough to last several months with food and water, not to mention the warm bedding. Now at minus 60 degrees, they each had 5 blankets, and there was no need to panic. If only, she thought, all the boys in the building could perish. If only Su Chen would come and help me. Xiao Mengyao bit her lip, feeling a surge of unwillingness. Su Chen had claimed to rescue beautiful women, and in recent days, he had undoubtedly saved many, including one named Xing Fei, whom he had never mentioned before the apocalypse and likely did not know. Yet, he refused to help her and had even blocked her number. Had she not merely teased him a little? Was it necessary for him to still harbor anger over such a trivial matter? The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. And she sent a message to Su Chen. Yao Yao, Su Chen, please stop being angry about that day. Let's call it my fault, all right? I'm in a dangerous situation. Can you come save me right away? Awaiting your reply. The message sent successfully indicated that Su Chen had not blocked her. However, he did not respond, perhaps having not seen it or choosing not to reply. Given the urgency of the situation, Xiao Mengyao did not care about the details and directly initiated a video call to Su Chen. Previously, she had kept her location a secret from him, but now it was time to reveal it. Unfortunately, he did not answer until the call automatically ended. Little did she know that Su Chen was busy in the maid's quarters with Xing Fei, Jiang Xiaolu, Alice, and Song Bao, for girls in a single day. Xiao Mengyao was furious. That insufferable Su Chen, such a miser. I've already apologized. What more does he want? Should I kneel and beg him? Even if I had kneel, he should at least give me the opportunity. With no hope left in Su Chen, she decided to leave him one final message. Yao Yao, I'm in room 305 of Building 6. If you don't come to help me, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. You will regret this. At that moment, the other girls awoke and gathered around Xiao Mengyao's bed, waiting for her to speak. Xiao Mengyao suppressed her frustration and put down her phone. We're leaving immediately. We can't stay here any longer. Everyone grab a backpack for supplies. Take as much as you can. One girl asked, it's so cold outside. Where do we go? Xiao Mengyao replied, to Building 3 next door. It's the closest. Now let us move. First, gather supplies quietly. Thus, the girls hurriedly picked up their backpacks and began stuffing them with supplies. While they were busy, a loud bang echoed as someone knocked on the dormitory door, startling the girls into silence, even holding their breath. Outside, 2 boys were speaking. Are you sure you heard something inside? Yes, but I might have misheard. No matter. Let us just break down the door. We'll find out. As they spoke, a series of loud thuds shook the dormitory door violently. If this continued, it would soon be shattered. The girls were horrified. As the door was about to give way, Xiao Mengyao cried, quick, everyone, push against the door. We must not let them in. The girls rushed over, desperately bracing their bodies against the door. They had finally revealed themselves, and the boys outside realized there were indeed girls inside. The 2 boys shouted, come help. It seems there are girls in there. Chapter 85. Su Chen, I hate you. The dormitory door was suffering greatly. Outside, several boys were frantically battering the door, and more boys were rushing over to join the fray. Inside, the group of girls was straining to hold the door. With their combined efforts, the lock was soon broken. The girls stood no chance against the boys, and the door was quickly forced open just enough for a boy to peek inside, confirming that it was indeed a group of girls, which only fueled their excitement. So many girls, and their food. Come on, everyone, push harder. One boy shouted. Inside the door, Xiao Mengyao urged fervently, everyone do not give up, hold on, we can do this. However, despite her words, she had already stepped back a few paces, her heart racing as she watched the gap in the door widening. How can we hold on? She thought in despair, gritting her teeth. She took advantage of the moment when her companions were distracted and quietly retreated further inside. Grabbing a backpack, she dashed towards the balcony. Su Chen, who was desperately holding the door, suddenly realized that Sister Yao Yao was no longer by her side. Turning in surprise, she saw Xiao Mengyao retreating to the balcony. Sister Yao Yao intends to abandon everyone and escape. Observing that the other girls were with their eyes closed, bracing the door, she quickly mimicked her and quietly stepped back. By the time she also reached the balcony with a backpack, Xiao Mengyao had already climbed over the railing, preparing to jump down. Yao Yao, help me! Xiao Chen exclaimed, flustered as she attempted to climb onto the railing, but her foot slipped and she fell. Hurry up, get up, drop the backpack, Xiao Mengyao urged, extending her hand to help Xiao Chen. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from inside as the boys, in a frenzy, broke through the dormitory door, causing the girls to topple in disarray, while the boys rushed in excitedly, laughing and calling out. Xiao Mengyao was alarmed and urged quickly. Xiao Chen scrambled to her feet, indeed abandoning the backpack, grasping Xiao Mengyao's outstretched hand, and prepared to climb over the railing. There's still two outside. Don't let them escape, shouted a boy. Having spotted them, Xiao Mengyao's heart raced, and with a clenched jaw, she whispered, Qian, forgive me. Realizing the implication, Xiao Chen gasped, no. Before she could finish her words, Xiao Mengyao had already retracted her hand without hesitation and jumped outside. Landing in the snowy ground below, Xiao Mengyao quickly got up, only to hear Xiao Qian's anguished cries from above. What are you doing? Let go of me. With no time to spare, Xiao Mengyao fled, terrified that a boy might jump down to pursue her, darting into the darkness where, even if she couldn't outrun them, she could at least hide. As she ran, tears streamed down her face. I'm sorry, Qian, I truly wanted to save you, but it's too late. I'm sorry, everyone. You have all been tarnished by the Jinshui gang, but I remain pure and untainted. I cannot fall into their hands. Su Chen, why didn't you come to save me? You have caused my suffering. You have brought harm to Xiao Qian and the others. In her frantic escape, she lost track of where she was running late at night. The temperature outside had plummeted to over 60 degrees below zero, and in the snow, she felt her body heat rapidly dissipating. At this rate, she feared she wouldn't last long. Reaching a building, she noticed a broken roller shutter nearby and quickly slipped inside. After walking a few steps, Xiao Mengyao turned on her phone's flashlight and gasped softly, realizing she was in the dormitory district supermarket. Although the surroundings were in disarray, clearly having been ransacked, there might still be useful supplies in the storeroom. Even if there were no supplies, hiding inside would at least provide her some warmth and a chance to catch her breath. Thus, she trotted further inside. But as she reached the storeroom door, she suddenly halted, her pupils dilating in shock, nearly suffocating from fear. There, sitting on the floor, was a hulking figure clad in a black fur coat, resembling a massive black bear at first glance. The giant seemed to be lifeless, eyes closed and motionless. Xiao Mengyao exhaled in relief. If he was dead, she had no reason to fear. However, just then, the giant abruptly opened his eyes and looked at her. Xiao Mengyao screamed, dropping her phone, which clattered to the ground. Midnight arrived. Su Chen exited the maid's room of Building 3, invigorated by the day as escapades with Lin Wanxi. He had first sought out Xing Fei and Jiang Xiaolu for engagement, then Alice, but found himself still unsatisfied, leading him to Song Bei'er. Had he not been slightly fatigued, he would have continued his revelry. To his delight, he discovered that his passive skill, Deep Blue Enhancement, had activated. This skill allowed his other abilities to grow stronger with use. Not limited to skills alone, his attributes and physical form could also be enhanced. Utilizing strength would amplify his might, while speed would increase his swiftness. This skill was remarkable, providing him a method to level up effortlessly. Returning to his room, Su Chen instinctively checked his phone. There was a missed video call from Xiao Mengyao, along with 2 messages. Furrowing his brow, he wondered what she wanted at this late hour. Could she be in trouble? He had kept Xiao Mengyao's contact, anticipating her misfortunes, and if she truly faced adversity, it would be amusing to witness. He clicked to view the messages. Indeed, Xiao Mengyao was seeking his assistance again. Wait, Building 6, Room 305? ISNT that the Jinzi gang's dormitory? How'd you end up there? Su Chen pondered in surprise. The Jinzi gang had sheltered a group of girls, and after he had dismantled their operation, he had left the supplies for those girls, not bothering with them afterward. He didn't recall Xiao Mengyao being among those girls. It was quite strange how she had mingled with them. Setting aside how she had infiltrated their ranks, it seemed she was in dire straits. Hastily apologizing to him and pleading for help. The Jinzi gang had ample supplies. Surely, it wasn't a lack of food that troubled her. Building 6 was the boys' dormitory. Could it be that those boys had set their sights on them? All things have their causes and effects. These girls had previously aligned with the Jinzi gang for sustenance. And perhaps they were reluctant to abandon the resources, leading them to remain in a den of wolves, which was not surprising. However, why tonight? Wasn't he there supposed to be a rescue tomorrow? Logically, everyone should have enough supplies by now. Suddenly, Su Chen made a startling realization. What? A drastic temperature drop? Outside? It was minus 63 degrees? What? The rescue for tomorrow had been cancelled? Su Chen was astonished. While he was indulging himself, the weather had turned for the worse. He understood that this could drive people to madness. Oh no, Xin Yue. Su Chen's expression shifted suddenly. Chapter 86. Moral coercion. What does a temperature of over 60 degrees below zero imply? As a southerner, Su Chen had never truly experienced it. But he recalled that even a winter nearing 0 degrees was unbearable. After the apocalypse, many had perished from exposure overnight, particularly the 3 unfortunate souls in the far south, where the temperature had only dipped to minus 30 degrees before plummeting to minus 50 degrees. Daily reports of people freezing to death circulated online. Yet no one had compiled the statistics, leaving the exact number unknown. The heavens were cruel indeed, suddenly dropping the temperature by several degrees. Was it not enough that people had perished? Thinking of Xin Yue, Su Chen hurriedly video called her. Upon answering, Xin Yue looked drowsy. Su Chen sighed in relief. She was alive. He felt a pang of urgency. If anything were to happen to her, the system would surely trigger a quest. Why are you looking for me so late? Is something wrong? Xin Yue asked softly, surprisingly unperturbed despite being awakened by him. Su Chen smiled. Nothing serious. I just learned about the drastic temperature drop outside and wanted to check on you. Shen Yue replied, I'm freezing. I've used all the blankets and clothes my roommates left behind, just managing to cope. Are you cold? Su Chen reassured her, not at all. I just finished exercising, feeling a bit warm. Shen Yue. Su Chen continued, as long as you're fine, get some sleep. I'll come find you tomorrow. All right, see you tomorrow. Make sure to dress warmly when you head out. It's really cold. Shen Yue cautioned before hanging up. Su Chen held his phone with a tangle of emotions. Deprived of parental love throughout his life, he had never experienced a romantic relationship. What does it truly feel like to be cared for by someone? As he returned to his bed, preparing for slumber, he noticed several notifications in a group chat directed at him. Curious, he delved into the conversation, discovering that many were still awake, discussing the rescue efforts. In light of the cancellation of the rescue operation the following day, various members were demanding solutions from the student council. Some suggested that since the official helicopter was unavailable, they should resort to snow transportation. Others proclaimed that if there were no official rescue, they would not hesitate to seize what they needed from others. A few even audaciously proposed raiding the female dormitories. Amidst the chatter, someone tagged Su Chen, claiming, I heard this student has been assisting the ladies and must possess ample supplies. Shouldn't he share them to help everyone in this trying time? This ignited a flurry of responses, with many rallying to urge Su Chen to contribute. We are all from the same school. It is only right to lend a hand during hardships. One said. Another chimed in, I am not a damsel. Yet I support Su Chen's sharing of resources. The chorus continued, accusing him of selfishness, asserting that everyone deserves the right to survive, and even recalling past grievances. Su Chen chuckled at their attempts to invoke his conscience, noting the absurdity of their threats. They were oblivious to the fact that his supplies were earned through his own merits, painstakingly accumulated. If he were saint, attempting to save an entire dormitory would deplete his resources in an instant. Did they truly perceive him as a saint? He could not be bothered to argue with those who merely spoke empty words. If they dared confront him in reality, let them try. Disregarding their pleas, he set his phone aside and surrendered to a deep, undisturbed sleep, unaffected by the turmoil outside. He awoke naturally the next morning, marking the 18th day of the apocalypse. As Su Chen awaited the system to trigger his next task, something he usually accomplished before venturing out, he finished his breakfast, yet the system remained silent. A frown formed on his brow. Could it be that Shen Yue had sufficient provisions and did not require his assistance? Just as he pondered this, the system finally delivered its notification, albeit with a slight delay. Ding! A new rescue task has been discovered. However, upon reading the task details, his expression shifted dramatically. In dormitory 408 Xiaowei, I truly cannot hold on any longer. Su Lingling lay weakly on her bed, gazing at Shen Yue with despair. She was already on the brink of death, and the plummeting temperatures had exacerbated her condition, leaving her in a dire state. Tears welled in Shen Yue's eyes as she grasped her best friend's hand. You'll be fine. Su Chen said you will recover. Hold on. I will call him right now. Don't, Su Lingling replied weakly. It's futile. Even if a celestial being were to arrive, they could not save me. Shen Yue understood that her reassurances were mere self-deception. She was on the verge of losing her closest friend. Lingling, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Tell me, and I will do everything within my power to make them come true, she choked out. Su Lingling managed a sorrowful smile. I'm still so young. I have never experienced love, nor the taste of companionship. I want to marry, to have children, I want to live. Shen Yue's heart ached. Such simple, ordinary desires had now turned into unattainable dreams. Xiaowei, I have one last secret to share with you. I must let you know. Su Lingling's voice dwindled, barely audible. Shen Yue leaned closer, eager to catch her final words. Suddenly, Su Lingling's hands clamped around Shen Yue's throat, tightening with ferocity, rendering her breathless and her face flushed with panic. Lingling, what are you doing? Shen Yue gasped. Su Lingling's strength seemed to return as she gripped her throat, a sinister expression on her face. Why must I be the one to die? Why do you get to live so easily? Why do you have Su Chen while I do not? Shen Yue was taken aback, unable to comprehend Su Lingling's twisted thoughts. Lingling. Instinctively, she struggled, but Su Lingling, fueled by a desperate resolve, tightened her grip, and with each passing moment, Shen Yue felt her strength ebbing away. Do you remember when I asked if you could die with me? I was serious. I truly wish for us to depart together. You are my dearest friend. How could I leave you behind? You said you would fulfill my wishes, so do not resist. Let us die together. Even in the afterlife, we shall remain the best of friends. Chapter 87. Strike First. Shen Yue could never have imagined that her closest friend, in her final moments, would desire to take her along into oblivion. Caught off guard, she found herself ensnared by Su Lingling's grip, her breath becoming shallow, the possibility of escape slipping away. Tears streamed down her cheeks, mingling shock, despair, disappointment, and sorrow. In that moment, memories of their past flashed before her eyes. They had met on the first day of university, quickly bonding over their shared experiences. As they grew closer, their friendship deepened into an unbreakable bond. Shen Yue excelled academically, patiently tutoring Su Lingling, often sacrificing her weekends to assist her. Despite her own wealth, she would intentionally take more food, feigning inability to finish, simply to share with Su Lingling. In return, Su Lingling had supported her, using her imposing presence to fend off unwanted advances from suitors. They had always been the best of friends, closer than sisters. Even in the apocalypse, when Shen Yue longed to leave with Su Chen, she stayed behind for Su Lingling's sake, knowing that without her, Su Lingling would go hungry. After Su Lingling fell ill, Shen Yue cared for her with unwavering dedication. She could not fathom why Su Lingling would wish to harm her. Shouldn't a true friend hope for her to survive? Let me share another truth with you. Su Lingling sneered. I have never liked you. From the very first day, I despised you. Why should you have all the advantages while I live in misery? The kinder you were to me, the more disgusted I became. You pretend to be a saint, flaunting your superiority. You think your charity will earn my gratitude? No. It only intensifies my hatred for you. This wretched world is so unfair. Why is this happening to me while you thrive? Now, I will correct this injustice. We will die together, and that will be fair. Su Lingling's laughter echoed, her pallid face marred by decay, appearing more terrifying than any savage beast. Suddenly, her laughter ceased, and the hands that had tightened around Shen Yue's throat fell limply away. She lowered her head in astonishment, only to discover a small knife brutally lodged in her chest, gripped tightly by Shen Yue. In a critical moment, Shen Yue had pulled the knife from her pocket. Warm blood flowed freely, staining Shen Yue's hand. Yet she clung to the knife with unwavering resolve, gasping for breath. Xiao Wei, what have you done? Su Lingling collapsed weakly onto the bed, her breath faltering, her face reverting to a pitiful expression. After regaining her composure, Shen Yue lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Su Lingling. This is the knife Su Chen gave me, originally intended for self-defense against you should you turn violent. I never imagined you were a violent person all along. Xiao Wei, I don't want to die. Su Lingling managed to utter, blood trickling from her lips, tears welling in her eyes. Shen Yue reached out with her other hand, gently caressing Su Lingling's hair, whispering softly, Sweetheart, it's better for you to die, but I will survive. Su Lingling perished, and no one knew what thoughts occupied her mind in those final moments. Her eyes remained wide, open even in death. When Shen Yue saw her motionless, she finally released her grip, collapsing to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. I've killed someone. The depths of her fear and sorrow were unfathomable, tears streaming down her face. Su Chen, his image flashed through her mind. She yearned to see him more than ever. With great effort, she fumbled for her phone, desperate to inform Su Chen, to plead for his help to escape this place. She could not bear to remain here for another second. Just then, a loud crash echoed as her dormitory door was flung open, and a group of girls surged inside. There she is. Grab her, they shouted. Two towering girls lunged forward, pinning Shen Yue to the floor. What are you doing? Shen Yue exclaimed in bewilderment. A girl with a square face, wearing black-framed glasses, approached the group, her gaze icy as she looked down at Shen Yue. Sun Shiji, it's you. What are you doing here? Shen Yue recognized the girl as Sun Meiguei, a senior and the leader of the security team in Building 3, known for her domineering presence. Shen Yue recalled how Su Chen had once made a deal with Sun Meiguei, providing supplies to ensure his ease of movement in Building 3. Sun Meiguei spoke coldly, so, you're the one Su Chen comes to see every day, Shen Yue. No wonder he is so eager to visit. You're quite the beauty, aren't you? It seems he is just another lecherous man. The other girls began to scrutinize Shen Yue, their resentment boiling over. Why should she have what we don't? She's just a bit prettier. Pretty? I don't see it. She's not even as beautiful as our Mei Gui. Exactly. Mei Gui is the true beauty. To me, she's just a flirtatious vixen that shallow men are drawn to. Shen Yue stared in shock at their twisted expressions and malicious words, unable to believe her ears. How could they have transformed overnight into such bitter beings? Suddenly, Sun Meigui noticed the blood on Shen Yue and exclaimed, Shen Yue, why are you covered in blood? A girl screamed, her eyes wide with terror as she pointed to Su Lingling's body on the bed. Meigui, she has killed someone. Sun Meigui approached the bed and confirmed the gruesome sight of the knife still embedded in Su Lingling's chest. Turning back, she chuckled mockingly. Who would have thought a delicate girl like you could be so vicious, even killing your own roommate? It's not what you think. Lingling, Shen Yue began, but Sun Meigui interrupted her. Stop your excuses. You're truly repulsive. Take her away. The two tall girls roughly dragged Shen Yue to her feet. Sun Meigui pinched Shen Yue's chin, smirking as she said, whether you live or die depends on how much Su Chen values you. If he doesn't show sincerity today, don't expect to see the light of day again. Shen Yue gasped, you're doing this for Su Chen. You want his supplies. Sun Meigui replied. He flaunts his generosity in the group chat, claiming to help beautiful women. Now many have their eyes on him, and I'm just acting preemptively. Realization dawned on Shen Yue. The planned rescue had been cancelled due to the sudden drop in temperature, and it seemed that no further rescues would occur. It became evident that everyone was now targeting Su Chen. Sun Meigui, still holding Shen Yue's phone, unlocked it and scrolled through to find Su Chen's contact, preparing to call him. As the phone rang, everyone suddenly became aware, the sound echoing from the entrance, and they turned their heads towards the door. Chapter 88. Armade Beep. A new rescue mission has been detected. Mission details. Shen Yue is about to be kidnapped. A group of students is attempting to use her as leverage against you for supplies. Mission level. Nightmare. Mission reward. 45,000 merit points, 20 minutes earlier. Inside the Doomsday Fortress, Su Chen's expression shifted as he read the mission details. Last night, a multitude of people had morally pressured him in the group, demanding he relinquish supplies, with some threatening him due to their numbers. Now, it seems someone was genuinely attempting to kidnap Shen Yue. Only the girls from Building 3, led by none other than Sun Meigui, would know of his daily efforts to rescue her. A smirk crept across Su Chen's face as he thought, you can talk big all you want, but if you dare to make a real move against me, then don't blame me for unleashing my wrath. Su Chen donned his protective gear and prepared to leave, instructing the maids to stay put. If anyone comes knocking, don't panic. I'll handle it upon my return. Xing Fei, concerned, asked, Master, is something wrong? I saw the messages in the group. Su Chen smiled reassuringly. It's just a minor issue. No need to worry. Jiang Xiaolu, feeling dejected, lamented, if only we were stronger, we could assist the master. Su Chen pondered her words. Indeed, his maids were too weak. Mere delicate flowers. If only they could be armed maids. After donning his protective gear, he stepped outside. Upon reaching the door, he spotted the familiar figure of Shui Dying kneeling beside him. Master, Shui Dying pays her respects, she said, bowing her head. In a frigid outdoor temperature of -60 degrees, her heavy down coat seemed inadequate, and he could see her trembling slightly. Su Chen received a system notification, triggering a rescue mission. Shui Dying was facing a food crisis. He retrieved some food from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, you must be hungry. Eat this now. Shui Dying was surprised. Here? Eat here? Yes. Finish it quickly and follow me, Su Chen instructed. Shui Dying's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, where are you taking me? Su Chen replied nonchalantly, to kill. An armed maid was right in front of him, and this Sakura girl's knife was indeed sharp. Yes, I'll eat right away. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly accepted the food and devoured it eagerly. Beep, you have successfully rescued the goddess, earning 50,000 merit points. Hearing the system's feedback, Su Chen stepped outside. Shui Dying wiped her mouth and hurried to catch up, using her scarf to cover her face. As they descended to the first floor, they found Wang Guanghui and a group of security personnel blocking their path in the hall, their expressions resolute. Su Chen chuckled. Brother Wang, what is going on here? Behind him, Shui Dying stealthily gripped the hilt of her long knife. Wang Guanghui, swallowing nervously, replied, Su Chen, please don't misunderstand. You've seen the messages in the group. I'm concerned that students from other buildings might cause trouble, so I'm here to keep watch. Su Chen let out a sound of acknowledgement, urging everyone to disperse. If someone truly intends to create chaos, you will be unable to withstand it, and it will only lead to unnecessary harm. Return to your dormitories and refrain from venturing out for the next few days. Wang Guangwei interjected, Su Chen, as juniors. Can you two handle this alone? Su Chen smiled confidently. Let us see. Wang Guangwei gritted his teeth. All right, I understand. We shall heed your advice, Su Chen. With that, the crowd parted ways, allowing Su Chen and Shui Dai Ying to proceed outside. Upon reaching the exterior, Shui Dai Ying inquired, Master, Do you genuinely believe those individuals intended to assist you? Su Chen replied with a smile. What do you think? Shui Dying expressed her thoughts. They appear more like they have suddenly lost their nerve. After all, facing them alone, I could eliminate them all. Su Chen nodded, stating, let us hasten our pace. At Building 3, the entrance stood firmly shut. A group of girls anxiously guarded the interior, their eyes fixed on the door. He is coming, someone exclaimed suddenly. Indeed, the familiar figure of a boy clad in protective gear appeared outside, accompanied by a girl in a down coat, a stark contrast to previous encounters. Normally, upon seeing Su Chen approach, they would rush to open the door without his prompting. Yet today, they remained immobile. Stay calm. Sister Mei Gue instructed us to delay him. We shall not open the door. He will find it impossible to enter for a time. This is a bulletproof glass door. Even the most violent cannot shatter it. Let alone him. The girls encouraged one another. Su Chen, without needing to inquire, understood the situation. Indeed, the people from Building 3 were attempting to capture Shen Yue. With that realization, he felt no need for further dialogue. Clenching his fist, he struck the glass door with a punch. Skill, 1 punch critical. Boom! The bulletproof glass door shattered instantly, scattering shards across the floor, leaving the girls inside stunned. Even Shui Dai Ying's gaze sharpened, recognizing her master's formidable strength. Pondering if he was still human. No, this was certainly beyond humanity. Su Chen entered the hall, surveying the girls. Who was attempting to kidnap Shen Yue? And where is she now? The girls were left speechless, one stammering. It's Sister Mei Gue. She has taken people upstairs. But I do not know the specifics. Realizing he could glean no further information, Su Chen disregarded them and proceeded up the staircase. Behind him, the sounds of the girls' terrified screams echoed. Shui Dai unsheathed her long knife, shaking off the blood, and quickly followed Su Chen. At Dormitory 408, as they reached the door, a ring echoed. Su Chen retrieved his phone. It was a video call from Shen Yue. Inside the dormitory, Shen Yue was being restrained by 2 tall girls, her phone clutched in the hands of Sun Mei Gue, surrounded by a throng of others. Sister Sun, you have someone seize Shen Yue and then use her phone to contact me. What is the intent behind this? Su Chen inquired coolly. Sun Mei Gue and her companions were startled, exchanging anxious glances. They had not yet hidden Shen Yue, nor had they found a place to conceal themselves when Su Chen unexpectedly arrived, catching them off guard. Sun Mei Gue's heart raced. The earlier bravado she exhibited towards Shen Yue dissipating. After all, Su Chen was notorious as a harbinger of death. She had no intention of confronting him directly. In truth, had it not been for her peers' desperate hunger for support, she would have never considered targeting Su Chen. Sister, I ask you once more, what is happening? Su Chen reiterated, noting their dazed expressions. Sun Mei Gue regained her composure, realizing there was no turning back. With Shen Yue in her grasp, she felt confident Su Chen would not dare act recklessly. Ah, Su Chen, your timing is impeccable, saving me the trouble of searching for you. Shen Yue has committed murder, and I must punish her. Su Chen frowned, somewhat surprised. Then his gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Su Lingling. A knife protruding from her chest. Wasn't that the very weapon he had given to Shen Yue for self-defense? Shen Yue killed Su Lingling? Chapter 89. The truth revealed, Su Chen had initially provided Shen Yue with a knife to protect herself against Su Lingling, who posed a potential threat of becoming a violent entity. However, with Su Lingling's condition deteriorating, it was clear she would not turn violent but would ultimately succumb. Logically, Shen Yue had no need to kill Su Lingling. Su Chen, it was Lingling who attempted to murder me, and I had no choice but to retaliate. Shen Yue choked out, knowing all too well how Su Lingling had treated her, a truth even Su Chen was unaware of regarding Su Lingling's true nature. Such nonsense. Sun Mei Gue rebuked sharply. Who does not know that Su Lingling was your closest friend, and she is on the brink of death? How could she possibly harm you? Clearly, you murdered your own best friend. You are nothing but a venomous vixen. It is not as it seems. Shen Yue protested. Lingling has harbored animosity towards me from the very beginning. Ever since her illness, she had been planning to take me down with her. Sun Mei Gue scoffed. Can you not concoct a more believable lie? You despise her, yet she remains your best friend? Who would believe such a tale? To evade responsibility. You would even slander your closest companion. Truly astonishing. Is it not convenient that she has perished, leaving no witnesses? The girls chimed in, scolding her in unison. Sun Mei Gue turned to Su Chen, smirking. Su Chen, you have seen for yourself. She has committed murder and spun a web of lies. As the leader of this building, certified by the student council, I must uphold justice. Otherwise, how can I maintain authority? Su Chen's gaze swept over Shen Yue, noting the marks on her neck. While the specifics remained unclear, it was evident she had been choked, and with considerable force, indicating a clear intent to kill her. Surely murder requires a motive, Sister Sunday. What do you presume her motive for killing Su Lingling could be? Sun Mei Gue replied dismissively. Who knows? I have yet to interrogate her. Perhaps she simply wished to prevent Su Lingling from being a burden. I believe a vixen like her is capable of such acts. Su Chen chuckled, You have yet to interrogate her, yet you assert without evidence that she is a vixen. Is this how you conduct yourself as a leader? Sun Mei Gue countered. She is the murderer. That is a fact. For a killer, even the worst assumptions are justified. Is that so? Then I shall take her word. It was Su Lingling who sought to kill her first, and she acted in self-defense. Moreover, unlike you, I possess evidence. Sun Mei Gue sneered. You were not present when she committed the murder. What evidence do you possess? Do you see the marks on her neck? Who do you believe inflicted them? There were only the two of them, her and Su Lingling. Sun Mei Gue focused on the marks, a sinking feeling in her heart, but she stubbornly retorted. Who knows if she inflicted those marks on herself to escape blame? The other girls nodded in agreement. Exactly. This vixen is too cunning. Su Chen continued. She also bears wounds from the nails, indicating the assailant's forceful grip. A simple examination of Su Lingling's nails will reveal the truth. Master, I shall go. Xuedai ing volunteered. Su Chen nodded, and Xuedai advanced. The girls intended to obstruct her. Yet upon meeting her icy gaze and the glint of her long knife, they instinctively moved aside. Xuedai approached the bed, lifting Su Lingling's hands for inspection, then announced, her nails do indeed bear remnants of flesh and blood, consistent with the wounds on Shun You's neck. Su Chen turned to Sun Mei Gue. What now? Sister Sun, do you have nothing to say? Sun Mei Gue felt a surge of anxiety. She was not truly concerned with how Su Lingling had died, but rather sought to use it as leverage to control Shun Yue and coerce Su Chen. I care not. She has committed murder and must face punishment. Determined, Sun Mei Gue declared, Su Chen, I know of your close relationship with her. Naturally, you would protect her. If you wish to spare her punishment, you must provide resources in exchange. Su Chen chuckled. Have you unveiled your true intentions, Sister Sun? From the outset, your aim was to extract resources from me, was it not? At this moment, Shun Yue said, Su Chen, she is after your supplies. It just so happened that when she came to capture me, I had just killed Lingling. Su Chen nodded. All right, finally a case solved. Forgive me for wasting so much time. I'm someone who values reason and cannot tolerate slanderous behavior. Sun Mei Gue coldly snorted. So what? Su Chen, Shun Yue is in my grasp now. If you do not hand over your supplies, I will kill her. Clang. Before Sun Mei Gue finished her words, a sharp sound of a blade being drawn echoed. The blade gleamed, and the onlookers were horrified to see Sun Mei Gue's head rolling on the ground. Behind her, Xuedai shook the blood from her blade and slowly sheathed it. The onlookers immediately erupted in terrified screams, each one frightened to the point of losing control. Hastily moving aside, the two tall girls who had grabbed Shun Yue were also so scared that they released their hold and slumped to the ground. Shun Yue escaped and hurriedly ran to Su Chen, throwing herself into his embrace, tightly holding onto him and bursting into tears, Su Chen, feeling her delicate body tremble. Su Chen could not fathom how much fear she had endured or how much grievance she felt. His heart softened, and he gently patted her back, smiling. It's all right now. I will take you away, okay? Shun Yue replied. MHM, from now on, wherever you go, I will follow. I will always be by your side. Xuedai observed this scene with a flicker of complexity in her eyes. Her master seemed to care for this girl differently than the other maids. At that moment, Su Chen lifted his head and glanced at Xuedai. Clean up and follow me. After saying so, he retreated with Shun Yue to the door and shut it with a loud bang. As they turned to descend the stairs, a chilling scream echoed from the dormitory behind them. Ding! You have successfully rescued the goddess. Gain 45,000 merit points. The system's feedback followed. Su Chen felt a mix of emotions, never expecting to rescue Shun Yue under such circumstances. It was fortunate, as it was too cold outside, and the temperature might drop further. He could not bear to leave her out there. In retrospect, it seemed that Shi Lingling's death was timely. Su Chen, I will clarify the matter regarding Lingling to you, Shun Yue stated, her lingering fear evident. Su Chen smiled. All right, we will discuss it once we return to the fortress. Shun Yue felt a sense of anticipation about Su Chen's fortress, having heard him speak of its safety, yet she did not know what it was truly like. Su Chen, am I now your maid? Shun Yue inquired, recalling the condition Su Chen had given her. If she went to his fortress, she would have to serve as his maid. Jis, Su Chen affirmed. Shun Yue nodded without hesitation. Then I shall be. Ding, a new maid has been detected. Arrange her duties. The system's voice echoed in Su Chen's ears. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the hall on the first floor. It is he. Su Chen, come out and explain yourself to everyone. Suddenly, a loud voice called from outside. Su Chen glanced toward the door, his expression sharpening as he noticed a large crowd gathered outside, both men and women, a sea of faces that likely numbered in the hundreds. Su Chen retrieved a set of protective clothing and handed it to Shun Yue. Put this on and follow me closely. It seems today we may have to carve a bloody path. Chapter 90. Public outrage. Su Chen was indeed somewhat taken aback. Hundreds of people had gathered outside, all seemingly targeting him. However, it was not entirely unexpected, as the group had been clamoring for him to hand over supplies since last night. Clearly, These individuals were driven to desperation by hunger. Stepping outside, Su Chen surveyed the crowd with a calm demeanor. I have seen the messages in the group. So there is no need for unnecessary chatter. I understand your intentions. Su Chen, in this bitter cold, none of us would come to you if it weren't absolutely necessary. We are risking our lives. One voice called out. Since you know, hurry and distribute the supplies to everyone. We are all starving. Hand over the supplies, and no one will be harmed. We are all classmates. There's no need to turn this into a confrontation. Stop wasting time. With so many of us, we can easily overwhelm him. Why fear his compliance? Hold on. Let us first show him courtesy before resorting to violence. So, Su Chen, what is your answer? The crowd buzzed with anticipation, casting expectant glances at Su Chen, while some were secretly rolling up their sleeves, ready to seize him. Su Chen replied, do you know? I am an orphan, utterly alone, with no parents, no spouse, and no children. Haha, Su Chen, whether you're an orphan or not makes no difference. What exactly do you want to say? Someone scoffed. Su Chen continued. What I wish to convey is that you have mistaken your target. I'm a student just like you. If you're hungry, seek out the school, the authorities, or your parents. I have no obligation to provide for you. Do I appear to be your father? At this, many in the crowd grew furious. A wave of indignation rippling through them. You little brat, do you want a beating? How dare you insult us? How ungrateful. We are only asking you for food because we regard you. Su Chen, you are mistaken. We are all classmates and should help one another. This is basic decency. You cannot be this selfish. Indeed, helping others and standing up for what is right are traditional virtues. If everyone were as selfish as you, how would the world function? Humanity would have long been extinguished. Some shouted foul language, while others attempted to reason with him. Su Chen countered, stop with the moral coercion. The choice to help or not lies with me, not you. With these words, Su Chen was met with outrage, as if he had committed an unforgivable sin. So, you are saying you refuse to help us, letting us fend for ourselves, essentially condemning us to starvation? Su Chen, do you even have a conscience? This is truly a moral decline. You have taken selfishness to an extreme. At this moment, Shen Yue emerged, now donned in protective clothing, standing behind Su Chen. Seeing her, someone shouted, Su Chen, if you abandon everyone else, why did you choose to save her? If you can save her, why not help us all? How can you justify treating us differently? Haha, by your logic, are you your father? Shen Yue had never witnessed such a scene and showed signs of panic. Instinctively drawing closer to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled. I recall the advertisement I posted in the group. It was about rescuing beautiful women. To all present, if you consider yourself a beauty rated above 8 points, you may leave now and chat with me in private. Surprisingly, upon hearing this, many confident young women in the crowd were intrigued, some discreetly retreating behind others. Su Chen added, moreover, while I may not be your father, the relationships of lord and servant, father and child, and master and maid are all understood, correct? She is my maid, and, as her master, it is only reasonable for me to support my own maid. The crowd exchanged glances, and soon, their outrage intensified against Su Chen. Oh my, I knew this guy had ulterior motives. He is forcing a beauty to become his maid. What era are we in? Is he some feudal remnant crawling out of a tomb? This is outrageous. This guy is utterly despicable. We must teach him a lesson today. In this moment, the loudest voices of condemnation came from the women, each one filled with righteous indignation, practically foaming at the mouth, as if they sought to strip Su Chen of everything. The men, while cursing, felt envious. After all, Su Chen possessed supplies and could recruit maids, all of whom were beauties rated above 8 points. It was enough to make one green with envy. In an instant, both men and women alike deemed Su Chen utterly contemptible, a target of collective ire. Watching the scene, Shen Yue, who had initially been fearful, inexplicably gathered her courage and retorted, you are all wrong. The master is not a bad person. Su Chen smiled, Xiao Wei. Do you not agree with what they are saying? I indeed only save beautiful women. Shen Yue shook her head and said, the master must have his reasons for acting this way. Moreover, you have the freedom to save whomever you choose. They have no right to compel you. Su Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging her point. Shen Yue continued, I am not saying this merely because I am a beneficiary. If the master had not rescued me, I would not have joined them and would not have forced the master like they do. Su Chen replied, I understand you're not that kind of person, but they are. Believe me, as soon as I offer them food, they will turn around and defend me, even if I had committed heinous acts before. They would extol my virtues. Shen Yue asked, do you intend to help them? Su Chen smiled slightly. Everyone acts based on their own feelings. Those who favor the weak over the strong feel uncomfortable when they witness injustice. They cannot ignore a drowning person. However, these people believe that the weaker they appear, the more justified they are, resorting to moral coercion and leveraging their numbers to intimidate. Do they even show an ounce of humility? Bang! Su Chen drew out his golden desert eagle and fired a shot into the sky. The deafening gunfire silenced the crowd's shouts, witnessing Su Chen's resolute stance. The crowd became alarmed, and some instinctively began to retreat. Do you wish to continue this ruckus? Su Chen asked coldly. A brief silence ensued. But seeing that Su Chen had no intention of firing again, some felt emboldened. Su Chen, stop trying to scare us. We are many. Do you think you can kill us all? They shouted. We demand that you surrender the food. It is an opportunity for you to redeem yourself. You should be grateful. They insisted. Yes, as long as you hand over the food, we will overlook your past misdeeds. As long as there is food, everything can be negotiated. Listening to these remarks, Shen Yue shook her head. Her master was indeed correct. This group was shamelessly demanding food under the guise of righteousness. Su Chen replied indifferently. I reiterate, you have targeted the wrong person. We are leaving, so kindly step aside. This fool is truly stubborn. Stop wasting time with him. Brothers, charge and capture him. Someone shouted. You, Su, will not escape today. Everyone attack. A dozen young men cried out as they rushed towards Su Chen. In the crowd, a girl enveloped in thick clothing, despite her bulky attire, could not conceal her admirable figure. Unlike the others, she seemed uninterested in food, silently observing the unfolding situation. Her gaze remained fixed on Su Chen, as if she were deeply intrigued by him. Upon witnessing Su Chen's defiance against the crowd, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Was he truly prepared to confront them all head-on? How could he, one man, dare to face hundreds? In her view, Su Chen had better alternatives to resolve this conflict. He could compromise, offering some supplies to appease them. Alternatively, he could feign desperation, claiming he had nothing to give and pleading for mercy. He might even deceive them, pretending to comply with their demands to escape first. Surely, any of these options would be preferable to a direct confrontation. Finally, as Su Chen refused to yield, the conflict erupted. The first group of young men charged at him, intent on overpowering him. The girl expected Su Chen to meet his demise. But what unfolded next left her utterly astounded. Su Chen stood undaunted, swiftly knocking down the first assailant with a punch, shooting the second in the head, and kicking the third away. He then turned and fired another shot at the first. In mere moments, half of the attackers lay dead, blood staining the ground. This was no mere ambush. It was a one-sided annihilation by Su Chen. But that was not all. Suddenly, a figure burst from within the building, a tall girl with long black hair, wielding a dark, gleaming blade. Before she even reached him, her knife flashed, and blood splattered as she joined forces with Su Chen. In the blink of an eye, the remaining assailants were all incapacitated. Annihilated. Not only was the girl astonished, but the entire crowd stood in shock. Is there anyone else willing to face me? You can all come at once. I shall slay as many as you send. Su Chen proclaimed boldly. As he advanced a step toward them, the front line of students instinctively retreated. Do not think that your numbers can intimidate me. If you force my hand, I shall turn this place into a river of blood. At that moment, Su Chen's gaze was fierce, as if he were a harbinger of death. Beside him, Shuai Ying held her blade, her eyes as cold as the steel she wielded. The crowd was paralyzed by fear, their hearts racing. No one dared to advance, and many began to reconsider their stance, on the verge of fleeing. Su Chen pressed his advantage. Are you hoping for me to escort you out? Is that what you desire? He sneered, holstering his golden Desert Eagle and pulling out a submachine gun that he had seized from the Shualong gang, among many others in his possession. With a rapid succession of gunfire, da-da-da, echoed through the air. A few individuals, terrified, could no longer maintain their composure and turned to flee. Once one broke ranks, others quickly followed, chaos erupting as hundreds scrambled to escape, fearing for their lives as they dashed away, wishing they had been born with extra legs. How disappointing. I had hoped for a more thrilling challenge. Shuai Ying scoffed, lowering her combat stance. They are merely hungry. They are not mad. Su Chen remarked with a smile. Shuai Ying asked, Master, did you foresee that they would be frightened by you? Su Chen responded, they merely relied on their numbers, attempting to intimidate me. Aside from a few foolish ones, most value their lives too much. Once they realized I would indeed kill, fear took hold of them. Among the crowd, the girl remained, not fleeing with the others, but still observing Su Chen intently. So this was the truth. He had known all along that they were a rabble, and thus he chose to confront them head-on. She murmured to herself. Yet even with such foresight, it required immense courage, for what if they truly decided to fight him? Unless, her gaze sharpened, unless he possessed the ability to carve a bloody path through hundreds of attackers. That was his greatest assurance. As this thought crossed her mind, her interest in Su Chen intensified. How formidable he was. How could such strength exist in this world? Was this still the reality she recognized? Meanwhile, Su Chen turned to Shen Yue. Let us depart. Shen Yue replied with an affirmative hum, gladly moving to Su Chen's side. His gaze then fell upon a particular direction. Watching as the girl merged into the crowd, a frown creasing his brow. He had noticed her calm demeanor, as if she were merely spectating. He dismissed the thought, shifting his focus back as he prepared to return to Building 9. Shen Yue stole a glance at Shuai Ying beside her. During their time in the dormitory, she had been intrigued by this striking girl. She was remarkable. If Su Chen was the most impressive man she had ever met, Shuai Ying was undoubtedly the most formidable woman. When had Su Chen acquired such a capable maid? She was completely unaware. Hello, I am Xin Yue. And you are? She initiated. Xue Ying, however, did not spare her glance, but replied coolly, Xue Ying. Sung Yue was taken aback. Could it be that Xue is a Sakura person? Xue Sakura had already disregarded her and turned to Su Chen, inquiring with a hint of hope. Master, do you accept me? She yearned to understand whether Su Chen's decision to bring her along to rescue Yue today signified his acceptance and willingness to shelter her. This was her utmost concern. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, a sudden whoosh sliced through the air as an arrow shot forth from his side. By the time Xue Sakura sensed the impending danger, it was already too late. The arrow was aimed directly at Su Chen, poised to pierce his neck in an instant. Yet in the next moment, Su Chen lunged forward, his hand reaching out with remarkable speed. And the sound of the arrow's flight abruptly ceased as he grasped it firmly, halting its momentum. Without hesitation, Su Chen darted forward like a fleeting shadow, racing towards the direction from which the arrow had come. Take her back to Building 9 and wait for my return. Su Chen's voice echoed back, but by the time his words faded, he had vanished around a corner. Xue Sakura stood there, stunned, staring at the arrow that Su Chen had carelessly discarded on the ground, her mind lingering on the astonishing moment when he had caught it mid-flight. Her eyes brimming with awe. Although she was already aware of Su Chen's formidable prowess, catching a flying arrow with bare hands transcended the capabilities of an ordinary human. Did it not? Sister Xue, who could have ambushed the master? What should we do now? Is the master in danger? Xing Yue expressed her concerns. At last, Xue Sakura regained her composure and glanced at her with an air of indifference. Regardless of who it is, only the assailant will face misfortune. Let us proceed.